or in the Atlantic water. So we'll have to watch for that. Now, as far as the day planner goes, we're looking at pretty decent weather right straight through the week, right straight through the day, rather. There'll be a fair amount of sunshine. The winds will be a little breezy through about the noontime hour, then start to settle down a little bit. They'll be out of the north, so that will keep our temperatures a little bit lower, a little bit more comfortable. A lot of people without any air conditioning now, without any air conditioning over the next couple of days. So our daytime high of about 80 would be much appreciated. And the dew point values, particularly after today, will be lowering. So by tonight, we'll probably see dew point values that are in the 60s. And what does that mean? Most people would say that that would feel pretty comfortable. So you get an air temperature that'll fall down into the lower 70s, and you look for dew point values that come in lower than that, and that's pretty comfortable. That's almost what you would set your air conditioner at. So for at least the next several days, it does look like the weather will cooperate with living without any air conditioning. Now, as far as meal preparation goes, I hope you got in your supplies to be able to prepare meals for yourselves that don't require electricity. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Sean. And we are continuing to talk to local officials as they start to assess damage in the areas and what they're seeing. We do know that they've all been 24/7. Maybe they've all slept an hour. I mean, they've been out there working as hard as they can, 24/7, answering those calls, answering those 311 questions. Lots going on, but we are now hearing from Manatee, the EOC. We are trying to get an official on the phone. We are working on it. Our Jordan Litwiller is currently stationed there, and he has been there since the beginning of the storm. Will probably be there throughout the entirety of today as well. But this is from the EOC. This is what they just got to us. They say emergency crews, like we've been saying, in Manatee County are out driving, assessing damage, and now able to respond to those 911 calls. I imagine a lot of them are over near Anna Maria Island. They say let emergency crews on the road, stay home if you can. We've been saying that all morning long. We've also been saying treat water like it is energized. Do not go in standing water.
I mean, going off of that, I actually have some flood safety tips that from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office that I want to read out that we have not said yet. Obviously, stay on higher ground, but this is a big one. If you have any kind of open wounds, I mean, this you would think that you would kind of,
infections.
But with the flood water, infections is huge.
Oh, yeah.
So do not, I mean, obviously cover them up anyway. It also says do not drive into flooded waters because guess what? As we were just talking about, we have so many people out there right now, the real heroes, and they haven't slept to answer that question. And if your car is stuck, you're stuck. It's not like, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to get out and swim?
Yeah.
That's even worse. And actually, maybe it's not if you're in a flooded car. It's just a bad situation to be in.
Stay home. Stay home
So,
is what we're trying to get the point across here. And we know hundreds of thousands of people here in our area. You had those latest FPL numbers.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of people between Manatee, Sarasota, and Charlotte County. They are all without power. We are currently running on a generator here. If you are just waking up, we did evacuate our station. We are off of 10th Street. And we are about 4 blocks from the bay, so it was a little too close for comfort. We were in an evacuation zone, so we did, like everyone else, we evacuated. We have made things work here in Lakewood Ranch. We are in, I would call it a bunker. I feel very, very safe. But we're doing what we can to make sure that we still get the important information across to you folks at home. So that is why things look a little bit different. We're in a different spot, but we're just making sure that we are safe so that we can still get you the news on air and online, however you are at home watching. I do want to continue on with some things that the Manatee EOC gave to us. They said to plan for prolonged power outages. So that could be a day, that could be some hours, that could be a few days. We don't know, but we do know that several FPL trucks were on standby coming in from all across the country to make sure they are here to restore that power back to you so you can do those necessary things that you need to at home and get back to somewhat of a normal life.
And going off of that, some of the advice we've been getting from everyone is you personally do not handle that electrical equipment. If you're not professional, don't do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Yeah, it's another thing. But one more thing, going back to flood water really quick, that I want to mention because this is important. Anything that has been touched by flood water, when it comes to food or drinks, do not touch it. Very dangerous, and it's just why put yourself in that situation.
And we have so many crews out there, emergency responders, local officials, local government, whatever it may be. There are 17,000 people from more than 40 states across the country that are currently here in Florida. They have been put on standby and probably out there working now to help those and be backup resources to those that need it and are affected by Milton. And we are still learning more about the effects that Milton has had here on our area because it is dark. And we had to, for our crew's safety too, keep some folks inside. Some are going to be out exploring today and trying to get you new images and show you what damage and life now looks like for some folks here on the Suncoast. Brendan, I know you're going to go out later on today.
It's one of those, I mean, it's almost 6 o'clock now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like everyone else right now. I am stir crazy.
Eager.
I do want to get out there and see what it's like. So yeah, just here in just a little bit, I'm going to be out there just like Sophia was, seeing how the area looks. And I mean, obviously we already have traffic lights down, trees down.
Yeah.
We've got a crane down in St. Pete. So.
And I'm just looking up here the latest FPL numbers that have come in. Brendan, I know you have some.
Yeah, they actually took it from me just a little bit ago because they were going to give us a new ones. But yeah, let's see if we can pop those up. But
Yes, here we go. Search by county. This is just FPL, so this is only a fraction of those that are without power right now. We know there are several other services that folks could be using, but this is as of 5:55 here this morning in Charlotte County. 91,000 people are still without power as of 5:55 this morning. And Manatee County, 176,000 people are still without power. That is so many people. It's so heartbreaking. 227,000 for Sarasota County are all without power this morning. And again, this is just FPL. We know there are other services that folks are using. So this is only a fraction of those without power. And like I keep saying it, we're with you.
Yeah.
We are sitting in here with no AC. We're running on a generator. So we get it. We understand. But you just need to wait and be patient because those first responders, they are out there. They are going to try and restore power as quickly as they can. So you can all get up and go about trying to get back to somewhat of normal life.
And I want to keep trying to bring you guys the good news. The good news is that from everyone that we've been talking to, it looks like this area took this storm as seriously as we should have.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like people went and got their bottled waters. They have their food ready. They've got their snacks. You know, a lot of people are probably just on their phones right now streaming this because they probably can't turn on the TV. But, I mean, that's the good news. You know, sometimes with hurricanes, even in Florida, you'll hear about people that are stubborn and don't want to leave.
I've lived here my whole life, yeah.
But it sounds like for the most part, people did a good job.
And
so
they did
we are
evacuate.
thankful because that helps everyone.
And when it comes to those evacuation shelters too, in both Sarasota and in Manatee counties, we know that a lot of folks that evacuate, a lot of those evacuation shelters did fill up. But Genevieve Judge did say this morning, and I have to mention this, they did not turn a single person away to any of the shelters in Sarasota. If you needed a place to stay, they were there. Because we also get it, evacuating can be a costly thing. Not everyone is able to do it, whether it be a medical emergency or you have something personal that you can't evacuate for. So they did not turn a single person away.
Well, I've got some new news into our studio right now. It looks like we're actually going to go away for a few minutes because we're going to switch over to our main power in the building. So we will lose power here for just a few minutes. But this is good news. This means that things are getting better.
And stay tuned because we're going to be right back. We won't be gone for long.
All right, it looks like we're not there just yet. But if we do drop out here in just a few minutes, as you can tell, everyone, this is live TV and we are being affected just like you guys are at home. But this, like I said, this is good news. The fact that we're going to be able to get this new power, that's a start.
That's a start. That is a start.
So,
and hopefully some folks at home will start to get that power restored too. And like I said, get back to some sort of a normal life until FPL can, or the other services can get out there and help you guys get you some AC. It's going to be hot. It's going to be uncomfortable. But it might not be restored as quickly as you would like, so you have to be patient. Find things to keep you busy, but do stay inside. And here's another good tip that I heard this morning, was check on your neighbors.
Yeah.
If you can safely do so.
Suncoast strong, right?
Yeah.
That's
because first responders can't get everywhere immediately.
Yeah.
So we have to help each other. We do check on your neighbors, especially if they're elderly too. Just go over and say hi. Maybe bring them some water.
I was going to say, that could even, one bottle of water can obviously make a huge difference. So.
Yeah. And we do know that those 311 lines are going to open here, I believe at 7:30, and that's question lines. So if you have down trees, or if you have a question about a down power line, or if you have a flooded road, or whatever it may be, 311 is the non-emergency line for questions. If you do have an emergency, call 911, because like we have been saying, Sarasota County, Manatee County, Charlotte County, all of those resources have now they've now taken to the roadways. They are able to safely rescue anyone that might need it, and they are able to provide emergency equipment too.
As we are getting close to going out here too, this is something I wanted to say. If you guys see something that's crazy, not only send it to us, but let us know, because we're going to be out in the field here soon. I mean, we've got our whole staff. We've got people all over this area. We've got Jordan, we've got Michaela, we've got Xavier all the way up in Tallahassee.
Yes.
So,
and do you know whereabouts you're going to go yet, or kind of just see how far you can
what
get?
I have been told, which have to go through all the bosses and everything. We will be doing everything as safely as we can. But for right now, I'm going to be going out to Lakewood Ranch.
Oh, nice.
I'm taking our own advice. I'm not
Yeah.
going through any water that I can't
Right.
drive through.
Right.
If there's a tree, I'm not going through it. But I'm going to do my best to show you guys what our area looks like if you are bunkered down, which you should be. So, yeah, just a few minutes here. Gonna, like a lot of people, peeking outside.
Yeah, and we've looked, and this storm affected several places. Even down in Fort Myers, they saw flooding. Of course, up in Tampa, St. Petersburg, they saw flooding. We saw, we had video earlier of that crane collapse. That was off of Central Avenue, I believe, but downtown St. Petersburg. And we kind of saw this coming. They said that they weren't tightened down, for however they worded it. They weren't able to secure it before the storm, and so it did collapse. And it did fall onto a building. We're not sure what that building was as of this time. We are still trying to hear from local officials, and even up in St. Petersburg as well, and get new footage for you. But we do know that it was very destructive, and that was up in St. Petersburg. Tropicana, their roof was blown off.
I mean, it's one of those things that we keep talking about how we repaired and stuff, but still, I mean, look at this video here.
Yeah.
It's like no matter how prepared you are to see this stuff, that is just, it feels like a movie scene.
Yeah.
That is just unbelievable. It's heartbreaking.
It is.
But this area is so strong, and
we are resilient.
we will get through this. But I mean, that video, that's one of the most.
And with Helene
videos I've
just
seen.
coming through, it was almost like a teaser ahead of what we were going to see with Milton.
Which
as
is
well.
so crazy to say, because think about the
preparation.
damage
Yeah.
that we had
That was 2
from
weeks
Helene.
ago.
To call it a
2 weeks
teaser,
ago.
which you're right, but to call it a teaser with everything we've already been through. I mean, I can speak for everyone here.
Yeah.
We got through that, and we're like, okay, hurricane season ends when? How much longer do we have to go?
And
And
then
here we
November
are.
30th.
2 weeks later.
Yeah.
So
it's
yeah,
scary.
November 30th. I'm circling that a million times. I mean, this is just so sad.
And it's stretched too. It was passing near Orlando. It was traveling down I-4 just a while ago. And it wasn't even just Milton that came through. Yesterday we saw several tornadoes when we were doing our noon broadcast.
Yeah.
How many reports of a tornado did we have?
Yeah, we were still in the studio around like 1 o'clock, and we kept going to John because every time there's a tornado, he has to break in.
Yeah.
And every time that we thought he was done, here we go, another tornado. And it's just, I saw at least 10 confirmed, right?
From ABC News, yeah.
Yeah, that's,
In the state of Florida.
yeah. Which, I don't want to say this, but one of our reporters that was with Xavier in Tallahassee, she sent an email that I glanced at my phone a second ago. This is an article from our Gray headquarters that says we can confirm that some people were killed by a tornado that touched down from the storm that made landfall. So we will continue to get you updates on where that was, how many people, but yeah, I think that's the first time we've said that.
Yeah.
So it's horrible.
Yeah. And people are going to be stuck in this situation for a while, some without power, without air conditioning. Now would be some good time, if you haven't done so already, to get some rest, whether it be an hour nap, a 2-hour nap. I think I squeezed 3 hours in before I had to come on air. It's just hard to sleep, especially the anticipation of this storm. But the biggest part of it is out of the way. We are more than halfway done, and it is now switching to recovery mode, those efforts, and helping those that are at home, or maybe those that didn't evacuate are in need of assistance. Now those efforts are underway, but you have to be patient. First responders can't be everywhere at one time as much as they would like to be, but they are out there. Their tactical teams have been sent out into the field.
All right, and it looks like this is a live look at I-75, and look at that. Every single car is a car that is going out to help people. That is just, I mean, look at that scene there.
Yeah.
incredible.
17,000 people from more than 40 states are bringing help and helping to bring power back to the people here in the state of Florida. Governor DeSantis in his press conference says we have never had more resources on standby for any storm in the state of Florida than we did for Milton. So we are ready. He was taking care of us, and we're going to get through this together. It's not our first go around. It was a very intense one, very scary. The damage will be heavy in areas, but we'll be okay.
And I know a lot of us are waiting to see when he's going to talk. It is now 6 o'clock. He's scheduled to speak at 8:30, so we're getting closer. I mean, obviously we still have a ways to go, but everyone's curious as to what our governor is going to tell us, the update to everything. He's going to let us know everything.
He's up in Tallahassee at the EOC there, along with other government and area officials. They are all there on standby. I doubt they've slept. Many people have not, just the anticipation of the storm. But we are going to hear from him, like Brendan said, 8:30, right?
8:30 is correct.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, I feel like everyone's just going to want to get back to normal, right?
Yeah.
No matter what the new normal is going to be. I mean, I keep thinking about the kids, too. I mean, with how bad this is, everyone was trying to hope to plan to go back to school on Monday, but because of some of the stuff we are seeing, is that even a possibility? Because obviously some places got hit so much worse than others. So.
And Kevin Guthrie said earlier this week that is going to be one of their main priorities, is getting children back to normal life. They want to get them back in the schools, but those schools are currently shelters for those who had to evacuate. So they're going to clear those, and then he did say from there they're going to set up recovery shelters. So for those who end up able to go home, big box stores or warehouses that they can. Their plan is to turn those into recovery shelters. I don't know the locations of all of them. I suppose that will go off of what areas were most affected, which we don't know yet at this time because it is so early. It is still so fresh following Milton. But the plan is to make some recovery shelters for those who can't go home to a home. So that will be the plan coming from there. But he does want to get those kids back to school. He said 2 to 3 days or 3 to 5 days following the storm, but that is his first priority, is to get some normalcy back in these kids' lives.
Like we've been saying, we are right there with you guys. We mentioned earlier that our power went off. We are getting this information as it comes in, but yeah, this is just...
It's going to be a long road to recovery, but we are in it together. Like I said, it's not our first storm.
That's why I love, I mean, I love saying Suncoast Strong, because that's really what we are. So it looks like we may be heading over to our
Mike, are you ready? Are you ready to do a little forecast?
I am ready.
He's
All
ready.
right, let's
send it over to Mike.
Okay, and for these two right here, because they have been the war horses in the morning here of our news, and it occurred to me, I just did a Facebook Live a few minutes ago, we get to get the t-shirt, Milton Strong, we survived. If you're watching this in any way, shape, or form, we survived Milton 2024. Okay, the native blessing is kind of a done story now because we got hit. This thing made landfall near Siesta Key, 120-mile-per-hour winds as it came on shore. This was a beast of a hurricane, and if you're able to see this, you survived. Now survive the recovery days, because there could be a tree limb that's yay big that's just hanging by a little piece of bark, and it hasn't fallen yet. But a gust of wind could be the final thing that brings it down. So this is not a great day to be going out and surveying the damage. I know a lot of people will be, but just keep in mind, look up, not only look down to see what may be. I've seen palm fronds, the big old fronds that they drop down to the ground, and I've never been hit by one, but I've picked those up and dragged them over to where the debris pile was going to be. And they are heavy. If one of those landed on your head, that could do some serious damage. So look up if you're around trees and make sure that nothing's about to fall on you, but also look down. Don't walk in the water. You don't know what's in the water. My wife was underneath our condo building, which is on some stilts, after Helene went through. We had a ton of water that went under our condo during Helene. I haven't heard anything yet. I'm not sure there's cell service out there. This is on the north side of the bay. But my gut feeling is Helene was worse for our condo building than Milton was. That's just my gut feeling. John Scalzi found out that the surge numbers for Venice was 5 feet. That's what actually occurred. So we may, it's like Brissa said a little while ago, you prepare for the worst and you hope for the best. So we prepared for that 15-foot storm surge, and perhaps it hasn't been that bad. We'll find out as we get more into daylight. Sunrise about 7:30 or so for us at this point. So I just looked at the clock. It's 5:08. So you guys do the math. 2.5 hours to go before it really gets light out there. What? It's 6:08. Okay. Well, iNet Live says it's 5:08, and I don't. Is it Thursday, October 10th? Okay. All right. It is Thursday, October 10th. 2024 is the year. Stepping outside, this may look like. Have you ever seen the Twilight Zone shows, the TV shows? And somebody who wakes up and a nuclear bomb had occurred overnight, and they wake up and there's just total destruction. That's what this is kind of going to be like. There's going to be so many trees that are down. I heard tell of a 200-year-old oak tree that went down somewhere. Bob Harrigan may have told me that last night when we were changing shifts over. The wind damage is going to be substantial. So What you see on the ground, you want to avoid that, because if it's, I'll just use the example of roof shingling or roofing materials in general. There'll be nails in that. You do not want to step on a nail in this cruddy water that is going to be on the ground. Let's face it, there's sewage in the water. You don't want to walk into the poopy water at all. Even if you got boots on, you don't really want to do that either. But if you don't have boots on, try to stay out of the water, and the best way to do that is not venture outside today. But a lot of us are going to be starting to assess the damage and see, okay, what's broken this time, because we've already went through Helene to a large extent and still been in the recovery of that. So the latest numbers, and these actually had gone down a smidgen. That's a good thing, because now that these winds are under 35 miles per hour, the crews can go out. So down to 75% at Sarasota County, 82% at Manatee County. That had been 85% at Manatee County about half an hour ago. Hardy County, 98%. That's going to be a long time coming down, I'm afraid, for you, because it's such a rural area. DeSoto County, you're up to 57%. And then Pinellas County, 69, Orange County, that's where Disney is, and Orlando, up to 13% now. This number has really gone up. In about an hour's time, that number went from 7,000 to 86,000. So these are the current conditions at Daytona Beach, and they're getting a rough ride right now. 1 mile visibility with the heavy rain, 45 mile per hour steady winds out of the north, 74 mile per hour wind gusts. This is Orlando. Now, okay, that was Daytona Beach earlier. This is Orlando with 38 mile per hour steady winds, 72 mile per hour wind gusts. I can't give you the current winds at SRQ because we're not getting any reports from SRQ. Either the connection of the data from SRQ to the rest of the world has gone down, or perhaps that weather sensing equipment has gone down. These are some of the storm rainfall totals. St. Pete over 18, SRQ, the last report, 7.5. Northport, though, just 4 inches. East Lakewood Ranch at 4.9. All right, guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right.
Thank you, Mike, and we've got another call that we're going to take now.
Yeah, this is Todd Dunn with the Charlotte County Fire Rescue. Todd, thank you so much for joining us dark and early this morning. I know you guys are probably super busy. From my understanding, Todd, you guys have just recently deployed crews back into the field to help with some recovery efforts.
Yeah, that is correct. Once the wind subsided below the tropical force miles per hour, then we were able to once again resume our emergency services. So we hit the road along with the sheriff's office, and we're out there assessing damage and starting to respond to 911 calls again.
Todd, from what you've seen so far, is this kind of what you expected, or has anything surprised you?
I think it's what we expected. The forecast was saying this was going to be a big storm. What we have seen, I think the Hurricane Helene kind of, woke some people up. So this time it appears that a lot more people heeded the evacuation orders. For example, during Hurricane Helene on our Bridges Barrier Island, Don Pedro Island, during Helene, there was about 60 homes that stayed on the island, and this time there was 4.
Wow.
So that's a big difference. We saw more people taking advantage of the shelters that we had open. So I'm hoping that translates to less water rescues. After Helene, we had a lot of water rescues for people who were calling because they were stuck in the rising waters. At 6:30, we're going to start when it gets light. Our water rescue team is going to be getting into action and going out into some of these flooded areas to make sure that people aren't there who need to be rescued.
Yeah. And Todd, just talk about some of the calls that you guys have received, some of those 911 calls. What have they been like?
I haven't actually heard some of the ones. So I can explain what happens when we suspend emergency services.
that, you know, we've got crews coming from Ohio, Virginia, as far away as California to help with restoration efforts. The undertaking will be monumental.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the 2 o'clock hour, by the way, and as Rob said, we are joining you here from our remote location in Lakewood Ranch, and we've been telling the viewers this, and you know, we can never state this enough. Our station is very close to the coast, and so our station managers made the decision after consulting with the meteorologists that it would be safer for us to move inland. So we are now about 10 miles inland, give or take, in Lakewood Ranch. This is where we have been hunkered down for the last several hours pre and during Hurricane Milton. And again, those engineers are assessing our station. I understand that at this point we are still just awaiting internet access so that we can then continue to broadcast from our ABC 7 station in Sarasota. And you know, these things take time. So we are on the grid just like everybody else. So we have internet access just like everybody else. And so we have to essentially get in line because there's a lot of work to be done. You talked about those power outages. Let's see if
do we have the numbers,
Ben,
guys?
can we put up
whatever we have?
FPL and do a refresher on the screen? Let's see. Sure, we'll see where we're at. You know, both Manatee County and Sarasota through FPL, and you know, it's been a couple hours since I was here. What were those last? They were in the hundreds of thousands.
Pinellas really got pounded. A lot of outages there.
I haven't heard the Pinellas.
And they got like 18 inches of rain up there too. I'm still baffled by that. Maybe you are too. We leave it up to the meteorologist team because they're the smart ones. I'm not. But this is what we're seeing, that the eye of the storm we know hit Siesta Key. The biggest brunt of the rain to our friends to the north in Pinellas County, more than 18 inches.
It is really
Can you
incredible.
imagine
They did have some pretty significant damage with regards to wind in downtown St. Pete. So after we get the outages on screen through FPL, maybe we can have them take a look at some of the damage in St. Petersburg, especially with regard to that crane.
Yeah, absolutely. Major thoroughfares, again, the first responders, the engineers out checking the integrity, the structure of all those major thoroughfares that we all use and love every day. We know that the Sunshine Skyway Bridge open, Howard Franklin open, Gandy Bridge open as usual. The Courtney Campbell Bridge is open as well. Stephanie?
Yeah, we now have the FPL. This is Florida Power and Light Power Tracker. And where are we? It's kind of hard for me to see that. Oh, there we go. So Sarasota, we still have about 200,000 people without power. So that's come down slightly. And we have Manatee County, 161,000 people without power. So those numbers are slowly working their way down. But one thing we want to reiterate is it is a slow process.
You know,
we're not seeing them move quickly. That makes sense. I mean, it's painstaking. They have to get in there by hand, the crews, small groups of crews dispatched, you know, street by street to actually restore power. We also are getting some numbers, Rob, from Charlotte County, 70,000 still without power.
It's a huge number. Again, it's going to take time. It's going to take patience. Also, speaking of transportation, we're understanding that Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, also Tampa International, expected to go back online later this afternoon. We don't know exactly when that time will be. We cannot forecast that far ahead. Know that it is important for the airport management teams and all those folks there to make sure that those planes, in fact, are safe to come in and out. I don't know as far as how many going out, but maybe we're talking about planes coming in today from other cities, other states. We just don't know. As we always say in the past, and as my friend Rick Piccolo says at SRQ, you know, you don't call them. You want to check with your airline directly. The airline, the actual airport, once we know that it's structurally secure, it's intact, it's in integrity and operating, then they will work with the airlines. But if you had plans to have visitors come in, you know that that's going to be kind of delayed probably, right? It's going to be, and that's that trickle-down effect, right? With one airport, we're talking SRQ and Tampa International, Orlando in the midst of all this too, major airports. And so just know that things are going to look and feel different, much like they do if you're watching us at home. I appreciate the viewers, some folks texting me or calling in or sending me messages. Can't hear you, move this up, move this down. Thank you. You know, you're part of the storytelling as well. So where we're at up here in our kind of temporary studios, home away from home, it helps to get your feedback as well. It's not perfect. We're doing what we can. The most important thing is staying in touch with you. So I know that service is intermittent for folks. So we are with you, and we are certainly understanding that because nothing is fail-proof when it comes to technology. And my goodness, how much we depend on it.
Yeah, we do appreciate the patience of the viewers. And we want to, not sure what
So
the
is it
message
78
is.
cancellations at SRQ? Ben, can you
Okay.
put that up again?
Thank
78 cancellations at SRQ. Airport remaining closed at this point. That's again, according to Brass at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. And look at how the flights, look at the patterns, how they are affected, right? What I just said literally a minute ago, that's we call the domino effect, the trickle
Right.
effect. So, you know, people may have beautiful conditions in other cities, other states. It is a cleanup process. It's assessing literally the day after a massive storm cell called Milton moved through this area, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to affect everything. It's called
Right.
patience. It's time. Check in with your particular carrier. If you were expecting a family member to come in, go out, whatever that may be, that may need to be amended, right? And not maybe just today, but know that that's going to take maybe a couple of days. We've
Yeah.
seen this before. We've handled it. The
Yeah.
folks at the airports are doing what they can, but know that the undertaking is certainly massive. The biggest priority, right? Making sure that everything's structurally sound there at SRQ, making sure that the airport itself is ready and that the airlines themselves and the jets are ready for takeoff.
Yeah, think about the logistics as well and getting the airports back up and running. It is a big undertaking. You have to navigate hundreds and hundreds of flights, thousands of personnel. You have pilots, you have flight attendants, you have ground crew.
Can't even
I mean,
imagine.
it just, so that's why you have this cascading effect.
Right.
And when you start those cancellations and then it just sort of spirals. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get everything back up and running again. Hopefully we'll get word soon though. It is beautiful outside. I imagine if they're, you know, they're very close to reopening, I would think. But so let's wait to see.
Right.
You know, hopefully we'll get an update for you soon.
Right, and as we know, you're helping us with the storytelling process. We're also communicating with local fire departments, police departments. We do have some video I believe right now of a water rescue. This is taking place in Clearwater. The governor about 2 hours ago saying that the ongoing efforts to rescue folks
Look at those
from
cars.
homes. Take a look at this. The vehicle is almost completely submerged. This is Clearwater, folks, and this is what's going on right now. Could be happening in your neighborhood if you can actually hear us and see us at this point. I certainly hope that you can. But why is it so important to stay put? Because in fact, the first responders are out now. They're still at a critical point. They are saving lives. They're assessing folks who may be stuck, maybe folks injured, maybe folks in fact who never made it out alive from their homes. That's the sobering reality of a storm this massive, and it did so much catastrophic damage, not only here along the Suncoast, but greater Tampa Bay, and in fact the entire state of Florida. We need to keep that in mind.
You know, Rob, when I'm looking at this, I'm struck by something, and that is the fact that the Tampa, Clearwater, all of those areas to the north of us had flash flooding.
Right.
So while everybody may have been doing the right thing, heeding the warnings, hunkering down, perhaps they had flash flooding and they're in an area that they didn't realize would flood like we saw with Debbie. It wouldn't be their fault. Imagine sitting in your house, you're hunkered down, you've got the hurricane shutters on, and then all of a sudden you're in the darkness and the water is rising ever so slowly or quickly.
Forget
I mean,
it.
that's
I can't even imagine.
terrifying.
I
It's
mean-
a terrifying thought.
And that's what's frustrating. You know that there may be some of those folks in that situation
Yeah.
who, you know, you did the right things. You followed the instructions. Mother Nature has a sneaky way of kind of doing a one-up on us. And,
Yeah.
and I hope, I pray that we don't find that as the hours and the days of the search efforts continue to make sure everybody's
Yeah.
accounted for.
Yeah.
But we know from storms past, just what we learned with Helene and with Debbie this year and Idalia last year, there's a long road ahead of us.
Yeah, there is. I mean, we have had 3 major hurricanes hit the state of Florida in a very short time period.
Right.
It has been exhausting. It has been overwhelming. It has been emotional. People probably suffering from some traumatic stress disorder.
PTSD, man. Talk about it with this one.
It's real.
Yep.
It's real.
It's very real. And have that conversation. It's okay. You know, and on any other day, Stephanie and I are sitting here, the crew's here. I feel better today, right? I feel just because looking out of our temporary digs here in Lakewood Ranch, albeit beautiful digs, you know, there's limbs down. It's a kind of a mess out here, but we're all here. Everybody's safe in one place, and we are thankful, so thankful for that. It's clear out. It looks gorgeous. This is a day where you want to go out, right? We're all curious.
Yeah.
But if you're in a neighborhood where, especially you've got down power lines, Jordan's showing us literally what could be deadly pieces of metal, shards of metal down. You want to avoid that if you can. So really take heed to that. Steph?
Yeah. We have some damage now that we want to go to. This is in Siesta Key. A lot of people asking questions about the state of Siesta Key. Look at furniture just strewn about right in the middle of the roadway. That means that there was likely some kind of storm surge that went into someone's house, unfortunately, unless that was the debris also could be from Hurricane Helene that was on the street and floating around. I would say that's probably a better chance.
I think you're right. The eye of the storm heading right for Siesta Key,
Yeah,
we know
that's
last
some
night.
pretty serious flooding right
So that's
there.
yeah, absolutely. The damage insurmountable right there. You see debris out there. You know, there's the risk of the down signs, as we see right there. Sarasota County Sheriff doing their due diligence to block off those areas. Looks like some drains there and drain basins doing overwork and overtime. But again, the biggest concern I keep thinking about is what about the debris floating in that water? What about the critters in that water, right? That you don't really want to encounter even on a dry and good day. The live wires, and I say live, meaning if you see a wire, the sheriff, everybody telling us, hey, you know, assume that thing is live. Don't be a hero. Don't try to move it. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Step away from it. That is the key thing. Let the experts do their job. Maybe report it, maybe do what you can, but let the structural engineers, let the first responders really assess your street, your neighborhood, your bridges. We were talking about Longboat Key about an hour ago, right?
Yes,
That major
yes.
thoroughfare, northbound going in and out. It'll be an all return when the green light is given. We're not at that point yet, but we just need, I think patience is the key. And at this point, you know, checking in on folks, making
Yeah.
sure that folks are okay and that they have the basics right now. It's not perfect, but we're all here, and that's what matters.
Yeah, and we do know as well with regard to Siesta Key that officials are not allowing residents back on just yet. They not only are assessing damage, but as you said, checking the safety of the access points, the bridges onto Siesta Key. But we did hear from one official earlier this morning who brought a resident onto Siesta Key to survey, and that resident saying that the damage did not appear to be as catastrophic as he had initially thought, and that he was grateful for that, but he did say that he witnessed some homes that had some wind damage.
Oh, yeah.
So right now, you know, still a waiting game for the folks on Siesta Key as we await not only people allowed back in, but services. As you mentioned, we have electricity, sewage, and water. They need to get that back up and running before the residents can safely get back on there as well.
And speaking of the wind damage, right, as of yesterday afternoon this time, we were waiting for the eye of the storm. Our friends in Collier County, in Lee County, to our south, at least the initial reports from Kevin Guthrie with the emergency management press conference with the governor, maybe 25 confirmed tornadoes, 20 to 25. That's not absolutely the hard edge number. I think honestly the number will grow, but the folks, the outer effects of this with not only the eye of the storm, but so many places getting hit with tornadoes. St. Lucie County over on the East Coast really taking a brunt of it, hit at least 4 confirmed fatalities there. Hearing that number may rise. We have our own Brendan Mackey. He's out on State Road 70 taking a look at the conditions out there. Let's see what he found.
I'm Brendan Mackey here in Lakewood Ranch. Right next to me is State Road 70 and Crusoe Road. You can see cars are out right now, and look at what they're seeing on the side of the road. Take a look at this 7-Eleven just destroyed. The entire metal banner here has been ripped off, and you can tell the wind took it and tried to blow it this way. It is now wrapped around the 2 gas stations here. I mean, this is unbelievable. We even have some cords up there hanging, so we're not going to get any closer to that. But my photographer and I, we drove here. There are pieces of this about 100 feet that way. So just this sheer strength and power of Hurricane Milton is incredible. Look at this thing. This thing is completely metal and it's not like it just fell down and was knocked down. This thing has turned and is ripped apart, and now this gas station is just destroyed. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of this today. We're going to send it back to you in the studio, but we will continue to cover Hurricane Milton.
Wow, stunning images. And again, you know, our crews, we're getting as much as we can, but we have to look out for their safety and for their, you know, integrity and make sure that they can collect the news, collect the tidbits that will help share the story of this one historic storm. We're going to be doing that not only for days, but weeks as we move forward, right, as an entire community. But those images, stunning out there.
Yeah.
7-Eleven, got a little work to do to repair before we can go back to getting gas there.
Yeah, and that just shows you how powerful the winds were. So we had winds clocking around 100 miles an hour. That location not far from where we are here in Lakewood Ranch, and you can just see how it ripped it off almost like it was cardboard.
I mean,
it just ripped it off and threw it down. And it really is stunning. It gives you, you know, pause, and it makes you think, this is nothing to mess around with. That is why I'm so grateful that we chose to go inland and evacuate, and for all the people that heeded the warnings to evacuate. You more than likely saved your own life.
Absolutely. We do have some video now of a crane video that we want to show you. And Steph, do you want to pick this one up?
Yeah, this was in St. Petersburg. We believe it was working on the 400 Central building, or one of the buildings in downtown St. Pete.
That big tower?
I'm not sure it's a big tower.
Huge, there's a big development there.
Look at right there.
That's it.
Okay. So yeah, that is massive. And officials, there was some discussion, from what I understand, by officials in St. Petersburg about the cranes being a possible danger. But the way everything played out and how quickly this storm came in, those are massive cranes, Rob. They take days and days to dismantle. I mean, look at that. There would be no way for you to evacuate that. So I think, as you can see, it appears that they tried to secure it the best they could, but unfortunately it fell down and toppled into, I believe, a nearby building. See that right there on the right?
Right.
So fortunately, we haven't heard of any reports of injuries, thankfully for that. But man, those images are really, really stunning when you see that, and that is just so scary.
I lose the count of cranes in downtown Sarasota. I love growth, I love development, I love progress.
Yeah.
But it comes with a price, and hoping in this case that didn't injure anybody or take somebody's life. We just don't know. Those images stunning, and I don't know, what do you say? A picture's worth 1,000 words, but that's scary, thinking of the power of that. The shrapnel, the debris that may have been falling during that point. I hope nobody was out walking around downtown, but my goodness, the force of that, that is a disaster to me waiting to happen.
It is. It's scary, and honestly, if I'm being honest, cranes make me a little nervous anyway when I look up and I see these giant cranes. So, and it's for that very reason when you see something like that. Granted, although it was due to a hurricane, we're just grateful again that nobody, as far as we know, nobody was hurt or killed.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be highest cranes. We had some video when Stephanie Roberts was up here about an hour ago showing it looked like some broken out glass windows in downtown Sarasota. I don't know if we can cue that up again, but at least one tower looking that it actually had broken windows in it, shattered windows. So there were folks driving, albeit through downtown Sarasota, but it really was something that you don't want to be under when a panel falls out, when something breaks in downtown, no matter what city it is. And that's another thing. You know, the initial storm has passed. It's a gorgeous day on any other day, but we don't know about what's still up there, the debris, the cranes, the equipment on the, you know, from some of the high rises that may be up there, or, you know, just the soffits on some of the buildings, the overhangs. Yeah. So again, let folks get out there, the ones who know it, who know what to look for, before we grab our cameras and go out and say, what was left behind by Milton. It's so integral and so imperative, I believe.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things too that struck me about this storm is how it impacted so many different areas so differently.
Right.
Same storm, multiple impacts. You know, we had more of the storm surge and flooding threat to the south. We had the winds a little bit more in the center, like the Lakewood Ranch where we are here right now. There were some areas that barely even had any rain. They only had high wind. And then if you went even further north, you had the flash flooding. So, and then when it whipped across the state, you have flash flooding threats way far away. You wouldn't think, wow, that's the east coast of Florida. Surely the storm's not going to impact there. Well, guess what? It did. So they had flooding there as well. Then we saw those multiple tornadoes. You talked about that. I think the governor said during the news conference they had, 116, more than 100 tornado warnings.
A lot.
And that was
amazing.
Early on during the day. That was
early.
Way
when the sun
early.
Was still out here.
Yeah.
And you were hearing everything going on to the south. Excuse me.
Yeah, take a look at this right now. This is St. Lucie County. This is, speaking of that tornado, this is one of the several tornadoes, but this was a major tornado that struck down in St. Lucie County. That is, as I said, look at that. Look at that.
We know at least 4 confirmed fatalities from this. If I heard correctly in the last hour, Kevin Guthrie is saying that there was at least one more that we know of. Those numbers expected to change as the hours and days move on, but this is a look at St. Lucie, the East Coast. And
East Coast of Florida.
I feel like we weren't really even talking about that 24 hours ago. It was us, it was our friends to the north and south, and Orlando. I kept feeling more kind of the big focus, even though we know the swath of the storm, the width of it, and the depth of the magnitude of what this thing is going to do was insurmountable.
Let's watch this again, because it's so stunning to see how, look at that building in the distance, how it just rips that building apart, just goes right through it. Then you see the debris field continue. What was that?
I can't even tell.
Was that a power pole?
It looked like some sort of a pole.
Oh my gosh. I'd like to play
chilling,
that.
yeah.
I'd like to play that one more time if we can, because I really want to get an eyeball on that pole as it's making its way through. Let's see if we can.
And the effects of that, I mean, that's just literally flying shrapnel right in the air. Can you imagine how long the damage path is from that today, and the cleanup efforts that's going on right now in St. Lucie County? It is unbelievable at this point.
Amazing.
So much debris there. You know, and that's just a small microcosm of what's going on everywhere. Cleanup efforts, we're certainly depending on the Army National Guard, all of our first responders here. The governor talking this morning, hey, you know, it's all hands on deck. We have folks from Ohio, Virginia, we know as far away as California, making their way, mobilizing. Obviously, there's a lot of devastation left behind by Helene, not only here, but in the Carolinas. Those folks are still hurting there too, right? They're still amidst of a massive catastrophe there, but the time is called to help, and the first responders are doing what they can in the time that we can. The key word, I think, is patience.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people have been really applauding the state's response to this. When you look online, you know, just the logistics, the governor overseeing everything, the unified command, as you said, between all of the agencies working together in concert to try to really get prepped and ready. They had all of the electricity crews from Duke and FPL stationed in nearby areas ready to activate. They had the Florida National Guard. I think the governor said they had, what, 6,500 soldiers across the state. They were dispatched on standby, ready to go. And then as soon as needed, the minute it was safe, it was like activate. And then you saw everybody go. You saw the Florida National Guard. You saw the line workers working so hard to restore power. You saw the water and sewer people activate. You saw rescue crews. We saw so many water rescues, people calling for help and rescuing. And you know, Rob, you remember they said, hunker down, stay in place. Call 911. We don't know if we can get to you. But the minute that it was safe to do so, that is exactly what they did. And you know, it was really great to see that. A lot of people saying online, especially, that they felt very comforted by having the leadership that we've had for this storm.
That's absolutely what it takes. It's mobilizing, it's organizing.
It's an impressive response.
It really is. We also do have some video that we want to share with you. We're still getting elements, and this is actually drone video of Tampa flooded there. We don't know exactly where this is at. Steph, if you can add to this, please let me know.
If I can kind of see any
it's
landmarks.
A residential area.
So Tampa, you would think about possibly South Tampa, or even areas near there, because when we think about the flooding, we saw flooding near Raymond James Stadium. South Tampa tends to flood.
Oh, the debris.
That's the debris.
Post Helene, I assume,
that
right?
That is Helene debris right there.
You know they didn't get that
this
organized
does
after
look
this
very much like St. Petersburg, if I'm being honest, not far from where I live. This is exactly what it looks like. Debris stacked outside of almost every house. And that was a huge concern, was that this Hurricane Milton was going to strike and take all that debris, which officials did not have time to pick up, and blow it all over the place. And to my knowledge, from what I'm hearing from folks in Pinellas County and the St. Petersburg area, oddly enough, strangely enough, that a lot of the debris fields, even despite the massive winds, were left untouched, or
really?
were not.
Right?
Well,
that's good.
Again,
that's
preliminarily,
what we want. If that's what this is, and that's left over from Helene, then maybe.
I mean, some people were speculating that, now, you know, we saw the wind blow off the Tropicana roof and things like that in the crane, but some people were speculating that the winds seemed to stay at a stronger, higher up, and the lower winds maybe were not powerful enough to displace a lot of that debris. We may never know the answer. Maybe we'll get more clarity from our meteorologists, but It certainly is interesting when you think about the phenomenon of that. Why wouldn't the debris and 100-mile-an-hour winds be strewn about everywhere?
Right. And
that is a puzzling question.
And can we say the same about Siesta Key? I was out there last weekend, folks still trying to rid their homes of contents that were so severely damaged, even appliances, the refrigerators out on the curbs in Siesta Key after post-Helene. You know, they were just keeping their fingers crossed that it was going to get to them.
Yeah.
We hope those trucks, I saw trucks out there that day, but did they get to everybody? Probably not. We hope they did, and what's going to be the result of where the eye of that storm, we now know, made landfall last night, much earlier than we expected. This has been a storm of unprecedented strength and just always kept us on our toes. I just call it the teachable lessons that we took away from this, and hopefully we are strong, we're resilient, and I think you're going to see a community and pull together even more than it was before. I really believe that.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we go to some of our reporters in the field and see if they have anything to share with us? Sorry, we're hearing beeping back there. I wasn't sure exactly what that was.
Yeah, and the beeping, this is a live news operation. We talk about a working news center. That's what this is. This is our show on the road, folks. That's what we call it. Temporarily relocating here to Lakewood Ranch in an abundance of caution. So you're hearing and seeing things a lot differently than what you're usually used to in the studio in a much more controlled environment. But again, we've had outages. We've had a few power surges here and there. Last night primarily, right? Yeah. Kind of kept us on our toes for that, and we're in a very secure, amazing facility that we're so thankful to have. But we're bringing the news to you, and hopefully you can see us. And I do appreciate it. I've had a couple folks reaching out to us and texting me and calling and saying, hey, can't hear you or can't hear, adjust. So you're part of the storytelling process as well. We certainly appreciate it and know we're trying to address these issues, but the main goal is somehow getting to you, making sure you're okay, and that as we learn information, as we're given the all clear sign or the thumbs up or thumbs down to go back to certain areas, we are letting you know that pertinent information. Yeah, and if you would like to share video, if you are out and about and you are in a safe location, you can head on over to our website at mysuncoast.com, click on the Share It tab, and I want to hold up my phone. The best thing to do is to shoot it this way, landscape style. Not the best to shoot it this way, because this is the way you want to do it. Again, only if it's safe to do so, and we appreciate that. We will try to share those with our viewers here right now digitally on the web. But as soon as we get into our regular studio, we hope to be broadcasting back on the air just as soon as possible. We don't have an ETA on that yet. We were hoping this afternoon, but it looks like the internet and some technical issues are still being worked out. So thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for bearing with us and joining us and holding our hand, walking alongside us. We want to be here for you and provide you with the most updated information. And producer Ben is coming over with us. Oh, thank you, Ben. Oops. Okay, so we do have some new power outage numbers to share with you. We'll start with Manatee County right now. In Manatee County, the households still without power, 197,425 customers total outages in Manatee. Sarasota County topping that 200,078 at this hour that we know of. Yeah, and Charlotte County, 71,000. So those numbers are slowly ticking down, but look at the numbers across the state, Rob. Massive. Very staggering. Yeah, the total across the state, we're talking more than 3,228,000. So know that if you think you have it bad, probably somebody else might have it even worse at this hour, right? Yeah. We're conserving, we're doing what we can while those crews, while the engineers, while the structural folks get out there and do what they need to do to get us back online and back to some sense of whatever that is that we call normalcy. So it's just going to take time. Yeah, and we're seeing that slowly inching their way down. 3 million, 3.2 million power outages across an entire state of what's our population? 23 million. Right. It seems like a small number, and it is relative to the overall population, but think about how much manpower, how many workers it's going to take to get 3.2 million
people back online.
I can't, and keep
it's
in mind,
mind-blowing.
that's a round-the-clock job, right? Because they know that we have to get everything back online, the systems back on the grids in order to kind of get things up and running as they should. That can take some time, and know that if you're in the dark, you're probably not alone on your street. One thing I learned, the takeaway from 2 years ago, after Ian passed through, when I was still in Ohio full-time but had a home here, I was texting my neighbors, and what really concerned me, at least in those initial hours post-Ian, is that I got no response, even when I called or when I texted. And so I'm thinking the worst, and then after about 3 days, the neighbors reached out and said, "Oh, everything's fine. So sorry, we had intermittent service, or Ian really knocked us offline, off grid." So just kind of take a pause for a moment, breathe for a bit, and just know maybe if you can't get one neighbor, perhaps reach out to another one or a family member. If you know somebody else, if you've got multiple contacts on one street, one neighborhood, maybe reach out to them. But just, kind of take a breath and regroup, because that had me worried, being in Ohio. And then it was just, "Oh, everything's fine. We're good. Sorry, we had service." First time we've had this knocked out, and that was more than 2 years ago. So each storm presenting new challenges.
It is, and the silver lining, and I know you and Stephanie Roberts were talking, is if there is a silver lining, it is the fact that this storm did not turn out to be as catastrophic as we all initially thought. Yes, there's going to be damage. It's unfortunate. People are going to have trouble and problems. But I don't know about you, Rob, but I covered the aftermath of Hurricane Ian 2 years ago, and I went to Fort Myers Beach a couple days after, and it's really indescribable what I saw there. It's like a disaster movie, like a set. It's just so surreal and didn't seem real. The damage there was so catastrophic, and I think after seeing that and then seeing this storm, Milton, at one point was a Cat 5 headed directly for Tampa Bay area, Sarasota.
Had its sights set on us.
I almost had to catch my breath, because I thought that imprint of Fort Myers is so seared in my brain of what I saw in the aftermath. It was indescribable.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Just getting an update here. I believe we have some new video that we do want to bring into you. This is Harbor Point Apartments in Bradenton. It's a walkthrough courtesy of our friend and viewer Christopher Brown. Chris getting these at least initial shots post Milton of what we are seeing there, and it looks like some damage, some debris strewn about there. Nothing that wasn't anticipated there, but giving us just a snapshot. This affected, you could be on one street and you had minimal damage. Your neighbor could have lost their home or had so much more damage, depending on the structure.
Look at
we
the
see
tree
some snapped twig. Again, these trees no match for the wrath of what was Hurricane Milton when it did make landfall last night, but giving us an idea of the immense amount of just cleanup just around. This is just one snippet, one kind of snapshot, if you will, of one community. This is Harbor Point Apartments in Bradenton.
Yeah,
Steph.
and when you think of trees, Rob, obviously some trees are more vulnerable to snapping than others. Some trees more flexible. Palm trees, for example, those are the most flexible. You see them swaying. They have a large ability to bend as needed. But we even saw quite a few palm trees in this storm completely uprooted and or snapped, which I think is unusual, and again speaks to the power of the winds at the height of this storm. Over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, the power is so intense, and we're just getting a good look at that today. Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan is in with an update. Bob, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Stephanie and Rob. Thanks for filling us in on the information. There's a lot more information to come, too, obviously, when it comes to this recovery. It's been a long process, looking and driving around town. I had to drive all the way to Northwest Bradenton. I must tell you, there's one thing I want to say, and I'm sure that you guys have gone over this, is that the lights are out at about, I'd say, 80% of the intersections, and it is dangerous. I want you to be very attentive. No cell phones. Nothing. Even I went through a light that I normally go through, but I just forgot. There was a car in front of me that went, and I figured, okay, we're going to go, and we went. So there are law enforcement agents, at least I saw some at some intersections directing traffic, but there's one, in fact, in Manatee Avenue, where as you're driving toward the east on Manatee Avenue just before downtown Bradenton, the light is hanging all the way down to the ground in one lane, so they had to block that. Imagine driving at night and not seeing that. So that's the kind of thing we're looking at. If you don't have to drive, don't. It's simple as that. I mean, even I, who have driven after storms have gone through, realize that, this is a pretty dangerous situation. There's still some flooded roadways. There's still some trees that are sticking out a little bit into the lanes. And a lot of people, I'd say I could count at least 10 people that blew right through the intersection, right through it. And again, it's probably not a lot of their fault because everyone's used to a pattern of driving. You stop at lights, you go, and sometimes if a car in front of you is going, you're going, well, I'm going too. You just kind of get to that mode. So you got to be really attentive and kind of get away from your pattern of normal driving there. I want to show you some video. Obviously, you've seen this before with Mike's show, but the damage I saw, and this is something important, and I'll say it again during some of these newscasts. And by the way, we're on digital right now. We're not on ABC7. In fact, most of the people couldn't see us anyway because power's out, cable's out. So I want you to share this if you're watching this with all your friends, and because there's some valuable information being put out here on our news station, ABC7, mysuncoast.com now. These are some of the pictures. This was the surge. Thankfully, it doesn't look like the surge was terrible as predicted, and we're going to talk on that a little bit too. We're going to talk about that, why it may have not been as big as anticipated. However, we've never had a storm like this to really have the modeling be accurate and kind of refine it. Lots of tornadoes on the East Coast. I don't know if you've seen that, but the video of the tornadoes on the East Coast and the damage and destruction is pretty incredible. You don't get these kind of tornadoes typically down in Florida, but these were some, look to me to be EF2s, EF3s in fact. And once again, when I say that, EF is the enhanced Fujita scale. We usually get zeros or ones, right? 60 miles an hour, maybe up to 100, but the damage I saw is up to, looks like 150 to 200 mile an hour winds. Rainfall totals have been impressive. I'm going to step out a little bit so you can see that. Sarasota Bradenton Airport, 7.26. In Northwest Bradenton, they had over at least 8 inches, and we were only 3/4 of the way through the storm. So we're going to try and get some more accurate data on Bradenton, but I can guarantee you they were over 8 inches of rainfall there. St. Pete, obviously the winner and the loser with flooding conditions there, 18.72. Tampa had 11.47. Again, these numbers that you see here, the 18.72 and 13.05, those were a little bit above the isolated areas. So once again, it's difficult to predict exactly the amount of rain, but it's fairly close. Brandon had 11.61, Lakeland 12.62. A lot of the stations that report rainfall failed. The electricity went out, so we didn't get the reports, but we'll kind of wrap that up through the next couple of days when it comes to getting the accurate amounts. Power outages, a step over here so you can read these. You've seen this graphic before. Still, we're talking over 3 million people here in Florida that are without power. And again, Sarasota County, that number's gone down. At its height, it was around 80% last night. So they're doing their job. 66%, Manatee County, 75%, still without power. And you can see we go down the list. Hillsborough County, 72%. And into Pinellas County, still at 412,000. That's pretty typical with Pinellas County. They always seem to have the most. Currently, we've got some partly cloudy skies. And there's some high clouds around, but a pretty nice day for cleanup. I know I cleaned up at my house a little bit with the little time I had, and there's a lot more cleanup to do. Obviously, we had a big tree down. The wind gust forecast for us, not too bad at all, anywhere from 10 to 20 miles an hour as we go through time on Friday. So not very windy. We're not expecting a lot of rainfall. That's good. We're getting low dew points. That's good. That means low humidity. When you're out there working is a big deal because you can get overheated really quick. And if you don't have power, you don't have AC. And you don't have AC, you can overheat. Heat stroke is a big problem after a hurricane moves through. A lot of people, unfortunately, have to go to the hospital because they're working too hard to get things cleaned up, and that's always an issue. So no real threat of any significant rainfall. Give us a chance to dry out a little bit. As the Suncoast winds go, notice there's only Tampa here reported and Punta Gorda. The ASOS station, we call it, which is the Automated Surface Observation System, is not working, not functioning. Neither is the Venice Pier. So keep that in mind. There's a lot of things that you may not get as far as temperatures go. 67 degrees in Sarasota, 69 dew point. These are dew points now. Normally during the summer when it's unbearable out there, those dew points are mid-70s, 75, 78 we even had this summer. So these are more comfortable. Still a little humid out there into the mid to upper 60s, but not bad. and the humidity is going to drop tonight. So we should have some nice low temperatures to start the day off tomorrow. And temperatures will still be into the low to mid 80s for highs on Friday with little chance for rainfall as we go through. This is the last graphic showing the storm is out there. It's non-tropical, really. It's moving to the east very rapidly, but it has left its mark on our state and for many, many months to come and possibly years. I don't know if you've seen the picture, you guys, but we had a picture taken out there on Anna Marie Island of a very popular pier. It's called the Rod and Reel Pier. It got beat up badly during Helene, and now it's wiped out. It's gone. There was some speculation that that's a rumor, that someone faked that picture, but it's not. It's true. Rod and Reel Pier is gone. And as you may know, we show that camera a lot of times of the Rod and Reel Pier.
Right.
We still have, we'll still get the camera back. We lost the camera after Helene, but no longer that nice shot of the people enjoying the pier that so many people have. So there's still a lot of recovery to go and lots of time to do it, at least weather-wise, without any interruption. We're going to talk about some interruption, or at least speculation. A lot of people are saying, what about this next storm? Not to worry about it yet. There are models showing something brewing, but not to worry about it quite yet. So back to you, Rob and Stephanie, with more.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. And the images are just heartbreaking when you see that Rod and Reel Pier, which is such a beloved place, people to go to hang out,
Right.
people love fishing, and just see it, to know that it's destroyed and that was just confirmed it's really heartbreaking.
Yeah, especially such a landmark, so beloved, and there are so many of those around there, right? That's just a small microcosm of how many things are loved around here and cherished. A lot of things obviously changing. This is a fluid situation. Stephanie has some new information. We're talking about Tampa International Airport. What do we know, Stephanie?
Tampa officials telling us that they do expect to reopen the airport tomorrow. That's Friday at 8 a.m. They provided some information. They say that roadways are clear and parking garages are in good shape. They also say that the airport is not experiencing any wastewater issues, so that's good because a lot of areas had to have the sewage shut off. They also say that the airport rescue and firefighting station also had no significant damage, but there were several areas that were impacted by the storm.
They certainly were. We do know that heavy winds and rainfall did impact several areas. They're specifically targeting right now the fuel depot. It lost power. The backup generators did kick in, but they're assisting with permanent repairs at this point. So the major fueling center, as you can imagine, with so many jets coming in and out of that airport on a daily basis, a weekly basis, they have to make sure that that is secured and that is ready to go back online. 6 boarding bridges that move those passengers from the air sides to aircraft, they were damaged by high winds. I want to say we had video of one of those earlier. Obviously, those are no match for the wind as well, and debris across the big campus area, right? Tampa International, massive area.
At the Airside C.
Airside C, yeah. The shuttle guideway and repairing leaks in some of the main parts of the terminal and gate hold areas. It's a massive undertaking. What about that one?
Yeah. So the General Aviation Fixed Base Operator's Signature has some significant structural damage as well, though no damage to any aircraft has been reported, so that is good. Officials say that they are working with their partners to facilitate the arrival of emergency relief flights this afternoon and crew-only commercial aircraft tonight so they can be ready for morning departures. So working very hard at TPA, and they will open tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Let's take a look at the video right now. This is absolutely captivating as we see Hillsborough County first responders in motion. Rescue video. This is water rescue videos as they are happening right now. We are seeing this for the first time, as are you.
Look at the water.
Look at the water, how high it is. Exactly where this is around the Hillsborough area, county area, we don't know. We don't have an actual. Guys, if we have a locale, please let us know that. But you see the rafts out there looking for folks who, in fact, may have not been able to get out or navigate after this storm surge hit last night. We know that storm surge hitting us about 8:30 Siesta Key in the direct line of that storm itself, but certainly affecting so many parts or other areas of the Suncoast. I still can't wrap my head around nearly 19 inches of rainfall at its height in our Pinellas County.
Yeah,
Amazing.
St.
Where does it
Petersburg,
all go?
Which is also very low lying. It goes rising water, as you saw there. Similar story in Hillsborough County. That water is still very high. Assuming those pictures were taken at some point today, not sure how long ago, but look at that water still there. And it looked very high, and they were obviously using those little power boats to rescue people. That's scary.
Can we roll that again, guys? Can we show it one more time? It's a captivating clip that shows you the magnitude of the water that the day after, if you will, as we assess, there is still an active rescue and recovery going on here for folks. Look how high the water is up past those cars. A lot of folks maybe not heeding the warnings to get out of certain areas. But again, as we talked about the flash floods, maybe they did the right things. They took all the steps, and in fact, they got hit with the flash flood. And what do you do at that point?
Yeah, and that estimates to be, again, that 2 to 3 feet of water inside. If you see the water coming up that high on those homes have water inside. I mean, there is just no way around it. When that water comes in, it saturates all around, including up in the foundation. And you can even see in that one shot to the right, it looked like an apartment building, 2-story. You can clearly see that water appears to be inside that as well. It is just so, it's heartbreaking to see that because, again, these people probably didn't see it coming.
No.
They were like, oh, we're kind of in the safe zone.
You can only prepare so much. Mother Nature has the last laugh on all of us. We are expecting folks to join Governor Ron DeSantis. He, earlier today in St. Lucie County on the East Coast, damaging tornadoes there, deadly twisters. We know of at least 4 people lives confirmed lost during the height of the storm. Kevin Guthrie from the Emergency Management Center saying that number we heard at least maybe another death, at least 5, according to Kevin. We're getting confirmation on that. Those numbers still very fluid, changing at this point. We know the governor then flying directly from St. Lucie to here in Sarasota County at 2:45 is expected to be speaking at Mobile Estates Mobile Home Park in Sarasota. Mobile Estates Mobile Home Park. Obviously a lot of damage there. There's a reason why he goes there, right? There's a reason why the team sends them there to assess one of the areas that may be most under distress at this point. Obviously with the takeoff and landing, we are still waiting, but of course when we get word that he is there, ready to take to the podium, of course, we will take you to him live. He's certainly got a lot of assessing to do, a lot of homework, but the bottom line is, he said, cutting through the bureaucracy, getting the job done, and getting this state back online. It's priority.
Yeah, and in terms of the number of homes destroyed and or damaged, those numbers are fluid, as you said, but earlier when they held a news conference alongside the Emergency Management Director, Kevin Guthrie, he said that there were, I believe, 125 homes destroyed so far attributed to Hurricane Milton. I believe the bulk of those were mobile homes, but we'll have to wait on that. But so many more damage. Roofs. We saw that video, compelling video in Hillsborough County where the tree literally came through the ceiling.
Right.
And that is terrifying. That is why you evacuate, even when you're not in a flood zone or a zone A, B, or C. That is why you evacuate. That's a perfect example right there because anything can happen. A lot of people feel confident riding out the storm, and that's fine. Everyone has to do what's best for them.
Sure.
But when you are told to evacuate, especially zones A, B, and C, get out. And then if you're in another zone and you don't want to live through the trauma, because having been through it here in this structure, this bunker, if you will, we didn't really feel the impacts too much, and I felt very confident with that.
Sure.
But having to live through it, perhaps in a smaller structure that was shaking violently from the wind. My mom's been through some hurricanes, and she describes it as a freight train coming through. She said the last one she went through was elephants on the roof. So to me, that's traumatic for a lot of people. So if you can avoid that, it's best to probably do that.
Absolutely. We have crews in the field on a limited basis. They're gathering information while it's safe and when it's safe to do so. Let's check in with our Jordan Litwiller, who's in Smuggler's Cove. Wow. And that is just a snapshot, right? Those stories are going to keep coming, that the landmarks, the businesses, the things that you know and love that have been the same for so long, may be forever changed after this one storm cell that we call Milton.
Yeah, you see that, and it is sad because that's a family favorite. I mean, that has been there for so many years. We all know it. It's not far from the station.
Not at all.
And people love to come, when they come to town, they love to pop over, take the kids for a game of mini golf. It's very cute, it's very kitschy, kind of old Florida kitschy in a way.
You love that.
And I just hate to see those kinds of things gone, damaged like that. I mean, hopefully they can repair what they can, but when you see that level of damage, it is sad because so many people, it's so beloved by so many.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think about so many businesses that were affected by the wrath of Debbie and with Helene, and and it's like, how many times can you rebuild? How many times do you say, let's close this chapter, open a new one? It gets to be taxing, it gets to be expensive, it gets to be a lot of red tape. So I think that you will see the mindscape, I think you will see the business outlook and the trajectory of building here and codes forever changed as we move forward, whether we like that or not. But that's where we're at this point, post, again, Milton.
I think that that is a lot of what people are discussing. By the way, we just got a note from our producer, Ben. He says, no audio on Jordan. Tell the audience we will come back soon to him. So
Jordan was speaking very softly.
We're
Let's
sorry
just go
about
with
that. So yeah.
It was just a whisper at the
again,
golf course. And again, we don't have our usual hookups here, so we apologize. It looked like he was doing a great job to me, but anything but. I expect a couple text messages and they're not already there. Sorry. We'll try that one again later. But this is a fluid process. We're learning as you are, making the best of it in our temporary digs here in Lakewood Ranch. If you are just joining us this hour for the first coverage, we've been here more than 24 hours in what we call a very safe space, a small army of technicians, producers, and all the folks in the management team and all of us who bring you the news every day. And it is a team effort. Kind of setting up temporary shop in what we believed and what we're so thankful for was a safe space far away from our beloved headquarters in downtown Sarasota when the call was made just to kind of vacate. So we usually have other things there that we just don't have all the way here, and that's okay.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you talked about, the mindscape and the insurance situation. Prior to even these storms, Florida has been in a bit of an insurance crisis. It's no secret. We've spoken to Mark Friedlander with the Insurance Information Institute multiple times, and this is because of the storms that we've had. All it does is it's like a domino effect, and a lot of the insurers have pulled out of the state. A lot of people are on Citizens trying to get folks off of the state-sponsored insurer of last resort. So it's been a bit of a mess and that's not an understatement. But now, where do you go from here?
Right.
At what point do people say, okay, this is worth it, this is not worth it? What does this mean for the bigger picture? Does this mean that everybody's rates go up? What does this mean for the future of building, rebuilding, tearing down, new codes? I mean, we don't have to get into all of that today, obviously, but it really is top of mind. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to be faced with some difficult decisions, and it probably more than likely will forever change the landscape.
We know that a lot of conversations are going on in households and probably in a lot of those big companies, as they say, and take a closer look at Florida and kind of the what is needed, the policies and procedures to keep us safe here. You better believe that now, coming down here, I'm always looking and making sure and checking my policies, and it is something that you want to make sure things are taken care of. Don't wait the day before the storm to call. Make sure that whatever you want, whatever works for you or does not work, that is the way that you want it, in fact, in the eye of the storm, because it can be kind of heartbreaking, to say the least.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fatigue. A lot of people asking themselves, flooding fatigue. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to live in this house, whether it be on the water, whether it be in a flood zone, whether it be flooding, thank you, Ben, multiple times, things like that. So there's going to be a lot of hard conversations in the coming days, weeks, and months.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have some new numbers here, and these are some new numbers for outages. Manatee County right now, 162,000 without power. Sarasota, 198,000.
Yeah, that's down. All
Yeah.
2,000 or whatever it was. We were a little over 200,000 just about an hour ago. That's okay. Hey, you know what? Every bit of progress, that's what we call progress. And that's what it's going to be. It's going to be baby steps. Give them time. Be patient. They're out there working for you, for your family. So it's not going to be just business as usual.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like that today. It probably won't be like that tomorrow or throughout the weekend. This is what we're dealing with right now. But know that those forces are on the ground. They're out there doing what they can. What are we looking at? Charlotte County, about 70,000 almost
69
down there.
actually, so it's dropped below that 70,000 level.
Yeah, that's
again,
good.
inching its way down.
So every little bit helps. And know that, again, wherever you're at, you know, that you're still there. Hopefully your family's in one place. You know, this may be the time where you do reassessing, where you talk about, hey, what did you think about last night? Let's talk about this with your friends, with your family, with children, because there are going to be questions, there are going to be apprehensions, and know that this is a new reality for us here. And that's okay to have those questions, those concerns, and to know that it's okay to reach out for help sometimes. There is help available.
Yeah, there is. And that's the other thing, you know, when you talk about these hurricanes, 3 major hurricanes just in the last month, recent weeks, 3 major hurricanes hitting the state of Florida. We saw something similar happen back in 2004 was the last time we had these back-to-back, really rough,
relentless season.
Relentless. And, you know, a lot of people asking themselves, is this a one-off? Is this an anomaly? Are we good now? Or is this the new normal?
You start to question your decisions.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and
and
rethinking what's best for you and your family.
Yeah.
And if you are joining us at this hour, again, Governor DeSantis being loud and clear about the efforts to rebuild, to restore. And the main thing I was hearing is get the debris out where the debris does not need to be. Obviously, it was a round-the-clock effort, a marathon effort to get things cleaned up post Helene. That happened in many communities. Did it happen at all? No, it did not. So we took the lesson learned from that, and it's going to be all hands on deck, according to the governor, and him saying quite frequently that this is going to cut through what he called all bureaucracy. So all bets are off. It's getting things cleaned up, making your neighborhood look more suitable, more like it was before Helene hit and before Milton hit. And that's certainly the point. The governor, again, speaking about 2 hours ago in St. Lucie County. We have some new video in now. And Stephanie, what are we looking at with this one? Some good captivating shots
this is
with
coming. This video coming out of Northport. This is coming out of Northport. The city says that they're lowering the water levels, so of the dam, bringing down those water levels, which is a good thing. They lowered the levels. We understand. Well, at least Manatee County did. I'm assuming Charlotte County did the same thing. They lowered those water levels pre-Milton in anticipation of getting a lot of water, obviously for the hurricane, which is always a good thing to do. So now, obviously, the storm came through, the water levels rose, and now they're bringing those back down again. So that's a good thing that they're actually doing that. Public Works also assessing infrastructure there in Northport.
Yeah, and we also learned, is this from Northport city staff and Northport working to lower water levels? I guess that corresponds with what we're talking about.
That was the video.
So what Steph just kind of alluded to, that is definitely the case there. Staff there in Northport working around the clock, lowering the water levels. They're assessing critical infrastructure and facilities. Keep in mind that community alone, they're one of the fastest growing cities, not only in the state, but in the entire United States. So there has been such a microscope put over the infrastructure there, right? They're still dealing with bridges, with roads, and with a lot of the water level mechanisms that are from 40, 50 years ago, right? So there's such a critical need to update those infrastructures and those things that we all use every day. In fact, because that community is growing at lightning speed, and that's a great thing. The Department of Public Works clearing trees and debris from roadways and water, control structures, repairing potholes and street signs. So many of those viable street signs.
Can we talk about potholes for a minute too?
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that they're working to address. Power outages at lift stations there. Major focus, the lift stations being affected. But they said, here's the good part though, no interruption, at least what we know at this hour, to water and wastewater services.
That is actually good news, because we have seen many, I'll take that from you. We have seen many of these cities struggling. Pinellas County had to shut off the water. Other counties on boil water notices because of the water supply or the sewage. They had to turn it off so it didn't become compromised. Officials saying that they will be open emergency call center. They have an emergency call center in Northport here, and want to let you know that they are going to be open, and they say that they are here to help. Let me say the number. I know we don't usually have a graphic, but we're kind of makeshift here.
Right.
That number, if you want to grab a pen, is 941-429-7000. That's the emergency call center in Northport. They say that they're going to be open until 5 o'clock today. They're also going to be open from 8 to 5 tomorrow. They are saying, though, if you do have a true emergency, you can call 911. But if not, go ahead and give the emergency call center a call if you need to speak to someone. Maybe you have some questions about your services. Again, 941-429-7000. Back to the restoring of the services and all the work that they're doing, assessing.
Right.
You talked about the potholes. Let's talk about potholes for a second, because I want to warn people, usually after storms like this, when there's a lot of water in the road, some of that concrete and paving can become a little compromised, and you do tend to see a lot more potholes.
Great
so you want to be
point.
mindful when you're driving on the road as well. You know, you're driving with your tire, you hit a pothole, you could blow out a tire. It's just not worth it. But be very careful, because we do tend to see more potholes from the water that seeps into the concrete.
Absolutely. It's such a hidden danger that
It
we
is.
don't think that we usually have to deal with that. And in fact, we do. Thank you, Ben. We appreciate it. We are getting some new updates now. If you are venturing out, we hope you don't need to do that today. If you don't absolutely have to do it. But Beach Road in Englewood, very busy thoroughfare. We're talking State Road 776 and North Beach Road, closed at the Charlotte County line due to impacts from Hurricane Milton. What those exact impacts are, we don't know. So again, I'll repeat that. We're talking Beach Road, Englewood, closed at State Road 776, and North Beach Road closed at the Charlotte-Sarasota County line due to the impacts of Milton.
Yeah, and at this time they are saying that only business owners on Beach Road in Englewood will be able to access their property to secure their businesses. Also, they're saying that Beach Road has been deemed a hazardous area. So they're asking everyone to exercise caution and patience as you travel. Many areas are still unsafe, and crews are working to clear those hazards. Residents are not being granted access at this time. So only business owners right now. Residents still stay away. They're saying, please do not come in there. It is unsafe. And as we've been reiterating, it is really always all about safety first.
Yeah, and that's a heads up. It's the notice has been put out there. So the best advice is to avoid the area. You know, hopefully whatever it is can just wait tomorrow if that's usually your pathway or where you needed to go, but just avoid that area, because there's a bigger picture here that we need to take away. We don't want any more statistics. We don't want any more injuries or certainly loss of life. And that is what folks are doing at this point, at this stage, one day after the actual strike of the storm itself that we called Milton, and the effects being felt all over the state. We understand the governor, again, supposed to, at any moment, we're going to be going to him at the Mobile Estates Mobile Home Park in the city of Sarasota. He's taking his time, he's getting around, he's talking to neighbors, he's assessing what's going on. There's a lot going on. He's hearing directly from the folks who are living in these communities. What is the biggest need? Where are we at right now? Obviously, it's going to be a long road ahead, but Mobile Estates Mobile Home Park in Sarasota, there's certainly a reason why he chose that spot. We will find out in a few minutes when we can bring that actual information to you live. We will certainly go to it live at that point.
Yeah. Guys, do we have any reporters that we can go to, or any tape that I know. Okay, yeah. We, as we've been talking about, our crews have been in the field all day long. They will continue to be out there working around the clock. And we want to turn now to our Jordan Litwiller. Do we not have him?
Is it a...
Okay. So Jordan Litwiller, he's been at multiple locations, actually. One of the places that he went to was a mechanic shop, someplace where they kind of repair cars, and it had some pretty significant damage. Let's go to Jordan now and take a look at that.
Hey guys, we're here in Sarasota, just off of 10th Street, and we're seeing some of the most devastating damage that I think we've seen during our time here this morning. I just wanted to take a look around here and show you a little bit about what the reality is for some of these business owners here along the Suncoast. Right here we're looking at a garage. This was actually a mechanic shop, and there's a number of cars still in this garage, but the garage is completely flattened. As you can see, it's a wood-framed garage, and there's just not a whole lot left that you can see, and navigating this going forward is going to be a real challenge for the business owner. I actually just talked to the owner, and he said that he was just very emotional, saying that he lost everything, and now it's going to be a completely rebuilding effort for him here. But you can see, I don't know if you can zoom in here and see some of the cars inside, but this is one of the garage doors right here. The glass inside the doors is just completely shattered onto one of those cars. It's a pretty sizable garage, you know. It goes all the way across this little block here, with cars all the way down here as well. And the owner also said that all of the cars inside were his as well. So it's not just the building itself, but also the property inside that is really devastating for this business owner. I also want to show you this here along the side of the road. There are some pretty big trees here right off of the coast. We're about half a mile away from the bay in the Van Wezel area. There's some pretty heavy trees here that came down and actually took some of the wires here with it. So that's another thing to keep in mind as people get out into the community for the first time since Hurricane Milton, is to always be aware of what you're driving over. First responders are making sure that everybody is aware that it is not safe to drive over any downed power lines because you never know if they're hot or not. That was one of the big issues that we saw in my time up in South Carolina, was those downed power lines, making it very challenging to get around town. And so again, first responders today are just encouraging everybody to stay in their homes and just hunker down for a little while. Yet the main threat being the actual storm itself has passed, but there are still a lot of threats here as we still continue recovery efforts and really just get recovery efforts going underway. But as you can see here, this is one of the prime examples of what the new reality is for some of these business owners and some of the residents here along the Suncoast. It's going to be a really long recovery effort for many of these people here, and it's just getting started. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Wow, just a sampling of that.
Yeah.
Jordan showing us up close and personal in a safe way the damage just in Bradenton alone. That's just one block. What I'm still astounded by is when you see those images, when you see the shots, how maybe, you know, one block or one little street or business was obliterated, nothing next door.
Right.
The next
right.
one may be partially damaged and nothing next door to that. So it's a very cruel pattern that Mother Nature follows sometimes with these storm cells.
Yeah, and that video, those pictures of that building, I mean, collapsing inward upon itself, and then you could even see like a car inside too. So yeah, just I'm sure that owner is going to come back to their business, and you know, it's going to be a hard time for them.
It's a lot of folks reassessing.
A lot to take in.
Businesses went out on Anna Maria Island the other day. They were still showing me the damage left behind inside their store from what Helene left behind, and boy, have they got a lot to deal with now. But you know who may have some great new information for us, at least it looks like sunny from our vantage point here in our temporary digs in Lakewood Ranch, is meteorologist Leslie Lacey. Leslie, good afternoon.
Hi, Leslie.
Hi there, Rob. You know, I love that you and Stephanie were just talking about how one little area can be so affected. That's actually, you know, almost like a line, right? And it's not a tornado. You know, you think of lines of destruction, you think of big tornado lines. But this area that we're talking about, this is also caused by just gusts. So when I went home, this is kind of a crazy story. There's many trees down in my area, and a lot of signs that are ripped up, and then a lot of garbage in my pool. My pool is filled with debris and so forth. And I had a little flooding in the garage, but so a lot of wind damage around. The fences are down and so forth. But then I left, I was in a hurry, and I actually left a light little garbage can right out front. I mean, you could pick it up and sell it. It's still there in the same spot. It's just wacky how Mother Nature behaves sometimes. And that's what I mean about these gusts sometimes. It can be totally normal just over here, and then you go over here and it's complete damage. So that's why we like to focus, and we do a lot of querying on those gusts as well. Well, better news today, obviously. It's shaping up to be a nice weather day. Feels a lot more comfortable. We've got a little bit of a breeze out there. We're starting to see some sunshine, which is nice, right? So the current temperatures right now, Mayaca City, we're at 80 degrees. As we move up into Wauchula and Arcadia, a little bit cooler here, 79, 75 in Arcadia. These are nice temperatures here. 78 in Parrish. We're in the upper 70s along Anna Maria Island. Bradenton at 79, and we're clocking in at Sarasota is off here, but it's about 80 degrees in Sarasota. Lakewood Ranch is 80, 82 in Venice. Mayaca City, 80 degrees, 81 in Northport, 84 in Punta Gorda. Okay, so some important reminders. Don't go into any flooded water out there. You know, some areas got a lot of rain. It was different. Bradenton really got hammered last night, but remember, it's very dirty. This isn't a time that you want to go to the beach. Oh, the sunshine, I'm go out there. It's a mess. And again, the water, I don't want to gross you out, okay? But you don't wait until that water cleans out, okay? So we've got many power outages, and I'm going to get to those numbers in just a minute, but just try to have some patience. I know it's pretty tough, especially when you live in Florida, and we're used to our air conditioning. We're kind of spoiled here. If anything, it's nice to just get in the car and cool off. But, you know, we've got lower temperatures, so that's nice. It's helping out. And also, guess what? We've got lower humidity. So, you know, whenever a big storm like this comes through, a couple things happen. Behind it, the water actually cools a little bit, so that's always good because we know those warm Gulf waters tend to really fuel these hurricanes. And behind it, you have a bunch of upwelling that starts to happen. So those colder, deeper waters come up, and they are cooler, and so you start to have a few degrees of dropping, and that's always a good thing. And also, we have cooler, drier air behind these storms. So we've got low humidity. It's on the way. All right, now we're actually going to break in and go to a live feed of our governor. So here is Governor DeSantis.
Doing our tour with like Siesta Key. I mean, our buildings that were built, you know, in the last 20, 30 years, I mean, they did very well. They look good. There was obviously damage. There were trees. Some of the structures were damaged. But, you know, you have some of those newer homes that have been built with more updated building code. They seem to fare very well. So we'll see as the damage assessments come in and as the reports. Now, we have at the state level, we're continuing supporting search and rescue operations. As of this afternoon, at least 340 individuals and 49 pets have been rescued. Florida National Guard, Florida law enforcement, and urban search and rescue teams are continuing to work throughout the day. We've got a lot of rescue craft operational. Hundreds of rescuers are engaged in over 125 missions in 26 counties. Some of that's in conjunction with the local law enforcement and fire and other first responders. I know a lot of the sheriffs are doing a lot of good work. You know, this storm came in the way it did. The dirty side of the storm was kind of Sarasota, Charlotte area. And then the northern side of the storm, it actually, instead of doing storm surge into Tampa Bay, it sucked it out. But the northern side of the storm had a lot of precipitation. I mean, they were just getting water dumped on them. So whereas Helene created a lot of storm surge in that part of the state, this one didn't do that there, but it created like inland flooding. And you're going to, so you see that in Pinellas and Hillsborough counties. You also got an awful lot of water dumped in the center and northern parts of the state on the northern side of the storm. So we're going to continue to respond for those as appropriate. Power. So as of the 3 p.m. update, we've got 3.2 million that are without power, 3.2 million accounts throughout the state of Florida. Since the storm hit, 880,000 have been restored. So we've basically had a storm that's had over 4 million power outages. I think that's probably similar to what we saw with Hurricanes Irma and Hurricanes Ian. And I know but on this one, we have 50,000 linemen. We had probably 40-some thousand for Ian. I don't think they had them pre-staged for Irma, but we've got over 50,000 linemen. So they are hard at work. I know this area is FPL. I know they're planning a big push. So we feel very confident that those folks are working very hard, and you're going to see some good stuff here in the ensuing time period. Sarasota County, where we are now, is about 66% out as we speak. Prior to landfall here in Sarasota, we staged thousands of sandbags, 9 high water vehicles, 3 high-wheeled vehicles for search and rescue, 12 emergency sat phones, 4 urban search and rescue teams, and 2 swift water teams. And now we are continuing to help with 25 additional generators, 3 swamp buggies, FWC search and rescue boats, 3 mobile command vehicles, 4 ambulance strike teams, 4,000 gallons of diesel, 4,000 gallons of regular unleaded, 5 helicopters, additional Starlinks, 20 diesel trash pumps, and additional supplies like tarps, fans, and dehumidifiers. Cut and toss began at first light by the Florida Department of Transportation. We have 328 crews active in the field, over 350 pieces of heavy equipment, 150 bridge inspectors were dispatched immediately, and over 620 bridges have already been inspected. As I said in my executive order for Hurricane Milton, local authorities must allow residents back to their homes once the roadways are deemed safe. In Tampa, the Sunshine Skyway, Gandy, Howard Franklin, and Courtney Campbell causeways have all been inspected, cleared, and they are open for traffic. Bridges are being opened as soon as state inspections are complete. There are a couple bridges throughout other parts of the state where they are looking at different issues. I-4, I-75, Alligator Alley are all clear and they're all open. US 1 and A1A have been cleared with the exception of A1A at Matanzas Avenue in Butler Beach. That's over on the other coast. Assessing a few areas where damage has occurred along roadways and bridges, such as washouts and flooding. That is continuing to go. There have been 5,000 traffic signals. 280 signals in the state are not currently operational. They're working to deploy generators to get those back up. If you come to a traffic light that is out, you treat it like a four-way stop. So just remember, that's how people are going to do. So if you're going, you got to stop, look like you would on a stop sign. There are many schools closed today, but we're working with the Department of Education as schools resume as quickly as possible across the state, and that's going to be a little bit different depending on how you were affected by the storm. But I think the majority of those school districts that were closed probably had minimal to no impacts from the storm and should be able to resume operations very quickly. If you want to look to see what your school district's plans are, you can go to fldoe.org/storm info. Now, please remember, as you survey damage and you clean up, be cautious of any downed power lines. They can be deadly. Do not touch them and stay away from any debris that may be tangled within the power lines. Be careful of standing water. You know, we were Siesta Key. I was able to see. I mean, there's some. It's gone down, but there is some. There's going to be some inland flooding. Just be very careful when you're talking about standing water. There could be power lines down in there. There could be other hazards, and that could cause major problems. Be careful when you use ladders. We always have injuries and sometimes even fatalities based on the use of ladders. We've got a lot of elderly residents. We have different groups that will be in Florida that will help you with some of these things. These charity groups, these church groups, they go in to help people with their homes and help clean up debris. So utilize that. Don't put yourself at risk. If you operate a generator, do not operate your generator inside your home. It must be operated outside your home. We still have Visit Florida's emergency accommodation modules on Expedia and Priceline available if people need temporary shelter. For another 2 weeks, we have extended the Hope Florida line. So that's going to be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if you need help or you need some resources, like maybe helping hand with some things around your house or maybe some things with some supplies, you know, we've got all these organizations that come to help in the subsequent to these storms. They're all plugged into Hope Florida. So you can call 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE, and Activate Hope is the disaster arm for Hope Florida, and that is up and running. We also have small business loans available. So we have $50 million. It's interest-free, very forgiving payment options. So if you need cash as a business, you can apply for up to $50,000. If you're agriculture and aquaculture, you have up to $100,000. And if you're citrus and cattle, you have up to $150,000. So please take advantage if you want. If you want to apply for that, you go to floridajobs.org/EBL. We also are accepting donations for the Florida Disaster Fund. This is a charitable, tax-deductible donation. 100% of the proceeds go to helping victims of both Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton. And so if you want to do that, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org. I want to thank everybody who's worked really hard. We're still assessing the damage from this storm. I mean, I think clearly just going around that there was damage from it. I think in some areas, in terms of what was being predicted, some of the worst case scenarios did not come to pass, certainly in terms of some of the storm surge. People were predicting perhaps in the Tampa Bay area. The storm did weaken as it made landfall. And so whereas it was churning ferociously off the Yucatan Peninsula, by the time it made it to the coast of Florida, those winds were a little bit tamer. Still enough to do a lot of damage, but in terms of our assessments and being able to bounce back, I feel confident we're going to do that as a state. This power restoration effort is underway by all the major utilities. They've had the people ready, and they know that this is something that's really important. So you've got a lot of people working on that. We're very confident on reopening the ports like Tampa to make sure that fuel is continuing to flow. We have a lot of fuel in reserve in the state if we need to fill any gaps, but I'm confident we're going to be able to have an adequate amount of fuel delivered to the gas stations one way or another. If we need to use Florida Highway Patrol to help rush the trucks there, then we'll do that. But we should be in pretty good shape as far as that goes. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved. And we'll be putting out information about things like points of distribution for food and water. We're taking some of those inputs from some of the counties. I mean, some people said before the storm they wanted pods. Maybe they don't need pods now, depending on what damage. But we do anticipate when the counties are ready, rolling out some of the pods and providing some of the resources in terms of food, water, and other supplies like tarps for people as they may need it. So, okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for everything you do for communities like these to make our job much easier and much more successful. Before I get started, there's a lot of people here that I want to thank that are the partners of the State Emergency Response Team. And as I look around here from right to left, we've got the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Florida Highway Patrol, the Florida National Guard, members of the federal and state USAR task forces that are in here, local sheriff's offices. These men and women, went through the storm to get to you to be able to help you. And we certainly appreciate everything that they do. Even though Hurricane Milton has exited the east coast of Florida, storm surge is still expected along the east coast. Major flooding continues along Hillsborough, St. Johns, and the Little Wekiva rivers, and water levels are forecast to continue rising, not going down. They're forecast to continue rising through those areas. Residents in these areas should continue to shelter in place until officials deem it safe to go outside. Roadways are flooded, and the potential for hazardous conditions with them still exists. Please do not walk or drive through them under any circumstances. 6 inches of moving water can knock a person over, and 1 foot of moving water can sweep you away in your vehicle. Accidents due to floodwaters are preventable. All you got to do is just stay out of them. Right now, our teams are in the field working in parallel over the next 72 hours to do 3 things. That is to search, secure, and stabilize the areas from getting any worse. As these search and rescue missions continue to respond to Milton, please do not go out and visit impacted areas. You are inhibiting first responders by doing so. Listen to local authorities for updates on when it is safe. If you are sheltered in place or you're now returning home and you are outside, one of the first things you should do is document your damages. Make sure that you take a picture of all 4 sides of the outside of your home. When you go inside, make sure you take pictures in each and every room and have a point of reference like an electrical socket or a doorknob. That gives us reference to know how high the water was inside your home if you indeed had water intrusion. If you have lost power and want to use a generator as a backup, please use it safely. Generator accidents are also 100% preventable. Make sure you put it on a flat, dry surface at least 20 feet away from all doors and windows. Make sure you wait 20 minutes when you refuel, and then keep a carbon monoxide detector in your home so that the fumes and odorless fumes can be deadly, and then you'll be able to be warned about those. If you are beginning your cleanup process, please ensure you are wearing the appropriate safety gear. But as the governor has already mentioned, we will send volunteer organizations into your communities that will help you clean this up. They will help you get trees off. They will help you do stuff with the roof and re-tarp them. You do not have to do that if you're on your own, if you're by yourself, if you have some physical capability that limits you in going up and down a ladder. All of those are preventable injuries. Just call us, 1-833-GET-HOPE. We will put you into the system, and we will get people to come to you and help you with that. Do not cut any lines. I cannot say this enough. Every disaster, we end up having somebody cut either a coax cable or a fiber optic cable. That is your lifeline to 911 services. Please do not cut lines. Let somebody else come in and do the cutting for you. If you see a dangerous situation, make sure you call your local authorities and report it so that they can come out and mitigate it. For assistance after the storm, for information, please call 1-800-342-3577. I'm sorry, that's a correction. 1-800-342-3557. Help is available in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. You can always visit floridadisaster.org/updates for more information in real time. The best way to follow us and get those updates is follow us on X and Instagram at FLSERT and on Facebook at FDEM for, again, real-time updates. Governor, thank you so much. Appreciate your cooperation and assistance.
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon, everybody. First, I just want to express my deepest sympathy to everybody who has been impacted by these storms. I know many people have been impacted by not just Milton, but also Helene, and maybe some of you, even Debbie. These back-to-back storms are hard, and I know that there's been a loss of life. And when I brief the president and I give him updates, he continues to say, please make sure we're giving Floridians everything that they need. And so part of my reason for being here on the ground is to make sure I can understand what the impacts are. And as I've been able to go through Siesta Key this morning and see the impacts, talk to local leaders, talk to residents here, I can see the impacts. I heard the concerns. And one of those big concerns that I've heard continues to be the debris removal. The governor and I had a conversation about this pre-storm, and I assured him that we are going to be flexible in how we execute our authorities for those emergency debris removal measures that had to take place prior to the storm making landfall. And I will continue to make sure that we are bringing everything we need to support the Floridians in their response and their recovery from this event. When the governor asked for a pre-landfall emergency declaration, the president quickly approved that, and it gave us the ability to employ all of our search and rescue teams that we brought into the area, as well as some of our ambulances to support some of the response operations through the evening. We have additional resources that are staged throughout the state, and we'll continue to work with Director Guthrie on what his needs are and support him where he needs us the most. What I will say to close on this is just, again, my heart goes out to everybody that's been impacted. We have resources here. We are integrated really well with the state partners, Director Guthrie and his team. I will continue to provide the governor any resources that he needs. And just know that FEMA and the rest of the federal family will be here to support you throughout this recovery. Thank you.
Also just want to make clear again, as we're in this phase of getting our legs underneath us, assessing the damage, helping with rescues, stabilizing, getting people back on their feet, there may be opportunities that some people think they can take advantage of. I'm warning you, don't do that. If you loot, you will be held accountable. If you're doing things that violate the law, if you're going to try to take advantage of vulnerable people, we're going to throw the book at you. I mean, we even had some jackass chain a dog to a pole as the storm was coming. Florida Highway Patrol rescued the dog. It's now in Tallahassee. Honestly, it's a good dog, but I mean, it's traumatized from that. And so they're, we're watching over the dog now, but it's like, you see some of this stuff. And so as we see so much good and how people band together and respond and are out there with our first responders, people have been working around the clock since the beginning of the onset of the Helene emergency, nonstop for the last few weeks. You also see the flip side of that as you see some people who do a lot of really bad things. And so just know you're not going to get away with it. You will be held accountable one way or another. Okay, anybody have questions?
What's the plan for
So we do know that Verizon did have some issues. We already made calls to Verizon. They are working desperately to get that back up and running. That was more of a Central Florida issue. This here is going to be more of an electric issue and getting the power back onto the actual towers. But simultaneously, we will be moving generators in, working with the big three, which is T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon, to figure out where they need help. If we need to provide them fuel, we'll provide them fuel for their generators. Whatever it is that they need to get those back up and running temporarily, we're going to step in and do that. We have the ability to do that. We're ready to do it.
Talking about those Tiger dams, did you deploy any of them, and did they work?
Yeah, we deployed them. I'm in a bunch of counties,
Yes,
right? This
yes,
time.
sir. I think we did over 45 missions.
Yeah, we did 45 different missions, and I think they worked pretty much every time, right? Yeah, they did. It's good. I mean, it's the type of thing. Now, this storm was not as much of a surge event as Helene was. Now, there was some surge, certainly here in Sarasota, Charlotte. The Tampa area was not. They got their water from the rain. But, I mean, this isn't our Tiger Dam, but like, Tampa General, they put up, it works. It really does work. So the question for us is yes, that works. We obviously used it. Is there a broader application to those Tiger Dams? Some of them it's not cheap to do. Certainly for critical infrastructure, if you can do that, protect it, and then not have anything happen, that's going to be a really big deal. So when you're talking about like the substations, fire station, things that like really are critical, I think it's good. But I think it may also have application for residential. So after Helene, we were talking about, is there ways we can find, some neighborhoods that are in flood-prone areas that are more modest means, and offer some and see how it works. This storm came on us a little too quick for us to have necessarily done that, but I do think we're gonna utilize Tiger Dams going forward.
For FEMA, with the barrier islands, how will residents and businesses make double FEMA claims? We know we saw surge and potentially wind impacts now.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And so if somebody has had impacts from both Helene as well as Milton, I actually need them to apply for both scenarios, for both of those incidents, because they will be eligible for different funding and additional funding as a result of having double damages. And so make sure they apply for both. The caution that I give is making sure that as people are applying for one, that they're listing the dates as it relates to that one, because what we will see is we will see some bounce back, and we'll have to get more information if you apply for Milton but you're listing damages from Helene. And so we'll work with them. We're going to have people that are going to be out in the field. We call them disaster survivor assistance specialists. They're going to be out walking around helping people. We will work with Kevin Guthrie on where to establish disaster recovery centers, and we can work through that. But they should apply, if they had damages from both, they should apply for both of those.
And so we're going to continue working with our local communities to get people back on their feet. I mean, obviously, I do think that this debris mission is going to be important, and it's very, I think, positive, the discussions that Deanne and Kevin have been having. So I think we're going to be in a much better spot on that going forward. And then I also just think that this is, you face 2 hurricanes in a couple weeks. Not easy to go through, but I've seen a lot of resilience throughout this state. I think people just, when you're a Floridian, you kind of just know, these are things that can happen. And you roll with it, and you just kind of deal with it. So I've seen a lot of grit, I've seen a lot of determination, and I'm very confident that this area is going to bounce back very, very quickly. I mean, as much as I was looking at damage at Siesta Key, I was looking at how nice it is, and how we're going to be able to get that back up and running again. I think very, very quickly. So we'll do it. We'll get it done. Now, we're not out of hurricane season yet. I don't want to scare anybody, but the reality is hurricane season goes through November. Now, usually the further we get into October, you're less likely to have a major hurricane, but the reality is that there is some weather, so it's possible something could happen in the later part of October. I'm not saying it's likely, but it's just that is a possibility of something that could happen. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope that this one wouldn't happen, because we knew Helene was a lot to deal with. But regardless, we'll always hope for the best, but we will be prepared. So I want to thank everybody who's been involved in the effort. Thank all these linemen who are working to get the power back on. I think most people get, like, you know, in most other states, if you had 4 million power outages, you know, you're talking about, that would probably be 6 weeks, you know, to be able to do that. I think you're going to be impressed with what these guys do, and they came from as far away as California to be able to help with the effort here in the state of Florida. And I think it's going to be very meaningful, and I think it's going to make a difference. So thanks to them, and thanks to everybody for all your work. Thanks, guys.
And you're just hearing Governor DeSantis wrapping up kind of the state of affairs. He was at St. Lucie County earlier this morning, coming here to Sarasota County to assess the damage at the Mobile Estates Mobile Home Park, along with Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie. And I think the takeaway with this is the storm cell has passed us, at least for now. We are in the process of assessing, reassessing, and that there in fact are a lot of resources out there to get you up online and running once again.
Yes, absolutely. He talked about FEMA being out on Siesta Key and working with folks out there. Obviously, that is where the storm, the hurricane officially came ashore. Talked about relief for small businesses, and this is a big deal, because especially when we think about locally places like St. Armand's Circle, those are small businesses, many of them. They are the heart and soul of that community, and those are critical for survival, and people love it in Sarasota. So he talked about providing some $50 million in small business loans when the time, if and when that's needed.
Yeah, cut and toss. That was the mission of the day. The governor hitting that right up front, where they were out bright and early this morning at the break of daylight, assessing the damage, not only here but across the state, and cutting down what didn't need to be there and tossing it. Having those resources at hand, not only here in Florida, but all across the state. Power restoration, big thing there, the ports reopening, a lot of fuel and reserves used and needed being restored there, but just a lot of patience is what we took away from that, and about that 35, maybe almost 40-minute speech over there.
And the ports reopening is critical, of course, because I believe that has something to do with fuel as well. We need those fuel trucks out there to replenish those gas stations, especially as we talked about, as people start to return home, the roads are going to get very packed. People are going to want to fuel up their cars. So it's good news that the ports are reopening and that they're assessing that. Absolutely.
Safety is always a priority. As we've been saying with the images that we were showing you, the governor's saying if you see the water, turn around and don't get stuck in that. It doesn't take a lot to sweep you or your vehicle away, and we just don't need that at this point post-Milton. Certainly the case there. And make sure, this is a good point where folks, maybe if you are getting back to your home, to your business, checking out what was left behind, and you're getting ready for those insurance claims, and there will be, we know, millions of those, right? Let's be honest about that. Taking photos, documenting what needs to be documented. I know the other day, I think I shared with you that I went before the storm, before I left, I took a great little walkthrough video of my home and thought, well, here it was before. I'm really not sure what it looks like after, but that's okay. We'll get to it later, but documenting is everything.
And just quickly, something I've learned, a side note about that with insurance, I had several friends, of course, whose homes flooded during Hurricane Helene, who essentially lost everything, and they're going through that process with insurance right now. And one of them told me, make sure you take still pictures of everything for inventory. They said the insurance company that they were dealing with wasn't really interested in video. Sure, is it good to take? Yes. But she told me that they wanted still pictures, which I thought was interesting. I didn't know that. I thought a video was sufficient. She said still pictures of absolutely everything. She has to inventory every single solitary item in our house. I think we had our camera accidentally shift over a little bit, so we might need to recenter that shot. Anyway. We'll get to that.
How you doing?
Thank you so much.
Here we go.
Thank you so much.
This is live TV. We're on the fly in a temporary. We're looking at $50 million in small business loans. Here's the things to take away. We'll repeat these throughout the show. FloridaDisaster.gov, FloridaDisaster.org, FloridaDisaster.org, or 833-GET-HELP. 833-GET-HELP. It is the first way to help you rebuild, restore, and get things back to normal. Speaking of normal, it looks like a pretty clear afternoon here in our temporary digs in Lakewood Ranch. But you know who has all the answers to that? That would be meteorologist Leslie Lacey. She's standing by with an update. Leslie, good afternoon.
Hi, Leslie. Hey, good afternoon, Rob, Stephanie. Yeah, it's definitely feeling a lot nicer this morning, isn't it? I tell you what, I drove on the interstates early this morning because I had to get home and treat my animals. They have one of my animals is diabetic. And I got to say, there was so much debris out there. They did a good job of cleaning it up. A little later on in the hour, we're going to hear from Ted Noah, our traffic guru, who's going to give us some updates on what's going on too. But as we look at the important reminders, right now it's pretty nice weather. We're pretty much in the upper 70s around the area. Our inland counties more in the mid 70s, teetering right around 79 to say 82 along the coast. And we've got pretty low humidity, so that's feeling very good. When we have these hurricanes come through and they pass us, we get this cooler, drier air with these storms, and also a lot of upwelling in the Gulf of Mexico when they pass through, whatever waters are coming over. You know, we talk about the warm water spilling the hurricanes. Upwelling happens behind them. They bring up that colder water, so the water temperatures actually drop a few degrees, which is also very nice because you know what? We are not out of hurricane season, so you want to keep that in mind. This doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to be the last hurricane we have. We still have some disturbances that we are tracking as well. You don't want to go into the flooded water. We've sort of reiterated this quite a few times, and that's because it's dirty, it's dangerous, and also, if you've looked around, there's a lot of downed electrical wires, okay? And so, you know, you don't want to be in water if that water is charged, or just the fact that it's very, very dirty. Power outages, just have some patience. Just have some patience, you know. I know that it's warm. We're in Florida. We don't have air conditioning when we don't have power, but you know what? We've got cooler temperatures, okay? So it's not sweltering anymore. It's still hot, you know, it's still Florida, but just remember, you know, our grandparents, even my parents, when they were kids, they didn't have any AC, so, well, we can live through it. We can certainly survive it. So they're going to last for days, okay, maybe longer. I'll get to that in just a minute, what we're looking at for the numbers at this point. As we move through the next several days here. Now, it's not going to be super low in our area. It's not going to be like in the 50s, but, you know, it's been in the upper 70s. You know, for a while there, it was teetering around 80, and that just feels so sticky and oppressive. So it is going to lower, and it's not going to be nearly as humid as what we've been experiencing over the last couple of weeks, okay? So just keep that in mind. So some good positive news for you. Let's take a look at that dew point forecast. And it's a much cooler, drier air here moving in. 67, so that's what we're looking at as we move through and the day, and then also into Friday here in the 60s. Now it's going to fluctuate, okay, so it might get up to, you know, 68, 69, and as we move through the next few days, we're actually going to continue to feel that lower humidity. So that's going to be nice actually for the week. And again, it'll get up into the 70s, but it's not going to get into, say, the upper 70s. It will get up into the 70s, but not the upper 70s. So as we look at Saturday around 9 a.m., we're kicking things off with the 66 dew point, and that's what's helping bring down that humidity, okay? Let's take a look at the wind speeds now. Boy, this is certainly nice again. Looking at the wind speeds coming out of the north here, about 10 miles per hour in general, a little bit more, a little bit breezier on Anna Maria Island at 14, and a little bit breezier to the south. And this is typical, so we're clocking in at about 15 miles per 13, big difference from what we were feeling last night, right? So as we look at the wind gust forecast, well, it just went through, but we're pretty much looking at, you know, not more than 20, maybe 15 gusts. It just clocked out, but I'm going to move over now to the power outages because here's the situation. So we still have over 3,141,000 people without power in the state of Florida. So if you're out of power right now, it's not just you. You know, over 3 million of us, we're dealing with it. And so Sarasota County, at this point, 109 people, 980, almost 110 without power. That's about 66% of the people who pull, or the, you know, the units that pull power in Sarasota County, okay? And that number has been going down. You know, it was much higher. It was over double last night. So Manatee County, just under 200,000 at 198. That's about 76%, okay, of the people out there, or the units that pull power. Hardy County having a little bit more difficult time about bringing this number down right now, but they're
Hello, my name is Sandra.
9505. DeSoto County only 31% of the units are without power in DeSoto County. So that's really positive there at 6,144. Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, of course, the population's bigger. You know, there's more structures, there's more residents, units that need power, that require power. So 72% of the community there that pulls power out of it. 413,000 in Pinellas County, over 500,000 in Hillsborough County. Okay, so they're working on it. These numbers are going down. Take some time. Nice to have some patience. Look at the total rainfalls, SRQ. Just 7.2, okay, inches. Look at St. Pete, over 18 inches, almost 19 here of rain. So St. Pete got hammered. We had some flash flood warnings come through there. We had some coming through the Sarasota area as well. Tampa, look at this, about 11.5 inches. Palmasola, over 13 inches, okay. Brandon area, 11.6, and Lakeland, over 12 inches of rain. As we look at Hurricane Milton, it came on shore. It made landfall last night at 8:30 at Siesta Key as a Category 3 hurricane, and then continued to press towards the eastern area here, kind of towards Orlando, and then pushing out into the Atlantic here, and turning into a low pressure system, okay? So that's the track there as we look at the Titan radar, seeing if this pops up. Pretty good. A minute ago it was showing, so we'll kind of move over and see what we've got. Here we go. So here's what was Milton. Okay, it's moving out again into the area, and you can see our friends up here over on the northeastern side of the state, they're getting still a little bit of rain bands. There's actually, some watches and warnings that are still in effect in this particular area, some storm surge warnings, and they're still under hurricane conditions, technically some warnings. We do not have any of the warnings or watches from the National Hurricane Center, but we do have some other things going on. Just kind of giving you the big picture here. You can see our friends up in Maine getting some wet weather, as well as down here in the southwest, over in New Mexico, and kind of the central part of Arizona. Let's move over now. These green areas, these are our rivers, okay? So this is the Peace River, and this is actually where we've got some flood warnings that are going on, all right? So not the Peace River, and you're looking at upwards maybe about 2 to 5 feet at these rivers, so not anything too intense, but nonetheless, they are out there. And then also, as we move over, you can see the Little Manatee River, and then also the Myakka River and the Manatee River. So flood warning in effect there through Sunday. Nothing too intense, but again, 2 to 5 feet. Most of the time it affects camps and some puddling on the roads and so forth out there. We do have a high surf advisory that is in effect, and that's going to be through Thursday. There's also a rip current statement that's in effect, so you don't want to go out to the beaches. It's pretty nasty out there in general, and it's also not safe, okay? High surf advisory, and also very dirty conditions. You got to let things clean out. And as we move over to our rainfall estimates, I just wanted to kind of show you some of these other areas. Osprey, more inland though, pressing toward the eastern side of the counties here, about 2.5 inches. These are actually much higher, I believe, than what these are coming in with. Some areas over here in East Tampa coming in at 8 and 7, and sort of in the Clearwater area 9.7, but I think they got a little bit more in that area too. Let's talk about the European forecast model. So we are tracking a few little disturbances out here, and I just want you to models showing some development here and moving out, and then also this would be the remnants of Milton moving out, but nothing too intense. Now, we did have some models that were showing some development over in the Gulf, but the other models were showing, and I know there's some things trending, we're about to get another Cat 2, some things I'm hearing online, and there's just no indication that is going to happen at all. We've got one model showing maybe a little bit of a development in the Gulf, and that would be around the much southern area of the Gulf, around Mexico, the Yucatan, and then moving west, but the other models don't show it at all, okay? Let's look at the 7-day forecast for you. So here as we move in, we're looking absolutely beautiful too on Friday. Saturday, only a 20% chance of rain. Look at these temperatures. Isn't this nice? So we're going to be in the 80s here, and then we're going to dip down to the 70s by Wednesday, and then we only have about 20% chance of rain. We got that cooler, drier air. So we've got nicer conditions ahead of us, okay? So this will be great for all the cleanup that is going on, because there is going to be a lot of cleanup for several weeks to come, maybe months. People are going to have to be repairing things. It might take people years to recover from this. So the good weather is certainly a nice little rainbow on the horizon for us. Now let's send it back. We've got Summer and Karen now at the anchor desk.
Thank you, Leslie. Yes, hello everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Summer Smith with ABC 7.
And I'm Karen Kim.
All right.
The fact that we were supposed to have such a great storm surge. Luckily, we didn't get the storm surge that was predicted, but the offshore winds really damaged a lot of the bayfront homes, the docks, people who had left their boats on their lifts, things like that. Some of the houses were substantially destroyed.
Yeah, we're hearing the Rod and Reel Pier, the famous pier that so many people get pictures in front of and visit, and so many longtime residents have cherished. We've heard that was damaged pretty badly.
That was damaged really bad, and I believe the city pier, the new city pier, was damaged as well. A lot of the historic stores that were here, that have been here for forever, they're gone. So the winds were pretty fierce.
Yes, they were.
Mayor, just wondering, when it comes to injuries or the people that stayed on the island, I think you told us last night, just a handful of people. Can you give us any update regarding that?
I have no updates of any injuries. If people did stay, they must have been in a good home that was built for these type of winds. And I think what saved them was the fact that we didn't get the surge that was predicted.
Right. Are residents allowed back on the island yet?
No, we're hoping for tomorrow. The problem with it is we've got so many of the roads are impassable just due to the amount of debris, the trees, the power lines, cable lines, everything that we're trying to get cleared up. We're hoping for tomorrow, but I can't promise it as of yet.
And if you could describe what that looks like, you were out there obviously with the recovery efforts after Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago. Was all that debris just thrown all over the place? How could you describe it?
No, it actually remained intact in their piles pretty good. I was really surprised. Wow. And I think what helped was the fact that we didn't get that storm surge. That would have pushed it everywhere. But the houses blocked the piles enough probably from the winds, and they were still pretty intact. We did have some chairs and couches and mattresses that were pushed into the roads, but most of the piles remained pretty intact.
That's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I know you're saying you cannot promise residents can go in tomorrow hoping for it, but you can't. So in the meantime, what should they do, as, of course, they're anxious to try and see what their house looks like?
I know. Well, we don't have water and we don't have electricity yet, so they're not probably going to want to live out here. Yeah. So we'll probably do the curfews, continue with the curfews when we do get them on. And we are hoping just to get the residents and the business owners on first so they can take a look at their house. It was really important to me to get them out with the last one because of the storm surge. They had a lot of wet drywall, and we wanted to be able to get them in there so they could start that removal process right away. With this thing, it was mainly wind damage.
Mayor Titsworth, I was thinking about this on my drive in earlier. Just everyone has been working around the clock. Residents to make repairs. I know we talked about everyone being exhausted, but law enforcement and home speech officials, how are you all handling this workload right now? Are you forcing yourself to take some time off, or is it just full force? How are you handling this?
Well, this time around, we are asking for outside sources to come in and help with our public works department because they can't do it all. I know the police are getting tired. As a mayor, I'm tired. I got 3 feet in my house the first time, and now there's a whole lot of wind damage with this time around. It's like, how do you keep going? But you just do. You just wake up and you just keep going. And then hope that just can't wait for this storm season to be over.
You've said it. I know we have a few more weeks and it can't get here soon enough. I hate to rush time, but yes, it's been very trying. What are your thoughts on moving forward in the recovery? Do you feel, how long do you think it will take? I know it's hard to put a time stamp on that, but do you feel like you're going to be able to move forward and get things open and fixed soon?
I hope so. With the storm surge with Helene, 98% of our businesses took on floodwaters.
Wow.
And you know, there's only so many workers out in the world. There's only so much drywall and new doors, and everything's going to be strapped material-wise. So I hope everyone's going to be able to get in line and get their stuff, you know, put back in workable order as quick as possible. The homes are going to take a little bit because this happened in the entire West Coast. And I mean, we're in the construction business. Our phone's ringing off the hook with people asking us, please put us on your list. So it's going to take some time to recover. But I think everybody wants to do it. Everybody loves this island so much, and they're just going to do what it takes to do it.
That's good to hear, and we're all rooting for you. I know our community is strong. The volunteers will be showing up like they did after Helene, and we have no choice. We have to move forward.
Yes, we sure do.
And Mayor, you know, state and federal officials talk about these small business loans that they're going to have available. You're saying 98% of the businesses took on floodwaters the last time around. It may not have been enough time for you to know, but at least from Helene, were they getting connected to these resources that people are saying is out there? Was it easy for them? What was the access like?
Had enough time to get with them with the Helene recovery and how they were doing with those resources before we got hit with this one. So yes, that's our next thing we have to do is really make sure that our businesses have the help that they need.
And anything you'd like to tell the community right now? I know, you know, a lot of power outages. We fear that we have a lot of people bored that might want to go out and look at the damage. I know they're not allowed access on the island, but when they are, any message you'd like to give to the community?
I guess the best message is be patient. I tried to put out a message this morning. It's not as bad as we feared. Chances are your homes are going to be okay. It's mainly siding damage, soffit, fascia, lots of trees, and then, like I said, it's the bayfront homes, the one that were really subject to that offshore wind that really took the biggest beating. The sand remained where it was on the beaches, so this one wasn't a sand issue.
Yeah, that sand, that's unreal. I know that's something you're hoping to move forward with as well. That's something we hadn't seen before. So you definitely have a lot of work ahead of you, but it's good to hear you're positive and working together with this community to repair and open up again.
Yep. We got a great team, so we're just going to keep on doing it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for talking to us and sharing this information. You've been very valuable to us here at ABC7, and we appreciate it in a time when you're facing your own problems with the home. So we wish you well and hope you're able to move forward and recover.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. And we were just talking to Mayor Judy Titsworth with Holmes Beach about the recovery efforts there and just trying to clean up, especially it sounds like they were hit harder by Hurricane Helene. So thankfully this wasn't as bad, but still not good. They received more damage.
Right, because they were walloped by Helene, so any little damage is just going to hurt. But at least it wasn't as bad as what they expected, is what she's saying.
Right, absolutely. Okay. And now we're moving to Sarasota County. The Sarasota County, that's actually where the hurricane made landfall last night on Siesta Key, which is in Sarasota County. A lot of S's there.
There is a lot. Yeah. 8:30 as a Cat 3 it made it, and we want to go right now to the EOC update that's been filed from there. Let's take a listen.
Hello, my name is Sandra Tatfumane. I'm the Chief of Emergency Management for Sarasota County. We're here at the Emergency Operations Center, and we've had teams working all day to work on getting things back up and running in the county after our direct hit from Hurricane Milton. Here, just wanted to give a quick shout out to some of our partners that are here in the room. The Florida National Guard has been with us, and our TFIT teams that have been out this morning clearing roads and trying to get things back open and make safe passage so that you can travel back to your home safely. We also have Florida Division of Emergency Management here, FEMA. We have, of course, the Sheriff's Office and all the fire departments and divisions in the county. We also have had different partners like Florida Division of Law Enforcement here. So when we operate the Emergency Operations Center, it is a true group effort with all different types of local, state, and even federal partners. So speaking of being able to get back to your homes, we have been working hard to clear those roads, and it is still a bit slightly dangerous. We do want you just to be very careful if you're going to be coming back this way, especially if you're going to be traveling across the state. So we know some of you did travel far away to evacuate from the storm. So be cautious. There's going to be a lot of people on the roads trying to get back. So as you're driving across, we do still have some flooded roads in some areas. So be very cautious. Don't drive through any flooded roads, and just be very careful and vigilant while you're out on the streets. So we have seen some people out and about now. So if you are ready to try to make that voyage back, we would welcome you back to the county, and just be careful as you come back this way. We are working on providing some additional resources in the next short time here. We do anticipate having points of distribution available. We'll have food and water in the event that you do need those supplies. We anticipate the power should be back on hopefully soon, but we are working with FPL on that. So in the meantime, we'll have these points of distributions open, and we'll make announcements of the locations and the times as soon as we finalize that. And we will have some feeding stations with nonprofits that we're working on now in order to get those up for you as well. So we'll continue to work on all of these recovery efforts and share information. You can call 311 if you have any questions. Also, if you've not been able to reach a loved one, you can call 311 and push 1 as an option, and be able to be connected to somebody that you can give that information to, and we'll send law enforcement out to check on your loved one. Also, if you have any trouble using 311, you can dial 941-861-5000. And as always, our website, scgov.net, is available with all kinds of great information. So thank you for staying tuned. I hope that you're safe, and hope that you get back home safely if you've traveled far away. Thank you so much.
You were just listening to an update from the Sarasota County EOC. They have been very busy the past few days preparing for Hurricane Milton. Now that Milton is hit, they're getting all those crews out there to clean up the roads, clean up the debris, and assess the damage, and help get crews on the road to restore power.
Yes, speaking about roads, literally, we want to send it over to our traffic anchor, Ted Noah, to see what the conditions are like there, as people are now heading back home.
Yeah, Karen, in summer. Technology. Yeah, we have. Okay, we're good. Start off with something good. We shared this with you earlier today, that the Pinellas County big bridges that we use so much, like the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, Courtney Campbell, Gandy, are all open again. And look, you can see the traffic is moving on them. We have flow. That's a nice sight to see, that all 3 of them are moving again, including Howard Franklin's. Now, the big challenge is that we still have certain areas that are closed. For example, the Verna Bethany Road bridge there at the Manatee River, that one is still blocked off. And then also another one that got blocked off a couple days ago that still is blocked off is Golf Course Road near Jim Davis Road at the creek there. That flooded a lot during Helene as well, so they closed it in advance before Milton. Look at this. This is our map. This is crazy to show you. A lot of this is not our viewing area. This map is actually going all the way over to the East Coast to Brevard County. But I just wanted to show you all of the incidents that our live traffic system is populating in terms of flooding, debris, all of that stuff. Now I'm going to isolate it and make it go a little bit closer to home here and talk to you about a few different things. Oh, it didn't load it up, but 37th at 44th, we have signals not working good there. Old Bradenton at Riverside, there's a tree down. 10th at 28th. Some flooding. 36th at 69th Street, 301 at 75. The traffic signal's not working properly. I was looking at that on the FDOT camera a few minutes ago. It was still flashing. An important thing, we can never say this enough to you. When traffic signals don't work properly, you have to treat them as a 4-way stop. You don't just go through. State Road 70 at Greenbrook Boulevard, the lights are hanging, so they'll probably have to repair those wires. Cattleman at Packing House Road, there's some debris and flooding in that intersection. Fruitville at US 41, there was reports of debris and glass. State Road 70 at 87th Street East flooding. Also River Road at Winchester, McCall at Cardinal, both dealing with debris and or flooding. And 17 northbound, US 17 northbound, getting onto that from 75 southbound. We saw a lot of flooding there on that ramp, so use caution. And State Road 776 north at the Minnesota Beach Road, the signal's not working right. So again, what do we do at a four-way, at a traffic signal's not working?
Treat it like a four-way.
They win no prize, unfortunately. But yeah, treat it as a four-way stop. Guys, back to you.
I don't win a prize, okay.
I don't have anything to give you.
That's okay.
High
We're glad
five.
you have time, and you've been giving us your time, so we appreciate that. Okay. All right. Well, we have been covering this nonstop. All of our crews here, as you may notice, we're still not back in our studio in Sarasota. We are in Lakewood Ranch because we too were affected by this powerful storm.
Oh, were we? I mean, I believe our station is okay, but of course, like all of you, our internet, our Wi-Fi, just issues that we're dealing with. Yeah.
So we're trying to get our power restored and internet issues as well. So this is where we are giving you our latest reports from Hurricane Milton. And we want to show you some video and images that are coming into our newsroom. Take a look at this. This is a tree down in Pirate City, which is in Bradenton. And that is a familiar sight all around the area, even where I've been in Lakewood Ranch, East Bradenton.
Yeah.
Huge trees with huge roots. That's a big one.
Yeah,
That's a
that
good
is big.
visualization right there. Just going to its side, just ripping out of the ground. The wind was so strong and the ground was so saturated that these trees just couldn't hang in there.
Yeah, and you know, Summer, as I was going back to my house to check, it was interesting because, you know, I went, there was one tree down, and maybe a couple hours later, there was another tree down, even though there was no rain and the winds weren't that bad, but the ground's just so saturated that even this morning we had these trees falling. It wasn't just from, you know, overnight.
Yeah, so all those trees are going to have to be removed, but again, familiar sight all around the Suncoast right now. A lot of trees down. This was at Pirate City in Bradenton.
Yeah, I want to show you another video, if we can get that rolling as well too. This should be from street. Oh, there it is. You know, Ted was talking about this, broken traffic lights all over the place. I mean, he was talking about traffic lights not working. This one clearly dangling by wires, and then this is damage video from Palmetto. Look at that.
Oh, that's Alvarez, I believe, the restaurant Alvarez. I had that on my notes to talk about. Longtime Mexican family-owned restaurant there, totally destroyed.
Yeah, yeah. If we can, here's the traffic light again, and then we're going to see that video from Palmetto coming up, but you'll be able to
There
see.
you
Look
go.
at that. That
Yep.
roof completely caved in.
Oh, so sad.
It looks like, you know, I can't tell, but it does look like the foundation was knocked around a little too, Summer.
Yeah, so we'll have to touch base with the Alvarez family and see if they plan to, do some repairs and reopen our condolences to them. That's a huge loss. Many businesses, though, affected again by this powerful storm, Hurricane Milton. And going back to the traffic lights, Manatee County issuing information about that, reminding residents that there are numerous traffic lights out. Ted was talking about that. And they are trying to repair them, but there are so many, it's going to take some time. So you do have to treat, anytime you get up to a down traffic light or one that is not working, you are supposed to treat it like a four-way stop.
Right, and here we go. Our producer, Ben, just handing me this about power outage latest. That's a big issue. My goodness, more than 3.07 million across Florida without power. And then in our immediate area, Manatee County with the highest numbers of outages, 198,000, Summer.
198,000, okay.
Right.
And then in Sarasota County, it looks like we're at 180,000. So, wow, close to 400,000 residents just right there.
Yeah. And then Charlotte County, 71,000. Those numbers going up, I believe, as we speak. But also, I do want to talk about how quickly FPL has been restoring. And I got an email. Let me see if I can pull it up, if you can bear with me. A viewer named Alyssa, and she sent us an email just to let us know how quickly FPL had been working. She said she lost power around 10 p.m. last night, and restoration was at 12:40 in the morning, and she checked in this morning. Still, she's got power.
That's
so
impressive.
she wanted to talk about, she really wanted to kind of lift up and shout out FPL and how hard they've been working, and we know there are so many men and women out there.
Yeah, the linemen were on standby,
Yeah.
and women, I want to point out, linemen and women,
Yes.
on standby in staging areas. They rode out the storm, waiting for the winds to die down and the conditions to improve so they could get out there and start the restoration.
Right.
So that's good to hear. That's an example that they are out there. There are just thousands of customers right now without power. So it will be slow and steady, but they promise they are getting to you. However, if you have any questions, there are toll-free phone numbers that you can call. You need to look up and get the information for your power company, whether it be FPL or one of the other local companies, and you can call them to see where you are on the list. Make sure they know about the outage too. In most cases they do, but
Yeah.
makes you feel better and a good reminder. Just, yes, I'm on your radar. Please come fix my electricity.
Right,
or
and if you're
power.
like me, you're just scrolling, you're refreshing it
Yes.
over and over, hoping to see the numbers go down.
If you have the internet.
That's right.
Yeah, but we have found, we don't have it personally, but you can drive down to a location and your phone will start working. So
Yeah.
kind of drive around for a hotspot, even though you're not really supposed to be out on the roads right now either.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
everybody needs to get access to communication and
do.
contacts with their family and friends,
Yeah.
and let everyone know you're okay. All right, and we want to go to Terracea, which is located on, in North Manatee County, and one of our reporters, Erin Lish, shot some video and spoke to some residents, and she actually lives on Terracea, so she's showing some of the damage there.
We are here on Terracea Island, right at the corner of Horseshoe Loop and Bayshore Drive. You can see crews are working to clear out all of the debris from Milton. A lot of power lines down, as you can see, trees down. These crews have been going all along Bayshore and of Terracea, just trying to clear the pathways for the people returning to the island. Good news is a lot of people did evacuate this time. They did heed those warnings, and especially with the storm surge from Helene last time, everybody was really concerned coming into it this time around. But thankfully, the surge, we didn't see it here on Terracea, but we did see a lot of damage, as you can see here in these videos. A lot of oak trees were down, shingles were torn off, roof sidings were also taken off of the side of homes as well. But again, thankfully, the water did not rise like last time. There is going to be a lot of cleanup in this area. We'll see how long it takes power to come back to Terracea Island. But as long as everybody's safe, that is the most important thing on Terracea Island. I'm Erin Lish, ABC7, your local station.
All right, Erin, thank you. That is such a pretty area in the community. Older homes, some newer ones too, but those trees really took a beating.
And Erin, of course, she's out there reporting, showing us all the damage. But of course, Summer, we spoke to her during Helene.
Yeah.
When there was water on her first floor, and she and her family had to evacuate to the second floor, and they lost so much.
Yeah, they were a victim of the flooding from Hurricane Helene, and then 2 weeks later, the strong winds causing a lot of the trees to fall down in that area, which is so sad because a lot of those trees have just been there forever.
Yeah.
It's part of the landscape, the beautiful look. So it's this storm changing the look of our overall landscape.
It sure is. And hopefully, maybe we can catch back up with Erin, but hopefully this time with Milton, at least her home was okay.
Yes, we'll have to find out, but definitely.
Yeah.
So thank you again, Erin, for sending that in.
Yes.
All right, and we've got some information out of Pinellas County in St. Petersburg. The Tampa Bay Rays Stadium, Tropicana Field. We told you last night, Karen, you may remember the roof being ripped off because of the strong wind and Hurricane Milton. And that's an inside look today during daylight hours.
Yeah, all overnight we were seeing the footage from the outside, and now actually it looks far more devastating going inside out. We do know the representatives were saying, there had been some mix-up. People were thinking there were 10,000 emergency workers staging there. Now they did clarify that very late last night, saying only essential workers were there and they were all accounted for.
Oh, that's good.
So that is very good news, but man.
That had to be really scary, though, for those that were inside there when that happened, because we were inside and we're in a very well-built building, very strong to withstand the Category 5, even hurricane.
Yeah.
And we could feel even the doors being ripped open, from the powerful wind. So that roof just was ripped right off. And of course, that's not a metal roof or anything. I'm hearing it's more of a
canvas type.
Right, right.
Very strong, but not strong enough for Hurricane Milton.
And then, of course, summer right around that same time that roof goes, a crane falls in St. Petersburg, not far from that location that houses the Tampa Bay newspaper.
And we were saying last night, again, just showing how widespread damage this storm caused.
Yeah.
We, Pinellas County to South Lee County, we saw a significant amount of damage. A different type of damage, though, from Helene. We saw the storm surge flooding from Helene 2 weeks ago, and now we're seeing damage from the powerful wind gusts.
Right, and the Holmes Beach mayor that we spoke with, Summer, saying, yes, they have damage, wind damage, but far less when it comes to storm surge. And so not as bad as Helene, right?
That's right. All right. And again, just talking about all the damage widespread, we've talked about Anna Maria Island, Siesta Key, all the way up to Pinellas County, St. Petersburg area. So we were talking before Karen and I joined from the set here, and we're saying basically everyone in the area was impacted somehow. Either you had a tree fall down, fences, a lot of fences are down with this storm. The lights, the traffic signals affected, saw numerous trees and plants, pool cages.
Right.
So it was a very powerful storm that impacted a lot of residents.
Yep, and I believe our producer handing us, we've got some video here that we want to show you, a flipped over RV in Martin County, is that right? Okay, right here, my goodness, completely on its side. Look at that, it's just flapping around in the wind, Summer.
And there you go, another county affected, not immediately near us, but that storm kept moving once it made landfall, going inland in Martin County, getting hit just probably about an hour or so later.
Right.
And that again showing the significance and power of the wind from that storm whipping that RV right over, and hopefully there were no injuries with that, but again, very, very visual example of how powerful that storm was.
Yeah, I don't know what the latest numbers are, but I know last night they were saying there's 19 confirmed tornadoes. We don't know if that's the reason that RV is flipped over, but I mean, this was really wretched in terms of just the multiple layers it was giving us when it was wind and rain, not as much storm surge, but we still had it.
Yeah, and we were bracing for Category 5. That was very unknown, scary. We almost seemed relieved that a 3 hit us, but again, it was a 3 compared to a 5, but still the 3 was very powerful.
Right, I remember Bob saying it's a weak 3, but nothing about a 3 is weak.
Right.
Right, and I mean, I believe Leslie was telling us last night, Sarasota Airport saw a wind gust of 102 miles per hour. I believe in St. Petersburg it was right under that, and so if a crane can fall and a roof is tearing up with those kinds of winds, certainly, or a weak Cat 3, then certainly we know a Cat 3 is not weak.
I don't want to know what a Cat 5 is like.
Right, right.
And many people are very exhausted from these storms. It was it has been a pretty crazy hurricane season. We went from seeing nothing in the first few weeks when hurricane season began in June. And Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan even told us, hold tight. I thought, oh, this is going to be a great season. You say that, we're not going to get anything, and then boom, we get hit multiple times with Helene significantly impacting our area. 2 weeks later than Hurricane Milton. So I think we've had our share of hurricanes, and we will be closely monitoring the tropics in the next few weeks. We have to go through the end of November before it wraps up. As Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan and Leslie Lacey, they give their forecasts. We're hoping to not hear of any more storms brewing, but I think it's something people are taking more seriously, especially in our area, especially with the evacuations, because you can see the damage that can happen and the danger you and your families can be in if you do not evacuate if you are told to do so.
I think just a collective groan every time we're reminded that hurricane season is actually not over.
Yes.
and
I just feel so I don't want to say sorry, just my heart goes out to all the law enforcement. I know they are, and emergency officials, they are so exhausted. They have been joining us frequently with updates on what's going on. They did for preps for Hurricane Helene. They did through the actual storm of Helene 2 weeks ago, the recovery, then the preps all of a sudden again for Milton, and now that the storm has hit. They're joining us again, and everyone is just exhausted, but you have no choice. You have to move forward.
Well, Holmes Beach Mayor, you asked her about this summer, and she said this time around they do need outside help, whether not just outside Holmes Beach, but outside the county, outside Florida even, because the fire and police, they're just at wit's end.
Right, and their own homes have been impacted and families, so
Right.
they have to take care of personal matters too. And getting outside help, actually the governor also saying we'll be getting outside help from power crews, utilities crews to get out there and help restore power, and the National Guard also bringing in a number of National Guard men and women to help serve the area and make sure our area is safe and help with the recovery process.
Oh yeah, something I thought that was interesting in the governor's update was when they were talking about FEMA, and for people who are applying, you know, many people, they were damaged by Helene and Milton, but they were saying actually make 2 separate applications. One for Helene, one for Milton, and then they said it was very important that you list the separate dates for them when you're listing the damage as well too, so they realize it's 2 separate. Some people might think, well, you know, I'm just going to group all the damage into one.
No, you have to be specific.
Right, so I thought that was very, very important information because we know people are going to be applying for aid.
And we haven't really discussed Hurricane Milton with FEMA, but with our Helene coverage, we have been told to tell victims you have to apply quickly. The sooner you apply, the sooner you will get some help and relief. So I'm sure it's a tedious process, but the earlier you're able to get in there and apply for assistance, the earlier you will be able to get some financial help to move forward. Karen, we have some new video coming into the newsroom, St. Armand's Circle. Let's take a look at that. This area again affected by Hurricane Helene. There you go. Wow, this area can't catch a break either. This is sent in from one of our ABC7 viewers, Mark Kellett. Thank you for sending this in, Mark. This is a picture of the flooding that St. Armand's Circle experienced yet again. We have covered flooding there the past year, I feel like, more than we ever have. That area just cannot catch a break. Those poor businesses, the restaurants and stores, many just finishing up and able to open their doors only to close again now because of Milton.
Yeah, I mean, this place really is a personal favorite of mine.
I love it there.
Yeah, and it, you know, driving around there as they were prepping for Milton, it was just so sad. Entire inventories were pulled out before Milton hit, you know, because of Helene. And you just saw massive debris piles, and your heart just really ached for these business owners.
Yeah, because once the water recedes, it's not over. They have to go in and make repairs to the drywall. They've lost some of their merchandise. They've lost business because of being closed. That's how many people make their living. The employees can't go to work. And bringing that up, actually, there is the small business recovery too.
Yes.
So there is a lot of assistance. The governor's speaking on that too. Many of the counties list the resources available on their websites and their social media pages. We have information on our website as well, mysuncoast.com, but the help is there. Just reach out, call the numbers, and do not give up, and the recovery effort too. So we look forward to all those businesses being able to open up again soon.
I believe our producer Angel has another phoner for us.
Yes, and I believe we are speaking about the airport. We have learned that Tampa International Airport, just north of us in Hillsborough County, will be opening again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So if you have a flight scheduled tomorrow, you'll want to call ahead of time, but we are being told that flights will resume again in Tampa at 8 in the morning. And we are now joined live by the president and CEO at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, Rick Piccolo, joining us with an update on what's going on with our local airport. Thank you, Rick, for joining us.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
All right. And what about Sarasota Bradenton International Airport? Tampa is opening tomorrow. Can you give us an update on Sarasota?
We right now looked at, we will probably open Saturday. We had quite a bit of damage from the storm. The eye went right over the airport. It blew off the entire roof of the terminal concourse. So we had a lot of water damage as well. We lost some hangars, but that doesn't affect our airline flights. But and then the debris fields. So right now, we're working on cleaning up all the debris from the roof that's on the ramp. as well as all the water damage inside, and ceiling tiles and light fixtures and that type of thing. And then we've made a lot of progress. We expect to make a lot more progress tomorrow and then open Saturday. We originally had hoped to open tomorrow, but that just isn't possible right now. So that's where we stand, and I'm pretty confident we'll have it open Saturday. And then we're working with some big contractors to have the roof replaced over the next 4 or 5 days, and it's a considerable amount of roofing before any more rain comes. So a rather big job and a pretty significant impact on the airport, but I've been there 30 years. It's the first one I've had where the eye passed over the airport.
Right.
Wow.
And you know, we saw after landfall that SRQ was clocking in a wind gust. I believe Leslie was telling us 102 miles per hour. Is that when you guys saw a lot of that damage?
Yeah, on the front end, our max was 96, and a small part of the roof came off. And we thought, well, we're in pretty good shape. There hadn't been too much rain after that because the center was there, and it looked like the storm was going to peter out a bit and be drier. And then that back end came around, and that 102 wind gust started hitting, and it just took the rest of the roof. And then we had some rain after that, and it just had quite an impact.
And what about the area under construction? Was that area damaged?
No, that was fine. It's all brand new and sealed up, and it just caught the roof at the right point. And it's a membrane roof, and once the air gets under it, it's like throwing a blanket. And it's just taking a blanket and throwing it off yourself at the end of the bed. It just rolls up, and then the insulation that's underneath it it's kind of like styrofoam-ish type of substance. The wind started picking that up and blowing it in pieces all over the ramp, and it blew into our chiller tower, so our air conditioning shut down. We had to clean out the chiller tower, empty it of water, refill it, and start up again. That took a few hours. So our crews have been working 24 hours. It just sent some of them home. I was there yesterday, all day, overnight, and I'm just leaving now.
Oh, wow. We were talking about just how fatigued everyone is in this area, trying to repair from Helene only to have Milton hits just 2 weeks later. So I can imagine that's very difficult trying to do the recovery when everyone is so maxed out.
Yeah, they've done yeoman's work. We have a great group of employees, and we've got a contractor that's really big as well coming in tonight and with a big crew. So between the two sets of people, I think we'll be in good shape and open Saturday. The roof won't be done, but as long as it doesn't rain, then they've got 3 or 4 days to get the roof done while we take care of operating flights.
So I'm curious, were you and some essential workers actually there at the airport when that 102? Okay, oh my goodness. So how did you guys keep safe?
We have essential crews. We had about 20 facilities people. We had police, fire, but we were the only people there, and then some management and operations people. But I've always been at the airport during all these storms, and I was there last night. I got there about noon, and as I said, I'm just leaving.
Yeah, so did you guys have to go to a safe zone? I mean, what did you do when this wind gust came through?
We were safe because we're on another level, and the roof held up there, and the roof held the biggest claim area, so it's just the concourse.
Oh, that's good to hear. Okay, Rick, how is this impacting? Oh, sorry, the phone went out a little bit. Are you there, Rick?
Yeah.
Okay. How is this affecting travelers right now? Are their flights canceled, or are they being rerouted to a different airport? What's going on with travelers who had flights scheduled today and yesterday and tomorrow?
Well, obviously they were flying into SRQ. Now, obviously, they may try to put them on other flights that are flying into, say, Fort Myers or into Punta Gorda, St. Pete, Tampa. But there's probably not a lot of seats available like that. So, fortunately, it has a negative impact, but there's just nothing I can do about the weather.
What are you telling travelers about that have flights scheduled for Saturday? Do you recommend they check ahead of time before heading to the airport?
Oh, yeah,
or?
they should. We always tell them check with your airlines, and airlines normally will notify passengers already that your flight's been canceled and then reschedule them. But whether they can reschedule them for the very next day or it has to be a couple days later is the question.
All right. Anything you'd like the community to know while we have you here on the phone, live on the phone here at ABC7?
We're doing all we can to recover as quickly as possible and make sure that everything's cleaned up and ready. And we're pretty confident that we'll be ready Saturday. But and we're sorry for this, but like I said, I can't control the weather. And when the roof came off, the roof came off.
Well, it sounds like you've experienced quite a few storms in your time at the airport, so you could probably write a book after this to talk about this. What an experience, but we're glad you're okay and no one was injured. And it's pretty amazing you're able to clean up and get this airport open so quickly. Very impressive.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate you getting the word out to us.
Okay, well, thank you, Rick, for joining us, and we look forward to talking to you again soon.
All right, you have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, that was a fascinating interview. I didn't expect, I guess it makes sense. I mean, the wind gust at 102 miles per hour. And actually, Leslie was the one that told us about that last night. And Leslie is in the wings right now, right, Leslie?
Yeah, thank God. The gusts are out of the way. The wind's calmed down. Ladies, it's definitely looking better out there. I just kind of wanted to give you a full picture of the radar here across the United States. So it's not just a nicer day for us, it's pretty nice here in general. We have some dry areas and some heat and a little bit of rain here over between Arizona and New Mexico, as well as a little bit coming through Oklahoma and our friends in Maine. But this is what was Milton right now. So stretching out as expected into the Atlantic. Still
2 mile per hour wind gusts.
And that's giving they've still got some watches and warnings in effect in this particular area, but let me just go ahead and zoom into the Suncoast. Isn't that nice? No rain, no hurricane at this point. We're looking wonderful today, and we're going to look wonderful tomorrow. Okay, we do have some watches and warnings out there. We've got our rivers, so we've got a little bit of flooding that's going on here. This is the River, okay, this is Horse Creek, all right, this is Little Manatee, and Mayaca. So basically, you know, all our major areas here where we typically can have flooding, we've got a little bit of flooding, but it's between about 2 and 5 feet. It's nothing too extensive, okay, it's pretty minor, all right, but nonetheless, just want to keep it in mind for you. It's probably going to be in effect till Sunday, and they move those up and down depending on if it rains, but we're not going to have that much rain at all as we press into the week. And I'll get to the 7-day forecast in just a while, but I want to take you through time here and just tell you the advisories that we have going on. So from Pinellas County, stretching all the way down here, as you can see, towards the Harley, we have not only have a rip current statement, but we've also got a high surf situation. So you don't want to head out to the beach. The conditions aren't good. There's a lot of cleanup going on. The water's not clean, and it's just enjoy the weather, but not so much as right now. And here is the rest of the track here, as I just showed you, again, of Milton, pushing out into a low pressure system. Right now, it is a depression. It is weakening to a low pressure system. It's post-tropical Milton at this point, okay? They still got a little bit of, well, they've changed these watches and warnings a little bit. So things are lightening up there on the northeast coast of the peninsula as well. Let's go ahead and move over now. Looks like we're, technology here. This is what happens when we're live. Some things like this. Oh, there we go. There we go. So we are tracking one disturbance. This is one disturbance here. And this is off the coast of Africa. Oh, oh, okay. All right, let's go back to the ladies. Let's go.
In with Leslie, just make sure her mic is getting tuned up. And then once it is, we will check back in with her very shortly.
All right, here we are.
Okay.
All right, so we're learning of the more about the damage. We're getting a better look at Siesta Key. We have some drone footage that we'll be able to show you later on. That's coming into our newsroom. I know many people are wondering because you're not allowed on the island right now or Siesta Key in that area. So many are wondering just how badly it was impacted. We have a crew that was on the scene though earlier today. They couldn't get very far, but they said they were able to get a look at the damage from Hurricane Milton last night.
Yeah, actually, Sophia Vitello earlier today was at Marina Jack.
Okay.
So let's take a look at the report that she filed. In a few seconds. There it is.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC 7 News. Now I'm at Marina Jack here in downtown Sarasota. We know the Bayfront Park, this area normally gets hit really hard. Well, we're seeing some of the damage from Milton. Take a look at that. Wow, that is shore fishing charters. That's a spot that residents or tourists would go to rent a fishing boat. Well, it's gonna need some serious repairs. Now you can see it's slanted, was lifted upwards. We don't know the extent of the damage inside. We're going to be looking around the marina here to see if any boats were damaged as well, but that place is always very busy. We know that that is a hub for the community here, but I mean, even look right here next to me. This area is just known for getting it really hard, sadly. So I'm going to be trying to find those spots for you, but it is shocking to see some of this damage.
All right, and that was Sophia Vitello. I got it confused. I was thinking she was on Siesta Key earlier,
Yeah.
but actually she was here, well, in Sarasota.
Our Brissa Bradfield was in Siesta Key, and we're going to have her report in a little bit as well, too.
Yeah, getting a look. I was talking to ABC 7's photographer, Larry Phillips, who was with Brissa this morning.
Yeah.
And they had to walk quite a bit because you can't drive to the area, but they said they were shocked to see a lot of the debris just all over the place still. But better than expected with the strength of this storm.
Right. You know, I guess it's not much of a solace to people who have lost anything, but to who have lost stuff during Milton right now. But still, we are overall collectively breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief because we know how terrible this could have been.
Well, you know, we were thinking we were getting a 5, and it was terrifying. I did not know what to expect if we did get a 5, just because Helene was so frightening. When we saw the damage from Helene, I thought, oh, we'll lose everything.
Yeah, and they were saying, you know, there's significant damage. I believe the way Bob was putting it, a significant damage, not devastating, however, this time around.
That's good to hear,
Yeah.
okay. And we'll be getting a better look day by day at all the damage that we received as a result of Hurricane Milton. All right, and we want to see if we can toss it over to Brissa Bradfield, who was on Siesta Key earlier this morning.
I'm here on Siesta Key Beach. I'm just across the way from Captain Kurtz. I'm at that beach access right across from there. And as you can see, the waves behind me are way bigger than they are on the normal day. I would say these are at least 1 to 2 foot waves. You can see white caps on our Gulf waters as well. But take a look at this beach. It is covered in seaweed and debris, all washed up from the Gulf during Hurricane Milton. And I can only imagine what has been left over from Helene, which hit our area now 2 weeks ago. And if you look off in the distance, you can see a building completely destroyed. Now it's unclear at this time if it looked like that following Helene or if this is the result of the Category 3 storm Hurricane Milton that hit our area just last night. And if you keep going, you can see some twisted down palm trees, might be the best way to look at some bent palm trees. We also have a few picnic tables here over by this green fence that are also now destroyed and unusable. But it's just crazy to look at what this beach looks like today, and it is only a cleanup and recovery efforts from here. We've spoken to residents, one man who lost everything in Helene, and now he said Milton is just what did him in. But like we keep saying, we are all in this together. We are resilient, and we will rebuild together. Reporting from Siesta Key, Brissa Bradfield, ABC 7, your local station.
All right, thank you, Brissa. And it still looks pretty out there,
It
despite
does.
being hit by the storm.
But significant in the fact that Siesta Key is known for that fine, powdery sand. You don't even feel little seashells in there, and look at the debris that's scattered over there.
All right, Karen, we were just discussing this, but we still have quite a few weeks left in the hurricane season, unfortunately, and so far it has been an active one. We are hoping that nothing else is brewing out there, but we'll leave that to the experts to give us that news.
And that expert would be our Leslie Lacey. Leslie.
Yeah, ladies, you know, it's a very different hurricane season. We had Beryl that sort of raised our eyebrows because it was the most intense storm that we had come in at that time, earliest time there. And, you know, then it was a big lull. We didn't think anything was going on. And then, of course, We go into October, we're expecting more like it is now in October back in September. So it's been very unusual, and even this hurricane was not exactly a typical hurricane, to say the least, with all the dry air that came into the back winds. So I want to show you now behind me the tropical outlook. We are following one disturbance here, just one, and we still are in hurricane season, so we need to keep that in mind, okay? Only a 20% chance development over the next 2 and 7 days. Tropical wave here off the coast of Africa, not showing anything in the Caribbean right now, so that is some good news. So this is the remnants of Milton. It's going to move on out here, and this over here, this is the tropical wave that I was just showing you, okay? So as we look at the American model here, really doesn't show much. Shows it pretty much petering out in the area. And then it does show maybe a little bit of a disturbance trying to develop here, but this is the only model that shows this, okay? So we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll be watching that. But as we show, and this would be the Milton. So we kind of have to take these with a grain of salt when they're at the, 10th day, 9th day, so forth. So again, not showing any real development with what I just showed you with that disturbance, but we'll keep an eye on it nonetheless. And then the European model just kind of shows some storms coming in, maybe some intensity here. So we'll, of course, still in hurricane season. We still have warm waters. Behind the warm waters, we have, when the hurricane comes in, we have a lot of upwelling that happens. That cools the water down, and that's always very, very good because we get a little bit of cooler temperatures. But, we said it over and over, we only have to be 80 degrees to help fuel those systems. So I just want to go over some reminders for you, some things to keep in mind. Power outages. We have several power outages. A lot of people are without power, hundreds of thousands, okay, in general. And it's not really safe to go into the water, okay? It's just not safe right now at this point. For the beaches, you want to stay out of there. They're dirty, and also, we've got a riptide statement going on. We've got a high surf statement going on, and hopefully no one has that idea. We've also got lower humidity that's going to be sticking around for us, and that'll be very, very nice. If you've went outside today, it is quite a nice day. I mean, there's debris everywhere, and people have had extensive damage to some of their belongings, some of their structures, but it is beautiful skies. So hurricane season not over. Something to remember, power outages. Let's just take a quick. Over 3 million people out of power in the state of Florida. And the latest tallies were over 109 still out of power in 109,000, almost 110,000 in Sarasota County. Okay, that's about 66% of the structures that use power there. And County, just under 200,000 at 76%. Hardy County, 98% without power there. So Hardy County still has a lot to go, but we're doing much better here in DeSoto County, 31%, 6,143. That's Pinellas County, 413,000, 72% without power there. Hillsborough County, still over 500,000 here, 516,000, about 72% there. So you can expect these power outages to last, a day or two, maybe even a week or so. It depends on the situation. They're certainly trying to get everything restored as quickly as possible. The good news is we're going to have lower dew points, okay? What does that mean? It's not going to feel as hot. So that is something positive to look at with these power outages, okay? So as we look at the Suncoast temperatures, we're at 80 in Arcadia, 80 in Wauchula, and pretty much in the low to mid 80s as we move a little bit closer to the coast. 80 Bradenton, 79 in Parrish right now in the Venice area. And as we look at the dew points, they are dipping down. Remember when they were in the upper 70s when we were saying, oh, it's 78, 79. At some points they were at 80. It was so oppressive. You walk outside and, it was really bad. You could just feel yourself sweating. And it's super, super humid. And we're looking much better here as they dip down into the upper 60s. And normally the upper 60s, you can still feel the humidity, but considering what we've been through, it is a welcome change. Also lower 60s here Friday morning, looking at a dew point of 62. So without the air, this is a rainbow, okay? This is a rainbow, a silver lining, I'll say, in the lack of air conditioning. 66 at dew points as we move into Saturday. And I checked the whole week. We're basically going to stay probably in the mid to upper 60s to low 70s. We will get back into the 70s, but you're not going to see, 78, 79, maybe 73, 72, but still teetering on the upper 60s and 70s. So let's take a look at the wind speeds right now. Anna Maria, to 18 miles per hour, pretty much 12 here, so we're kind of normalizing, still a little bit breezier than usual. As we move south, it's a little bit more, typically a little bit more intense. It's about the same right now with 14 in Placida, and also the winds coming from the northeast, all right? Let's take a look at the wind gust forecast. Look at this is much better. We're talking about 15, 20 mile per hour winds for the gusts, really around 10 to 15 now. And that will decrease as the days go on. SRQ, the storm rainfall totals, over 7 inches. St. Pete clocking in at over 18, almost 19 inches. If you remember, St. Pete just got hammered. We had those flash flood warnings come in last night, as well as portions of Manatee County and Sarasota. It all came in at once. They got over 18 inches. Tampa, 11 and a half. Palmasola, over 13 inches there. Brandon, almost at 12 inches. Lakeland, 12 and a half inches, 12.62. So significant rain around our area. Now let's talk about the good news. I'm going to leave you with a smile on your face here, because look at this. We're going to have very low rain chances, and look at these temperatures. No longer in the 90s here. It's going to be 83 for the high on Friday, right around 84 Saturday, and with those lower dew points, it's going to feel pretty nice, kind of like it did today, all right? As we push through time, still the rain chances remain. Start to get into next week. We even drop down cooler weather on the way, which is always nice, especially after what we've just been through. But again, hurricane season's not over, okay? And you want to be careful out there. Back to you, ladies.
All right. Certainly welcome news right there, especially as people start cleaning up.
Yes, I think you made a lot of people happy with the forecast there.
Smiles,
we need the good weather as everyone gets in their yards, cleans up all the debris.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of downed trees, the landscaping, everyone's picking up this morning, or this afternoon. We're already in the afternoon. It has been a long 48 hours for this storm.
Has it only been 48
I don't know.
hours?
We're at Thursday, I'll tell you that.
Because it feels like it's been a week.
Yeah, especially with Helene hitting our area, and then 2 weeks later now Hurricane Milton. But this was a different storm. We're seeing a lot of down power lines, a lot of power outages, thousands in the area, and down trees along the roads. You'll notice as you're driving around. So it's going to take some time to clean up, but individually, a lot of neighborhoods cleaning up their own yards, all the debris, and getting those trees picked up and limbs, and pool cages impacted, so the good weather is welcome for sure.
Right, and I believe producers, we've got some video that's lined up coming from all the rescues. We know they were happening all over the Suncoast, and I believe one is from Tampa Assisted Living, is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, that is residents actually being evacuated, it looks like, from the assisted living facility, a common sight when a hurricane is coming towards that area. We don't know if that was in an evacuation zone or not, but obviously you can't take a risk with residents like that.
Right, and it's good to know, we don't know the exact time, but obviously it was way before landfall, so that's really welcome news because they were being proactive and moving them to safer areas. And in that shot right there where they're lifting up that gentleman, you can see water pooling behind them.
Yeah, so getting them out to safety, and hopefully all is well and they'll be able to return to their assisted living facility soon. All right, and we also want to show you something else out of Hillsborough County. A Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputy rescuing a boy. Let's show you this video. This coming into our newsroom a short time ago. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office making this rescue. They found a boy floating on a piece of a fence, and that's something we're seeing a lot of fences that went down in this storm. That was good for that little boy who was able to grab onto that and float in the water there. So all is well with that young man. We're thankful to Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. They're risking their lives every day. They do this for us, but really during storms, they don't stay at home with their families. They go out to keep the community safe. So they were able to get this little boy and bring him to safety.
Well, certainly so many questions as to why he was there, what happened before that this rescue needed to take place. So maybe we can look into that and get some questions.
All right, we're getting some more information from our producers here at ABC7. Another water rescue out of Clearwater.
Yeah,
let's take a look at this. All right, it looks like Clearwater emergency crews rescuing a family in the water there. Had to probably evacuate them from their home and get them the emergency assistance or medical assistance that they needed, or help getting them to dry land. And we actually were told it was a father and daughter who were rescued. And well, actually, that's a different story. So, okay, this was in Clearwater.
Right.
And another story in Daytona Beach, so the other part of the state. But again, we've been telling you this storm didn't just impact our area, even though it made landfall in Sarasota County and on Siesta Key. It actually kept going once it made landfall to the middle of the state and all the way over to the eastern part of the state, Daytona Beach. Let's take a listen to this father and daughter who were rescued.
Please be careful, Dad.
You gotta get shoes?
No, I don't even care about my shoes right now. Oh my God! Hold on. The water's coming on my side. That's why I can't. I thought that it was fine on my side, but no, because you turned it.
Oh, did you see that standing water?
Right, and
by the businesses.
You know, and I remember Leslie was telling us during Helene, you know, the reason you don't want to, and I'm sure they couldn't help it at the time, but that standing water, incredibly dirty. In one of the shots, you saw there was trash can flipped over, but also she was saying there's actually some fecal bacteria in some of those waters, and that's why you really don't want to be in the standing waters, whether it's in your house or even in the beach.
And the potential for down power lines, too.
Right.
You could shock yourself, and which would lead to a very dangerous situation. So always advised to not go out and walk around in the standing water from these storms. It can be dangerous. All right, our producer giving us an update. We have another live interview we'd like to get to. The Florida Highway Patrol working very hard during this storm yet again, trying to keep our community members safe. And Trooper Ken Watson is joining us live now by phone with the latest from the Florida Highway Patrol. Trooper Watson, thank you for joining us. Oh, actually had him muted. We're going to try that again. Hi, Trooper Watson. This is Summer Smith and Karen Kim with ABC7. You're joining us live here. We are talking about the latest efforts the Florida Highway Patrol is doing and seeing with the road conditions today.
Well, at this point in time, the Florida Highway Patrol is concentrating on making sure that everyone understands that at this point in time in Sarasota County, more than 70% of the traffic signals are not functioning, and they must be treated as a four-way stop. We want to make sure that you do not anticipate someone else's move while approaching an intersection. We most certainly want everyone putting down those devices, both hands on the wheel, and we certainly want everyone to have and maintain that good spatial orientation right now.
That's a significant number of traffic lights that are out. This storm really had quite an effect on that in this area.
No, without question. I mean, obviously, we have the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office and several of our adjoining police partners helping us assist. But at this point in time, we are still working missions in regards to the hurricane, and we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to let the public know that it is incumbent upon them to be careful while driving right now. Most certainly when you're in an area where there is flooding, you do not know what you're driving into when that road is underwater. There could be debris, and most certainly could be power lines as well. And as you know, we are also working diligently to get power restored, again, to get those traffic signals working and get those air conditioners working at home.
Trooper, the traffic lights, the signals that are not working, is there a particular area where there's maybe a cluster of them, or is it really just spread out throughout the county?
It is 100% spread out through the county. This was a systematic storm that took everything out. We are doing everything we can from South Venice all the way to the city limits of Sarasota. We are seeing these outages, and some of them are at major intersections.
Right.
And this is critical because we want to avoid those crashes within an intersection simply because you've got one vehicle that is T-boning another. These are the deadliest crashes that occur, and we want to make sure that we're preventing these.
You know, and this is a time when a lot of those who evacuated are trying to return home. What message do you have to people right now as they get out on the roads? In addition to watching these traffic signals, it's going to get busy with people trying to get back to their homes.
You know, without question, traffic will be moving very slowly. We want to make sure that we're packing that patience, and we also need to understand that very few gas stations are working right now. And for those that are up and running, they are running out of fuel quickly. Now, fuel is not the issue. We do have fuel here. They just need to get to these stations. So if you're coming from Ocala or Miami, the Orlando area, because you fled the storm, please understand that you will have difficulty refueling your vehicle. Let's make good decisions. Let's plan ahead, and that way you can get to your destination safely.
And Trooper, you know, earlier we were showing video of a traffic signal in Palmetto, and it wasn't just not working, it was actually dangling by the wires and very low to the ground. Is that the kind of damage you're seeing throughout Sarasota County?
Without question. And what everyone must remember, these traffic signals are much larger than you anticipate.
Right.
When you're looking at them when you're in your vehicle, you think they're much smaller and they don't weigh that much. If we have a signal that falls and goes through your car, it is going to critically injure somebody. Please make good decisions. Please watch out for all of the debris that could be hanging from a traffic signal or could be a stop sign or a road signal sign that has simply been knocked over from the storm.
As we wait for crews to continue their repairs, I know everyone is trying to work as quickly as they can. Resources are stretched very thin as a result of the storm. We're seeing that with everyone right now. Do you think it's going to be some time before these traffic lights are repaired, or how quickly do you think we'll be able to see everything working as usual?
Whenever we're dealing with something as important as traffic signals and intersections, it is of paramount concern, not only from the state, but from the county, to get these up and working. We're doing everything we can with our partners to make sure that we expedite this. We're hoping that within, the next 24 hours, the percentage of lights up is going to be closer to 70% as opposed to the reverse.
Oh, that's amazing. We applaud you because we know how tired everyone is, and it's been a long few weeks with these storms hitting our area. So that's good because it is scary. I went through a few of those lights with traffic signals not working today, and I thought, oh my word, I don't know that I've ever experienced so many of those like this.
No, without question. For those of us that live here, we know where all of these lights are. We understand what intersections have traffic signals and which ones simply have stop signs. For our visitors and for all of our contractors that are from out of county, they don't know where they are. And that's why it's so critical that we pay attention so we understand that when we're approaching these intersections, that we do the right thing.
Okay, and just on a personal level, Trooper, how are you doing? How's your home doing? How's your family doing?
We have been very lucky, and I have got nothing to complain about. Working for the state of Florida is great. We're trying to do everything we can for the 23 million people that live here, the 140 million people that visit here every year. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that they have a safe environment to drive in.
And Trooper Watson, one last question. Are you anticipating any day coming up to be busier than usual for those that evacuated to come back, or is this just pretty random? Are you expecting people to return on one day more than the other?
We anticipate that today and tomorrow are going to be very heavy. And if at all possible, anyone that is listening to me, if you have the opportunity to wait a couple extra days,
it might be a good idea, simply because within the next 48 hours, you're going to see that our fueling stations will be filled, our traffic signals will be working, and it will be a safer environment to travel in.
All right, good to hear. And anything you'd like to add before we go?
No, ma'am. Be safe, ladies.
All right. Thank you, Trooper Watson. Always a pleasure to talk to you, and we appreciate your time. We know how busy you are right now, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Turning that off. Okay. And again, Trooper Watson joining us live by the phone to talk about the traveling right now on I-75 and, well, around Sarasota County actually as well, and how busy it is. One thing we really haven't talked about in the past are those traffic signals.
Right.
We know they go out, but they're saying over 70% right now are out in Sarasota County. What was significant, though, is that they think they're going to repair those within the next few hours, next 24 hours. That's amazing.
The goal is to get 70% of them working.
Yeah, so important, because they were saying, he was saying that's where the accidents happen, and obviously those team boat accidents can be very deadly.
All right, we see our Bob Harrigan in the wings, so we'll toss it over to him. Bob?
Yeah, thank you. We heard it from the trooper right there, Mr. Watson. You know, I drove here just this afternoon. I drove home this morning after the nightmare we saw last night, and I got to tell you, you got to be careful if you're going out. If you don't have to drive, I wouldn't do it, especially at night. I mean, at one point I saw a traffic light hanging all the way down to near the ground. They had to block that roadway, and you know, if you don't see it, obviously you're going to run into troubles there. I'd say 10 people at different intersections just blow right through it. I think it may be because of habit, right? So you got to really be attentive while you're driving. I know you always have to be attentive, but even more so now as a result of this widespread damage and widespread power outages that have occurred here along the Suncoast. So just a little bit of heads up on that. Look out. It's not the best of driving. And there's still water on some of the roadways that you have to drive through. Make sure, of course, you don't drive through the roadways that, you know, the water isn't, the water's covering the roadways. I want to show you this damage you're seeing behind me right here. That's my house. My backyard, right? That's the shed I built. The fence is down. This is a huge oak tree that fell onto two sheds. This one I just built about 2 months ago. 15 by 10 shed, and the big. But you know what? I'm happy. I'm happy that it didn't fall into the house. Right? I mean, that's the key there, and that would have caused significant damage. We did have damage to soffits, and this is just small compared to what I saw in other neighborhoods. We talked to one person that. They evacuated, they put shutters up on their homes, and they took off north to Georgia, and sure enough, something hit the garage door, and then the air gets into the house. That's when it becomes dangerous. The air got in the house, the whole roof just flew off like an airplane wing, and they have no roof now over their home. So just a little bit of what people are going through here along the Suncoast, and it's a lot. Yeah, I shot that. So gotta give myself, I gotta give myself credit, right? Anyway, this is the last advisory that the National Hurricane Center is giving. Good riddance, Milton. Getting out of here. It's become extra tropical. It's way out there. And you see, again, not much to it, but there's still winds. Look at the winds with it. 70-mile-an-hour winds, gusts up to 85. This was a beast of a storm. At one point, you remember, it was a 180-mile-an-hour windstorm around the center with gusts up to 220 just over the Yucatan Peninsula, just north of it. So this has gone down considerably, if you think about it. And it's out of here, so no longer will we see advisories on that, thankfully, as that storm goes away. Well, as you heard from Leslie just a minute ago, we still have a month and a half to go, even a little more than that, before the end, the official end of the hurricane season. I got to tell you something. You know, I've been watching this whole season kind of roll on by. We had a real quiet August, really quiet through most of September, and then the switch turned on, right? I mean, you started to see all these storms developing, and I'm going, you know, they were giving kind of bad press to the people who had predicted an active season this year. I still won't think we'll get to 23 storms, but they're being legitimized now because we are above average at this point on both major hurricanes, the number of hurricanes, and I would suspect we'll still see at least 3 more named storms before it's all said and done. That's my prediction right now. Now, will we see them? Not necessarily, but I do believe that 3 more will develop. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a November storm this year pop up just because of the water temperature. We'll go ahead and show you the names and all the storms that we've had to deal with. You mentioned, we heard Leslie talk about Beryl before, right? Category 5, the soonest ever to have a Category 5 in the month of June down in the Caribbean. And look at all the majors. 5 Beryl. We had 4 Helene. Obviously, we had to deal with Helene. We had Milton, right? And we had Kirk. Now, Kirk was a good storm, well-behaved, stayed out there in the Atlantic, didn't have to worry about it. These are the next names right here. Nadine, Oscar, Patty, and then Raphael. You know, interesting to note about Milton. Milton, I never saw the name before. I've been doing, you know, weather for nearly 40 years, and I've never seen the name Milton. So I went and looked it up. I said, where did Milton come from? What happens is they retire names, and then they pick a name, and they're used every 6 years. So every 6 years, they'll use the same names if the storm isn't big or causes a lot of deaths. So I looked back, I said, well, where did Milton come from? It came from Michael. They retired Michael. And if you don't know Michael, Michael hit the panhandle as a Category 5 hurricane, and they had to retire the name. They, meaning the World Meteorological Organization. All the countries get together and kind of decide on the names and which ones are going to be dropped. And I can guarantee you, Milton will no longer be used. I'm pretty sure that will never be used again. It was the lowest pressure, top 5. It was actually the 5th when the pressure got down to, I believe it was 897 millibars. 897 millibars. Incredible. So just a little cursor there. I want to make sure that you see the names. I'm not saying we're going to get them all, but I would not be surprised to get down to Patty before it's all over. And who knows, it could go all the way through the names. Let's talk about winds. The winds are down now, thankfully, for recovery. Sometimes recovery weather can be really bad after a storm, but not usually in October. In October, usually fronts come down and cool us down, and that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to see relatively cooler mornings and less humid air on this northeast wind. So that's a blessing for us all picking up. We had to pick up too, besides the oak tree that I got to figure out how to get out of the house, or the yard. But it looks like the winds are going to be okay to do stuff like that, and you shouldn't be too hot out there. The wind forecast, it'll stay, generally speaking, out of the northeast, and that brings us that lower humidity, and that's going to stay the case as high pressure builds in over the southeast United States. It will eventually turn out more to the east, but not expecting a lot of rainfall at all over the next several days. We may see a spotty shower here and there, but not a lot of rainfall expected or anticipated as we go through. And you can see the radar picture, just a few showers off the coast of Pinellas County. Things are quiet there. The next few hours, if you're heading out, you have to be outdoors, 73 by 10 o'clock. Notice that, no chance for rain, thankfully. No showers around. We need to dry out here. And the forecast tomorrow looks good. Lots of sunshine and temperatures. Look at that, nice, 82 degrees after what we've had before that. The enhanced satellite imagery showing what's left of Milton gone away. The dry air that saved us in some respects. I know it was a blessing in disguise, but this dry air also caused a lot of wind to really accelerate on our coast after the front side of the storm moved through. So it was good, but it also aided in that big wind, again, around, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, where we had wind gusts up to about 100 to 105 miles an hour. Now, here's a little interesting information. I've driven quite a bit today across the area, back home and then back forth, and I'm observing all the different kinds of damage. And you have to understand that with the category of storms that we get, we classify certain damage associated with that to that category. Looking at the damage, I say that, and this is going to be, maybe changed, but I say we dealt with a Category 1 hurricane, all right, with wind gusts up to 105 to 110 and a sustained wind into the 80s, right? So a Category 1 hurricane is what most of us went through. I didn't see any of the Category 3 kind of wind damage. Most of the damage is trees down, not extensive trees down, but we had quite a few trees down. I was surprised that we were able to get out and most of us drive home. I mean, that was pretty surprising to me after seeing all the strong winds that we had here in this Cat 5 building. So I say this so that you at home know that, if someone asks you, I went through Category 3 Hurricane Milton, it will be classified as a Category 3. However, the hurricane hunters, that when they fly through the storm, what they're doing is they're sampling the whole storm, usually the eye wall. and they're sampling it to find a 1 minute average. And based on that 1 minute average of wind speed, then they will figure out what category it is. So that may just be a little area that they found that's 130 miles an hour. They say, okay, it's a category 3. Whereas the rest of the storm could be much less than that. So keep that in mind, because I don't want people to get the mistaken impression, oh, I survived a category 3, there's another 3 coming at us. That's not going to be that big of a deal. Let me tell you something. A category 3 hurricane, if it were a well-organized one and not an opened eye one in the bottom side of it, the damage would have been a lot more extensive. So we're lucky in that regard. Also, the storm surge wasn't nearly as high as projected. And I think the reason for that, and I'm giving a little commentary, but the reason for that is because the storm came at us at such an angle that the models were, they don't have a lot of data to work with. So they suggested, and it makes sense, a right-angled storm coming into the coast, the water would pile up, and you would expect to see a 10 to 15-foot storm surge, but that never materialized across our area. So a little heads up on that. As far as the long-range forecast goes, well, we're looking pretty good here. Mostly fair skies overnight, not too bad at all. A few clouds and a few showers, and temperatures looking much better over the eastern third of the nation. We're talking low to mid-70s for highs tomorrow. Looking quite nice there, you guys. Temperatures in the low 80s for us. Looks to be really, really nice compared to what we've gone through. I'm going to toss it back to Summer and Karen. Back to you guys.
All right, Bob, I just want you to know we're looking at a line of our producers and directors, and when you talked about possibly 3 more named storms, we're like, no. Everyone's shaking their heads.
We can't take it. We can't take it. And then that was more like a category 1. That just felt so powerful. Can you imagine had we had a 5? Devastating.
No. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Bob was bringing up some good points. He's out, assessing the damage in his own backyard. Yeah. That's what a lot of people are doing today. Sarasota County government releasing some tips if you're going to go out, and they're good. Remember, clean up slowly, take lots of breaks to avoid just overexertion. You don't want to exhaust yourself doing it. It's not something you do every day, and that's physical work. It's hard. Yeah. Be very careful with chainsaws and other power tools. If you're not familiar with them, we're all tired right now, so a good reminder, just be careful. Yeah. And make sure to stay safe in the heat by staying hydrated and taking breaks. But Bob gave us some good news because it looks like those temperatures have dropped a little bit, so a little better to be outside.
Yeah, my husband actually, he was trimming off the broken fronds on the palm trees. Yeah. And yeah, we really enjoyed the cooler temperatures, but also, I mean, it is a lot of work. You don't realize how massive these things are, just one fronds. You're dragging it through the yard. But I mean, we are definitely so grateful if that's the worst that we have.
Good point.
Not complaining.
Definitely. I think a lot of people, it's a hassle to get out there, but what a relief that that's all we're dealing with.
Even if our trees look like celery sticks.
Yes. All the palm trees got a haircut, I said this morning, the way they look. They definitely got some haircuts to get through the winter. Yeah. All right. And Sarasota County government also releasing some new information on the power situation. Florida Power and Light, they're saying, has restored more than 730,000 customers at this point. They say they know it's challenging to be without power. However, they are working around the clock to make sure that they are able to get every customer's lights back on. So again, they have restored already 730,000 customers in Sarasota County alone. That's a lot.
That is a lot, and still so many, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but over 3 million without power, right, at last count. So,
all right, so that's good to see. Good to see that they are moving forward. All right.
We got some video, right?
Okay, yep.
We got some new video that our producers are showing us. We want to roll from Tampa, this one. Here's drone footage of the flooding right there, and my goodness.
Oh, that's a street, Karen.
Yeah.
Wow. As you can see, some of the cars right there
it's hard to
in
tell
the middle of some businesses. Right. Not sure exactly what street that is, but that is a street in Tampa. This is drone footage of the flooding this area saw. So we keep talking about the widespread damage this storm caused, Milton last night, and all the way down in Lee County, all the way up to Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, and then through the middle of the state as well. So widespread damage.
Right, and Tampa, of course, considering themselves very lucky because they did not get the storm surge, you know, they didn't get the landfall. So what they thought could have been extremely catastrophic because of how populated Tampa Bay is, they definitely fared better, and still this is what fared better looks like.
And you know what I've learned this year? I've always been one to venture out in the water a little bit, you know,
Right.
thinking, oh, my car can handle it. It really can't. We've seen through some of our local storms here, not even hurricane related, just how much standing water, it can cause so much damage. It can totally destroy your car.
Right.
So with our normal rainfall and then the Hurricane Helene and then Hurricane Milton, we're seeing a lot of damaged cars in the area as a result of all this rain. Not so much as last night, but the other
Right.
storms. So the wind damage more from last night.
Oh yeah, and from last night we've got another footage from Punta Gorda, we believe. Can we take a look at that? There it is right there. Yeah, boats in yard summer, and they were talking about this. We even saw that during Helene summer where they were just washing up on shore, and here it is again.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And as you can see, the fences down there, that's a familiar sight we're seeing right now all around the Suncoast. The fences just could not withstand this strong gusts of wind. Ooh, and look at that, the
Right.
debris that's just mangled all over that position there. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, during Helene we saw maybe one boat. Here it's a line of boats, so.
Brought to shore. And all right, what a big mess to clean up. Hopefully no one was injured in that. All
Right, and during Helene, I know there was a little bit of trouble trying to identify the boats, the lost boats with their owners. Looks like they might have some sort of, hopefully they don't
situation
have
there
yeah,
too.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting some new information from Holmes Beach also. The Holmes Beach Police Department releasing some information because you may remember Anna Maria Island right now is not accessible to anyone due to Milton hitting this area. According to the Holmes Beach Police Department, the city of Holmes Beach still has no power, water or sewer, and we talked to the mayor who told us this information as well just a short time ago. They're reporting they have multiple wires, trees into wires, trees down across the roads, and they are working right now to get these roads back open. The plan, they say, is to open the city back up to residents and business owners on Saturday morning. So tomorrow is Friday, so not until Saturday morning at 8 a.m., but it depends on what kind of work they can get done. So the plan just to residents and business owners on Saturday morning. However, they're saying they're not allowing any workers at this time. It's only for assessment of the damage there, and you must have a re-entry tag issued by the city to have access to Holmes Beach. So important information if you planned on heading out there, if you were doing work ahead of time. They're saying, you know, thank you for your understanding and cooperation. They hope to open it up to workers soon, but they can't do this until all the utilities are restored and the roads are safe. So that's the latest message there.
Right, and a good reminder as we're talking about the down power outages, the down traffic lines that are all over the place. We spoke with Trooper Ken Watson, who is saying 70% of traffic signals in Sarasota County alone not working.
And I saw that even in Manatee County this morning as well. I have never seen that, so many. But the good news is this was surprising. Trooper Watson telling us with the Florida Highway Patrol that they hope to have more than 70% of those repaired by tomorrow. So they say this is a priority for them because they're without the traffic signals working, people are prone to T-bone each other, get into accidents, and these can prove to be deadly. So they want to make sure the community is safe. And the roads will be getting busier once again as folks head home from their evacuation sites.
Right, and if you haven't seen these down traffic lights because you've been home, the way he was describing it, it's not just not working, they're actually dangling close to the ground, you know, off of these wires. And the trooper was saying, you don't realize how big and heavy these things are, so with enough of a wind gust, they could act like weapons.
Yeah.
So another reason it's really dangerous, but he also wanted to stress the fact that he should be treating those. There it is. This is video from Palmetto, I believe. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, there's a video, of course, of a roof that was down. But yeah, this is what he was saying they look like here. All over Sarasota County, 70% of them down in the county alone, and this is what they look like, just dangling on that wire. So he really, really wanted to stress the fact that you need to approach these as four-way stops. Ted also bringing that up and quizzing us on that as well, Summer.
And in that video, you may have noticed that building that had the roof, that was a very long time and popular, well-loved restaurant, Alvarez in Palmetto, and very unfortunate. Don't know the extent. It looks like it was pretty bad, but that is a local's favorite restaurant in the area, so it looks like they were hit pretty hard by Hurricane Milton. All right, well, our crews are back out in the field today assessing the damage and speaking to public officials about the community, what they're experiencing, and how we can get help. And Governor Ron DeSantis was in town earlier today.
That's right, and I believe our Michaela Redmond was there, so let's hear her report.
Park, and Governor Ron DeSantis actually just held a press conference one street over talking about the damages from Hurricane Milton. Now I want to show you the reality of what it looks like in this area right where I'm standing. You have insulation lining the streets here, and on the other side you can see parts of these homes just sprawled across the street, and it's not just this one, it's almost every street in this neighborhood. Down here you can also see a roof that's been entirely blown off. Now Governor Ron DeSantis did mention a driving tour through Siesta Key talking about the damages he saw not only from Milton but also Hurricane Helene debris that has still been out there. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
We're going to continue working with our local communities to get people back on their feet. I mean, obviously I do think that this debris mission is going to be important, and it's very, I think, positive, the discussions that Deanne and Kevin have been having. So I think we're going to be in a much better spot on that going forward. And I also just think that this is, you face 2 hurricanes in a couple weeks. Not easy to go through, but I've seen a lot of resilience throughout this state. I think people just, you know, when you're a Floridian, you kind of just know, these are things that can happen, and you roll with it, and you just kind of deal with it. So I've seen a lot of grit, I've seen a lot of determination, and I'm very confident that that this area is going to bounce back very, very quickly. I mean, as much as I was looking at damage at Siesta Key, I was looking at how nice it is, and how we're going to be able to get that back up and running again. I think very, very quickly.
Now, Governor Ron DeSantis had several other people out here that spoke during this press conference, including FEMA, who did decide to meet with some of these homeowners who really need that assistance. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC 7, your local station.
All right, and Michaela Redmond catching up with the governor while he was here addressing Hurricane Milton.
All right, the governor had actually done a driving tour of Siesta Key. We know, of course, the governor's here because this is where it happened in Sarasota. Siesta Key, 8:30 last night, Cat 3 making a landfall.
All right, and Chief Meteorologist joining us just a few minutes ago, though, saying really it felt more like a Category 1.
Yeah, when it comes to damage.
So that was scary, and it just shows how powerful these storms are. Even as a Category 1, 2, 3, we were just glad it wasn't a 5, but definitely time to take these storms seriously. If you have not, I think having Helene back-to-back with Milton, people are taking them more seriously.
Yeah, I mean, and for damage that felt like a Cat 1, for us here, we were here, you know, this built-in studio that we're in right now, we've got Cat 5 impact glass windows and doors, and the wind gusts were so intense that even though these impact glass doors are buttressed up with these sandbags, our doors flew open.
Yeah. It was, the wind was very powerful last night.
Yeah,
Yes,
at one point we
many people know.
evacuated here, went into the hallway. So, I mean, if that's what a Cat 1 damage felt like, I don't want to know what a real Cat 3 damage
Or
feels
5.
like. Yeah.
Definitely. All right, and we are hearing that we have reports of 11 people, 11 fatalities as a result so far of Hurricane Milton. Those numbers continue to come in and will over the next few weeks as the damage is assessed and anyone who was injured during this storm. So that is not good news to report from this storm.
And it looks like we have some sound from a resident on St. Lucie County about, you know, her experience when Milton was blowing through.
All right, let's take a listen.
I have lived in Florida since 1989.
Yeah.
Never have I experienced damage or the amount of tornadoes that came through this area.
Yeah.
And it was the most frightening thing I've ever lived through.
And again, just showing the widespread impact of this storm, not just Manatee, Sarasota counties where it hit, but across the state.
Right, and this is where, Summer, we've been hearing reports about some fatalities coming from an assisted living facility for seniors. So, I mean, this tragedy, this is definitely a huge tragedy. There has been fatalities, though this is far less than, you know, what we had feared.
Yes, all right. And we're continuing our coverage. We want to go back to Michaela Redmond. She visited a mobile home community today that sustained some damage. Let's take a listen to what Michaela had to say. Oh, and actually we'll be going to her in just a minute.
Yeah, but when it comes to that, the governor is saying, you know, he was actually surprised, at least in Sarasota County, when he was doing his tour, he was surprised it wasn't as bad as he expected it to be, though there was damage.
Yeah, a lot of the mobile homes experiencing, or parks experiencing damage, though, again, because this storm produced some powerful wind gusts, and the mobile homes just proved to be no match to the storm.
Yeah, and I believe we have Michaela's package ready, so let's roll it on over.
Hurricane Milton really did a number here at the Mobile Estates Mobile Home Park. Take a look at this home right next to me here. You can see part of the roof just flailing down alongside the house. We also have debris sprawled across the front lawn here, including insulation, other parts of the interior of the home. And if you take a look back here to the right, you can really just see how bad this destruction was. Hurricane Milton did this not only to this home, but dozens of others. And this is us only taking a look at this one street in this area. I mean, just take a look at all of this. You can see parts of the roofs entirely down. You can see part of the drainage system along with this insulation, which carries across the street. There's also still some standing water here in the middle of the road. It's small little patches. It's nothing compared to what it could be, but it's very significant out here. Now, these folks continue cleaning up. We've seen a couple out and about, and they're just hurting, and they say Helene also did a number. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC7, your local station.
Okay, again, that was Michaela Redmond reporting, showing us the damage at a mobile home park as a result of Hurricane Milton. And we have some new information in from Longboat Key. We're hearing that a team has been out to assess the island via the Longboat Pass Bridge, the north end of Longboat Key, and the initial assessment along Gulf of Mexico Drive shows it is all clear. The Florida Department of Transportation must still assess the bridges for potential damage before access is restored. So good news, though, it looks like they've been able to look at Longboat Key and it's okay, but again, they're still assessing the damage there.
Well, Summer, we spoke with the fire chief last night of Longboat Key, and he was gravely concerned because 100 and 200 people did not evacuate, and he was very fearful there would have been deaths. Hopefully, since Bob is telling us the damage looked like more like a Cat 1, these people actually fared okay, and we're not looking at any grim, news like that.
Yeah, that was a scary situation. Glad we have not heard of any injuries or significant damage from that end. All right. Well, let's go to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan. He is on standby once again with the latest on our forecast. Bob?
Yeah, more information coming in and in. Obviously, there's a lot of power outages, so not a lot of people getting the message. I'd like to let you guys know you can always share this a feed that's coming down now for you with other people, family, and friends. We're going to get back on television, obviously, the regular airways soon, but not many people are going to see us if the cable isn't working or the satellites aren't working. I want to read you this. This comes from a reliable source. In fact, the gentleman who owns a Gold Coast Eagle distributorship, his friend who is a town manager of Longboat Key. Here we want to thank Colonel John Saputo for letting us broadcast out of here and really saved us as far as that goes. This is an update. I don't know if you guys have gotten this yet, but it says Braden Beach is opening up Gulf Avenue at 8 a.m. tomorrow. That's Friday. There is a 7/7 curfew in effect in Braden Beach that won't apply to the residents there. Workers on the island leaving after 7 will be able to leave, but they may not return until the next day, 7 o'clock. Holmes Beach remains closed to all. That's what we're getting right now. Again, this coming from the town manager of Longboat Key. The city of Sarasota will be opening through the Ringling through St. Armands tomorrow, although the time has not yet been determined on that one. And Longboat Key will be open to all residents and workers. This is a Tier 3 reentry, and I'm not exactly sure what that Tier 3 is, but this was a wind event mainly out there on Longboat Key. They're saying it wasn't much of a structural problem, wasn't much of a surge problem on Longboat Key. Again, this comes from the town manager there. So information coming in, all new information. There's going to be a lot more coming in too, so stay tuned, stay up to date with what's going on our digital channels and mysuncoast.com and on our social media pages like Twitter and Facebook as well as Instagram. All right, radar picture. Not showing much out there. That's good. We're going to stay dry, too. Not much rain expected over the next couple of days. The storm itself, there it goes. There'll be no more updates, and I'm happy about that. No more updates with Milton. Milton will be retired. There's pretty much no doubt in my mind it will be retired. And I got to tell you about Milton. Milton was a storm that produced a lot of tornadoes. We had 5 or 6 of them. I know I came in yesterday morning to our ABC7 studio, and meteorologist John Scalzi was doing the weather, and then it started. These feeder bands were developing, and that's what I did. I drove to work real quick ahead of schedule because I wanted to beat the feeder band. I got a little bit of it, but the tornado warnings started coming in on a regular basis, one after another. I think there were 5 or 6, like I said. The tornadoes usually occur with the feeder bands, not so much with the heart of the storm. So the feeder bands really caused the big problems on the East Coast. I mean, I was seeing video and pictures of tornadoes that you would see in the Midwest. I mean, they had the classic wedge shape to them, and they were much stronger than our normal tropical tornadoes that we do see. And a lot of our tornado warnings that we get are usually pretty small, and they usually aren't even touching the ground. All right, well, there goes our friend Milton. I wanted to show you the graphic. Everyone's talking about it on the internet. Well, you know the next storm's coming. Well, we are monitoring always the tropics this time of year. And in the GFS, which I must say has gotten a bad rap over the past few years for spinning up systems, this year they've done really well, this model, the American model, in kind of give us a lead to storms developing. So we'll take this and keep an eye on it, all right? This is a forecast out Wednesday, October 16th. Something may be in the Western Caribbean. This is a favorite area for development during this time of year, the Western Caribbean Sea. And unfortunately, storms that develop here late in the season tend to move north. And where does that put us? That puts us right in the way. So October is kind of a difficult month for us, and I've said that for years, that October is our scariest month here because usually storms that develop late in the season impact Florida, especially in October. We take a look at that. Well, the European doesn't show anything significant in about 6 days from now. It does show some flare-up, a little bit of pressure drop here and there. And again, near Nicaragua and Honduras is something popping up there. So we'll watch it for you. Nothing to worry about, obviously, but this year has been so unusual that we've got to kind of keep an eye on that. The dry air is going to keep us dry, too, right here. Lots of dry air in place, and the winds have really calmed down, you guys, out of the northeast, anywhere from 10 to 15 miles an hour. Not much to show you in the wind field category. As we alluded to earlier, the wind gusts, I believe the highest one at the Sarasota-Braden Airport was 102 miles an hour. And we had a sustained wind at Anna Maria of 85 miles an hour with a wind gust of 105. Now, I'm telling you, the National Hurricane Center and all the books will say that certainly Milton was a Category 3 hurricane as it made landfall. But just assessing the damage and kind of associating the damage with the classification of what you would see with certain categories, it certainly looked like a 1 to me. I'm not saying it was a 1, and I don't want to go against you saying that, we had a 3 here. Wind, I've never experienced that kind of wind before, and I've been here 39 years, and I go, wow, this is amazing. That was the strongest wind I've ever witnessed here on Earth. Obviously, I was up in a couple of Hurricane Hunter aircraft and saw and kind of felt those winds, but boy, I got nervous in a Category 5 building here when that wind started blowing, and we heard Karen talking about that too. I mean, everyone here kind of is looking around at each other. Wow, this is getting a little interesting. And we all went, I kind of went to the hallway, and then everyone else followed me, it seemed like. So it's something to kind of put in your brain that if you make decisions based on past storms that you've been through, it's not always the best idea. You have to just kind of go and see what the storm is going. My daughter said to me today, she said, Dad, if I see a tropical depression, we're leaving. And I said, okay, well, you guys got to make that plan up for yourselves. I'm going to be working regardless. So here's a look at the forecast tonight, you guys. If you're heading out, I don't advise you driving, but if you have to, it's going to be pleasant weather for that and a nice cool start tomorrow morning, it looks like. At least cool, relatively speaking. Back to Summer and Karen.
That's good news because a lot of people still do not have power.
so they're able to open up their windows and enjoy what we refer to as cooler weather.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, when your chief meteorologist is on the phone saying, I don't want to be in this big room, I'm going to go out into the hallway, you can bet the rest of us are all following him too.
Oh, last night, yes, yeah, with the strong wind gusts. Yeah, it got a little scary, and we worked through it, though, as all of you did at home, and we appreciate you tuning in here to ABC 7 to keep updated with Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan and Leslie Lacey during the evening hours. They definitely were able to monitor this storm, keep us calm, and keep us updated, because again, when we went into work, we were thinking we were being hit with a Category 5 storm.
Right, and we know this was a fatal hurricane. I believe we've got some video from St. Lucie, some tornado video. Can we take a look at that? Right, there it is right here, Summer. Oh my goodness. And this afternoon, the governor confirming as many as 5 people were killed after 2 confirmed tornadoes touched down in St. Lucie County. And we know some of those deaths are being linked to a senior community that was here.
Oh, devastating. And I think we were reporting 11 deaths total so far with this storm. That just shows, though, how dangerous and widespread these storms. Hurricane making landfall in Sarasota or Siesta Key, but that widespread damage and the deaths taking place several miles away. Oh, okay, and take a look at this. This car accident here, a car on its side. And
yeah, and it looks like, you know, at some point it almost looks like it was actually cut in half, Summer. Tornado flipped the car, our producer Angel is telling us, because, I mean, obviously it's going to flip the car. It's that powerful.
Right.
And I don't know, that one shot, I want to take a closer look, but it looked like it was halved. I was trying to figure out where the rest of that car was.
Monitors a little small, but again, just showing the strength of these storms, tornadoes. Maybe this person was not aware of a tornado watch, but why it's always good when you are in the middle of a hurricane that you continue to monitor the weather and watch your local forecasts, and so you do not find yourself in a dangerous situation like that.
Right, and here locally, we're sending our Jordan Litwiller to check out SRQ Airport, Summer, because 102 mile per hour wind gusts, we are now learning, did significant damage there.
Yeah, we spoke to the CEO and president, Rick Piccolo, just a short time ago by phone. And he was telling us about the damage that airport sustained, and as a result, the airport is closed right now. They are hoping to open back up Saturday morning, but they say they have a lot of debris they're clearing up, and their terminal was damaged.
Right.
So they cannot be open to the public until all of this is cleaned up.
Yeah, I wrote it down. Blew off an entire roof of the terminal concourse, hangars damaged, debris on the roof, water damaged. That is significant.
Yeah, so again, ABC 7's Jordan Litwiller is at the airport getting some video of the scene there, and will bring us the latest. And again, if you have any travel plans and you were supposed to fly out of SRQ or have any friends or relatives flying into SRQ, obviously their flight plans have been changed, and either they're being diverted to another airport or their flights have been canceled. And as always, you should check with your local or your airline before heading to the airport to see what kind of changes. Now, most airports will notify, or airlines will notify you via text or email if there is a change of plans. But again, even as the hours get closer with all of these changes because of the weather, you'll want to contact your airline to get the final details on your flight destination.
Okay, and our producer handed us another slip. I want to take another look at some video of St. Lucie tornado aftermath. So let's take a look at that, if you could roll it. Okay. Yeah, this is a bird's eye view, and as they're zooming out, you can just see the debris just scattered everywhere.
The damage, yes, from that storm.
Right, earlier, you know, just a few moments ago, we saw the video of the tornado flipping over a car, and we know this was deadly here. They're saying at least 2 confirmed tornadoes touched down, and as many as 5 people were killed. I mean, you can just see pieces of the home everywhere. That what looks like a very massive tree laying across the road, and some homes there, Summer.
All right, and bringing it closer to home, getting some new updates from Sarasota County. They're telling us conditions at Turtle Beach. They're assessing conditions there, and Sarasota County continuing to perform damage assessment at local beaches. And at this time, all of the local beaches in Sarasota County and Manatee County remain closed as crews head out there and take a look at what damage this storm caused.
Speaking of beaches, Siesta Key, where our Brissa Bradfield was, she's obviously, you know, she and our photographer Larry Phillips, they couldn't get far in. They had to walk about a block to get to the point of Siesta Key where they were. Still looked beautiful, but I think noticeable to anybody who knows that area. It's pure white sand. You don't even see shells there. It's that fine sugary sand, but actually in her shot, debris was everywhere.
All right, and moving on to Manatee County, the famous Rod and Reel Pier that so many have grown to love over the years and visit, a big destination for tourists. It was damaged, actually destroyed from Hurricane Milton. Very sad images are coming in from that. And the other pier in that area, we talked to the Holmes Beach mayor,
Right.
Judy Titsworth. She was telling us, though, despite this storm being powerful, they did not receive the damage that they thought they would. And actually, Helene having a bigger impact on Holmes Beach and the overall Anna Maria Island than Milton.
Yeah, I was really surprised when she said from Helene, 98% of their businesses took on floodwaters. You know, and of course this affects the mayor herself, who said she had 3 feet of water during Helene, and she also had wind damage during Milton. I mean, she's dealing with a whole lot, and she was just telling us about how her crews are so exhausted to the point that they actually do need some outside help when it comes to fire and police.
Right, and a reminder, today is Thursday afternoon, so with tomorrow being the end of the week, of the parks, libraries, and beaches will remain closed as emergency crews and county officials continue to assess the damage in these locations. And that's a reminder that Manatee, Sarasota, and Charlotte County schools will also remain closed through the end of the week, so they will not be open tomorrow. No word yet on when, excuse me, the schools will be reopening. A lot of the schools were open as shelters, so the school district is going to have to go in as these individuals leave the shelters, clean them, see if there's any damage from the storm so they can reopen them back to the students, but no word yet on when schools will reopen. And as soon as we learn that information, we'll be sharing it with you.
Yeah, because in Sarasota County, I believe 2 or 3 of the shelters hit max capacity. So when you're talking about cleaning, you imagine that would be quite a feat.
Yes, and so that's going to be a tough situation for parents if they are heading back to work. But if you live in this area, you are familiar. The schools close down because those are shelters.
Right.
Very important. They have to work with the county and emergency officials, even providing housing for law enforcement that are in town to help. So. Who knew that the schools were built so strong, but they really are built to withstand strong, powerful winds, and that is why they open as shelters when we have powerful storms hit the area.
Yeah, and Summer, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe, you know, originally ahead of Helene, you had sent out a release saying, you know, schools are going to remain open, and then I think an hour or so later they had to take that back because they had planned to be open. However, they were notified that they were going to be used as a shelter, right? Is that what happened?
Right, yeah. And then in Manatee County, only a few shelters opened originally. With the news that Milton was coming, and then I think by the time the storm had made landfall, or just about to make landfall, we had like 15 or 16 shelters just in Manatee County alone. Sarasota County also. Charlotte County, not as many, but quite a few schools, so I can imagine that's going to make it difficult for the school district to reopen those schools, but I know they're working around the clock because these students have missed school now all week because of the storm. So. And that's hard, Karen. I have 3 children, and as you wait, and no storm 3 days out, your children are not in school, but that's because they have to get in and get those schools prepared to become shelters. And if they open one shelter, then they have to close down all schools because that one school they can't go to school and everybody else does. So it's a really complicated process.
Yeah.
So a lot of work goes into that. I know they are continuing to work. So while law enforcement and emergency crews are out assessing the damage, school district officials are meeting to figure out when they can reopen schools.
Yeah, and as many shelters as there were, Summer, I remember hearing the governor saying he was actually surprised there were not more shelters open. He thought more needed to be open. So I thought that was really interesting. Maybe not in our area, but overall, yeah. I believe we have something from Sophia Summer, Sophia Vitella, our reporter, who's kind of been all over the area surveying the damage. So let's see the report she filed.
C7 News. I'm on North Osprey Avenue in downtown Sarasota. I want to show you what we're seeing here. First of all, this person's motorcycle is just buried under this pile of debris and trees and branches have flown all around from Hurricane Milton. Now, if you come to your left, though, this street is impassable. So walk with me here because I want to talk to you about this. We know that the city of Sarasota has been coming through and clearing streets. This, I think, is going to be a little bit more of a difficult task because for the most part, we haven't been seeing, at least in downtown Sarasota, giant trees on streets, blocking streets. We've seen large branches and, leaves and grass like this, something that you could pick up and lift off of the street. This is going to take a little bit more time. I'm assuming they might need a chainsaw. They're probably going to have to break this tree up. That is not a light tree. Obviously, you can tell that. I do want to let you know, for some reason, Kate and I, my photographer, we are smelling fire. So we are going to try and see what that's about. But the smell is a little weird here where we're standing. We're going to see what's going on here and go a little bit further down and around this tree on the other side of the road.
All right, reading the latest reports coming out of Manatee and Sarasota counties. Again, crews remain out assessing the damage, trying to determine when they can open back up the access to the beaches, mostly for residents to get back out there and assess the damage of their homes. So many, for example, both Anna Maria Island and Siesta Key receiving damage from Hurricane Helene. This was a double whammy, but thankfully this storm we're hearing was not as damaging on these homes as Helene was.
Right, and I was just chatting with our Leslie Lacey, who was driving up north and experienced quite a bit of debris all over the place, right, Leslie?
Yeah, I did. I unfortunately kind of had to leave early because to take care of my animals and so forth. But early meaning the sun had not come up, so I was, we were working all night, so I had to go up to Tampa, and I got to give credit to the crews who cleaned up the interstate because I was on the road before they got out there. So I might have seen 20 cars by the time I left our bunker here up to Tampa. And there were 6 different places where major thick trees were down in the road that I had to just, navigate around. And a lot of metal signs turned upside down. Came through this morning, came to work, it was all gone. Some little areas, but they weren't even blocking the roadway. Where last night, you could certainly tell that we had extensive wind come through those areas. I would probably say Bradenton was the worst. But thank goodness we are out of it now. We're not out of the cleanup. A lot of people had a lot of destruction from Helene and now on top of this Milton as well. But we've got fair weather ahead. So I want to take a look here at the Titan radar for you and look at the United States. Looking pretty good here, huh? This is the remnants of what was Milton heading out, thank goodness, and also starting to really leave the peninsula, still affecting, as I zoom in here, a little bit of the central east side of the peninsula. And let's see if this goes. Looks like we're having a little bit of a problem. I'll see if I can fix it. All right, we're gonna just walk around, but we're doing pretty good overall. And oh, here we go. We're gonna. This should work, I hope. We'll see. Live TV, live internet, lots of tech problems. But much better across the United States. A little bit of wet weather here. You can see getting some rain, some showers, some storms here right on the border of Arizona, New Mexico. A little bit coming through Oklahoma. Oklahoma. That's been going on for a while. And then up here in Maine, but looking much better. A few hours ago, Maine was really getting hit. And then it's starting to leave. Again, they're still getting a little bit of those banded areas, but this is what I want to show you right here. So basically Daytona Beach, you know, that eastern side, northeastern, and then this is just going to continue to move out. So as I move in, we're looking fantastic. No rain in our area. It's been a beautiful day so far, and it's going to be a beautiful day tomorrow, at least as far as the weather. Not so much on the debris, in the skies, but not so much on the ground. Let's take a look at the rivers. So we're under a flood warning here, but it's about 2 to 5 feet. So that's going to fluctuate. It's going to start to go down, actually, after a while, because we don't have any rain really coming in. Very low rain chances, which is a good thing here. So this is the Peace River. This is Horse Creek right here. We got Little Manatee River, Manatee and Myakka River. All of these are under a flood warning, but again, just about 2 to 5 feet. It's not real serious, not major. Usually in those areas, it starts to encroach on some roads or maybe some campsites and so forth like that. Watches and warnings, we do have a high surf advisory that is in effect. So you really don't want to go to the beach, not just because of the high surf advisory, but the rip current statement, and the beaches just aren't clean, okay? So there's a lot of runoff that goes in there. It pollutes it for a while. It needs to clean itself out. And also there is a lot of debris in the beach. So you don't want to go in there. All right, now let's throw it back. We've now got Rob and Stephanie back in the hot seat.
All right. Thank you, Leslie Lacey. We appreciate that. Once again, we want to reset for you here at 6 o'clock. I'm Stephanie Stanton.
I'm Rob Wells. Glad to have you along with us. And I think it's a kind of a day to kind of get out, see what was left behind. Hard to believe it was almost 24 hours ago when Milton made his presence known loud and clear. And certainly we heard here in our makeshift studios in Lakewood Ranch all throughout the night. We have a feeling that you had the very same experience at home, no matter where you were at. So many parts of the Florida area really affected by this in some way or another.
Yeah, and we are starting to see more damage coming in. We are starting to hear more about storm surge and some of the impacts in the Venice area. We will be getting a crew out there just as soon as possible, but you know, that was south of the point of landfall, and we know that typically south was the dirty side of the storm, which is the side of the storm that is getting more storm surge. And while we do understand that the storm surge totals did go down, even still, if you were on the beach, if you are near the shoreline, those people took on water and sand. So we are awaiting more pictures from there. And our hearts go out to people out there who are now dealing with this.
Sure, it's talk about PTSD times 2 times 3, right? You're cleaning up from Helene from 2 weeks ago, the debris out there. I was just out at the South Jetty a few weeks ago in Venice. You know, they were getting ready to do some work there on the South Jetty. That obviously got postponed and delayed, and then you had Helene, and now we have this situation. So it is a 1-2 punch. It is a cruel punch by Mother Nature. We know that the eye of the storm coming in last night about 8:30, 8:40, Siesta Key, it's had its, so if you were expecting a flight in tomorrow, over the weekend, it may be delayed going out. We really just don't know at this point, especially out of SRQ, but certainly changing kind of the whole flight patterns, the trajectory, everything is changing, we know, for at least the next several days.
Yeah, and we want to let folks know that we are awaiting a news conference with officials from Sarasota, the Sarasota EOC Emergency Operations Center. That is expected to take place. Oh, we're just talking to them. Okay, thank you. Sorry, my mistake there. So we'll be talking to them shortly, as soon as we can get that together. But in the meanwhile, we want to go to this report from our Michaela Redmond. She was at the, I believe this is the Thomas More Catholic Church in Sarasota, and she's going to show us some damage from there.
It's mobile home park here at St. Thomas More Catholic Church. I want you to take a look at some of the debris that's lining the streets here. You can really see how those winds coming through and really picking up speed just ripped branches off of the trees here. Now it looks like some of this has been pushed out of the road so that people can come in and out, but you can still see these extensive branches down and even just some little nuggets here and there planted across the street. Now, if you get closer to the church, that's still hard to navigate through some of these roads. They even have some cones set up on the other side. That's probably going to be hard to see. But again, this is a situation we're seeing in this area over here, just downed power lines. We came across one over there and had to maneuver around it as safely as possible, because that's one of the things you should never do, is drive over a down line, because you don't know if it's active or not. But again, this is just the reality out here right now. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC7, your local station.
Wow, that is such a beautiful campus.
We're just down
if you had the chance to be out there, but obviously Mother Nature really gets the upper hand in these kind of storms. The surge so strong last night, and I think what was so deceptive about this storm, as so many other of them are, Stephanie, is that you think that the initial has gone through and then it would get quiet. It's what we call a lull, right, for 10, perhaps 15 minutes, and you think, we survived this one, let's brush this one off, let's regroup, and then here comes the other band, the loud noises. What made this particularly creepy last night? In fact, it was in the middle, late evening. Came in a lot earlier than what we anticipated,
it really did.
So that changed everything. But still, when you start hearing those limbs and things hitting against the building, and in this case, we're at our makeshift studios in Lakewood Ranch, just out of an abundance of caution. This is where we've been for almost 2 days now, and we're certainly still doing our job, trying to bring the information and the critical details to you that you need to keep both you and your family safe.
Yeah, and if we can go back to, sort of experiencing it, you and I were working alongside each other together a lot through it, and this is my first hurricane that I've sort of ridden out to this level here, mostly evacuated, so I never really had to ride it out. And as you said, it was interesting because the storm came in, and then the eye wall made land. Leslie Lacey was here telling us that. And so we were like, oh, wow, this is it. This must be the storm. And then we're thinking, okay, there's wind out there, and then we did have that lull, and we weren't really sure because I think part of the eye wall sort of broke up so fast when it hit land.
Yep.
So we weren't really sure. At one point, you and I thought, is it over? And then Leslie said, oh, no, wait for the backside. And then the backside came, and that's when it got really intense for that period of time, where that wind got really heavy and it picked up and it was strong.
Yep.
And then it continued for a much longer time, or at least it felt like it continued longer on the backside than the front side.
Felt like forever to me. I couldn't wait till that was over. That was not, and as Karen Kim said so eloquently earlier, when Bob Harrigan says, hit the deck, we're going into the middle of the building, you do that. And we're in it could be an army bunker. This place is new.
Yeah.
It is solid. It is built to last with Cat 5 windows.
Right.
But still, those windows were rattling, and Mother Nature was up to no good last night. And we all felt the wrath of that. Probably like 8:30, 8:45, it really at least kind of touched where we're at. And so that keeps you at least on your toes, right? To know that the bands of this, the width of this, the depth of this, and the layers of this storm were something that we had not seen literally in a very long time here. And we know that so many parts of our state in some way or another were affected. Our friends to the south getting those tornado warnings and watches in Lee and Collier counties earlier yesterday afternoon before anything even started here. And we know the result of that was really devastating, really tough.
Yeah, and we know that every storm is different and no two storms are alike. And, I guess when Leslie and Bob come back, one of the questions I have is, do all hurricanes, if you're riding them out, does the front side feel different or shorter or easier than the backside?
Right.
Is the backside always the worst side in a hurricane as it's making landfall?
I think anymore, we just don't know. There's no promises on anything. There are no bets. All bets are off at this point. We saw something unique in Debbie in August. We saw something much different with Helene later than that. And then certainly just 2 weeks later, the cruel punishment from Mother Nature of what we saw with the wrath of Milton. We know that, St. Lucie County, particularly devastated on the East Coast. We're up to at least the last confirmation I heard of at least 5 dead, maybe higher numbers at this point, and at least some confirmed twisters and tornadoes on that end. So we know that the damage is insurmountable. The governor speaking a little bit earlier this afternoon saying that damage and cleanup is just paramount. He wants to get people back into their homes as quickly as possible. It is literally all forces on the ground and in the air. At this point, forces already probably here by this point. We know from at least what he said earlier from the state of Ohio, from the state of Virginia, even as far away as our friends on the West Coast from California coming here, in fact, to help us get back to whatever sense of normalcy and reality that may be. That trajectory in the area has certainly changed. We don't even know the width of that. We're still getting the tidbits in from you, the photos and the videos, and we appreciate that, but know that we want you to do that when it's safe to do so. We don't want you or your family to get hurt. It is not worth one picture. It's not worth your life.
Yeah, and such a big part of the challenge is accessibility, access. You know, officials, they, were taking their time getting even onto Longboat Key. They had to make sure that the bridges are safe and secure to travel. They don't want people in there. They were slowly trying to let some business owners in certain parts, but not even residents were allowed. So people can't get on to even see the damage. It's extremely difficult. So we may not know the full extent of the damage. We were hearing that the storm was perhaps less damage than Hurricane Helene in terms of storm surge and things like that. But now we're starting to see some things trickle in, and some of the damage looks more severe than we might have initially thought.
Absolutely. Talking about travel, getting things back up on online and on grid. We talked about Tampa International. We're going to focus in now. Our own Jordan Littwiller gave us a quick sneak peek at what's going on at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport a little bit earlier. Let's take a listen to what he found.
Yeah, guys, we're learning more about some of the damages sustained here at the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. Airport President and CEO Rick Piccolo telling us there were 102-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. As you can see, that caused a lot of debris on these arrival and departure lanes. And they also did do a good job of preparing. There's some sandbags in front of these sliding glass doors. I looked through those doors to see if there was any kind of water damage inside, and we couldn't see anything right on the other side of the glass door, so that's obviously good news. And then all the way at the very front of this arrival and departure lanes, where they're constructing some of that new terminal, some of the fencing there did get knocked down because some of those wind gusts. But President and CEO Rick Piccolo tells us that's not the major concern. There was some more damage sustained on some of the roofs and some of the hangars as well. So those are two of the main points of concern that he pointed out to us in an interview. And he says they're going to make sure that they're doing all they can to do some safety inspections. And then the earliest that they plan on opening up is Saturday. So still a lot of work to be done here at the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport before flights start taking off again. Guys, back to you.
Those pictures, just it's so odd to see. SRQ is always such a busy, exciting, bustling place, right? Like pretty much anywhere you go along the Suncoast. But to see it literally come to a standstill at this point and be that way until we know that in fact these structures are secure there. That more importantly, the jets, both big and small, they are safe to come in and out of that airport. That is so critical. So they must maintain that, make sure that all the teammates are okay, accounted for there, right? It is a 24/7 operation, and it is one that we do not take lightly here along the Suncoast or anywhere else. So we must make sure that we will soon learn from this as well and get those airports back open. But there's a big process to it.
Yeah, it is. And, SRQ, very close to the coast, right there.
Right there, yeah.
So that's kind of obviously the trend. It, goes without saying, when the storm comes ashore, those are the strongest winds. Again, fortunately, we did see the storm break up when it came to shore in many parts, but you can see the difference, which is, again, one other reason why people should evacuate. People are told to evacuate because even that initial, onshore flow, when that storm comes on shore, that's where the strongest winds are going to be. And SRQ is there, and I'm glad that we did move inland, that our station made that decision to move. We're just 10 miles inland, but it does make a big difference.
Huge difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're here, and we certainly felt Mother Nature knocking on the door, especially about 9 o'clock last night. I can't imagine.
I know.
Being in Venice or Siesta Key, and my hearts go out to those folks. And there were so many who, they did the right thing. They went to the shelters, they heeded the warnings, they listened to the messages, but still to feel that impact, to feel that direct impact is something that you probably have a hard time putting words on.
Yeah.
A well-oiled machine, that is what Governor Ron DeSantis is talking about when he talks about FPL. And we know that those men and women, they're going to be out there working a lot of round-the-clock shifts, getting us back online, getting the lights back on in your home. I'm hoping that you're connecting with us right now and you see this, but in case you don't, let your friends know who may be in the dark that the lineman staging area, it is up and running in Sarasota. This is off Fruitville Road. We're talking Rob Arts Arena there. I loved the other day, I think it was Monday or Tuesday by that point, they had the electronic rotating signs out in front saying this is the FPL staging site for what is to become Hurricane Milton once again. in reference to just 2 weeks ago, the same drill set up there for what we know now as Hurricane Helene. Know that those trucks that were there now, they are out on the roads. They are canvassing thousands of miles across the state of Florida, trying to get you back online and get the service up to where it needs to be. And in fact, that's an arduous task. It takes a lot of skill, time. The big takeaway from another thing that the governor said this afternoon, you know, you may think it's okay to go out, take that drive today. We wouldn't recommend that still at this point if you don't need to.
Yeah.
But when you come upon any line, any community, any neighborhood, assume that in fact that is a live wire, and it can mean death if it's in the wrong hands. You do not want to try to be a hero, drive over it, move it, touch it, do anything to amend where it's at. The officials and the ones that are trained, and I'm certainly not on that list, but I let them do that job because you don't mess with electric.
Yeah,
Don't
absolutely. It is encouraging and refreshing to see that. And, you know, typically ahead of these storms, that is the staging point for those trucks, hundreds of trucks that then immediately get dispatched as soon as it's safe. Obviously, the state has done this a time or two before, and that is just really speaks to the coordination from the top down. You know, we have the governor, we have the state of Florida, they've done this. The state is extremely astute at responding to hurricanes, major disasters, and so it does give a sense of comfort that, hey, these guys are on it. They are under the leadership of the governor, who's working in coordination with FEMA and other state, local, and federal agencies to get the job done, and they are doing exactly that. And also, Rob, that was FPL, which is more specific to our area, but also up north, Duke Energy.
Right.
They do the same thing. Typically, we've seen them stage in the parking lot of the Tropicana. Obviously, we saw the first responders who were inside the Trop. Last night, we saw all those cots laid out side by side with the Florida National Guard. Unfortunately, we saw the roof come off the Tropicana, and so those people had to be, you know, dispatched, taken out of there. And as far as we know, everyone is safe. But you know, they have these massive staging areas,
Right.
is what I'm trying to say, and they're ready right nearby to go into those hardest hit areas.
And you know, they don't blink an eye. They go into it. They know this is going to be tough. Every storm, every situation will be different, and that is what they are geared up to do. We did say that Governor DeSantis was in Sarasota earlier this afternoon. What was that, about 3:30ish around there?
Mobile Estates Mobile Home Park in Sarasota.
Right there, and the governor talking there about cleanup efforts, getting debris out of the roadways, getting it away from people's communities. That is priority. He talked about some $50 million we're talking about in FEMA loans for small businesses, because small businesses are the backbone of what we have here.
Yeah.
So many critical to our community, and so many that are just amazing gems in themselves that we do not want to see go away, even with Mother Nature fighting against us. We do know our Michaela Redmond, she's been a busy young lady this afternoon. She was out there when the governor was speaking and also getting some real feedback on the ground from residents there. Let's take a listen in.
Joe DeMarco, thank you so much for taking the time and speaking with me. Nice to meet you. So sorry for everything you guys are going through. Walk me through kind of some of the damages you guys are seeing out here.
Well, this person here lost their whole roof. As you can see it, it's gone. It's in the backyard, and I've been carrying the stuff out from behind these houses and bringing them up front because they're gonna. I guess the garbage man or scrap man's coming tomorrow to get all the aluminum.
Have you seen any type of damage like that? I mean, have you seen this area just devastated like this?
Not this bad, no. It's about the worst I've seen it.
What's next for you guys in this area? I know you said you have relatives that also live right around here. I mean, what does the rebuilding look like for you guys?
It's going to take time, but they have no other homes, so I live here full time, so for me it's a little more difficult. For them it's kind of easy. Not easy, because they got to rebuild this place.
And I know DeSantis came out here to your area and spoke a little bit. Was it reassuring at all, some of what he said?
Yes, it was. It was good. He says he's going to help us get all the our facts, everything together, and get it done in a quicker time than last time. So that's what he was saying. So hopefully it works.
Thank you so much, Joe. Okay. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC7, your local station.
And that is just such a small snapshot of what we're seeing right there. You know, one man's pain, and there are so many of those stories. There are going to be endless ones that we encounter that we get to tell to you with your help over the next several hours, several days, several weeks for that matter. We want you to be able to share the pictures, the videos, everything that you can account for, which made this storm particularly unique for you and your family. We want you to do it safely by visiting mysuncoast.com. Just go to the Share It tab. Don't do it today, no hurry, just when it's safe, when you've been given the all clear sign by first responders.
And reminding you to please shoot landscape or horizontally. It looks better on TV. You won't get those curtains on the side.
Yeah, so to the side for TV. I know it's we're all used to doing it this way, but for us, if you can, we appreciate anything you do. Certainly, we'll take it. But hey, let us know where you're at, what's going on, and we want to give credit where credit is due. So who are you? So we want to make sure we know exactly what we're putting on the air each and every day, because you are part of that storytelling process at this point. We've got crews out there. You've seen it, but things look and feel a little bit different.
Either.
Right, because they have limitations. There's only certain areas that our crews can safely, in fact, be gaining entrance to within boundaries and reasons. And so that's why we need your help when, in fact, again, you've been given the all clear. The best thing I've seen, boy, drones are a lot more popular. You're seeing them flying around neighborhoods. Yeah. That is such an amazing angle. If you have one, or if you have a friend that might have one, or know a resource that we could utilize to see those pictures from the drone angle, it paints a picture that we cannot even put a price tag on, because they're so just valuable in the depth of what happened here just barely 24 hours ago.
Yeah, I want to go back to some of the folks out there, people, the gentleman that Michaela was speaking with, and other people. As people gain access to the barrier islands, to Venice, other places, we are unfortunately going to hear more stories of people who have had property loss, devastating losses. We hope that we will not hear any tragedies, but we know that there's going to be property loss.
Absolutely.
And that's going to be very difficult for a lot of people. They're going to be going through a lot of challenges, emotional challenges. They're going to need their friends, their family. So, again, we want to remind people to be mindful of that the community is coming together as best they can. But there's going to be a lot of people out there hurting. They're going to be traumatized. And so, we want to be there for them. And ABC7 has always been a vital part of the Sarasota Manatee community and beyond. And so we as a station, we are committed to not only being here to share information with you, but I'm sure in the coming days our station is always doing something to reach out to help the community, and that is something that we are very proud of. But just be mindful of that maybe, like you said, call a friend, maybe someone to lean on. For those whose homes were not damaged, do what you can. Maybe make a meal for a friend or a neighbor. Any little thing helps. Believe me, we've seen, I have several friends and even some family members who lost pretty much their entire possessions in their home and cannot live in their home. And it's hard because, it's just sometimes a small gesture, bringing a meal, something simple.
It's those small gestures that can make a monumental difference when you're at your wit's end and you just have had it, and we've all been there. You may be there right now. My heart goes out to you. I don't know what else. The people I've been talking to over the last, since Helene, since Debbie, since all this, and it's like, enough already, give us a break, give the businesses a break, and it does paint a picture of the resiliency. But as I said earlier, and I'm going to be very real about this, like how many times, right? How much more, how many calls, how many claims, right? The whole insurance, the trajectory of insurance. Coming from Ohio, this is a whole new ballgame. I've learned a lot, and you need to be up. You need to, I'm telling you, read your policy closely, read every detail, and make highlights before the storm hits. Don't wait till the lights go out. Not a good time to do that. Yeah. Speaking of lights out, we have some power outage latest numbers for you. Manatee County, and this is just the update. We got 201,000 folks in Manatee County still in the dark at this point.
Still a fair amount of people, though.
A lot. Tremendous.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Sarasota. Oh, yeah, Sarasota. We have 182,000 residents without power. Still staggering amount of people.
We were about like a little over 200,000 at the height. Where were we at?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it in my notes here.
And obviously, 182,000, one household without lights. We don't like that, right? Because we don't like being inconvenienced, and that's not fun living in an area where the conditions are ever changing.
I have the notes from
this is
earlier today.
Great progress.
Sarasota was at 227,000, and now we're at 182,000. That's actually very good progress. Manatee 201. Manatee's still relatively the same.
But what was in Pinellas is like through the roof. Isn't
Yeah,
it? They're way up there.
I think.
And 18 inches of to rain to boot. Can you imagine? You're in the dark, and then the water level is climbing in your home. I can't imagine a more terrible scenario. Charlotte County, we're looking at 64,000 folks still waiting for the power to come back on.
That number's come down because that was 69,000 a few hours ago, so that's coming down.
And a state total here, folks, we're at 2,950,000. 2,950,000. It has come down. We were at three something.
3.2, 3.3.
So know that if you're in the dark, probably a lot of your friends, family members, they may be too. And that's another thing, you know, if you, I found a couple years ago through a little visitor called Hurricane Ian 2 years ago when I was trying to reach out to friends and family here. And I remember that horrible kind of guttural feeling when you couldn't reach somebody or you weren't getting that text message back, right? Because we want things immediately. Who wants to wait? And that was not happening in the wake of that storm. It was patience, it was time, but boy, was that nerve-wracking when somebody wouldn't respond to you and you just talked to them the day before and you're thinking, well, they decided to stick this one out, and then you didn't hear from them. And then it took me 3 days later and I finally heard from that individual, and I was never so happy to get a text message in my life.
It is stressful. You know, working here, speaking from personal experience, I had two of my family members, my dad and my sister, they were hunkering down nearby in Parrish. And, you know, even though they were nearby, you know, they're not in a big structure like this. We hope that their home holds up. It's a newer build. It's untested, though. So you still have that little part of you that gets a little nervous, and then they lose power, and sometimes you can't get the cell signal. She can't text a photo. Fortunately, they are all okay. And her home is, I don't think she has much damage. So they're very grateful. A lot of grateful people.
That is blessing.
Very grateful people, because again, at one point we were told by Bob Harrigan that this storm had reached Category 5 status when it was churning in the Gulf. That is horrifying.
Amazing. And at this hour, again, just after 6 o'clock, we are looking for the very latest information, not only to kind of see what we're dealing with here, but also what you may be dealing with at home. And for that, let's turn it over to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan. Bob, good evening to you.
Good evening, Rob and Steph. You hear just devastation. As you said, pictures being sent in to mysuncoast.com. You see a little tab up there. It says share it. Very easy to do. It gives us a chance to see what is happening all across the Suncoast. And we do have reporters in the field. In fact, we're getting some reporters and teams from other of our sister stations that are going to help us with this recovery effort as well, because there's so many stories to be told. And we're looking at this. Look at this picture. A lot of people who live here and have lived here are familiar with this location. This is Gulf Wind Marina, and I used to keep my little 18-foot boat here years ago. This is a north wind event, and just look at all the destruction that was brought on as a result of the wind. Now, these are stacked up on these big, you can see them right there, like cages for that matter. It's a parking garage for boats, and they were just literally destroyed right there with that high wind. It wasn't the storm surge that caused this, it was the high winds, would gusted up to 105 miles an hour. So Simon Peterson sending that photo in. And then look at this. This is a yacht that I'm familiar with there by Marina Jack. I've seen it before many times. It's got the nice wood right on it. It's just twisted over. It's even on the sidewalk there, or part of the dock, as you see. And that was a result of the wind and the storm surge, lifting it up and then dropping it right there. I'm sure there's lots of damage to the hull of that boat. Beautiful boat it is, too. That was courtesy of Jay Riggs. Again, sending those in. Well, we are saying goodbye. The last advisory has been issued by the National Hurricane Center on Milton, and it will be the last advisory ever, I think, on Milton, as Milton will be retired. The name will no longer be used as a result of it being such a big and devastating storm, causing such a widespread destructive path as it made its way into Florida. And now it's heading out into the Atlantic, and it's going to continue to move off to the east. So not a big problem there. We're going to say goodbye to it. It's left us behind. Again, that's a graphic that will continue to show it off to the east. A few showers lingering, that's it. Just one or two few showers out there in the Gulf of Mexico. Not much to show you. The dry air, the trough of low pressure that drove the storm right into us, it was beneficial in weakening, of course, Milton as it approached. But unfortunately, it was also not the best news because it really picked up the winds on the backside, something we've never really seen. And that is a result of the dry air right there next to the warm, moist air, causing those extreme winds that we saw with gusts up to 100 to 105 miles an hour. Look at the enhanced satellite imagery. You can see just a little bit of cloudiness lingering on behind Milton, but really a lot of sunshine today, a few clouds. There's going to be a nice sunset, but not many people are going to be able to get out there and watch it because of all the destruction on the beaches. Curfews are out for area beaches. Even some of the beaches still closed at this point. And as the forecast goes, well, you know, we still got a month and over a half before the official end of hurricane season. And boy, the switch was flipped in late September, really, and everything started happening all at once. And we've had a lot of storms, but this is something that we'll keep our eye on. You may be seeing a lot on social media about it. There's only one model showing it. It's the GFS, but I must say the GFS has been really good this year in picking up systems early. In the past, they would pick systems up, then nothing would materialize. But most of them this year, the GFS has had a pretty good track record of showing storms developing out in the future. And this isn't too far out in the future. This is Wednesday. And so less than a week away, the GFS is showing something tropical in the Western Caribbean. I know people hate to hear this, but when storms develop in the Western Caribbean this late in the season, they tend to move north. And you see what is in the way, Florida. And Florida is the most likely state to get hit by a late season hurricane than any of the states in the U.S. And that's simply because of these cold fronts that are coming down. They don't come down in August and September. They come down in October, though, and in November, and those tend to bend the storms out into the Atlantic or in Florida. Sometimes they move a little bit further east and go out bothering the eastern tip of Cuba, obviously, and Haiti and Dominican Republic. But something to watch. Again, it's only 6 days away that it's showing something developing. And then we always check the European to see if it is doing something similar. And don't really see a whole lot. Here's Sunday. We do see a little bit of convection developing around there on Wednesday. So again, 6 days out or so, 5 days out. And we'll keep an eye on it. Nothing to worry about, nothing to be too concerned about, but just a reminder that, you know, it's not over yet. We still got a little bit of ways to go before it ends. Water temperature is not working, not functioning. You know why? Because this is taken at the end of the Venice Pier, and the Venice Pier received significant damage. So there's no longer electricity feeding the information to the satellites and then back to us. So I imagine the water temperature has cooled. At one point it was, during the storm, around 86 degrees. It's more than likely down to about 81, 82 degrees because of the upwelling of the storm, because of the high surf and waves. Winds are now really quite nice out of the northeast, anywhere from 10 to 15 miles an hour from Bradenton, Ellington, all the way down into Englewood and Placida, Northport and Venice, all coming out of the northeast. That northeast wind's going to continue too, and that means we're going to see low humidity, which is nice as a result of that northeast wind. We're talking comfortable temperature readings for the cleanup and pickup, and those winds will stay out of the northeast too, right through the rest of this week and into the weekend as high pressure builds back over the southeast United States. The next few hours, if you've got plans to travel, I wouldn't advise traveling on the roadways. You've heard from Stephanie and Rob that it's still difficult out there. There's a lot of street lights out, and it's really tough driving. Even with experienced drivers, there's still be on the lookout for folks not adhering to that four-way stop kind of situation. Temperature will be 74 by 11 o'clock. Not too bad. We'll start off in the 60s tomorrow. Nice sunshine, no chance for rain, a chance to dry out after the 16 inches of rain that fell into and around St. Petersburg, so things are looking better there. Temperatures comfortable over the eastern third of the nation, into the upper 70s, mid-70s. Cleveland will be 75 degrees, 75 in Atlanta, and right here in our beautiful area, it's going to be into the low 80s. So the 7-day forecast, and we'll go ahead and check that out. And these are not first alert weather days, but notice the rain chances staying low all the way through next week. So we're looking good as far as that goes. So Stephanie and Rob, there you have it. At least good weather for the cleanup, you know, and that's kind of what happened after the last storm. You know, that last storm that moved through, the weather was really nice for about a week and a half. Let's hope the same thing doesn't happen next week with that system.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Bob, with regards to retiring Milton. how many hurricanes roughly have been retired? And can you give us a little more information on what are the benchmarks to actually retire a storm?
Right. So the World Meteorological Organization, comprised of France, Germany, England, many different countries, Israel, we're talking Cuba. I mean, all these countries get together, and when the season is not enacted, ongoing, they go to an exotic location. It figures, right? They kind of go over the season storms, not just here, but for the Pacific on top of that. And then they kind of look at the storms, and the names are retired based on the suggestion of the countries that were impacted by the storm. So if only Cuba was impacted or the Dominican Republic was impacted, then they would have the option of saying, okay, we're going to retire that storm and we're going to bring a new name in. I must tell you though, Milton actually took over for Michael. Michael was retired, and they retired the names based on how the storms did, right? If there were a lot of deaths, if there had some records with it, and obviously Milton did set a record in regards to the lowest pressure, the 5th lowest pressure ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin at 897 millibars, an incredible low of pressure, a category 5 at one point. And I think more importantly, they're going to retire that name because they don't want to refer to in history books and have 2 Miltons, right? So they want to be able to talk about a storm in regards to that specific storm. So they're more than likely going to retire this one. They'll get together and they'll have a talk about it and then a vote, and they'll come up with a new M name. And Ian's been retired,
right?
Andrew's been retired, Katrina's been retired, and this is just the retirement of just a few, last decade or so.
Yeah.
You got Hugo, it's been retired, and Bob was retired. Actually, Bob was the first male named storm back in 1979, I believe. And it hit up in the northeast United States, Kennebunkport, and it was so bad that they said, yeah, let's retire Bob. I think it was only around one swing, too, just one 6-year period.
And Andrew as well, right?
Oh, yeah. Andrew's retired. You've got Harvey retired. Dorian, I'm wearing socks, hurricane socks. Dorian was retired. I would say if you look back over the years, and the naming of the storms really began in around 1960, 1959, really 1960. We started naming the storms, and get this, they were only female names, right? And then they were realizing we're going to run out of names soon. But I think more importantly, it was also a different reason. But in 1979, they didn't want the women just doing all the destruction. They throw some back there.
That's right.
And so in 1979, they started giving male names. And what they do, it's interesting, they alternate male, female, female, the first storm. And then the next year it'll be female, male, down the list. And the naming of the storms, interestingly enough, they don't use Q, they don't use Z, they don't use U, and what other one? I can't remember right offhand, but X, thank you. Xavier would be the only name. The reason why is because he can't think of enough names. You have to have at least 12 of those names, with those names beginning with those letters I just mentioned.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Thank you. It's always fascinating to learn that process there. And Milton can be retired. We're putting him in the rearview mirror forever.
Absolutely, retire that one for good.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, a lot of more stuff to share with you though at this hour. What do we got with some stuff from Tampa? Some elements.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some flood damage in Tampa. Take a look at this. This is provided by the Tampa Police Department, and we understand that we're going to see some cars stranded here as well. You can see the floodwaters very high. Wow. There you see it right there, and that's all it takes is right up to the wheel well, the tire well there. Looks like they're taking part in some kind of rescue there. People being rescued all over the place due to these flash floods that we saw in the Tampa area. Not so much down here, but up to our north, we had a lot of water, a lot of rain, fresh water. St. Pete had, 18 inches of rain. I mean, that is unbelievable. And there you see that. Wow. The
governor saying earlier today that Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister out himself helping with those rescue missions. So literally earlier today, and I'm sure it's still going on now, that it's an all hands-on deck effort to save lives, to make sure that people are accounted for, because in fact we don't know. We don't know the total numbers of those injured, those who may have lost their lives. Those numbers certainly will alter in the hours and the days to come, and that is a fact of every storm, but especially this one where you and I talked about this earlier, where you think that you did the right thing, you took the right steps, and perhaps there was an element, perhaps there was something of this that was not anticipated, so it kind of changed your plans, and then perhaps there wasn't time left to in fact change the direction of what you did or needed to do to keep your family and yourself safe. That's a sobering thought.
Yeah, and I think some of the worst thing too is, we prepare, and obviously no one ever wants to be trapped in a situation, but it's when it happens unexpectedly, I think adds that additional layer of fear and uncertainty, and to just unexpectedly find yourself, you're in the house, you're doing the right thing, you're hunkering down. I mean, your power goes out, you're in the dark, and then water starts coming into your home or whatever. When you see that level of water in the flash flood, that is so terrifying. Just the idea, the thought of that is so terrifying. And so we are glad that those first responders were able to rescue those people.
Absolutely, and they're still out there doing that. I've always said that knowledge is power. Whether it's a good thing happening in your life or something not so pleasant, maybe really awful, knowledge is power. The more that you know, the more in control you are of any situation or anything that you may encounter. But if in fact this case and any storm, we depend on the science, the meteorologist, our great team here, everybody working around the clock to make sure that you and your family are safe. But when you get thrown those curveballs in there, I'm so dependent on the technology and our folks. You think, wait, that wasn't supposed to happen with this equation, right? Something is off, but that is Mother Nature working at our best, keeping us on our toes for whatever is ahead, and we just never know. But we do know we've got some more local reporting to pass along to you. We're going to send things over to Michaela Redmond. She's on Mark Ridge Road in Sarasota, I believe, kind of giving us an update, painting a picture on what's going on there. Michaela.
Sarasota, and we want to show you the scene out here. It's a little bit different. You can still see some of this running water just coming down the street here. We also have a ton of debris still out lining the streets. Just take a look around. This is the reality for these residents out here. If you take a look at that house across the street, you can see part of their gutter hanging down. And if we go all the way over here to the right, you can see that the wind really pushed over that tree, which is now down, hanging over those power lines. And again, that's another common theme that we're seeing in this part of Sarasota. Another challenge that we're also coming across is downed street signs and stop signs. So if you're navigating on these roads, it's not only paying attention to those signals that are down, but also those stop signs that are down that you're going to come across as you're navigating these roads. And of course, law enforcement, emergency personnel are asking that you please stay off the roads as they are continuing to assess damages, go home to home, and make sure that everybody is safe. But if you do have to be out, just be vigilant. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC 7, your local station.
Wow, perception is reality. So whatever that is, if that's a tree down in your backyard or your whole house is flattened, whatever that is, that's monumental to you. It means that something has to be changed. You must take action. Somebody in your household has to do something in order to get that taken care of. And it's all inconvenient, no matter how big or small it is. But folks there, again, just kind of assessing the damage, and I can expect a lot of clogged drains and gutters and things like that. The debris, the amount of just raw debris out there. Can you imagine what is being piled up in some of those culverts, the drains, the things that we need to move that off? And I only pray that the pumps were working well where they need to. And I have to say, my mind goes to St. Armand's.
Yeah, and we haven't heard a lot yet about St. Armand's, and we are kind of standing by with bated breath. We are just awaiting word from the Circle, the island, because people really want to know what happened. We saw some pretty catastrophic flooding there on St. Armand's Circle from Hurricane Helene. People just crossing fingers, hoping that they don't see a repeat of that. It is a low-lying area. So as soon as we get word on what's happening in St. Armand's Circle, we will bring that to you immediately. But as you said, people dealing with all different levels of devastation, and no matter how you slice it, it's never good. No one wants to have any amount of damage. It's not a great place to be, and it's been a very difficult and challenging couple of weeks here, even beyond that, because you think about the people who were also impacted by Debbie,
Right,
which was a
certainly so.
tropical storm
Right,
that hit
but-
our area, later became a hurricane.
Debbie was weird because that did so much damage. The homes, the Laurel Meadows, just
Yeah.
devastated. Homes in Lakewood Ranch, places that we would not anticipate,
Never flooded
not
before.
believe, not even fathom that would be affected. In fact, were affected differently by different storms. And so many folks were affected in different ways this year and had so many different takeaways from each of these experiences. And hopefully they do get a break from that now.
It's been a challenging hurricane season.
Absolutely.
We thought we were going to maybe get a bit of a break, remember, with the Saharan dust, and the tropics just were not developing. And we thought, well, this is weird. This doesn't usually happen. Maybe we'll get a break. Maybe, maybe we'll have a calmer season. And, well, Mother Nature,
Yeah.
she always wins. So
We are starting the slow process of assessing the damage, and you are helping us to tell those stories. We want to go back to our Michaela Redmond, who's out getting a real sneak peek and some real personal stories of how folks are dealing with the aftermath of what we now know was Milton.
Still here on Mark Ridge Road, I'm here with Luna Rivera. Luna, thanks so much for taking a moment and chatting with us. Walk me through what you remember from Hurricane Milton.
Hurricane Milton was actually really quite scary. We technically live in a zone C, but we felt because of our elevation, we would be okay. We were actually able to house a couple of our neighbors, and they were going to be alone during the storm, so we let them know we'd be here, and they actually came over and stayed with us throughout the night. It was really quite scary. We saw a lot of the blue lightning that was going on, a lot of different crazy colors in the sky. We were able to shut her down pretty tight, but during it, we were able to hear those really scary winds. When our gutter started coming loose, we had no idea what it was. It started scraping against the house, scraping against the roof. I was afraid it was, solar panels or just trees falling onto the house and scraping up against the house. We did have a tree fall down, so I thought at one point it might have been that scraping up against the house. Those winds were so strong, we had no idea what was flying around in the front of the house or even behind the house. We were able to kind of sneak out during the eye of the storm and try to gather some things that were, in our backyard. Our sheds had popped open during the first half of the storm. We were able to kind of, situate some of the stuff that was going on out there, but we knew it was a false sense of security at that time, so we were trying to move as fast as we physically could. So we tied things down, zip-tied things as quickly as we could, and our neighbor who stayed with us was kind of our mom during the time, and she, was telling us to get our behinds inside of the house while, it was happening. While we were out there, we were able to witness some of the power lines sort of exploding. It sounded like and looked like, just sparks flying everywhere. At one point, we were on the way back inside the house, and there was very clearly something on fire in the area. We ended up hearing on the radio later on that night that there was a house on fire in the area, and we were wondering if that was probably what we had smelled at the time, that house that was on fire. It really was just good, though, to have each other, because they would have been alone, my partner and I, we would have been alone in the house, and it was just nice to be able to have just a couple more minds together so that we could, put those brains together and get things done. We ended up tying our generator to our front door at one point because the front door was just jostling back and forth thanks to those terrifying winds, and the generator was heavy enough to kind of keep it shut even further. So and that was with the help of our neighbors. We were trying to figure out what we're going to tie it to, and the poor dogs were super scared. We were terrified, at certain points, but again, having each other, having support from all over the country, really. They had people praying for them. Our neighbors had people praying for them. We had family and friends in New York and in other states, in Texas and stuff like that, praying for us. And just having all that support beforehand, and then once the service went out, we were just like, we have a lot of people thinking about us and praying for us right now. So we just kept our spirits up and just, kept ourselves safe inside the house during the worst of it, and we made it through. And now, we're not quite done cleaning up yet. It's going to be a long haul, especially with the gutter off and the fence broken and stuff like that. But we're just grateful that we were able to make it through, and we're actually really grateful that you guys are covering this, because it was actually really impossible to find any other place other than ABC7 that would cover Sarasota, even though we were where it got hit. So
Of
course. Well, thank you so much for chatting us. It was nice to meet you. And, you know, I think that's a great sense that everyone has right now. It's just coming together and rebuilding. So
Absolutely.
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you,
For
Michaela.
now, reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC7, your local station.
And that's a great example of what we've been saying. Here we are in a major, a large structure that is very structurally sound, Category 5 grade windows, walls, reinforced walls, and we, you know, heard it. We felt the strength and the power of this hurricane that was going on outside of us. Now put yourself in the shoes again of a homeowner who's sitting at home in the dark. They lose power. You hear all these sounds, and it's frightening. It's just frightening.
The sounds, especially when you can't see the wrath of what's going on, it really paints a picture of almost like a horror film. You know, you're in the middle of it. How the ending will come out, we only know with time and patience and waiting. But I do love it with her there still smiling, with every bit of grace on her face. So I'm just texting one of my friends. I've been thinking of a lot of folks out at St. Armand's, and I'm speaking or communicating with John Horn, owner of Cafe La Rope. Cafe La Rope, just a wonderful kind of pillar landmark, and I'm just texting him as you and I are talking here. We're, you know, I don't know what's going on with everybody. I'm just reaching out to the people I've worked with and people that have made a difference. And I'm going to read you what John just sent me, asking just how are things, John, at Cafe La Rope. We're so fortunate, Rob. Yeah, we had damage, but guess what? It's only minor. And what really is been in my head for 24 hours is totally different. Awnings, patios, but all of our staff are safe and alive. And it could have been so different. We are so lucky. You good? Yeah, I'm good. I'm in a bunker in Lakewood Ranch, so I'm good to go. But, you know, I mean, and I'm just communicating with him. I'm being very realistic with you, what's going on here. So I'm going to ask him as we talk, and you can fill in the gaps there, but I want to see how some of my other folks are doing out here. But that's just a snippet. Now, that is just a snapshot of one. Cafe La Rope, you know, and all the Columbia, another gold standard out there. Man, they've been devastated.
I mean, that's actually positive to hear.
Because I was out there a few weeks ago, post-Helene. It was a mess. And keep in mind, what they had done a ton of work post-Debbie.
He flooded during Helene, right?
He flooded during Debbie, put a fortune into it, flooded in Helene. Had to close down. Same thing with Columbia, complete mess. And so at that point, people were just saying, enough already, right? And that was 2-3 weeks ago. Here we go again. So I'll let you.
Yeah, I mean, and continue on. And that's, and you know, full transparency, you know, we, a lot of us, myself, I got evacuated, our entire neighborhood, everyone got evacuated. So while we are in the midst of doing this wall-to-wall coverage alongside each other and informing you, we are going through behind the scenes a lot of what people are going through. We had to leave our home. I packed a suitcase and that was about it, and we left. So we are communicating in between as we're doing this, multitasking. I'm checking with neighbors, friends, family members. I had a sister who lost the entire contents of her house in Hurricane Helene. That has been very traumatic for our family. So we understand. I specifically understand. I know what people are going through. I've been evacuated 4 times since I moved to Florida 3 years ago. So we fully understand. And it's, you know, it's traumatic. You're worried. It's very high stress. We're texting, trying to find out, is my home okay? Are you guys okay? The good news is, like your friend said, everybody's alive. All the family got out. Everybody's okay, and people are learning that their homes are doing okay. Some of them better than they thought had fared, because we were up against 8 to 12 feet, 10 to 15 feet at one point storm surge.
Unbelievable.
So, yeah, so
the magnitude of that, just not survivable. I mean, it's just devastating. It's a lot. It's nerve-wracking.
We have someone joining us now, and it's Keith Sharif, FEMA Acting Director at Response and Recovery. Keith tells us more about storm surge risk and the surrounding areas. We're just talking about storm surge, the surrounding areas, including Tampa. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, obviously, the storm impacted the entire state, as your reporters were just saying, and we were talking about that before the storm. Obviously, we had the storm surge risk, the rainfall, which was extreme in some areas, and that tornado risk, which turned out to be a more significant risk of tornadoes than we typically see in a hurricane. like this. So I think it's hard to say exactly where the most damaged areas are. Obviously, some of those areas south of Tampa where they had that storm surge is significantly impacted, but there's inland flooding in the Tampa area. You just talked about the tornadoes on the East Coast. And of course, we're still going to see riverine flooding in other parts of the state. So still a very dynamic situation and widespread impacts from Milton. So we're well synced with our state partners.
So much storm surge.
Right.
The flooding, the flash flooding that we saw in the Tampa area, it's just...
I even asked Jordan this afternoon, Jordan Litwiller, staged at the Manatee County EOC Center. What was that like? It's one thing when we see those folks in their controlled environment, giving, their kind of rehearsed speeches, their updates on what we need to know. But I said, what was that feeling like to be there in literally the middle and the height of such what could be a very unpredictable, chaotic situation? He said, they were smooth. They were handling it.
Yeah.
It was a very controlled effort, very concerted effort, but they knew that the odds were not looking good, and we prepared ourselves for that, I think, as much as you can, mentally and emotionally. But what a great job by all of our emergency management teams. And I had to pose this question: we've talked to like 2-3 police chiefs and a couple of the mayors today, saying, I try to be optimistic with this, but what is the teachable lessons with this? What do we take away from it? They all had something different to say, and so that'll make only, I believe, as we move forward, just a stronger foundation for our future here.
Yeah. Rob, getting back to the first responders, so I have mostly been at ABC7 for about a year now, and mostly doing a lot of stuff in studio. But prior to that, I worked in Los Angeles for many years on the streets as a street reporter, correspondent, and I covered many, many natural disasters, wildfires, mudslides, you name it. And I only bring this up because when you talk about these first responders, when you talk about the people on the front lines, let's talk about the firefighters for a minute. These people are amazing. I have the utmost respect and thank God for them. They're putting their lives on the line. They go and fight these wildfires carrying 60, 70, 80 pounds of gear on their back in extreme conditions, fire conditions, hours and hours. They are dispatched sometime to a location where they have a base camp where they're literally camping on a cot.
Right.
And this is what they do for days and days and days on end. And so it kind of reminds me, obviously this is not a fire, it's a hurricane, but these guys, these first responders, they are out there. They are on the front lines for days and days and days away from their families, putting their lives at risk on the line, putting their personal comfort, their safety to help the community, to restore our community. And so it isn't until you really step back and you say, wow, I mean, this isn't just a job. Obviously they take an oath. This is who they are. And so it really shifted all those years seeing that. It gave me so much respect for first responders. I just get chills thinking about it because I'm just so grateful that we have people who are willing to do this with their own personal safety and comfort aside to help the community.
They work some grueling hours. They're not paid exactly $1 million a year to do that job, right? And they're putting their lives in harm's way each and every day. We know that each and every call, each and every response is different, no matter if you're in a large city, a small one, or something in between. Those two calls and what you may face are never the same, and that's a proven fact. And so, know that when they do kiss their families goodbye in the morning, or whoever that may be, before they head out the door, they do it with a great intention and great hope of returning home that night. But in fact, they don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know what tomorrow holds. That's
They
so
are
certainly
truly
true.
the helpers, and when you see them in action during a disaster, it really drives home the point of how lucky and grateful we are to have people there. So a big, huge thank you once again from all of us, from deeply from the bottom of our hearts, to our first responders who are out there working now and will continue to work for days, weeks, even months to rebuild our community. community.
Yeah, this is just starting. You know, the initial surge is gone, but we still know that the days, the weeks, the months ahead, maybe even years it'll take to kind of rebuild from this will be something that we haven't seen here in a long time. Just some notes from this afternoon from when the governor spoke a little bit earlier this afternoon here in Sarasota, again, along with Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie. Teams coming from Virginia, Ohio, and California on the way to the state of Florida to help out with this. The sheriff, of course, very grateful. And the governor really stressing that bureaucracy will not stand in the way of cleaning up your street, of your neighborhood, of getting those resources to the people and the business owners who need it. That is such a major undertaking. And we like to know that we hopefully can put everything else aside during this time of need and just help one another. We you know, often it takes emergencies, it takes setbacks to see what the real fiber of our communities is, and I think we'll find that with this one.
Yeah, we are seeing people come together. They are putting aside any political differences, whatever those differences may be. We are seeing people come together, and it has been incredible to see that.
We have the Longboat Key Fire Chief.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you. Hi, Paul Desi, Longboat Key Fire Chief. Thank you so much for being with us. You have Stephanie Stanton and Rob Wells.
Good evening. How are you doing tonight?
We are doing okay. The bigger question is, how are you doing? Can you give us any details on Longboat Key? We're not able to see a lot of pictures of anything coming from some of the barrier islands. What can you tell us?
Well, I tell you, the town of Longboat Key really lucked out. We had the storm did come through. However, it was not what we anticipated it to be. It was a weakening storm as it came through, and we were very lucky with what we had. We had very little damage. However, we did have a couple mobile homes that had some roofs that were taken off. We had some fences that were down, some trees that came down. But other than that, we did not have any water intrusions in the homes that we anticipated and thought we would. So we were very lucky. The citizens there were very, very lucky.
What would you say is the greatest response nearly 24 hours after landfall? What would you say, just from your assessment today, what is the biggest challenge moving forward, not only today, tonight, tomorrow, but in the days ahead?
Well, I can tell you that it's one of those where we have told people to leave because of a storm that was coming in. And then what happens is people don't believe it. And, you know, here we are trying to tell them to leave, and the storm wasn't as bad as it was. So, you know, in the future, as we move on and with storms and telling people to evacuate, we hope that they do understand that we are taking this into consideration. We are taking it serious, and we want them to take it serious. But, you know, in a case like this storm was something we haven't seen in 100 years, and it just fell apart last minute, and it didn't do what we anticipated it to do. So, you know, we want them to listen to us when we say evacuate. That's the biggest thing and the biggest challenge we'll have in the future.
Yeah, and obviously everyone breathing that collective sigh of relief. Some people did receive more damage in other areas, but that is great news for Longboat Key. So take us through the next steps. Are you fully staffed? What is your crew's working on, and what happens next?
Sure. So we are fully staffed. All of our personnel are there, that's, including the whole town of Longboat Key. What we'll do now is we'll assist the residents. You know, we still had Helene, so we still have to assist the residents with that. We have a lot of debris that needs to be picked up. Through this storm we had last night and early this morning, we still have a lot of debris that needs to be picked up from trees that came down and leaves and what have you. So debris removal is a big one for us, and we have to continue with that. And then to assist the residents with getting, you know, FEMA and disaster relief into the town. So that's going to be our challenge for the next couple months.
I have a sense that you probably got a lot of calls maybe from family, from friends saying, hey, I'm trying to reach my aunt. I can't get my mom. How do you guys respond to those, and how, in fact, do you account to make sure that everybody is, in fact, accounted for, to make sure that they weren't injured or killed during the height of this catastrophic storm?
Well, interesting. You know, we had people that did stay on Longboat Key even after we tried to tell them to leave. And we did have family members calling us from up north and friends locally that would call and say, I was trying to get hold of Mr. Smith, and We would get their phone number. We would actually, when we came back onto the island this morning, we did have the crews go ahead and go to those homes and physically go and knock on the doors and try to get and actually talk with the person. And then we made contact with family to make sure that they understood we were in contact with them and that they were able to go ahead and talk with them and know that they were okay. So we did follow up with that, and that we felt was very successful in our operation.
We're glad to hear that. Chief Desi, can you sort of paint a picture for us? Roughly how many residents do you have on Longboat Key? And then of those, roughly how many stayed? I think a lot of us, when we saw that storm as a Cat 4, Cat 5 headed directly for our area, were spooked and thought, I don't want to be anywhere near the coast. I think, looking from the outside in, people surprised that people actually made that choice to stay on a barrier island. Where were they? Were they in a condo? Did they think they were going to be okay? So again, how many people total? How many people stayed, you think?
Well, I think that on Longboat Key, during this season, we have about 24,000 people that are on the island. And off season, we have about 7,500. And this was, kind of like in between here. But we didn't have the seasons just coming up. So we had a limited amount of people, let's say 75,000, on the island as residents. But in this case here, we felt that we had about 150 to 200 people that actually stayed on the island. We did make sure that these people were, as many as we could find, called. We went to their homes, we went to their condos, and what we found some people who were ill that couldn't leave or didn't want to leave, had family that was going to be taking care of them. We found people that were in high rises and they wanted to stay on the upper floors. And what they have to keep in mind, and we explained to them, was we got our water from Manatee County, and once the water is shut off in Manatee County, we also shut our water off. So they're not going to have any water, and the possibility that we're doing a hurricane, you're not going to have any type of power. So they're not going to be able to flush their toilets. They're not going to be able to have power. They're not going to have any water. And so today, when we came back, we did find one resident that ran out of food, didn't have any water, and we had to physically take that person to a shelter. And so, these are the things we try to stress to people throughout the year is when we tell you to leave, please leave. And, it causes a heartache with the first responders as they come back and try to go ahead and begin search and rescue, knowing that we have people on this island. And our hope is that someday these people will take it seriously and not go and leave the island, so we don't have to go through that process of trying to find them.
Chief, what do you think? I guess finally I've been asking this and I ponder this with everybody because each storm is unique, each community here is unique. What was the takeaway from this particular storm cell for you guys, and what do you think was the teachable moment from this particular thing that we know now as Milton?
Well, as Milton was coming and started to move this way, we watched this as it wobbled back and forth. And the thing to understand is that, the meteorologists tell us to be any wobble to the right or left, it will cause the storm to do something different. So in this case here, this storm with a magnitude that was coming towards us was wobbling. It really couldn't get a direct location until pretty much the last minute. What we want people to know, and with the takeaways that we got from this, is we're going to continue the messaging to the people as early as possible, making sure they understand the importance of leaving the island and not coming back until we tell them to come back. I think that's the biggest thing for us, to let people know that they have to listen to the officials and understand that we're following the same policy that we're trying to do for them. We leave the island. First responders, police, fire, we leave the island too. So we're asking them to just do what we do, and that is leave the island and don't come back until we tell them to.
So Chief Desi, for the folks that stayed, when your crews are out there making contact with them, 150, 200 people roughly, have you gotten any feedback from them? Do they regret that they stayed? This was a pretty intense storm. I think some of us were caught off guard by the backside of it. Is it something they said, oh, I'm definitely leaving next time, or I'm good, I would do it again? Did they have any regrets?
Honestly, I didn't hear any of that, unfortunately. I think if we had more flooding than what we actually had, I think people would have seen that. But no, we did not hear that. And that's like I said, that's one of our concerns. People are not going to take it seriously the next time we tell them to evacuate.
Yeah, well, we are glad that they are safe. And just so the public understands, you cannot forcibly remove these people by law. You can encourage, you can cajole, you can tell them, but you can't just take them and forcefully say you're leaving. I just want the public to understand that. They have to go on their own accord.
And that's right. They do have to go on their own accord, and we can't force them out of their own home. What we do have in both Manatee and Sarasota County is a medically dependent person. So if a person does need medical assistance, they can place themselves on a list to where the counties will call them and prior to the storm to see if they need assistance off. So there are some people that don't realize that policy or that program is available, and that is a very good program. So we encourage people that do need assistance to make sure that they go ahead, register in the county you're in, so you'll be called and assistance will be provided to you to get to a shelter that's necessary during a storm like this.
Speaking of, you said you guys had to seek higher ground, and you have to keep your folks, your men and women, safe. And the county was very upfront and very transparent with us, saying that, you may call 911 at the height of the storm. We may not get to you. Do you know if, in fact, there were some calls that came in that maybe you just could not get to in the height of the storm last night?
Sure. So there were calls during the time that we were not able to respond. And what's really nice about how the process we have is that medical call, we have medical directors that oversee the EMS and program that we have in the fire department, and these medical directors were on site at the 911 center. So when a call would come in, they would triage the call, they would speak to the patient, explain to them what the situation is, and try to help them over the phone, whether it's to stop the bleeding or if the person fell, or maybe help somebody who maybe hurt their arm. All kinds of different types of calls would come in, but the medical director was there talking to each of those patients and trying to calm them down and let them know that once the storm does subside, that help would be coming to them.
Okay. And one more thing before, just to clarify again, that handful of people that stayed, they are all accounted for as far as you know, and everybody is okay.
The people that we spoke to prior to the storm, we did physically see them and talk to them, and they are fine, yes.
Okay, good. Well, that is good to know. Chief Paul Desi, Longboat Key Fire Department, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the work that you and your team has been doing. We appreciate your time, and we will check back with you as time goes on here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief. Stay safe, sir.
Bye.
So we learn right there. All I kept thinking when he was saying, we did have some folks, that's proactive, having, a couple of experts on hand. To me, I thought telehealth takes a new twist, there when you have folks who, the eye of the storm's coming, but you know what, I'll hang out here and help in case you get maybe that call for help. I don't know, that's an individual, that's a Longboat Key, that's a resource-driven thing, but what a great idea in case sometimes it is just helpful in the times of need to have a reassuring voice and a guiding voice on the other end of the line, and maybe this is the catalyst for that.
And it's interesting because it also gives you a snapshot into sort of the psychology of the people that stay. It was something that maybe people wouldn't think about, and I didn't think about, is some of them are medically at risk. And so let's say they're ailing, or they're in a wheelchair, or they can't get out, and then they think, well, I'll just ride it out here. Or some people might be too proud. They think, oh, I don't want to be a bother. I'll be fine. I have some people in my family who may be like that. And so, it's easy to judge and say, what's wrong with you? Get out. But when you hear those stories, it kind of does give you that different perspective, that macro perspective to say, oh, okay, we're not going to criticize, we're not going to judge, but let's see if we can encourage them or help them to get out. So that was a very interesting conversation. I learned a lot about that.
He's really good. And I think the takeaway is that you do have to consider all sides. Everybody has their vantage point. It is humbling for any of us to reach out and ask for help, particularly when you have a home, but you need to find another home for at least an overnight so that you don't die in a storm. I mean, that's kind of the bottom line, and that's where we were at, and it was getting out to the nitty gritty. You talked about Tampa Mayor Jane Castor the other night. she pulled no punches. She said, if you're in a flood zone, this is an unsurvivable thing. You will die, were her words. I double-checked that.
Yeah, that was chilling.
So the mayor of Tampa not pulling any punches with that one. And you know, you don't want to say you're scared straight, but I mean, that caught my attention right then and there. And that was 2 nights before the storm. So you take that message, and here is your elected leader of a major metropolitan city saying, this is ahead. It's not if and it's when. You can either choose to live or you can choose to die in this storm. That choice is up to you. You have the information, now you must decide.
And it was also interesting, Rob, what he talked about, how he said because the storm broke up and it was not as intense when it hit land, which I think Bob had forecasted that the shear was going to come in and weaken it, but it was a 5 and it was weakened to a very strong 3. You do have those people that now say, oh, well, I rode out XYZ and look at me, I'm good. That's unfortunate because, you know, I do not believe that this storm was overhyped at all. I think it was, you know, by the grace of nature that it was able to break up. So he's concerned about that, and rightly so. He doesn't like that because now he's going to get the people next time to say, well, I rode that out and I was fine. So that's no good.
But you know what? Mother Nature doesn't want you to get too confident either.
Exactly.
She will snap you back in a heartbeat if she has to,
And we know
and
this.
teach a lesson. So why do that? It's okay. We have the technology here. We have people that care, and they want to make sure that you see the light of tomorrow, because there will be a light at the end of the storm, as we saw today. Where we're at, beautiful day out here today. Limbs down, kind of a mess, but hey, we're still here, and that's what we hope for you and your family as well.
Yeah, I want to shift gears a little bit, and we want to go now to our very own Erin Lish. She is a fill-in anchor here for us at ABC 7. You may recall that her home flooded during Hurricane Helene. Right. She lives in Terracea in Manatee County, and she is going to join us now and tell us more about the experience with Hurricane Milton.
We are here on Terracea Island, right at the corner of Horseshoe Loop and Bayshore Drive. You can see crews are working to clear out all of the debris from Milton. A lot of power lines down, as you can see, trees down. These crews have been going all along Bayshore and of Terracea, just trying to clear the pathways for the people returning to the island. Good news is a lot of people did evacuate this time. They did heed those warnings, and especially with the storm surge from Helene last time, everybody was really concerned coming into it this time around. But thankfully, the surge, we didn't see it here on Terracea, but we did see a lot of damage, as you can see here in these videos. A lot of oak trees were down, shingles were torn off, roof sidings were also taken off of the side of homes as well. But again, thankfully, the water did not rise like last time. There is going to be a lot of cleanup in this area. We'll see how long it takes power to come back to Terracea Island. But as long as everybody's safe, that is the most important thing on Terracea Island. I'm Erin Lish, ABC7, your local station.
Our Erin Lish kind of painting a picture from Terracea. Huge trees down. You know, they spend decades and a lifetime to build up, and then they're just taken away. But that is to be expected in any type of storm, especially one with this magnitude of strength.
Yeah, and we want to thank her so much. You know, she's been through a lot too. Her whole bottom level of her home flooded. Her family's been dealing with that. You know, it's so many people impacted in the last couple of weeks by these horrific hurricanes. Speaking of horrific hurricanes, we are saying goodbye to Milton, hopefully forever. And let's bring in our chief meteorologist, Bob Harrigan, with more on that and the forecast.
Yeah, thanks, Stephanie and Rob. You know, Chief Desi there, I've done a number of seminars with him, hurricane seminars out on Longboat Key. It's always well attended. 200 people plus usually attend that prior to hurricane season, and I really appreciate him inviting me out. They have the folks from the National Weather Service, the EOC directors from Manatee and Sarasota counties are there, and he brought up an excellent point in that, you know, you tell people of the dangers. You could die, obviously, as we heard from the mayor there in Castor. And the thing is that people are warned. They heed the warnings. They evacuate. Nothing happens. And then the next time it comes, they say, they're crying wolf. Well, we aren't that accurate yet at predicting all the variables when it comes to storm surge, winds. And so you have to just, each warning that you're told to get off the island, you should. I mean, if you base it on a forecast that didn't materialize, you may say, well, I'm not going to go out. It was too much of a hassle to leave last time and nothing happened. Well, that's when you're going to get in trouble, because the time that you don't think is going to happen, it may happen. And that has happened in many, many storms. We saw that with Katrina. They were warned a couple years prior of a big storm coming. It was starting to move in, and then it gave way. It didn't do much at all, hardly any storm surge. Look at the damage shot here. We're getting the photos sent to us, and this one, this is the, I call it the beachy dock. A lot of snook on this one. You can see the dock goes out to get to the boat. The boat was secured properly, but unfortunately the dock didn't make it. So you're not going to be able to get out there and get out there and get on the boat. So look at this shot. I want to tell you about this. This is a light hack. Now, you guys, we're entering into nighttime, and a lot of people are without power, electricity, and you want to light up your house, and you may not have the generators. So what you do is you get a jug of water. If you have it, jug of water. You know those lights you put around your head when you're working on something and it lights out? Reverse that light, put it into the jug, and it lights up the entire room. So that is a good hack there. If you got one of these lights, you got a jug of water, a gallon of water, reverse the light into the water. That water disperses the light and lights up the entire room. And again, that's just little things, little tips of the trade there. A few showers offshore. That's it. High pressure building in over the southeast. Going to keep the recovery weather really nice over the next several days. So I know it's hard, obviously, to do all the things to get back at least a little semblance of peace. But you have to do it, obviously, especially if you got water in your house. And a lot of people are going to be struggling over the next several days to get everything back to somewhat normal. And this is going to help. Dry air over the Gulf of Mexico will continue to stay overhead, and that means limited showers expected right through the weekend. Things are looking quite nice. The satellite review, yeah, Milton's gone. It's out in the Atlantic. It's no longer going to be looked at by the National Hurricane Center. They're no longer issuing advisories. They'll keep an eye on it, but they're not going to issue any advisories on it unless it redevelops. And speaking of redeveloping, we've been showing this graphic. This is the GFS, the Global Forecasting System, the American model, if you will. Showing something popping up down there, but again, that is a long way away, still 6-7 days away, and who's to say if it's going to develop at this point, but we'll watch it closely for you, and we'll keep you up to date right here on social media, mysuncoast.com, and on ABC7, along with your First Alert weather app. If you haven't downloaded that, it's a real excellent piece of equipment that you can have at your fingertips in this situation when power goes out, cable goes out, and if you still have the ability through Wi-Fi or through, again, a cellular network, you can watch our broadcast in your safe room on that app by just hitting the ABC7 Live. So it's a really good one. If you haven't downloaded it, go ahead and do it. Just do a search for WWSB ABC7 First Alert Weather, you guys. So a nice app to have if power goes out or at any time when there are storms threatening. I'm going to send it back now to Stephanie and Rob.
All right. Thank you so much, Bob. We appreciate that. We have someone on the phone right now. Let me get him, Chad Jorgensen. He is the DeSoto Fire Chief. And Chad, thank you so much for joining us. Oh, sorry. Okay, hi, we had you on mute. Again, this is Chad Jorgensen. He is the Fire Chief with DeSoto County. Chief, thank you so much for joining us. You're with Stephanie Stanton and Rob Wells. We appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you.
Chief, 24 hours, almost 24 hours after the storm passed, how do you assess the damage there today, and what was kind of the greatest critical area in your community?
You know, I think I would say this. I feel like from the start and the morning of what we thought we were going to get, and actually what transpired, we feel like we were quite lucky, to be really honest with you. We had, unfortunately, we had a structure fire in the night that was caused by a generator being fueled and caught a house on fire, and that's very unfortunate. But really, it could have been so much worse, and we feel for so many people that have been greatly affected, much more than we were. We're hopeful that the Peace River does not continue to rise. It looks like it will not, but That sometimes is something that affects things days later for us, but it appears like that's not going to happen. So we're very hopeful.
Two questions out of what you just said. Are you in the dark at this point? And what advice do you have folks who maybe are using generators for the very first time for what's proving to be a one active storm season?
It really is an active storm season. That is never a truer statement has been said. Here's what I would say. Probably about 5,000 residents are still in the dark in DeSoto County. I will say FP&L has been doing yeoman's work, really making things happen. We're very appreciative of all their hard work. When it comes to generator safety, it really isn't that complex, other than obviously don't have it in your house, don't have it in your garage. And when you go to refuel it, make sure you turn it off and let it cool off for a little bit. That exhaust is many times right next to the fuel tank, and it doesn't take but a little bit of splash and spill to get on that hot exhaust and for it to ignite. And that appears to be what had happened last night, unfortunately.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think some people may not realize that, so I certainly did not know that. Thank you for sharing that. Going forward right now, what is your biggest challenge with your crews and your team? What are you guys looking at moving forward?
Again, I think we fared far better than we expected. We were, as is everybody that I've talked to, has prepared for the worst. I think it's to some degree lucky that we didn't get hit by some of the more than 30 tornadoes that touched down and did horrible damage throughout the state. That was shocking to me, to be honest with you, just at how frequent that happened. In some cases, quite far from the storm itself. Yeah. For our challenge right now, I would say, is alleviated to a greater extent because of many partners. National Guard was embedded with us. We had various law enforcement agencies. We had FP&L. We had, of course, internally, the people at DeSoto County. They went out and did a road clearing push. We've done all law enforcement did essentially a door-to-door in areas that we know are prone to flooding, and we've done, luckily, quite well. And we all know to some degree that's the roll of the dice, right? Because some people did everything right and they've had a much worse time. So I'm not gonna make it say there's certainly issues and there's power out, but a lot of people have a lot worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you tell us a little bit about the training? We are seeing it in action. You talked about the National Guard and all of the resources that have been funneled to our area. But talk about the training. You guys train for things like this as well.
We do, but here's the reality. I've never seen such pre-planning going into such a storm. I've been doing this for a really long time, and I've gone through a lot of storms. I would say this is the most prepared I have ever been involved in an event like this, and I have to give a tremendous amount of credit to the state DM, to Governor DeSantis. Everybody really leaned forward on this. There are so many pre-deployed assets, USAR, military, air ops, Coast Guard, and even the active military have all kinds of equipment pre-planned. Joanne Rice from the State Fire Marshal's office. So many people were really leaning into this. Now, the training that we do, obviously we train in Swiftwater. We do some training as far as, if you will, just basic understanding of rescue, high angle. But we didn't really even have to do that this time. This was more water, for us, a more water event. National Guard with their high water vehicles, which they had 10 of, plus we had some internally, that made this go so much smoother for us to go through our search and rescue operation and verify that there was nobody that was left in a house or anything along those lines. And I'm happy to say that minor injuries only during this storm.
Chief, what would you say, the governor, speaking of Governor DeSantis, he and his team, Kevin Guthrie from the EOC, in hard-hit St. Lucie County today, where we know multiple people lost their lives during twisters from yesterday's storm. He then made trip to Sarasota County. If you could talk to him one-on-one tonight, 24 hours after the storm, what would you say is the very greatest need today in DeSoto County? What would you say would be the thing that could potentially keep people safe and even save lives as we approach the next storm cell?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think realistically at this point, what I would say is thank you. Thank you for really leaning into this. Thank you for pre-planning to such an nth degree. Thank you for pre-staging so much equipment. We honestly, there was nothing that we've asked for that they were not trying to get for us. And from pods, from meals, from water, from equipment from the National Guard. And again, we're not one of the more heavily impacted. Yes, we have flooding. Yes, we have power outages, but we did not have loss of life in the county because of that. And so realistically, there's a lot of other counties that were hugely impacted, much more than us. We have been in the past. I'm thankful that didn't happen, but as opposed to saying anything other than thank you, I think that would be what I would tell them.
Fire Chief Chad Jorgensen with DeSoto County, thank you so much for joining us. We are actually very pleased and relieved to hear that your county and your people have fared so well relative to this storm, because it was intense. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll check back with you as time goes on, but we are glad to hear that things are going okay over there.
Really appreciate it. Thanks for everything you guys are doing as well. Have a great night.
Thank you, Chief. Stay safe, sir.
You too. Bye-bye.
So, the takeaway, let's talk again about the response, because that is sort of the sentiments that I'm seeing out there on social media and hearing. We're hearing it straight from the first responders. There's no better person to talk about the state's response. And again, you may disagree with politics, but when it comes to Ron DeSantis's performance in a disaster like a hurricane, there's no doubt that the state gets an A grade. And that we're just hearing that. That's not us saying that. That's just the sentiment out there right now.
Yeah, it's good to hear communities, big and small, no matter where you're at, what the need is. It sounds like, and I can't always say this, but it sounds like governors and leaders and other entities are listening and hopefully heeding the area that is no stranger to devastating storms, right? And we're seeing that now, I think, more than ever. But he said even in his community, they had some water rescues. There were some harrowing moments. So every different community has those moments that they will forever take away from this storm and be something that, they learn to utilize, hopefully not too much more, but when that next storm, not if, but when it arises.
Yeah. And again, he mentioned all those resources, everybody sort of coming together, and we talked about that. Whether it be communities coming together or first responders coming together, sometimes it takes a disaster for people to come together, and it is good to see. It's nice to see that people are coming together no matter what and putting differences aside. That's what we really need right now, and I think that's making all the difference in this response.
I do too, and I think it lets folks know that the job of the first responders is never done, as we talked about, as you alluded to a little bit ago. So the job is always there. They are there for us. But what can you do? We've heard it from more than one of those leaders today. If you don't have to go out, tomorrow's a Friday, probably a lot of places still will be closed. We know that most schools will remain closed throughout the weekend as individual school systems reevaluate the needs, the damage, and the takeaway from this storm. So better to let those folks get out there, do whatever they do, and to make sure that the roads, the bridges, the streets, whatever that is that you call home is clear and in fact safe for you, your family, and your friends to navigate.
Yeah, Rob, we've got some other things to get to here. I'll let you handle that.
All right, so this is the Coast Guard rescue. This is somebody off of Longboat Key, about 30 miles off of Longboat Key, and take a look at that. This is yesterday afternoon. We are talking shortly before 7 p.m. last night. Are you kidding me? Take a look at that. Don't know what they were thinking, but there they are, and there the Coast Guard is, as they always are, lowering. It looks like a tether.
About 30 miles offshore. Is that correct?
30 miles. That's what the notes are saying from the producing team. So I'm following what I'm seeing here. Just before, I would not be in that place on a sunny day.
Does that look like a kayak?
I can't even tell. It looks like a barrel they've dropped down or something that he's on, or I don't know.
Do we have any idea, guys, on how he ended up in the water? Do we have any more information about this? Coast Guard rescue off Longboat Key. There you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and it looks, and look at the waves, the momentum of the action of the water. It's very aggressive even on a good day, let alone literally an hour before everything changes with the landscape here.
That is one lucky person. We are going to try to get more information for you as to how this person ended up in the water about 30 miles off Longboat Key, if in fact that information is correct. What a dramatic rescue that is. Kudos to the Coast Guard for getting this guy out of the water. I don't know how he ended up there or how they even found out that he was there, but thank goodness that those first responders, once again, we see this time and time again, first responders, helping people, rescuing people, and this is what happens in a disaster. We are arranging some things around here, but we are going to bring in our very own Michaela Redmond. Hi, Michaela. Thank you so much for being here. You have been extremely busy. Thank you, by the way, for getting out there and bringing us all those stories of all the people that you've been talking to. And why don't we start with, first of all, how are you feeling and how are you doing right now?
It's definitely a lot to go out there and see everybody, talk to them, see all the debris, the roads that we're used to driving on, covered, lined in trees. I mean, entire trees uprooted, power lines hanging down. It's a lot to see, and it's also a lot for these residents to deal with. I spoke to one who you guys may have aired earlier who said they braved the storm, but it was scary. They heard their gutter fall down, and it was rattling around the entire time. So it's certainly a lot that everybody is dealing with, and it's a lot to be out there and see.
And obviously our Michaela and Jordan Letwell are covering a lot of ground over the last week. They were also in the Carolinas, an area devastated by what was Hurricane Helene. Can you even compare what you saw there to here? Two completely different scenarios. What did you take away from the Carolinas? You did some amazing reports on the ground there.
I think it's definitely two different scenarios, but a lot of the same reality, right? So what we're seeing now with Hurricane Milton is similar to what they had during Helene with the power outages.
Right.
We're seeing so many without power, with trees fully taking over these power lines, knocking down transformers. The difference is here in Florida, we're used to the palm trees, right? More of that beachy vibe, where up in the Carolinas, it's very dense in trees, especially your big, old, solid trees that have been there for decades. And those come tumbling down, taking out houses, roofs. We saw people stuck in their homes up in the Carolinas.
And it was amazing to see just some of the homes there that were literally wiped off their foundations by the rush of mud and water. And just there one moment, one of the ladies was saying a neighbor, and then just gone the next, and we haven't seen the neighbor since. Right. What a daunting feeling to know that. And those folks still, many of them, I assume, maybe not, but in the dark today, still cleaning up, still navigating just how to get to and from town, to get the basics. And a lot of folks really hoping that the government steps in to help. So hopefully that's there. Did you see a lot of forces on the ground? Did you see a lot of momentum from action from the government? What did you see on that end?
Absolutely. The amount of people, not only federal officials, linemen from all over coming to help, but community members. I mean, you would see one member of the community whose entire house was demolished right next door, helping the other person clean up branches or something else. Now the linemen, I have to say, Jordan and I, we did a couple of ride-alongs up there. We see how much they actually put in. Some of them haven't been with their families for weeks. Trying to fit in those phone calls, but service is not the best. So you have so many people coming to help, especially the National Guard. They're handing out supplies. And I think it's a similar situation we're going to start to see here in the next little bit. Just driving up interstate, a couple of exits coming back here, I saw a whole convoy of linemen, people helping with tree removal, stuff like that. So we're definitely going to start to see similar scenarios playing out here.
Yeah, Michaela, we were talking earlier about first responders, as you just mentioned, and the role that they play. Having covered many disasters on the front lines myself, as you are now doing, do you have a new perspective and respect for first responders and what they actually do?
Absolutely. I also like to think back. I was here and also covering Hurricane Ian, and that was just absolutely devastating, especially for parts of Northport, and then you think south towards Fort Myers. But when it's your first storm and you really cover it, you don't understand the grasp, and then you go through it again, and then again. And for this, we had back-to-back storms, and then for those impacted by Debbie, you think back to back to back.
Yeah.
It really does put things into a different perspective, and you understand just how fast law enforcement tries to get out,
Right.
or emergency response teams, and they really do care, but it's also about safety, and there's only so much you can do at certain points.
Yeah.
What did you see today? Based on what you observed, the voices that you heard, what is the most critical need within the next day, 2 days? Where do you think the real crux of this storm lies, and where we're going to have to really hunker down and help each other?
I think the biggest thing that I've been hearing from people is just having to deal with the power being out. We get so used to having power.
Right.
I went home this morning just to check on my apartment in North Bradenton, and I walked right in, tried to flip the switch, and I was like, oh, the power's not on.
Yeah.
Right.
But you get so used to having that, and then you have to think, okay, where are my candles? Or do I have flashlights? Do I have the batteries? And hopefully, everyone prepared as this storm was coming in, and they got those essential supplies. For the most part, the damages people have been telling me today, we'll get around it. We'll fix it. So it's really, a lot of them are still without water. That's a big thing.
Yeah.
And also the power. So outside of that, it's a very resilient community here. They're willing to jump from door to door and help each other out and move debris. And we saw people helping cut down trees and limbs and move them off to the side. So it really is, as devastating as the situation is right now, it's great to see our community and our Suncoast come together and help each other.
It is. And we've been hearing these silver linings. We've been looking for these helpers, hearing these stories, and it really does give us comfort, I think, all of us in this community, and make us feel better. Getting back to some of the damage that you saw today, tell us a little bit more, if you could, paint a picture. We saw some of your videos, but paint a picture of how severe the damage is. We're hearing different reports depending on where people are, that maybe we did dodge a bullet in many ways, and we're not seeing that severity that we maybe thought we would. Tell us, just paint us a visual picture.
So for me today, I started at the Governor Ron DeSantis presser, and that was the Mobile Estates Mobile Home Park. And it's very different the minute you start driving in there. There were down power lines that we were having to maneuver around, down branches. Then you have parts of homes lying across streets. We came across an entire roof, and we looked over, and there was the house the roof belonged to. Then driving just down the street, maybe 5-10 minutes, very different situation. Homes didn't lose their roofs, but there were trees down everywhere, trees lying across power lines. So as you said, I think it depends on the area, right? That was only 5 to 10 minute difference from the roofs being on homes to not being on the homes. Then you think the barrier islands, which a lot of them we haven't been able to get access to yet. We've been seeing firsthand accounts through law enforcement or other emergency response people that have been going out there and trying to help. But it's going to be certainly a very different scene to see with your own eyes when we are able to get out there, especially for the residents who are waiting to evaluate their own damages.
It's so difficult. Imagine, they're on pins and needles. They're wondering, what does my home look like, especially after having to endure Debbie and Helene. So, you can really, did you talk to any of those that were waiting to get onto the islands, and did you feel sort of their sense of anxiety, or were you able to not get to them yet?
Not get to them yet.
Okay.
For the most part, I think we're just waiting for that go-ahead from the officials. When I was at the Sarasota County Emergency EOC the other night, I know a lot of the plans they have in place involved potentially using marine units, just as a safety backup in case bridges weren't structurally sound.
That's interesting.
Or if there were damages. And of course, Governor DeSantis mentioned that today. As much as they have gone and surveyed certain bridges, I think he said around 600 are structurally sound, and they have looked at, there are still so many. You think of the small ones, the Cortez Bridge to Anna Maria, all of these other ones. Those have to be looked at before people can go across. So the marine units, that's going to be a big thing.
I asked this question of Jordan. I want to ask it to you as well. It's one thing when we speak with the OC directors and all the spokespersons in a controlled environment, but you're there in the heart of it. You're in the command center, literally, as everything is changing. What atmosphere was that? What kind of energy did you take away from it? Was it that calm and peace, or was there a point where it was, whoa, we didn't expect this? Was there that moment where people had to rethink the trajectory of what was going to happen next, or was it pretty much just even keel all throughout that night?
I think there's a lot of emotion, especially when you have this hub full of all these different agencies, personnel, and especially being that emergency manager director position, that holds a lot to it. I think when Hurricane Milton finally made landfall, there was a little bit of a shift. It wasn't trying to prep the citizens anymore. It was this happened. And it happened right in our backyard, right here in Sarasota. And I think the first instinct that everyone wants to do is immediately go out and try and help.
Yeah.
But there's nothing you can do, especially as that storm continued to move through. And it was hearing all of these different reports. One of them were some bridges that were down, and of course we didn't know if they were or weren't until this morning when crews went out. It's certainly an emotional period, and I think it's different from Sarasota and the Manatee. I think those two have to be separate at that point because it ended up making landfall in Sarasota. So that was different for those personnel.
Yeah, and we are still waiting to hear more about Siesta Key. We don't have a ton of information about that. Michaela Redmond, thank you so much.
Michaela, thank you.
You've done a fantastic job. We know
Stellar
that
job,
you,
as
like
always.
everybody, are tired and working tirelessly long hours, so we appreciate that, and I know you're not done because you're going to be heading out there again tomorrow, so thank you so much.
Thanks, Michaela. We appreciate it. So getting a perspective from Michaela is telling so many great stories, as she always does, giving us a perspective. She was at the command center, as was Jordan, in the heart of the storm last night, and kind of seeing firsthand what is that like on the inside of the operations. Not many of us getting that vantage point, but so critical as well. So it's just really imperative that we get to tell those stories and do that in a way that makes sense, and then hopefully we learn something from it. And I think no better folks to do it than Jordan, Brigham, and Michaela as well, really.
Yeah. We want to shift gears. We just got some new information here. We have some pictures of the Venice fishing pier. We've been talking about Venice. We are trying to get them more into the mix. It's been very difficult because of resources. We know that they were dealing with a large amount of storm surge there potentially. So there's still a lot of unknowns, but take a look at this Venice fishing pier, these pictures. And Rob, I'm gonna let you talk more about it because you're more familiar with that area, but this is very sad.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
we
and
hate to see
to
this.
see how that, I mean, it's so historic. It's such a, it reminds you of what we do know as old Florida, and that's forever changed. Again, you know, this, keep in mind this boardwalk, the beloved, where so many, probably now I would say millions of folks walked, took pictures, did whatever they needed to do in order to embrace that moment, is forever changed. So what will that look like in the months and years ahead? We don't know as of yet, because you know, there's still so much initial evaluation that needs to be done, but obviously we're just thankful that nobody was on that at that point, because what a catastrophic situation that would have been. But again, out there, Humphreys Park, the jetty, completely demolished. Jetty Jack's completely just a longtime favorite out there to hang out, and a restaurant that people love for years, and everybody seemed to know, but now that is no more. And I think when you look at this, it's so poignant, but it shows you just how quickly and how fast the whole landscape can change instantly.
Yeah, absolutely. Mother Nature, as you said, always telling us that she is in control.
Right, absolutely.
You know,
and just the cleanup alone to assess what, you know, what needs to happen here, how long will we have to keep people away, because that's such a beloved area, you know. And again, even when I was out there for the jetty, when they closed that down a few weeks ago, people wanted to still kind of get around the barriers, take a look, get a picture, because that's such a beloved thing, where it is usually a piece of solace and tranquility, and a place where you get some majestic views like we get on so many other pier points around the Bay Area. And in this case, we know that this one did not survive. Will it rebuild? You better believe it. It'll be back. It'll be, it won't ever be quite the same. You know, we'll look at it as new and improved, and it's one chapter closes, another one opens. That's what I believe. There's a time and place for everything, and obviously that pier, it was its time, and that's what Mother Nature decided. And so with that, we move ahead, because you can't look back.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, we do have to move forward past this, and we will. You know, Milton is in the rearview mirror, and now we're starting to see the community come together as we press on. We did have a few power outages to get to, but I think we're going to go to Leslie Lacey first. Okay, so we have Leslie Lacey. She's going to update us on the forecast and tell us more about what she's been working on. Leslie.
Yeah, and I actually have. I just checked the updated power outages as well. You know, and the numbers, this is what happens. So sometimes okay? We've been dry all day. Well, thank you very much, sir. See, he's so dapper and so polite. Moving over, I want you to look at these green areas, okay? So these green areas right here, these are rivers, and these are all of our rivers. We've got the Peace River, the Mayaca River, Zolfo Springs, Little Manatee, and the Manatee River. There is flooding in all of these rivers. We've got a flood warning going on, okay? So I want to go ahead and zoom in and just say, normally they put these up by Sunday or so, but they're going to bring these up, put these down, bring these up, put these down. So when I say flooding, I'm talking about 2 to 5 feet. That's about it, okay? So it's nothing too intense. We knew this was going to be happening. And so we've got to, okay, so we've got to, we're working the microphone here. We're working, yeah, it's, if you want to talk, you've got to talk to me if you're going to be on. Oh, okay. I've got a full screen. Okay, so we're going to a full screen now. Here we go. We're going to a full screen, and we've got a high surf advisory, and that's going to be going on through 11 p.m. Rip current statement as well. That's going to be Saturday till 8 a.m. And then also, I want you to avoid going to the beaches in general because the beaches are pretty dirty, okay? They're kind of nasty out there. We're working with some tech problems, so you're going to have to kind of excuse us right now, but we got a low pressure system now. This is what was Milton, okay? Milton no more. Milton is gone, out of here, thank goodness. And we are certainly glad to see that, and we know that it's probably going to be retired eventually. So now I want to go ahead, having more technical problems. Today is just quite the day. So we'll come over here and see if we can move this map another way. Okay, all right, so we do have one disturbance. I want you to look at the yellow area there. This is disturbance has a 20% chance of development over 2 days, 20% chance over 7 days as well. And as we look at the GFS, here's what's going on. So I want you to look at the far right. That's a tropical wave area. GFS, our American model, not really showing any development, possibly kind of moving through, but it's then kind of dissipating, all right? But then over here to the left side, look over there in the Caribbean, possibly maybe a disturbance starting. We'll keep an eye on it for you. This is far out, and the European forecast kind of has the same situation here. Nothing really developing from that tropical wave, but maybe a little bit of action, some storms coming in. So we'll keep an eye on that in the Caribbean. Of course, the Milton aftermath, that's what we're talking about now. It's time for recovery. Hurricane season, though, is not over, so that's something you got to keep in mind. We still got a ways to go with this. Power outage numbers, they're continuing to decrease, okay? Sometimes they go up a little bit, but then they go back down even a bit further. And just remember, we got a lot of beach hazards with that high surf and the rip current situation, okay? So overall, we no longer have 3 million people out of power. That's good. 3 million structures that use a power. We have 2,886,000. So Sarasota is looking a bit better. About 181,000 people. That's about 60% out of power. And again, these numbers are going to fluctuate back and forth, okay? Manatee County, 200,000 at 76%. Hardy County, 7,000, 77%, but down to 35% in DeSoto County. That's people without power, or I should say, structures that are without power. Pinellas County, 69%, Hillsborough County, 72%. So they're working on it. You just got to be patient. Quick look at our Suncoast temperatures. Right now, we're pretty much in the mid to upper 70s. It's feeling good outside. And look at these dew points. Look at these going down to the 60s. You know what that means, my friends? That means we are not going to have very much humidity, okay? It's going to feel really nice over the next week. And the wind speeds, there's a little bit of a breeze up there in Anna Maria Island, but for the most part, they're pretty much around 10 to 15 miles per hour, getting a northerly flow, and that's going to continue and cool us down. We look at that rainfall totals. Look at this. SRQ, over 7 inches. St. Pete, almost 19 inches recorded. Tampa, about 12. Palmasola, over 13 inches. Brandon, just over 11 and a half inches. And Lakeland, over 12 and a half inches of rain. So we got our share courtesy of Milton. Now let's look at that 7-day outlook for you folks. Again, we're going to see a lot more sunshine. Look at these rain chances, not very much at all. We're going to look at a 10-20%. We've got cooler, drier air. These temperatures are going to be in the mid-80s. And then we got, believe it or not, we got a cold front coming in. Look at the end of this 7-day forecast. We're going to dip down to the 70s. We're going to be waking up in the 60s with low humidity. All right, now that's a look at our forecast. We're going to turn things over to Jordan.
Airport President and CEO Rick Piccolo telling us there were 102 mile per hour wind gusts here. As you can see, that caused a lot of debris on these arrival and departure lanes. And they also did do a good job of preparing. There's some sandbags in front of these sliding glass doors. I looked through those doors to see if there was any kind of water damage inside, and we couldn't see anything right on the other side of the glass door, so that's obviously good news. And then all the way at the very front of this arrival and departure lanes, where they're constructing some of that new terminal, some of the fencing there did get knocked down because of some of those wind gusts. But President and CEO Rick Piccolo tells us that's not the major concern. There was some more damage sustained on some of the roofs and some of the hangars as well. So those are two of the main points of concern that he pointed out to us in an interview. And he says they're going to make sure that they're doing all they can to do some safety inspections. And then the earliest that they plan on opening up is Saturday. So still a lot of work to be done here at the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport before flights start taking off again. Guys, back to you.
You see SRQ, which is usually so full of energy, life, and quite honestly a busy place, but it was anything but that. Jordan's been a busy guy. He also spent some time at an emergency command center over the last 24 hours, getting kind of a really close-up look at what happens in the inner workings of that center. And Jordan, you were in Manatee County. Talk to me about kind of the feeling there. I said
and he's joining us now live on the phone, by the way.
Yeah.
So Jordan, thanks for joining us live. I know you've been hard at work all day. You're probably exhausted. But as Rob said, you were at the Manatee County Command Center, I guess you could call it. Tell us how your experience was there.
Yeah, no, it was a very interesting experience seeing just how in-depth the response and the preparation was for something like this. And I think I talked to a number of the staff there and just trying to get a better idea of what all goes into this preparation. And there was agencies from so many different places. There was the law enforcement, there was different health agencies, and animal welfare was there as well. And so it was really cool, and I don't want to say cool because this was obviously a difficult situation, but really interesting to see how prepared they were in each different facet of response. So the way it worked was we were not able to go into the actual command center itself where everybody is stationed because there's obviously a lot going on there, and they want to make sure that all of the employees there can focus on their jobs and the task at hand. But we were able to peek in through a window and see a little bit of what that center looked like. And they had each of the different kind of sections and organized by tables. So one table was animal welfare, one table was mass health, one table was law enforcement, and they just had each different table focusing on a different task and making sure that they had communication there within their own organizations. But another thing that I thought was interesting too was they had some of their partner agencies. So for the Department of Health, they had representatives here in Manatee County, but also at the statewide EOC up in Tallahassee. So they were able to be on the same page with some of those leaders up at the state level as well, not just here locally, but a true team effort. And there was so many people there. And again, it's just, it really put into perspective how many people are making sacrifices here. This is obviously a challenging time for everybody, not just the residents here and everybody who's going through the storm itself in their homes, but also the people who are away from their families here in some of these command centers, everybody who is working at the shelters and making sure that the people who don't have a safe place to stay can come to these shelters and have food and have the necessary infrastructure around them to protect themselves during that storm. So it really put into perspective just how widespread this response is, and it was great to see everybody come together to take this on. And so far it looks like they did a really good job of making sure we were prepared.
Jordan, we know that preparation is key, and you've said that a few times at how laser focused everybody was. But was there ever a point last night, did you ever get a sense that there was something that Mother Nature maybe thrown at us that they said, uh-oh, we didn't plan for this? Or did you get that feeling it was time to try plan B or C or D because maybe they didn't anticipate this, particularly for their area? Did you ever get that kind of sense of kind of urgency, or this was out of the ordinary, we didn't expect this one to hit us like this?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and I actually asked that question directly to the Public Safety Director, Jody Fisk, because I was curious about the same thing. Because there was a little bit of uncertainty. You know, we were there, I think I got there at around 9 in the morning yesterday, 9:30. And so there was a lot of time for the track to change. There was a lot of uncertainty in terms of where it was going to make landfall, how strong of a storm it was going to be when it ultimately made landfall. And so once we got into those hours leading up and the path became much more clear and concrete, we kind of knew that it was going to be making landfall somewhere in the Sarasota, Bradenton area. I asked the Public Safety Director, now that we're this close, does that change anything for you guys, or how is your preparation any different now than when it was 7, 8, 9 hours ago? And they had the same response. They just said that they're completely prepared for a landfall event like this because they always prepare a category in advance. So, for example, if it was a Category 1 hurricane that it was scheduled for, they would prepare for a Category 2, and so they always amped up their preparation just to be on the safe side of things. So even if the track did change a little bit, even if it did strengthen a little bit, they were going to have an excess of preparation, essentially, making sure. So everybody stayed very calm. You know, it's kind of what they expected to happen. And ultimately, we were tracking this. Our meteorologist did a great job of tracking this the whole way, and so they had really good information, and the county was able to use some of that information to get the proper preparation in place. But they essentially, it was just a waiting game, you know, because there was kind of that lull between when it was about to make landfall and the lead up in the hours before that. There was a little bit of a lull where people were just kind of, there was nothing you could really do, right? You just had to wait, and that's how I think all of us Suncoast residents were feeling. There was a lot of anxiety in those hours leading up to it because you get all your preparations done days and hours before, and then you just have to wait, and then you live with the results. And so they were doing some preparation. I talked to them a little bit before it made landfall. They were doing preparation in terms of monitoring some of like the river gauges and trying to do everything they could to have the best idea of what the storm surge would be, because there was a lot of uncertainty with that storm surge specifically, because I talked about this in one of my hits yesterday, but the changing of the topography on the barrier islands with the storm surge from Hurricane Helene washing a lot of that natural landscape away, that completely changes the calculations for where the storm surge could ultimately end up being, because there's not some of that natural protection anymore. So they didn't have those data points yet because that was only about 2 weeks ago. So there was a lot of uncertainty with the storm surge, and they actually told me that's kind of why they did some of those evacuation levels and put out some of those evacuation levels in the sea areas and some of those areas where they may not have normally done that, just because there was some of that uncertainty. But ultimately, to answer your question, there was never really any changing in their plans or preparation, even though it did make landfall in the area. I think that's what they were always preparing for, and it's what we've heard all throughout the last weeks and the months of hurricane season, is to prepare for the worst and pray for the best, and I think that's what they were doing.
Yeah, and that is interesting. Two big takeaways: the fact that they prepare for a category higher, and then also that storm surge deviation, something that I didn't think about. Also, you know, talk about the Manatee River Dam. We know that they were lowering that dam, it looks like, based upon the amount of rain that, well, the rain was a little further north in the Tampa Pinellas, but obviously a good decision to prepare to lower that river, given what we saw with Debbie.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've wanted to be very clear with the preparation before leading up to that. They made it clear that they were lowering some of those water levels. I think they lowered it to 36 feet, which is a little bit lower than normal. But again, that's all just a balancing act and something that they have to be careful of, because I believe the number is about 2/3 of the drinking water in the area comes from the Lake Manatee, and so it's all a balancing act as we get further into rainy season, and as it comes to a close, they want to make sure that they have enough adequate water supply in that dam to provide the water for the dry season. So they can't lower it too much, or else they risk not having enough water. But in this case, they decided to lower it to about 36 feet, I think. And what that does is that minimizes the amount of releases they would have to do. And like you said, I don't know the official rain total, but I don't think we got as much rain as some of these prior storms. So I haven't heard any reports of major flooding in that area. I know some of the big concerns is where that water ends up going, because when you have some of the storm surge coming in from the bay, pushing upstream, that can cause some problems for the Lake Manatee and Manatee River flowing downstream into the bay. But as of now, I haven't really heard any messaging from the county on that. We've been talking to them about the dam ever since some of the prior flooding with Debbie, and it doesn't appear to have been an issue now. Obviously, that can still change as we learn more, but right now it seems like some of their preparation worked, as well as the lighter rainfall levels compared to other storms.
Well, as always, Jordan, great work. Both you and Michaela doing so much work, so much research to keep us informed, and certainly the safety of our viewers informed as well. So important. Thanks so much for joining us by phone this evening.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jordan. We really appreciate you.
Absolutely. Have a good night, everybody.
You too. Bye.
Wow. And speaking of Michaela, she was busy out at, again, the folks, I believe she was at the park earlier today, as she said, where Governor DeSantis made a stop about 3:30 this afternoon, kind of getting a feedback from residents there. Let's take a listen into what she found.
We're still here in the Mobile Estates Mobile Home Park. I'm joined by Joe DeMarc. Joe, thank you so much for taking the time and speaking with me. Nice to meet you. So sorry for everything you guys are going through. Walk me through kind of some of the damages you guys are seeing out here.
Well, this person here lost their whole roof. As you can see it, it's gone. It's in the backyard. And I've been carrying the stuff out from behind these houses and bringing them up front because they're going to, I guess the garbage man, or scrap man's
Something that Manatee County authorities, that was a major focal point for them yesterday, was they really wanted to emphasize that the threats don't just happen before and during the storm. You know, it's not just the landfall, it's not just the storm surge. There's so many other kind of subsidiary things that happen from these hurricanes that many people aren't just aware of. You know, this isn't something that everybody goes through on a day-to-day basis. So some of those like finicky things with the power and the salt water, like you mentioned, can be real harms. And so they wanted to make sure that people were aware of that. And that was definitely something that was being talked about at the EOC a lot last night, just making sure that people were aware the threat isn't just the storm itself, but also some of those things, those additional things that can happen and spark from the side effects of the storm, essentially.
Very interesting, Jordan. And what else did emergency crews say to you when you went out with them this morning? Were they surprised at the damage? Did they expect it to be more? What was their reaction?
I think overall, and obviously this is something that is hard with hurricanes because when one area doesn't get hit, that means another area does get hit and takes the brunt of it. So Manatee County, I think overall their messaging was that they felt pretty lucky and pretty fortunate, the officials did, in terms of where things actually stood in the morning. I talked to them late last night, I think around midnight, and just kind of got their overall sentiment and where things stood. And they based on the track, obviously you can't see any of the damage at that time as it's dark outside and nobody's out on the roads. The entire public safety center was locked down. I think it started at 1:30 was the lockdown, and it didn't lift until around 4:30. Well, that's 1:30 p.m. and then at 4:30 a.m. the next morning. And so I think that they were pretty optimistic in terms of the overall outlook for the Manatee County community. And then I asked them in the morning, now that they had a little bit more information, you know, they were collecting data points all day and monitoring some of the river gauges and trying to get a better idea of what to expect. And based off of some of that data, they were pretty optimistic that the brunt of it wouldn't be in Manatee County. Again, they were very cautious and very understanding that it means that somebody else got it even worse, like specifically down south with some of the storm surge and up north with some of the rainfall. But they were pretty happy with the effects in Manatee County. Again, there's always going to be, whenever you have a storm with surges and gusts over 100 miles per hour, there's always going to be some of those damages. And they knew, like I said earlier, they knew that it was going to be kind of centralized and focused in those mobile home communities. And that definitely was in line with what we saw. You know, we didn't see any structural damage to any like concrete buildings, but as we were driving around, like Karen said, we were driving around town and just kind of surveying damage in a number of different spots. The reoccurring theme was the wood framed and some of those metal roofs. That's what we saw a lot of. Those metal roofs peeled back and tossed throughout those mobile home communities. We saw, I think the hardest thing to see was the first thing this morning, one of the wood framed garages. It was a mechanic shop that we saw. And we got outside and we just wanted to look around and see what it was, because my photographer Frank and I, we couldn't even really tell what it was. And so we got out there and we were just walking around the property. The owner ultimately came out and he saw us kind of checking things out. And I just asked him a little bit about what the reality was for him here. And he said that, yeah, he was the owner of the property. And he just kind of started breaking down and crying, just saying how he just lost everything. And there was cars inside that were owned by him as well. So not only did his garage collapse and the property collapse, but it also collapsed on his cars and his property inside. And so he was just devastated. So that was one of the things where it's just so hard to see that in reality. You know, being in the public safety center, you see the wind gusts and you see the numbers, and then once you see it actually tangibly affect the community, it's a whole different animal. So seeing some of that was just really hard to see in the Suncoast residents today.
Yeah, that hurts because you can feel for them. You know, they're just devastated, and how do you move on from that? All right, Jordan, we appreciate your time. We know you've put in a lot of long hours today, and you'll be back at it tomorrow. So thank you for all of your coverage. It's making a difference in our community.
Have a good night, guys. Good talking to you.
Good night, Jordan.
Yeah, and you know, Jordan Litwiller and Michaela Redman, of course, they've been going nonstop since Helene, doing local coverage here, then going to South Carolina to do Helene coverage there, and now jumping immediately into Milton. So, I mean, they really, I call them the dynamic duo.
Yes, they are pretty amazing reporters, and they do a good job getting the information accurate and out to our community. And I know you have some information about a USF football game.
Oh, right. One of our producers gave this to us. I mean, you know, everybody's been talking about the Tampa Bay Rays, but USF football also affected. Their game, that's going to be on Saturday. It is now going to be played in Orlando because clearly cannot be played on this side right now.
Yeah, too many cleanup efforts, recovery efforts. So again, the USF football game will still be taking place this Saturday. However, you'll have to travel to Orlando to watch that. Also, we talked about this when Karen and I first joined you. I-75 southbound, state officials are reporting that it is very busy right now, very crowded, as a number of drivers who left the area to evacuate are now returning home. So if you are heading on I-75 and the next day or so, expect heavy traffic as a lot of people are returning home, anxious to see if their homes received any damage.
That's right. And Summer, it looks like we have a number of announcements we want to let people know about. I have one from City of Sarasota saying Barrier Islands, access to that is actually reopening, and that's going to be at 8 a.m. tomorrow. One westbound and one eastbound lane on the southern span of Little Ringling Bridge. Again, that will open 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We know a lot of people have been waiting for that, and they said the adjusted travel pattern is to accommodate motorists while the northern span undergoes a very detailed inspection.
All right, and moving over to Manatee County, the Bradenton Beach Police Department also making an announcement about allowing residents back to this area. Bradenton Beach Police say re-entry to Bradenton Beach will take place tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. However, you have to have a red tag. So this is for homeowners, business owners, property owners, and anyone related to insurance companies to evaluate property, and city employees for Bradenton Beach and Longboat Key. So you need to have a red tag with you, but you will be allowed back on Bradenton Beach tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And then there is a curfew, however, from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Residents can come and go as they please. So that's good news that these folks can get back onto the island. And then Holmes Beach Police also releasing a storm update just recently. They still have no water or sewer, and they have multiple wires and trees down there saying, so they're saying they need to get the roadways back open. So the plan, they say, is a day later to have the city open to residents and business owners by Saturday morning at 8 a.m. So Bradenton Beach, 8 a.m. Friday, Holmes Beach by Saturday at 8 a.m. They also will need a re-entry tag. They're not allowing workers at this time, only residents to assess the damage. And they said, though, good note, though, they did not see any storm surge damage like they did from Helene. So this will help with recovery efforts.
Absolutely. And I believe, Angel, we have a CNN package in queue. Okay, yeah, so we're going to be hearing from a reporter who is in St. Lucie County, where we know those twisters, 3 of them, they're saying, confirmed twisters have touched down, and where we're seeing so many deaths coming from.
These tornadoes came out of nowhere.
And the tornadoes came hours before Hurricane Milton even made landfall. At least 6 people were killed in St. Lucie County.
This has been a tragic 24 hours.
At least 9 tornadoes confirmed in St. Lucie County alone. This video showing one of the twisters' power.
There were tornadoes popping off everywhere across our county.
And this aerial video shows some of the damage. Homes torn apart or ripped in half. Roofs gone and fences tossed like paper.
I love all these people.
They're like my family. And I just don't want people to have to come back to this. What a shame.
And from the ground, a semi-truck shredded. The bed of the truck flipped over. Twisted metal, wood, and other debris scattered around businesses. And this St. Lucie County church lost part of its roof. The pastor telling us they will rebuild.
Our heart breaks for what's happening right now in our community and the people reeling.
Other buildings left in shambles. Take a look at this warehouse. And even sheriff's vehicles were crushed under a hangar.
Everything's replaceable. Life isn't.
Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis made a stop in St. Lucie County today, confirming he spoke to President Biden on the phone.
I appreciate being able to collaborate across the federal, state, and local governments and work together to put the people first.
Which is good news for those people who are left with damage.
There's still hope. There's still hope in our world. And the community is here for you. You're not going through this alone.
And we know some are at least 13 deaths that they're reporting, and Governor DeSantis saying he expects that number to go up.
And Governor DeSantis actually in Sarasota today assessing the damage, giving updates, a lot on the information that we've been sharing today, but he was in town to assess the damage. And boy, has he been busy traveling around the state of Florida with all this storm activity and giving updates daily. So we can expect to hear more from him. Also, we're learning dozens of people were not only rescued, but their pets were as well. Search and rescue operations taking place today. Many people not evacuating, living in zones that they should have evacuated, and some caught by surprise. But some of the numbers we're getting in, 340 people were rescued and almost 50 pets. So that's nice to hear.
Right, including one video that the governor posted where it looked like a dog was tied in a band.
Oh, yes.
Right.
I saw that.
Yeah, absolutely. You have no words when you see
Right.
that
Law
video.
enforcement actually just stumbled upon this dog, found it, and the water was rising, right? Yeah, and they stumbled upon the dog and were able to rescue it. That was sad.
Terrible. We do have some video that we shot, some aerials of Siesta Key, which, of course, we know this is the place that made landfall. Milton made landfall last night at 8:30 as a Cat 3, and there is our beloved Siesta Key, Summer.
Yeah, it looks like a different area now. Look at that, the water onto the homes and the yards there. It's waterfront property a lot there, but not here where the roads are. That's just devastating because this area too was really impacted by Hurricane Helene with the storm surge there. So very sad to see again as people try to move on. Some people have homes there. They did not have flood insurance.
Right.
However, if you did not have flood insurance or, I don't want to give inaccurate info, but I am told that if you do not have insurance, I don't want to speak on flood insurance, but that's where FEMA steps in to help. So there is assistance. We keep telling you this, both Manatee and Sarasota counties have all of that information listed on their websites. We do too, mysuncoast.com. On our social media pages, the Sarasota County Government, Manatee County Government have done an outstanding job on just continuing to push information to help residents and business owners. And we're being told there's a lot of help available. You just have to be patient, but they're saying go ahead, file that paperwork immediately to get the process going.
Right, and very important, the FEMA director saying if you had damage from Helene and Milton, make sure you actually make 2 applications. Don't combine it all because they were so close together. Make 2 applications, and make especially important that you make a distinction in the dates of the damage as well too.
All right, and this area really needs to dry out, and it's good that the weather report we're getting that Bob was just telling us that it's going to be dry the next few days, cooling off a little bit. That will help with the recovery efforts there. It's very sad.
I mean, Summer, we were talking about St. Armand's and tourist season, and they're missing out. Siesta Key,
number
people
one
from around
beach,
the world, right, around the world, they recognize it as one of the best beaches. And this would have been when people are starting to flock over there right now.
That is a situation we'll continue to follow as well. Not good news for local business owners, homeowners devastated, but the business owners are as well. So being local, we will have to help support our local businesses once they get up and running, which many say they're going to do.
Right. And Summer, you had some more announcements, you know, some household items, but some really important household items that people need to know
Yeah,
about.
Sarasota County and Manatee County releasing new details about trash pickup. Sarasota County saying, you know, they are actively collecting debris from Hurricane Helene, or they were when Milton hit, and now they're working with debris vendors on a plan to collect debris for both hurricanes, and this plan will include construction debris, vegetative debris, and as soon as they have more information, they will be sharing that with the community. So help is coming. In the meantime, the county says they are resuming regularly scheduled pickups and reopening the Central County landfill. Garbage and yard waste collections for residents in unincorporated Sarasota County will resume tomorrow, October 11th, for roads that are accessible to collection vehicles. And recycling, though, collection has been suspended. They have a lot of details, though, on how to bag items and what you need to do. And so trash collection, though, will resume tomorrow. And that's the same for Manatee County unincorporated. Trash collection will resume tomorrow. However, they're saying it's a day behind. So if you were supposed to get your trash picked up on Thursday, that will now happen Friday. And Friday, that will now happen Saturday. But they are trying to get those trucks back out there and get that trash collected.
That's actually something, you know, I'm personally interested in, because, you know, they were asking people to hold on to their garbage because there were so many people picking up debris. So I have a lot of things I need to throw out right now.
As a lot of people. So
right.
And those men and women working very hard too. And
yeah.
boy, they have a lot of debris to pick up.
They
So
do.
and in Manatee County, it's the Lena landfill, and that should be opening up. If it's not opening up tomorrow, we'll get that information, but I know it should be opening up soon. People were really trying to get that debris in that landfill before Hurricane Milton hit.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we have our Leslie Lacey in the wings. Leslie, take it away.
Hi, ladies. I'm glad you're mentioning the debris and the pickup and the cleanup, because as we move into recovery stage, Mother Nature is now cooperating with us, and we're going to have a pretty good week for that. It's not going to be as humid as what we've seen. It's going to be a little bit cooler, and that's going to make it a little bit nicer, a little bit less humid for all the workers out there, and just the public in general, all of us who are going to be cleaning up over the next several days, and many of us into weeks, maybe even months, depending on the damage. Let's take a look at the Titan radar at this point. This is the remnants of what was Milton. Still a little bit of showers lingering down there by Daytona Beach, but Milton is off, and we are now looking very, very dry in the area. It's such a pleasant scene to see the radar like this versus what we have been seeing over the last few days. So we do have some flood warnings that are in effect. I want you to see this just so you know, but we're talking 2 to 5 feet worth of flooding over the bankments there. So it's not too bad, but nonetheless, it is the Peace River. You can see stretching all the way up here from even up into almost into like Polk County there, and then Hardy County, DeSoto. It's a very long river. By the way, when everything calms down, it's a wonderful river to go fossil hunting in. Okay, they have all kinds of fossils, from ancient giraffes. Sometimes people found mammoth teeth in there. It's not just sharks and things like that, but it's a very fascinating place if you like to fossil in the river. Okay, fossil hunt in the river. But right now it's a little bit flooded here. It's going to be going from about 3 to 5 feet. It'll fluctuate up and down, but it'll slowly start to go down because we're going to have some drier weather coming in, which is going to be nice, okay? And then also we've got the Little Manatee River, also Horse Creek here, and then Myakka and the Manatee River, all of those in between, say, 2, 5, 6 feet, depending on where they are. So nothing too intense, but some of the little campments and things like that can be affected. Not that anyone's camping right now, but just some puddling too. So that flood warning is in effect there. Let's go ahead and move up. We've also got some issues along our coast, obviously. A lot of cleanup that's going on, but it's just not a good time to go out to the beach. First of all, we've got high surf advisory going on. We've got some intense rip currents that are possible out there. And there is a lot of debris in the ocean, okay? There's a lot of debris along the coast, and it's also not safe because the water is very dirty. So it's not a good time to go out there. It's been mixing in with all kinds of runoff, chemicals, all kinds of things in there, and the beach needs to clean itself out. So just not a good time, but you will have some nice weather. So how about that? Maybe a pool once you get all the leaves and the debris out of the pool. All right. Okay, so as we move into a recovery for Milton's aftermath here, fair weather is our friend, and it's going to be visiting us. So let's kind of look at the headlines here. Hurricane season, just to let you know, it's not over yet. We're not out of hurricane season, you know, and we probably are going to see a couple more named storms. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to come to our area, but it's likely that we will still see some names pop up. We're not out of the thick of it, okay? And it's not unheard of to get hurricanes in November. Power outage numbers, they decrease. They're continuing to decrease. They go up a little bit more, and then they go down a little bit more. So the crews out there, they're working hard to get your power back on. And for many of them, they don't have power at their houses. So just try to be patient. They're doing what they can. You'll see the numbers fluctuate. Sometimes they have to turn off certain powers to replace other powers, or things get kicked off and on when they're in the process of doing this. And of course, the beach hazards, as I mentioned, not a good idea to go to the beach. So let's kind of look at the power outages here. So we do have less than 3 million in the state of Florida now, so that's good. So this was above 3 million, but about 60% of about 60% of the people in Sarasota, the structures that use power are out. Okay, 76, a little bit more in Hardy County. Okay. But look at these numbers here. Still over 500,000 people without power in Hillsborough County. 72% still are without power. 69 in Pinellas. But again, in general, these numbers are trending down. So they're trying to get your power back on for you. Look at what's going out into the Atlantic. Goodbye. Leave us forever. You're going to be retired. This name's going to be retired. You can guarantee that, because it was such a costly and unfortunately a deadly and intense tornado. Milton, okay? So Milton is off to the Atlantic, moving out as a low pressure system. Okay, so our tropical outlook, what's going on right now? We have one disturbance that we are tracking. It's a tropical wave. It is off the coast of Africa here, 20% chance over the next couple of days and 7 days where it could develop into a system, okay? Right now the models really aren't showing that, so I'm going to back up. This would be the remnants of Milton moving out. And then over here, this would be the tropical wave that I'm talking about. So as we go ahead and take you through time here, doesn't really show anything happening there. And we do start to get a little bit of a disturbance, maybe something trying to form down here. You can see, you know, by Central America. So we'll keep an eye on this. So this is the American model. And this is still very far out. We're looking at 7 days out. And whenever the further out you go, you know, the less accurate the forecast is, okay? So as we look at Saturday, again, not really showing that disturbance, that tropical wave turning into anything. And as we look at the European model, we see a lot of rain in that area, but we don't see any development. And a lot of times those models do that. The GFS model, the American model, will show development, and the European won't. And until they get in alignment, until the other models, there's many other models that we don't show you, but those are usually the two go-tos that we like to compare. So we'll keep an eye on those. Meanwhile, we do have pretty nice temperatures right now. We're in the 70s, mid-70s. Feels really nice outside. Almost feels cold, right? Because it's been so hot lately. As we look at the day planner, we're going to actually get up into the mid-80s, so we'll wake up. Look at this. Overnight low, it's your morning lows, 69 degrees. How about that? So dew points, let's talk about this too. The dew points are also going to be in the 60s, and that is going to be much more pleasant than the 70s. And again, the 70s, especially those upper 70s, really starts to get intense, and pretty much low dew points. Got some really cool dew points, some drier air moving into Dallas. And as we take you through time here, the heat index, what does that mean? What's it going to feel like? That's when we look at the dew points. When the dew points get up into those 70s, it really knocks up that heat index. And an 85-degree temperature can feel like 99 degrees, you know, or even over 100 sometimes, depending on what the dew points are. But it feels very hot and sweaty and kind of gross. So the heat index is going to be feeling like it's in the mid to upper 80s. That'll be wonderful. In the morning, it'll feel like, you know, basically about what the air temperature is. Wind speeds right now, they're coming out of the north, bringing in that cooler air, cooler, drier air for us. We do have some up to about 13 miles per hour, a little bit windier out there in Anna Maria at 22, and 15 Lakewood Ranch, 13 Paris, Siesta Key, 12 miles per hour. Just a nice breeze here in Minnesota. Along the coast, sometimes it kicks up a little bit. 10 over at Warm Mineral Springs. Our friends in Northport, 11 in Venice. Again, 11 miles per hour coming out of the north, okay? Let's talk about the rainfall totals. If you didn't hear, if you've been under a rock somewhere or still in the closet, yeah, you can come out now. All right, so SRQ Airport, and look at these totals. About 7 inches. That's the rain that we're looking at. And St. Pete, they got almost 19 inches of rain, okay? Tampa recorded in 11 and a half. Palmasola, 13. Brandon, 11 and a half. And Lakeland, about 12 and a half inches of rain, courtesy of Hurricane Milton. Look at your 7-day forecast now. So I just want to take you through time here. And we are going to stick around in the 80s. And then we got a cold front coming in. Yes, I said cold front. Isn't that nice? Dipping down to the 70s. So look at these rain chances. They're really, really low. It's going to be really nice. We're going to see a lot more sunshine. It will be cooler, drier air for us. And now I actually want to show you a video. I want you to see this really cool video. And this is from Jake Lockwood, and he is our drone guy. And this is St. Armand Circle. So this is the Ringling Causeway Boulevard. This is coming off of the bridge. This is actually the road that takes you to the circle. And you can see this is at 8:30 this morning, okay? It's completely flooded. Now, I'm sure it's receded a little bit, but just so intense. And our poor friends and, of course, business owners in St. Armand Circle just having to deal with, once again, and the businesses are just right on the edge of that. You can kind of see them there in the corner, but the water is going again right up to the sides of those businesses. So I'm gonna exit out of this and throw things back to Rick and Summer. Can you believe it? Once again, St. Armand Circle underwater.
Oh, one of my favorite places to visit with my family. And it makes you really sad when you see that. And I'm so sorry to all the businesses and homeowners in this area impacted. It's just devastating.
Yeah, they've had consistent flooding with these recent storms, and a lot of my favorite restaurants are there on St. Armand's. I just love St. Armand's, and hopefully they'll bounce back fairly soon.
I hope so too, and we'll definitely support them as a community.
Of
And
course.
Rick, welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight. I know you had a very long haul last night. Our team has been working nonstop, working different shifts to make sure we get the information out to our community. We are, like I said, doing things a little different. Rick, you worked from 8 in the evening until 8 in the morning.
Yeah.
So I teased him and said good morning, but you've had a long few days.
It's funny, some viewers were wondering, what was I doing on at 3 o'clock in the morning? You know, and it's been an interesting ride. And I was able to get home and start assessing things in the neighborhood. And with my home, you know, where I live, fortunately, everything was fine. I was expecting some sort of damage, but we got lucky with this. And I think that holds true for a lot of folks. I know there's still devastation out there, but I think in the end, most of us did fare pretty well.
We're
lot
so
of us
lucky.
did.
Yeah. I did not feel that way going into the evening yesterday either. I was nervous. A Category 5, what we were expecting, I just did not know. No one knew how it was going to end. So
starting as a Category 5, then eventually to a 4, and it hit us as a 3. And I live maybe 10 minutes from where this landfall was.
Really?
So, and yeah, I was expecting like
to lose your home.
Yeah, ground zero. But no, I think that's a testament to how a lot of our structures are built around here too. They can withstand a lot, and there was a lot last night.
And just how quickly these storms can change. I mean, it just changed drastically at the last few hours. So, all right, well, we're glad you're here tonight.
I'm happy to be here.
We're glad you're awake.
Got a little bit of rest, and I'm raring to go for these next few hours.
Well, we want to be transparent with our viewers, too. We have a different look and feel right now. Not only is our crew, we're working with different people and longer hours, but due to Hurricane Milton, we, too, are having some issues. We're having some internet and connectivity issues at our station, where we normally broadcast from in Sarasota. So we're here in Lakewood Ranch at a makeshift station for now, and this is why you're not seeing us on actual TV right now. So to stay updated until we can get things fixed, and we're doing that as quickly as we can, we ask that you tune in to ABC 7 Sarasota, WWSB on our Facebook page for continued coverage on Hurricane Milton.
And I know a lot of people have been listening to us on the radio as well. So that I guess that's another way to tune in and see what's going on.
Yeah, thank goodness for the radio, and thank goodness for social media right now.
And hopefully we'll be back in our home tomorrow, hopefully.
Yes, we are working on this as hard as possible and quickly as possible. All right. Well, we have some new video into our newsroom we want to show you. Gillespie Park in Sarasota. Let's show that. Wow. Look at that, Rick. That is a similar site, though, all around the Suncoast. That's a huge tree that was down on the road there.
And I don't think that's too far from our TV station.
No, And we're seeing those trees. The winds were so strong last night. That's a familiar sight, maybe not to that magnitude, that size, because that is a huge tree. But we were talking, the ground is just so saturated, and then the strong winds just knocking trees like that over.
Well, I know Bob had been mentioning that this was going to be the big problem, or all these downed trees in the roadways. And sure enough, going home earlier this morning, leaving here, a lot of roadways were blocked. We had to find alternate routes and alternate routes on top of alternate routes to get home because of these trees just blocking the roadway completely. And I know I did take some photos of that. We'll be sharing those a little bit later on today, tonight. But yeah, this is a very, very common scene up and down the Suncoast. And that was probably the main thing I experienced and witnessed heading home this morning.
Yeah.
Seeing just all these trees just blocking the roadways.
Me too. And then fences knocked down all over the place. And then the traffic signals out.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's another huge, huge problem. And I'm not sure how long that'll take to get back up and running. I saw crews on my way here tonight. Saw a lot of crews out there working on it. And it looked like they started to get some of these lights up and running, but that is a four-way stop. And,
yes. And
you got to watch out because sometimes people don't realize
that.
They're speeding through.
It's scary, but good news, Rick. Before you got here, we interviewed Trooper Watson. I know you're friends with him.
Yes.
With Florida Highway Patrol, and he told us that is a priority for them right now. They had 70% of the traffic signals in Sarasota County out, but he said by tomorrow, they'll have 70% of those already working again. So that's a priority for safety for our community. The same in Manatee County. Crews were out, not only cleaning the debris from the roads, but fixing and repairing those traffic signals.
And I have to tell you, every single one of the lights that I had to go through, they were out.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I didn't like that at all.
You
have to look, try to make eye contact with the driver to the left, driver to the right, and in front of you, and make sure you're safe as you go.
We don't need any more messes out there or accidents or anything like that.
Especially with everyone returning home right now after being evacuated.
And I wanted to mention, I know we're going to be talking with Mike Holderness very soon. He owns businesses on Siesta Key. I did have an opportunity to drive onto Siesta Key. I was able to get on the southern bridge, take the southern bridge. And I was pleasantly surprised. I thought it was going to be ground zero there, and it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Of course, for people that were impacted, it's horrible. They still have to go through this. But main things I saw out there, and you're talking, this is where the landfall was made with Milton, is flooding, like up until you get to the main beach area. It was pretty much okay, the roads getting there, and then you hit flooding. You couldn't get to like the main beach area, and then couldn't get to Siesta Key Village either. Then you saw a lot of trees down there, lots of people's belongings. I don't know if that was from Helene or, but and structurally I didn't see that much damage from my perspective. So I think for folks there, I'm sure a lot of folks there are pretty relieved.
Yes, that is a relief to hear. Okay, well, Michaela Redmond, one of our ABC 7 reporters, has been out once it was safe to do so. She was actually at the Sarasota County EOC during the actual hurricane, rode that out there, and then once she was given the all clear to leave, she was able to go out and to assess some of the damage in the area. And one of her stops was at Gulf Gate Elementary School in Sarasota County. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
Sarasota, you can really see the impacts that the wind had throwing debris around. If you take a look, you can see branches just sprawled across the sidewalks here, and this continues down the road, even within these neighborhoods in side streets. If you take a look inside of this fenced-in area at the elementary school, it also puts it into a different perspective. They have a lot of big trees here, and of course a lot of this yard is all filled with debris from these trees. And of course this was also one of the shelters here in Sarasota County that people were evacuating to. Now, Governor Ron DeSantis in his press conference mentioned that they are trying to get kids back in the classroom as soon as possible, but of course that's going to depend on the damages in certain areas. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC7, your local station.
All right, and again, that was Michaela Redmond visiting Sarasota County, and she was actually outside of Gulfgate Elementary School. And we have some information, Sarasota County government releasing that well, first of all, we have been reporting this. There will be no school tomorrow, still through tomorrow, Manatee, Sarasota, and Charlotte counties, because a lot of the schools being used as shelters. It's unclear when schools will resume. However, we will share that information as soon as we learn it. Also, Sarasota County announcing, Rick, that there will be no Breeze Bus, Trolley, On Demand, or Breeze Plus except for medical essential trips tomorrow. And they will be performing emergency transportation. But again, they're trying to keep the traffic limited right now while they continue to clean up the debris. And the same in Manatee County. They actually, though, are announcing transit services will resume tomorrow with a modified schedule. So,
yeah, and I understand that too, just based on what I saw this morning with still a lot of debris on the road. It is still a little risky to be out there driving, and if you're not paying attention, you could smack right into a big tree in the road. You know, so you got to pay attention, of course. But there's a lot of that going on, and hopefully, school and some normalcy in that regard can resume early next week. We're hoping, right?
Yes. Normalcy would be very nice, because it makes it difficult when you're still working and your children are home, and some of them aren't old enough to be home.
Yeah.
Left alone. I mean, that's the case right now for everyone working, law enforcement, medical, nurses, doctors. It's a stressful time for everyone right now as everyone tries to continue to live their lives, keep working, and keep their families safe, and not have any school. So
and I'm sure your kids are anxious and eager to kind of get back to school. No? Okay. Well,
they like being home, but no jokes aside though, because they don't understand the severity of what's going on. The older ones do, but not the little ones.
Yeah, but I'm sure there are a lot of students out there that want to have some normalcy as well.
Yes, the normalcy and the routine is good for them though, and you want them to get a good education. So we look forward to school resuming once it is safe to do so, and they've got all the schools cleaned up because they are serving as local shelters. Okay, and Rick, you have someone joining us?
Yeah, somebody who is a very familiar face, and Mike Holderness, are you on? Can you hear us?
Yes, hey Rick, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well, Mike, and just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. I know I was talking to you offline here and off the phone earlier. Just talk about, you own businesses there on Siesta, and I know last night you were just so nervous what you were going to wake up to today, and talk about what you are waking up to today on Siesta and Siesta Key, and I was just telling Summer that I was very surprised, pleasantly surprised, that I didn't see as much of the damage as I was expecting.
Yeah, it was, last night was a rough night. So if we go back to Saturday, we worked real hard cleaning up from the last hurricane where we had the surge, and we were in high spirits. Then we took a look at the radar and it quickly turned somber, We worried all week, and we went to bed last night. It was, it wasn't much hope there, to be honest with you, Rick. And it appears that the Siesta Key Village was just spared. I mean, we have damage, obviously. I don't want to downplay the damages because there is some serious damage, but we were just spared as it kind of cut through a little north of us and wrapped around and just carved open Midnight Pass. And what was really neat about that is as soon as the pass opened, the surge in the village just went down.
Well, so it sounds like that could have helped the situation, a dire and drastic situation, and made it a little more bearable, I guess.
Yes, sir. And, it's really good for the environment down there as well. So that worked out well. But, yeah, we woke up this morning. We didn't have much hope that we had businesses, and we have a lot of, employees that work for us, that we're very nervous, with their future is, our future is their future. And it worked out really well. I mean, I'm happy to clean up this mess. I feel fortunate. I'm almost recharged. We're a little beat down after Helene flooded us out. And, now it's like, okay, well, we're happy to clean this mess up. Where before, we're getting a little tired. And I think this just reminded us. And, also, Helene probably helped a lot of people evacuate and hunker down off the key, which was, a good thing because it was not a place to be.
And are you speaking to other, hi Mike, this is Summer with Rick. Are you speaking to other businesses and how are they feeling, the business owners? Are they feeling the same, just re-energized and just ready to move forward?
Yeah, mostly they're relieved because they weren't on the key. Me and a buddy of mine, we go out there and we're clearing roads and stuff. So we're on one of the only vehicles out there today, checking on everything and reporting back. And the comms were down, so it was hard to communicate. So I think everybody's more just taking a deep breath tonight, and they're gonna wake up smiling, kind of like I did when I rolled into the village this morning, and the big tiki was still standing strong.
What would you like the community to know? I know we have the upcoming tourism season, Siesta Key Village, Siesta Key Beach, Anna Maria Island, big tourist destinations. What would you like the local community to know as you continue to try to work through this?
It's just, come on, we can do it. Our goal at Siesta Key Beachside Villas and Siesta Key Beach Resort, as well as Beachside Management, our goal is to get as many rooms as we can have open by Christmas. We're off to a good start. So my goal right now is, just know that FEMA is coming to help clear the debris and send some funding for that, which would be great. That'll help expedite us. And every week we're out of business. That's revenue that the county and the taxpayers are missing out on. So it's really important that we just stay strong, count on each other. Everybody knows where to find me, but if they need me, just come to the Beachside Management office and I'll help you with whatever you need. If it's trying to find a reputable contractor, I would just tell them to be very careful of some seedy people coming in and trying to take advantage of a situation. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. So just talk to each other and communicate, and let's bring this community stronger than ever, and united as a group and a good front. And we have a good tourism season. The beaches did good. They took a little bit of a beating, but there's plenty of white sand there, so they held together great. It was almost like, Rick and Heidi, when it came over, the back of the storm like eroded right there over Siesta Key Village and through there. So, maybe there's something to the Indian legend. I'm a believer in it. I'll take it all night long tonight.
Me too.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night. And Mike, you did have an opportunity to tour the area with Governor Ron DeSantis today. And what is his assessment of the situation? And there was landfall right there in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, our governor, he acts in these kind of situations. I can really say that. So he's here. He was relieved, as I was, that the damage wasn't more extensive, and kind of amazed how, the storm broke up the way it did right there. But I feel that we're in good hands. I don't believe, I don't feel that, with Helene, I saw much of from FEMA at all, but the FEMA was there today as well, and we have their commitment to bring some resources in and get this debris cleaned up really quick, because Rick, that debris laying around there, and maybe we have another one come here on October 18th that they're talking about. It's very unlikely, but it's a possibility. This debris is just shrapnel. We need to keep our people safe. It's, not have insult to injury.
And in terms of the damage, can you give me your assessment of what, I know you were pleasantly surprised, as I was when I was out there. What types of things were you actually physically seeing out there?
Yeah, mostly, Rick, was the debris just thrown everywhere, from Helene. That was just like missiles. Some people lost it all. We saw a few buildings where the roofs were completely ripped off. The newer buildings, they stood really well. No damage to them that we could observe. Let's see, we had some trees down, power lines down. There's a lot of nails and debris, so that's something that everybody needs to remember is, don't come driving out here to look around. You will get a flat tire, and there's probably not anybody open this week to service you, so that's just something to remember. And if I'm jumping around a little bit, I'm quite tired, but
aren't we all?
I'm happy to spread the message because, we should, we have some damage out there that needs to be addressed for sure. But for the most part, I think if you didn't have total devastation, you're probably take 6 months to get your property back in shape. Anywhere from 6 days to 6 months. The real low-lying homes are still, being dealt with from Helene. I think it's Helene. That they got about 3 feet of surge into those homes. So, it's also interesting now, we talk about modelings when hurricanes will hit our coast. And, they talk about the rain and the flood inland and the surge on our coast, But now what's kind of cool about it is we have quantifiable data that we can put into these models and the AI technology to really help us with the flood problems around town, our floodways that need to be restored, wetlands and sand mining off our coast. Those kind of things can go into this modeling with this. This is just really great data that, the AI technology needs to run on. So it's kind of amazing in that sense as well, because it can tell us a lot more what we can do, for the future.
Yeah, technology is an amazing thing nowadays.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time, and we look forward to supporting your local businesses when they reopen. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Stay safe out there. Be well.
All right, and we are continuing to monitor our local weather conditions now that Milton has made landfall. Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan now with an update.
Yeah, it was good hearing from Michael there. He's been a friend of mine for many, many years. In fact, over a couple of decades. I actually did some scuba diving with him down in the Keys, and he was nice enough to take me and the family out and do some scuba diving down there. I also talked with his father, who got me to do a hurricane seminar for Whitfield Estates, which is always well attended. I've done those a few times too. And they know their hurricanes at Whitfield Estates too, and also Michael does as well. I got to tell you that we're not going to be dealing with any hurricanes. I know Michael mentioned that that there's some talk going around that we may see a storm on the 18th, but he also put a side note on it. He said, we don't know that. Obviously, we don't. We don't know that there's going to be a storm down in the Caribbean, the Western Caribbean, in a couple of weeks, but interesting to watch. Nonetheless, we've got to keep an eye on everything this time of year. When we get these cold fronts that come down, and we're going to see another one, I think, in about 7 days or so. These cold fronts come down and they start to cool the Gulf of Mexico. So typically, in a regular season, the Gulf of Mexico shuts down in November, and that means shuts down. Nothing develops there. This one developed in the Gulf. Milton developed in the southwest Gulf of Mexico. Once the cold fronts come down, there's no more development in the Gulf. But the Caribbean's still in play, and even though you need 80-degree water temperatures for a storm to develop, that doesn't mean you can't have a storm move into the cooler waters. So if it still stays warm in the Caribbean, a storm could form and then move into the Gulf. If it's cool, it won't be a big storm or an intense storm, but we saw with this one, really a significant storm. And this dry air kind of kicked it our way, and that was a trough of low pressure that came down over the lower Mississippi Valley, picked it up, and carried it right into Siesta Key. South of that, Mike was saying they didn't have much damage there on Siesta Key. However, we're seeing some images of Venice Beach. They had quite a bit of sand in some of the apartments there. So not everyone escaped the wrath of Milton when it came to storm surge and damage from what it brought. Now, this dry air, it'll stick around for a while. That's great news as we go through the cleanup process, and that'll be happening for weeks, not just days. I mean, look how long we've got to go for the debris left behind from the storm that moved into the Gulf and worked its way up and through Georgia, right? I mean, Helene was a bad storm, and we're still cleaning up from it. So it's going to take a long time, folks. Here's the power outages. They're still out there. Not a lot of people have power. This number was at 3.5 billion basically earlier, but now it's gone down, and that's what's going to be happening. Sarasota County, at the height of the storm, and just thereafter, it was at 80,000%. I should say 80% of the people were without power. Still in Manatee County, look at that, 76% of the people without power. That's pretty amazing. You think about it, 200,000 people are not able to, if they don't have a generator, get air conditioning, get lights, and so on and so forth. So be careful. Don't use candles. Use a flashlight. And again, that fans, or if you have a generator, always works good too. Hardy County, we're talking 77%. DeSoto County, 35%. And Pinellas County, 397,000 people still without power. So a long way to go before we get all those folks on board. And here's a look, though. As I said, the weather's going to be good for the linemen out there. And they do such a great job, those linemen, trying to restore the power. And we're hoping they don't have any bad weather, because that obviously causes a lot of problems. Well, look at off the coast of Africa. I've been saying this now for the last couple of months. It seems like everything's delayed this year. This looks more like August. We've got tropical waves coming off the coast of Africa that are very significant. You know, all through the month of September and August and September, these tropical waves were coming up off here, and they were really fizzling out. They're further south now, and these waves will have a little bit better chance to move off to the west and develop. The reason why we didn't see many storms is because of that location of where the tropical waves were coming off of the coast of Africa. But we'll watch this wave way out there in the Atlantic. Not a big deal, just something to watch. And if you haven't seen this, I'll show it to you again. This is what Mike was talking about, Mike Holderness. You can see that closed low there. We are all too familiar with that look. That's in the Western Caribbean, and this is Thursday, so we're talking 7 days from now, developing in the Western Caribbean. Will it develop? The European doesn't think so, so that's good. We'll keep an eye on it, though, obviously for you and for us. I mean, we live here, too, and obviously we're working during this storm, and, you know, we're going to keep an eye on it for you, believe me. It makes me a little nervous to see anything trying to pop up down there right now. Temperatures in the mid-70s. That's the current temperature, so it's not a bad evening out there. Pretty nice. The water temperature gauge isn't working, but I can pretty much tell you that the water temperature more than likely in the low 80s as a result of the upwelling that occurred with this past storm. Again, even Helene caused some cooling. Someone emailed me, or I can't remember if it was on Facebook, they asked me, Bob, what are the water temperature? 10-degree difference. It didn't drop 10 degrees with Helene. It did drop, but it wasn't that big of a drop. This one certainly has caused some cooling, and we'll show you that graphic in the upcoming days to show you that cooling path that was left behind from Milton. You'll see it quite noticeably from the satellite imagery. Forecast is calling for mostly fair skies tonight, and the forecast tomorrow looks good. Temperatures warming into the low 80s, comfortable. Dew points will stay fairly low, and temperatures around the U.S., that trough of low pressure that drove down and pushed Milton into the coast of Florida is now in place over the eastern third of the nation, where temperatures will be into the low to mid 70s there. Not too bad out west until you get to Phoenix. Look at that. For a high tomorrow, it's 105 in Phoenix. And the forecast for the next 7 days shapes up like this. No first alert weather red on these graphics. Everything looks good to go right through the remainder of this week and the weekend. How about you guys? But last night when we were broadcasting at the height of the storm, which is happening right about now, it was just beginning when we were starting to see the backside of that storm. And that's when the winds really picked up. And they got really strong, and you could just hear it in this Cat 5 building. The windows are actually Cat 5 rated, meaning they can withstand those winds past 155 miles an hour. And the noise it made was just incredible. I mean, it was just, you could just hear it, and I don't think you'll ever forget it. In fact, when the air conditioning kicks on right now, I kind of go, is that another wind storm? Is that another wind gust? And then I have to realize that it is just the air conditioner. I think a lot of people are on edge with these storms, and why wouldn't you be? If you look back on it, 2004, we had a similar kind of event, right? We had Gene, Francis, Charlie, and Ivan all hit the state of Florida in 2004. And it was one storm after another. And I hope it's not going to be that case, but I don't think in fact, I talked to the director of the National Hurricane Center, Max Mayfield. He's another guy, a gentleman who works in research. He said, we're never going to see anything like that again. Not in our lifetime. 2 more storms and we're there, so we'll see. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's something we'll be watching closely next week to see if the models start to really get aggressive with this thing in the Western Caribbean, but I'm not too concerned about it at this point. Rick and Summer, back to you.
Yes, we're definitely not going to forget about last night, no doubt about that. And Bob, a quick question. I know you had a chance to get home, and what was the scene like for you heading home and at your home?
Yeah, well, at the home, I'd gotten a text last night. And this is something we did as a family. I said, okay, we're going to get on a group text, and all the family members. And this text, thread is not for fun. It's basically for information. And I put everyone on it, and we had about 7 people on it. And that's where you get messaging back and forth. Because I was thinking the storm was going to be so bad that it's going to knock out communication, phone, the ability to call. And, major hurricanes can do that. They can wipe out all cellular communication. So I said texting is always the best way to go. It works on a different frequency. So we got all these texts together. So I already kind of knew we had some damage at my house. A large oak tree that was always kind of leaning toward the roadway fell. And it's massive. The trunk is that big at least. And unfortunately, it landed on my new shed that I just installed. I built it right there in the backyard. So minor damage, considering if it would have fallen on the house, it would have been pretty bad. But we had some soffit damage. Obviously, some of the wall covering came off on the outside of the home, exposing the insulation. But for the most part, I'm not. Believe me, I had visions of the roof being ripped off. Even though we've got shutters, there are sometimes that those could fail. So this was bad, but really it was not too bad considering what could have happened with this storm.
They're showing some of your video that you shared, Bob.
Yeah, I had some video I took this morning for insurance reasons too, and that's what you should do. You should actually show the insurance agent. There it is right there. Some of the video. There's my shed. Oh, man.
That you built.
All the work. It was like a week on that.
Yeah.
I think there were 2,000 screws that I had to put together. I had to build a base for it. Maybe I can salvage it. I'm one not to throw things away, but we'll see. I got to get that tree off it eventually, too. So anyone out there, give me a hand. We'll get that tree out. I'm just kidding.
You're always working on something.
I got interesting story, you guys. In the backyard, there's another video I didn't send down or didn't post, but I've got a Mustang that I've had since, 1996. I redid the convertible, right? I went into the junkyard, got a convertible for it, put it on. I got new seats for it and everything. It's sitting right there by that tree. And my wife goes, it didn't get the Mustang, unfortunately. She wanted it. But the Mustang's perfect. No damage to the Mustang. It's sitting right there, and it's done well. So anyway, you got to have a little levity in these situations, right? I know someone that just about 20 blocks south of me, and they covered their windows with hurricane protection. That's what you're supposed to do. And they covered it all, and then they evacuated. Well, lo and behold, something hit the garage door, knocked it open, and then the air started to come in, and their whole roof flew off like an airplane wing. So that's what happens. When the air gets into the home, it creates a pressure gradient that it causes lift, and the lift of the roof, and it came off, and so they lost their entire roof. So that's what happens, and these are the things that you don't want to happen, obviously, but they do happen, and we can only hope that we don't get another storm, and of course another thing is that we hope everyone gets a speedy recovery and cleanup to this storm. We've got good weather for it, you guys. So it's going to be a long road to hoe, and we're going to see, again, how things go. We're waiting for those cold fronts to come down and cool everything off and cool all the water temperatures off, too. Back to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Bob.
Yeah,
and
thanks.
sorry you lost your shed.
Something tells me he will rebuild.
I think he will.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm glad to hear the weather's going to cooperate to get everyone out there to help volunteering and get these businesses back open and help these homeowners get back into their homes.
That's
All
right.
right. Well, ABC 7's Brigham Harris has been patiently waiting. He is live on the phone. ABC 7's Brigham Harris going to our sister station in Gainesville and to do some coverage there for us. Hi, Brigham. Can you hear us?
Hi, Summer. Yes, I can. How are you guys?
Good, good. Hey, Brigham, it's Summer and Rick right now. Tell us about your drive. We're interested in hearing about what the drive was like for you, leaving Sarasota, Manatee County and counties and heading up to Gainesville.
Yeah. Well, honestly, bizarrely enough, a lot of times drives are the boring part. And you'd think that a 3-hour commute north away from the beaches and the beautiful place that we live would be a extremely boring drive. But honestly, with ABC 7 anchor Brendan Mackey and myself in that car, we honestly noticed a lot of different things that were pretty shocking. So first, driving north on I-75, passing Ruskin, passing Parrish, obviously Tampa way off to our left, to our west, we noticed the damage change quite a bit. We obviously saw a whole lot of downed trees. We saw a lot of that rain on the side of the road. We saw just damage that Hurricane Milton brought to both Pinellas and our northern counties. And so it was shocking to see the difference. I think almost every one of us experienced the storm in a different way, from a different location, with different people around us. So traveling throughout the state and seeing how other counties dealt with the damage was truly interesting. The other thing that I think it was also super interesting, and the jury's still out on this, it's not for sure, so I don't want to speculate, but first of all, the traffic coming south on I-75 was remarkable. And it took me a second to realize these are probably a lot of people who evacuated. Where we were told this was going to be one of the largest evacuations in the state of Florida, and that people were taking this hurricane thankfully seriously, and that they were moving their families. I actually personally know some really good family friends of mine who, sent their wives and their daughters up to Atlanta to be away from the entire state just in case this, storm took a crazy turn. And so a lot of people, long story short, driving home, in my opinion, what I'm guessing, driving home from, Atlanta, Tallahassee, cities north of us, driving back to the Suncoast to see their homes, whether it be on the islands, in Lakewood Ranch, in Sarasota proper. And you could almost feel in that traffic going the opposite direction, you could almost just kind of feel everyone's nervousness, everyone's worry, not knowing what they were going to be seeing, what they were going to be, opening their front door and walking into for the first time after the storm. And we'll see some video from what the Suncoast looks like now. Just absolute destruction on many different levels. Businesses with their roofs blown off, power lines down, you name it. And so again, was just so strange to have that sort of connection almost with the traffic going in the other direction, because you felt for every single one of those people. There were thousands and thousands of cars traveling south on I-75, of course, to get back to our area. I'm sure many of them trying to get back to Tampa, maybe from Orlando or Tallahassee or Atlanta, like I said. And so that was kind of surprising. And the other thing that I noticed was the amount of lights and sirens going the opposite direction as well. So again, going south on I-75, there were of course thousands of cars, right? SUVs, trucks, RVs, people who were, undoubtedly returning home after evacuating, but there were an incredible amount of police. There was an incredible amount of sheriff's office, and it's not like they were returning to Tampa from a vacation or anything like that. These were sheriff's office deputies from other counties in Florida. These were police officers from other cities in Florida. I can specifically remember seeing a Pensacola Police Department, just a full convoy of Pensacola Police Department cars with their lights on, not necessarily sirens, but with their lights on, moving with the flow of traffic, so that it's not like they were, in a major car chase, but they were, from, again, what I can understand, coming down to the Suncoast, coming down to the Tampa region to assist in any way possible. Again, this is full speculation, but if you put two and two together, I think it starts to make sense. But yeah, I mean, and that was honestly pretty heartwarming too, to see first responders from counties really all over the state, and from cities that are 6-7 hours away, and they're making that drive on I-75 to get down to us and to Tampa and to I'm sure Charlotte County as well, to just lend a hand in any way that they can. So it's funny you asked me about the drive, because that probably is the most interesting thing about our afternoon so far was the drive, and first seeing the damage and then kind of seeing in a way how the entire state is responding to what we saw there.
And Brigham, it's Rick here. And is it something like, I know going up there and heading up there, you don't know what to expect. Like when we left here this morning, we didn't know what to expect out there. Now, was what you saw, more than you expected in terms of damage, or less, or about what you expected?
I think, making our way north, obviously passing, like I mentioned at the beginning of the drive, right? You're passing Parrish, you're passing Ruskin, you're passing Tampa. So the damage is still obvious. You're seeing it left to right when we're passing Riverview, we're passing Brandon. You're continuing to see that damage lining I-75. Wesley Chapel, same thing. It definitely did start to taper off once we got to Ocala. Definitely still, and that's the thing. We're in Gainesville, over 150 miles away from where the hurricane made landfall. But there's still damage here. It's not catastrophic. It's not anything unbelievable. But you definitely drive around, and I'm sure almost every single community in Florida felt this hurricane in some way or another. There's, and it may be extremely minor here, but it was felt all over. And here in Gainesville at our sister station, WCJB, I'm in their newsroom right now taking a look at all the monitors, and they're following this storm just as closely as everyone else is. And whether they were affected greatly or minutely, they still are very much invested and tuned in to the damage that we saw down south and that we saw on the East Coast. So it's not surprising that the further you move away from where the storm I passed, that there's less damage, of course. But yeah, you still see things that you didn't necessarily expect. The amount of uprooted trees along I-75 was breathtaking, for sure.
Well, thank you, Brendan, for sharing your experience. Brigham, you
are
with Brendan. It has been a long day.
All of us.
Yeah,
it's been a very long day, don't worry.
Thank you for sharing your experience, and you and Brendan stay safe, and we look forward to you returning home and reporting in Gainesville. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, have a good night. Bye.
See you.
All right, and
that goes to show just the wide scope of the storm. It wasn't only here.
yeah, and everyone statewide, nationwide was monitoring this storm. All right, well, we want to go to Inglewood now. We have some video that we'd like to show that's from coming into our newsroom. One of our ABC 7 reporters shooting this earlier today of some damage there in Inglewood. As you can see, the fence along the property down, debris there. Just a similar image. Boat overturned, little boat right there, but still damaged. It looks like a similar scene that we've seen all around the Suncoast.
Yes, it looks like downed wires there. Of course, stay away from downed wires, and just a mess. And this is south of where landfall was made. Of course, landfall last night, 8:30, Category 3, 120 miles per hour onto Siesta. And this is Inglewood. What is it, maybe 30 miles south 20, 30 miles south or so. And yeah, a wide range. And
Debris scattered everywhere.
yeah, just all around this storm impacting a lot of neighborhoods. But I'm sure the consensus with all this is for a lot of the residents and neighbors that we did pretty well considering what it could have been.
Absolutely, absolutely. It could have been a lot worse. All right. And we will also want to show a picture from the U.S. Coast Guard of a rescue that happened 30 miles off the coast of Longboat Key. Let's see if we can pull that up in just a minute. We'll get to that in just a second. But we're hearing from the U.S. Coast Guard, a helicopter rescued a man clinging to an ice chest.
Wow.
Yeah, the captain of a vessel fishing,
That's
a
just
fishing
coming in?
boat. Yeah. Well, we've had it for a little bit. We reported it earlier, but I thought that was interesting. There you go. The video, actually. The chopper showing that rescue. The captain of this boat was found 30 miles off of Longboat Key, clinging to an ice chest. Yeah, in the Gulf of Mexico. After his boat was stranded. So he was taken to a nearby hospital. We don't know his conditions, but he is so lucky that they were able to get to him. Thank goodness the U.S. Coast Guard was able to go out in the dangerous conditions and get him. No word on why he was out at that time. You think everyone is listening constantly to the news and weather conditions, but sometimes things happen. So we are just so glad he was able to be rescued and he was safe.
Hopefully he'll be okay there, and scary situation. But it just goes to show you don't ever, especially on a boat, want to ride out a storm like this.
Okay, and we are continuing to cover just a lot of stories out from around the Suncoast and around just the state of Florida. This storm impacting so many people. We were talking earlier, there have been search and rescue operations taking place today. Well, over the last few days, but specifically after the hurricane hit, dozens of pets were rescued and people. And one story was that dog that was found, I think it was yesterday, the dog was found prior to the hurricane hitting, but it was found by a law enforcement officer.
I remember hearing about that.
Tied to a tree, and when people were being evacuated, and I actually was just following up on that, and that dog is now in a Leon County shelter.
The dog's going to be okay.
The dog's doing great.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that was that dog's guardian angel. That law enforcement
you love hearing
officer.
stories like that out of horrible. Who would want to do something like that, especially with a major hurricane? And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis saying nearly 1,000 people had to be rescued from floodwaters by Milton. This all happening in Hillsborough County, so just north of us. And I think we have more on this. Is that correct? So let's take a look at this.
And the water terrifying. The water was so cold. Teresa and over 100 other residents at a Hillsborough County assisted living facility awoke to waist-high water in the middle of the night.
The chairs were just floating, couches were floating, everything was floating.
This employee stunned by the flooding, telling CNN they thought they were safe because the facility is not in an evacuation zone. Just rainfall reaching to levels they never anticipated. You expect this in the Gulf, you expect this in the Bay, not in areas inland like this. But storm surge isn't the culprit. Instead, it was all the torrential rainfall leading to flash flooding.
They were literally living in 4 to 5 feet of water, and these are individuals that can't walk.
By 2 in the morning, it was an emergency, and residents needed out. Some of them on oxygen.
It was quite scary because we had to think on our feet because obviously it's last minute.
Residents describe water pouring through air conditioning units, leaving them terrified.
You could literally hear that thing coming around the corner, and it just sounded like it was going to take the building with it.
And in a twist, the facility housed more residents than normal. Residents who had evacuated from the south in Manatee County, expecting they would be safe here.
Everybody was sitting in the cold waters. Everyone was getting frustrated, upset.
They waited for hours, cold, scared, and some of them without any shoes, until it was safe for deputies to get to them.
First responders rock!
One by one, first responders loaded them into a school bus, off to an elementary school, now a makeshift shelter for these unexpected guests.
All right, that is an assisted living facility there in Hillsborough County, and we're hearing that the water was getting like through the air conditioning system there, and what was unusual about that is the water was cold. So we'll have to talk to Bob about that. What causes something like that, and the water to be cold? And luckily, it looks like they're all okay.
Yeah, thankfully they were rescued. All right, and you actually had a drive this morning when you left at 8 o'clock this
got
morning.
home for a few hours.
Yes,
and
was able to rest after working.
I did take a couple of photos, some video too, but I want to share a couple of the photos that I saw on my way home this morning, and hopefully that'll pop up here in a minute. But yeah, again, the scene this morning. Well, there's my neighborhood there. You could see a tree right on top of a car, and I know when I'm parking, especially when there's a hurricane coming in, I try to avoid areas where there's like a tree directly in front of me or on the side of me. And that's the reason why I fear that something like that, will happen to my vehicle. So I don't know if you have that same mindset or mentality. I don't know how people think when we're going through storms, because with these storms, you just never know, where it's going to hit, how hard it's going to hit, and what debris is going to be flying anyway. And this is on Siesta. I was talking earlier that I was on Siesta Key, and this is a little before. I forgot what development this is. It's a little before Siesta Key Beach, and you see people's belongings.
Oh my goodness!
Just scattered all around, and I'm not sure if that is from Helene. They had that out there, and it just got scattered everywhere. But yeah, it's a messy situation. And again, when I was on Siesta, and we were talking to Mike Holderness about this earlier, and it wasn't, especially the structural damage. I was expecting a lot more structural damage, and again, it was just good to see that there wasn't that much of that. I have a feeling there was a lot of floodwaters going into the homes because there was a significant amount of flooding. And this is off McIntosh. That is a 7-Eleven. You see, just
the roof got ripped off.
Yeah, and you always see a lot of that during hurricanes, especially at these businesses or gas stations or convenience stores. And so that was something I saw on that was McIntosh and Clark Road, I believe, kind of in that area. And there was a little bit of stuff like that I noticed, not as much. And I think, do we have one more? Okay, and yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. Trying to get home. Look at this road. Just you can't get through. You got just a huge tree blocking the road there. I'm trying to remember the road. I don't think this is Honore. It's near Honore Avenue in Sarasota, but a lot of the roads did look like this, and I think that's a scene that can be spotted up and down the entire Suncoast. We see stuff like that where you're going to have to find other routes home until they can clear the way.
Yeah, we lost a lot of large trees
in
the area because of this storm.
Large, beautiful trees.
Changing the landscape.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right. We want to continue talking about this storm, Milton. At least 14 deaths now reported as a result of Milton, and a number of water rescues also taking place, and many believe this is just the beginning. Let's take a listen.
Oh my God! There's water in our car! Sheer terror can be heard in the voice of Angie Dooley while fleeing her home as water levels rose to dangerous levels by 4 a.m. Thursday in Daytona Beach.
I can tell you, we are in for a long recovery.
Hurricane Milton cut a path of destruction through Florida, carrying boats ashore, toppling 18-wheelers, and destroying homes. But the greatest tragedy seems to have taken place in St. Lucie County, about 150 miles from landfall, where multiple tornadoes ravaged the area.
Tornadoes on the ground, ripping through our county in a northern direction, leaving hundreds of homes devastated, completely totaled. And it unfortunately struck a retirement community that was mainly modular homes, where we did have loss of life.
Volusia County extending a curfew overnight Thursday.
Please, this is not the time for our citizens and our visitors here to Volusia County to be out on the roads.
While many residents are eager to get back home, gas shortages are still an issue, with nearly 1 in 5 stations
running dry during evacuations. Ships and tankers are working to refill those stations in the next 48 hours. Relief much needed, as Milton is the third hurricane to hit Florida this year.
The fact that these two storms have impacted the same area, our hearts go out to those people that are impacted. It's very difficult to go through something like this.
In Sarasota, Florida, I'm Lee Waldman.
Yeah, Karen, welcome. I know we spent a lot of time last night, and good to be back with you here.
Yes.
And what we had just seen there, St. Lucie County, and it was the tornadoes that had popped up all around. Just so many tornadoes from this storm. And I know I've seen a lot of video of like cars up against houses or on top of houses from these tornadoes. And that's just another part of a hurricane. You get these tornadoes that pop up.
Right, and I really, when I was last on, they were saying at least 13. Looks like they took that number up to 14. Governor DeSantis saying they expected it to go up even higher. And something I saw in Volusia County, Rick, they were saying there was 4 deaths there.
Volusia is east coast of Florida.
Right, and they were saying 2 from fallen trees. Okay. 1 person died of a heart attack while boarding up their home. And then 1 person had cardiac arrest, but the crews were not able to go in and get that patient because this was during the height of the storm. So, just really terrible circumstances, and that's only 4 out of the 14.
Yeah, and Bob, the other day, he was mentioning, even before this storm came rolling in, he mentioned one of the ways people are dying in these types of storms are heart attacks.
Right,
and that happens quite a bit, whether it's the stress or, just a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, and that can lead to these types of problems.
That's right. Our producer, Ben, just handed me this. Of course, Rick, we know at least 340 people were rescued, and we've got a very compelling footage right here. This is Hillsborough Sheriff Rick sending in this video right there, and take a look at that far side of your screen.
Yeah, just trying to make sense of what this is. Let me get my glasses on so I can see this a little better.
They're rescuing that boy. Yeah, that video is going to loop around. We can see it a couple of times.
Rescuing a boy there that was on a piece of fence of all things. So this boy just doing what he could to hold on and survive, and luckily the sheriffs saw them and saw him.
Right.
And look at this. This is. Yeah, you love seeing stuff like this, people being rescued, and it just shows you, I'm not sure the circumstances that led to this boy being stuck there on the fence, but yeah, just so lucky to be alive.
Right, I mean, so many questions with this video because you're wondering, was he alone? Because he does look very young. What happened? Here's another video that
we were just showing this. It's a gentleman on an ice chest, I believe.
Right.
And in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. I believe this is like 30 miles off the coast.
Right.
And the Coast Guard, you have to commend them for the incredible work they do. They do so much life-saving work, and sometimes they have to go into the roughest of conditions and saving lives, and that's just another testament to the work they do. And hopefully that guy is going to be okay. And not sure what he was doing out there, and maybe he was riding out the storm on his boat.
Right. What's interesting, Rick, is obviously we don't want to see fatalities anywhere, but considering that Sarasota County was landfall, as of yet, we are not reporting of any deaths here.
Yeah. And that's unbelievable to me. And I think that's a testament to the local officials heeding the warnings to get out. I know Mayor Jane Castor in Tampa was saying, the whole time, if you're going to stay in these evacuation zones, you're going to die.
Right. No mincing of words.
No. And when you hear that, you say, I better get out of here.
Right. And maybe, Rick, this is good news. We'll have to check in with the Longboat Fire Chief, but he had been so concerned last night before landfall because he was saying 100 to 200 people refused to leave their homes.
Yeah.
So he was so worried there were going to be deaths from there, and maybe this is really good news that those people were okay.
And luckily, from what I remember, he was saying all of them are okay, and they did okay. But it's not recommended to ride out a storm like this, especially on a barrier island.
Yeah.
And they're in evacuation zone A, and they're lucky to be alive as well.
Right. And we're starting to see, damage video. At some point, we'll probably play for you some video from Sarasota Police of St. Armand's and Lido Key and the damage that was there. And we just continue to see all of that damage. So despite all of that, if no lives were lost, it's a miracle.
Yeah. And, I was unfortunately expecting some deaths in this. And I know there are 14 total from what we're hearing at the moment. It's horrible for even one person to die in this, but unfortunately, with the magnitude of a storm like this, there sometimes will be deaths. And Hurricane Ian, that was just horrendous when that rolled through 2 years ago, and you saw what happened in Fort Myers with all those deaths. So. Maybe I know one death is just horrible, and with this right now, we're hearing of 14. That I think people are hopefully learning their lesson that when these storms come, we have to get out of here. We have to evacuate.
Yeah. Some household items maybe people are interested in knowing about, Rick. City of Sarasota saying the barrier islands, we know people want to get onto it, and you will be able to. They're saying access to the barrier islands opens at 8 in the morning tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're saying 1 westbound and 1 eastbound lane on the southern span of Little Ringling Bridge. That is how you're going to get on. So that's important information. We know many people looking to get onto the islands and see what their homes looks like.
I'm sure they're just anxiously anticipating it. I like I was saying earlier, I was able to get on Siesta, no problem. Not sure about I was able to get on the south part, on the South Bridge, no problem. The North Bridge, I understand there were some issues. We're still trying to get more information as to that situation. I know we did have Brissa Bradfield out there earlier, as well as Larry Phillips, our photojournalist. So, from what I'm hearing, they couldn't get on on the island from that North Bridge.
I think they walked a block to that little beach area.
And there were rumors that the bridge is maybe damaged. So I'd be curious to get more information on that and see what that situation is.
Yeah.
And I was just handed this. We're going to take a look at some video now of a tornado. This one is in Fort Pierce. You can take a look at this.
Oh my goodness.
That's a big tornado there. Look at the crazy, it looks like I don't know if those are transformers that were blowing up there.
Right.
And that was actually earlier today, and you could see that a semi-truck turned to its side there. And, I look at a hurricane and a tornado, like a hurricane is a tornado that kind of lasts for hours, right?
I mean, look at this video. It looks like it was halved, Rick.
That is amazing, unbelievable.
Right.
And so this is the east coast of Florida, and as we know, the storm was making its way across the state of Florida overnight.
Yeah.
We got the early part of it, the brunt of it earlier last night when landfall was at 8:30, but this storm was just hours and hours and hours making its way to the East Coast, and there you see just part of what those folks on the East Coast of Florida had to go through.
Right, and that's why when we have those tornado warnings in effect, our meteorologists will stay on the air the entire time because they do things like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's something you always have to take seriously, and who knows what that situation was like. I can't imagine being on the road if there's, in the middle of a hurricane and these tornadoes are popping up.
Right. Rick, of course, we know that mobile homes, manufactured homes, those were very, very vulnerable, which is why they were almost at the top of the list of evacuations. So we want to take a look at a report filed by our Michaela Redman, where she's showing us that kind of damage at a mobile estate park.
I'm just down the street from the Mobile Estates mobile home park, and as we were driving by, we saw multiple trees like this one that have been completely uprooted out of the ground. Now, this tree came flying down into the parking lot here and to several spaces, and along the way, it also took down one of these street lights. You can see it hanging slightly to the right. Now, many of the businesses right around here are still boarded up and closed off. And again, this is just one of several trees in this area that fell down. There's also debris lining the streets in this area. Now, a good thing to keep in mind, during Governor Ron DeSantis' press conference, he did remind people to not go out looting and do not steal anything as people are cleaning up and trying to put those pieces back together. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC 7, your local station. I had mentioned earlier that we came across a downed power line and we had to maneuver around it.
Okay, there you see Michaela actually was hunkered down at the Emergency Operations Center, I believe last night in Sarasota County. So I'm glad she was able to kind of get out and about and scope the damage and see what everybody else is starting to see today.
Yeah, and something I want to talk about, which impacts so many people here, is Sarasota SRQ Airport, Rick, where the damage, you remember when Bob and Leslie were telling us the SRQ clocked wind gust of 102
miles per hour. Yeah.
Right. So we spoke with the president and CEO, and he said at that time he and about 20 other essential workers were inside the airport at the time. And that wind gust happened, and the damage is really, really extensive, Rick. He was saying, let's see, it blew off entire roof of a terminal concourse. He said hangars were damaged, debris on the roof, water damage inside. And so because of that, Rick, we know airports, they try to open up right away. He's saying SRQ is not going to be able to open until Saturday.
Okay.
Right. And so, you know, he said the front end, they had 96-mile-per-hour winds, and they did okay, just a little bit of clipping on the roof. And then that 102 came in, and that's what really knocked them out. Thankfully, nobody hurt.
And you figure that's a building that is built so strong and sturdy. But when you take a hit, 102 miles per hour, there's only so much a building can withstand sometimes.
Right.
And you know, it's funny we're talking about SRQ. My wife had a flight flying out of there tomorrow, which was canceled. So she's kind of scrambling to decide what to do. It's a trip from SRQ to Philadelphia.
Right.
And so
we do know Tampa is opening up tomorrow.
Yeah, we're looking into that as well. So it looks like anybody who was flying out of SRQ or planning to fly out of SRQ tomorrow, you will have options, I guess, you know, for Saturday. I know she had some different options that didn't really work for her out of SRQ. So they do give you the option usually to fly out of Tampa and flying out the next day. So I guess depending on where you're flying and you know what your situation is, that's something to consider.
Yeah, and one of many beautiful reasons for this area is the access to airports.
Yes.
Because my husband and I, we've flown out of Tampa if things don't work out, and we've also flown out of Orlando. It's a drive, but it'll get you there. It's a major airport, so the chances you'll find a flight from Orlando, very
and you
big.
have an airport in St. Pete, airport in Fort Myers. All around, lots of choices. But
and we are happy to hear that most of those airports didn't have damage, but now we are learning SRQ pretty extensive.
Yeah, and Rick's such a great guy there.
Yeah.
You know, and they're voted always like one of the top airports in the country.
Yeah.
Sometimes the top airports. So hopefully they'll get that repaired and fixed. But it looks like it sounds like they're going to be closed to fix
tomorrow,
all that was damaged tomorrow, and then up and running Saturday. From the sounds of it, from what we're hearing. So.
Yeah, so I mean, me personally, and I'm sure our viewers too, would love to see, you know, some images from there on this repair work that's taking place. Maybe something we can get tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be bringing folks a lot more of that as we get back to some normalcy on our end, you know. And hopefully back to our building tomorrow as well. As you can see, we're still broadcasting out of our makeshift evacuation building here in Lakewood Ranch, and it has, from the time we've gotten here to the time now, it has been one amazing, I don't know if amazing is the right word, interesting, a scary journey.
Yeah, Rick, I mean, if our viewers are just turning in, can you explain to them why we're here, what happened?
Yeah, basically we were in evacuation zone C and D there, and prior to Hurricane Milton, they were evacuating A, B, and then evacuation zone C. And we're actually pretty close to evacuation zone B because we're a couple of blocks from Sarasota Bay and the Gulf of Mexico. So again, I've been reiterating this, that I'm so grateful that management made the decision to come here and kept everybody safe. And I'll tell you what, it was also a team building exercise here too.
Right, because there were moments that were very, very frightening.
Stressful.
Here, even though we are in, what we describe as a bunker of a building, Cat 5 impact glass windows, but at some point late last night on the dirty end of this, the doors blew open, and I didn't know this until recently, Rick.
You were sitting next to me.
I was next to you. We watched those doors fly open, and then I didn't know if you knew this. Bob just told me the air conditioning blades, apparently, Bob, you said, they detached from the wind, which is why we were burning in here.
That explains.
Least of our worries, but
it got a little hot in here. I'll tell you what, if that's the worst of it, I'll take it.
Yeah, we are very, very grateful for being here right now. Our producer Angel handed this over to us, Rick.
Is this Sophia Vitello? Okay, Sophia Vitello has a story on a collapsed porch. Is this Sarasota? Do we know? Or, all right.
I'll take a look.
Bradenton? All right, this is a collapsed porch in Bradenton. So we have the reporters out there, and they're kind of sharing what they're seeing out there.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC 7 News. Right now I'm on Briggs Avenue and Fruitville Road. We're assessing the damage from Hurricane Milton. Look at this house here. I just talked to the homeowner. Luckily, it's just this front area. It's not inside the home, but look at what that wind did, that powerful wind. We know it was 90+ miles per hour rushing through the Suncoast here. You can see it just pulled apart this whole porch. There's pieces of it all over the floor. There's trees and debris inside. We're not sure if everything that's in there is damaged or not, or if it'll be salvageable. Hopefully those items and everything else inside the house is okay. We're going to continue looking through downtown Sarasota and finding the damage and the dangerous areas for you.
Yeah, there you see a collapsed porch there in Bradenton, and just some of the damage. And some of the damage was extensive in certain parts.
Absolutely.
And I know Bob, we're going to be talking to Bob here in a second, but he was talking about his shed that is now destroyed, that he built with his very own hands.
He did.
And so, there's a lot of damage like that had occurred with this storm. And we got Bob in frame now, too. Bob, welcome. Thanks for doing all the work you've been doing here, really.
Well, thanks to everyone. I mean, let's face it, and thanks to the audience out there watching us and respecting us enough to tune us in. And I'm getting a lot of feedback on social media and through emails, and it's really, really very positive. So again, that's what we're getting. I know the little camera.
We're going to tilt it back a little bit.
Whoa.
Or I could just
it's been a long
angle myself to match.
MTV movie.
But it has been a long stretch for everybody, even our behind-the-scenes folks, right?
Oh, they're doing an incredible job, too. They are so tired, and they get no credit for this. We're going to get this fixed. But, people can see you, Bob. So, something that was really striking to me of the many things that you say, Bob, is the fact that this was a Cat 3. But when you were driving around, it looked like damage that was maybe more in line with a Cat 1.
Yeah, so here's what goes on, and I try to explain this real quick. I mean, people are going to go, it's a Cat 3.
Right.
Well, it may be downgraded. The National Hurricane Center, what they do is they sample the wind at 10,000 feet with the reconnaissance aircraft, right? And they're sampling that as they're flying through it, and they actually did it all throughout the storm as it got big, right? And they're getting more and more details.
We're coming back.
Yeah. Anyway, it's kind of interesting to note when they sample that data through their anemometers, basically, we don't call them pitot tubes,
on the plane as they're flying through. They take the ground speed into consideration, how fast they're going up there based on the ground. And what they do, you guys, is they take an average over a minute, and then they take the highest average of that information, right? And then they classify that storm as a category 3 or 2 or 5, whatever it may be. And they also look at the pressure, and they know when it was 897, I still can't fathom that kind of a low pressure, but they know it's a category 5.
Yeah.
So there's a certain threshold to pressure.
Yeah.
It doesn't always correspond with the wind, but I don't want to bore you too much. But they take that wind, they get the category, and then it makes landfall, and then they do analysis. So they're going to do analysis, and they may bring it down. The National Hurricane Center. When I say they, the National Hurricane Center may classify it as a category 2, category 1, just based on their research after the storm has moved through. They did that with Irma. Irma, at the time when it was moving through Central Florida, just in Hardee and DeSoto counties, it was classified as a 4. But after looking at all the different anemometers that were on the ground, they determined to be a category 2.
So this one could possibly become a category 2?
They could do that.
Wow.
They could do a 1, but I'm more likely a 2. But getting back to your point about looking at the damage, if you get a major hurricane, you're seeing the damage, okay? Trees snapped in half, power poles down. I know we have this, and we haven't had the tree snap, and you see all the signage across the area. You know, the signage for businesses?
Yeah.
Right.
Those are gone.
Yes.
I saw a lot of that on my
Well, you
drive,
saw a
too.
lot of it. However, you saw signs that were still up too. Because if you didn't, you weren't observing. I saw a lot of them that were still up, and I'm going, wow, that's kind of strange, right? To see these signs up. So, that's I mean, it makes a difference. Get this, it makes a difference in insurance claims. People don't realize that on your insurance policy, if you could have a special exemption if it's a category 5. And so if they say it was a category 4, but it's a 5, then you don't get that exemption, right?
Yeah.
In fact, I believe the policy states that if it's making landfall as a category 5, then the deductible is waived. So that, you get that money. How many? Think about the it's like gambling, right? There's only been 4 category 5s ever to make landfall in the United States over the last 100 whatever years.
Right.
So it would be an easy play for them, right? You pay a little bit more money, you get the category 5, and then that happens. So anyway, we're reviewing the storm right now.
Okay.
And on satellite, Leslie's kind of driving it, and we're going to go to it soon. But we'll get there. Don't worry about it. We are looking at the storm, and I got to tell you that again, I guess you're right. Where'd it go? All right.
We're going to look for Bob's mic. Well, Bob, I have a question while you're looking.
Listen, I've been up for a long time with just a few hours sleep, so.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, Bob, I have a question while you're putting that on. I'm curious about your thoughts. We're seeing these really horrific fatality numbers.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is, at least so far, Bob, the majority of them haven't been on our side.
Yes.
Right? We're hearing them from Volusia County, St. Lucie, right?
Well, that's where a lot of tornadoes have popped up, right?
I'm just curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, my thoughts are this, is that this particular storm, what it was doing when it was going through that eye wall replacement, it was throwing its energy out to the outer bands. In the outer bands of the storm was producing tornadoes. When I saw some of the video of the tornadoes that people were getting, I go, those aren't your normal Florida tornadoes. Those were Midwest tornadoes. We're talking category 3s, EF3.
Right.
And normally you get EF0s, EF1s, and those were EF3s. And I think hundreds of homes were, destroyed, right?
Yeah.
And you can see the wedge part of the tornadoes that were developing on the East Coast. So those are frightening. Think about it.
Right.
Think about this. Hurricanes hitting the East Coast of Florida, and we're on the West Coast.
Right.
And they got hurricane warnings up on the East Coast. And you're going, okay, we're okay. We're going to get a few feeder bands. It's not going to be bad.
People evacuated there.
Right. And they took off there. So they're not really expecting a lot.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, here comes a feeder band, and they're not paying attention to it. And the tornado develops, and they get caught off guard. So these things would be taking, even if you don't live close to a eye or the center of the storm, so much goes on the outside of it. Not thousands of miles, but 100 miles, 200 miles. Yeah, you're going to see impacts. It doesn't matter where you live.
Within a hurricane, it is quite common for these tornadoes to just continue to pop up.
Yeah, and John Scalzi and I were discussing this morning as we did the tag team handoff. You know, he did his morning shift with Mike Modrick, and we were talking about that just in a quick conversation. And in reality, the tornado threat was really low. And that was based on the dry air and the fact that the storm was going to be stronger. And usually that threat is a little medium, right? But this was low, and I was surprised at that. But the tornadoes only occur typically with these hurricanes on the feeder bands.
Right.
Because think about it, the feeder bands are way out here. Here's the center of the storm. This is where the low pressure is. The feeder bands are way out here, and they're trying to feed into the storm, right? But also air is trying to get into the storm to replace the low pressure that the air is rising.
Right.
So as you got these feeder bands developing, the air is trying to get in, it creates that twist. You see, you got air moving this way, and you got air moving this way. So it already creates a twist in the atmosphere, vorticity. And you get this wind shear and these shear. So yeah, they got caught off guard. The wind shear was extreme, and those tornadoes were deadly, as we saw on the East Coast.
Now, I have to ask you, are you surprised at the damage or lack of the damage that we were expecting?
I can tell you this, there's a lot of damage, but we were expecting a lot more.
Yeah.
I was expecting my roof to be gone.
Right.
You know, I really was. I thought, I mean, this could be a strong Category 3, maybe even a 4 moving through. You see catastrophic damage and people don't realize that when you go from a Category 3 to a 4, it's just not, 2 times greater, 1 times greater in terms of damage potential. It goes up exponentially. That means, we're talking a Category 3 damage is going to be, compared to a 4, we're talking 40 times stronger. 40 times stronger in terms of the amount of damage.
Right.
So, yeah, I was expecting, don't get me wrong, I know we're all suffering out there and there's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But I think it could have been much worse, you guys. I mean, let's look at it. Siesta Key, you talked to Mike Holderness. They didn't get the surge. I mean, look at the surge projection. Let's talk about that, right?
Right.
I mean, it was 10 to 15 feet high. I was scared for the people out there.
You were.
I mean, think about it. It was only, the projection for Helene was 5 to 8 feet. And they got about, 6 feet?
Right.
It was right there in the middle.
Yeah.
So I figured, okay, let's err on the side of caution and say, well, we'll get, 10 to 15, we'll get the 12-foot surge. Still a 12-foot surge versus a 6-foot surge, that's double. Right. And you saw what happened there. And I even pointed out, listen, a 12-foot surge, you can't survive. Right. On a 6-foot, you can out there. And I'm not saying you should, but I'm saying if you made the wrong decision to stay during that storm, the water was only going to come up to your waist, if you got caught in it. In this storm, if it would have materialized with let's say a 12-foot storm surge, that's over your head.
Right.
You have nowhere to go. You have nowhere to go but up.
And the Holmes Beach mayor, Bob, was making this very interesting point in the fact that the storm surge was not as bad as she thought when she went out there today, and the fact that the original massive debris piles that they couldn't quite get to, she said most of it was still intact.
Wow, that is really good news.
Yeah.
So why was it that the storm surge was projected to be so high? Storm surge forecasting isn't a science, right?
Right.
What they used to do before Katrina is they would associate the wind speed and the pressure and then give it a storm surge height.
Yeah.
That was how they did it.
Yeah.
So, for example, a Category 5 had an 18 or above storm surge. Well, Katrina hit, when it hit Mississippi there, Gulfport.
That was Category 5 or 4?
Well, it wasn't either.
Yeah.
It was a 5 prior to arriving.
Right.
Okay, and then it went down.
Right.
It went to a 4 before it arrived. Then it went to a 3. And the people in Mississippi who had been through big hurricanes, right? Hurricane Camille, 1969, they said, it's a Category 3. We're staying. We made it through Camille. Camille was the strongest storm ever, 200-mile-an-hour winds. That's sustained.
Right.
They said, we made it through Camille. We're going to stick around for this one.
Right.
A deadly mistake.
When it hit, it was a Category 3. And so they were right in that. The winds weren't as strong. But unfortunately, when it was out in the Gulf of Mexico, it gathered water near its center up to 28 feet high. So as the center came in, and what I'm talking about is Katrina,
Right.
they thought, it's going to be a 3, not a big deal. And, and you look at the definition, right? The definition would say Category 3 is going to be a 12 to 14 foot storm surge. We got a 28 foot storm surge. After that year, the National Hurricane Center said no more are we associating storm surge with category storm.
Right.
So because of that reason, so many people stayed because they looked at the categories. Well, look at the category 3, 14, we're good. And it was a 28-foot storm surge.
And the storm surge here, what was the highest in the location?
Well, they're going to get that. When I say they have to look at tide gauges and figure it exactly out. I suspect it's going to be, I saw John Scalzi showing some early graphics, 2.5 feet, 3 feet.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
That's a lot. That's a big error.
15.
That's a big error. You think about it, right? It's 5 times difference, 5 times off what it was supposed to be. And I heard the Chief Desi talking about it, and this has always been a concern for a lot of people, the emergency management and everything, is that you ask these people to leave their place.
Yeah.
You ask them to get out, and you tell them they might die. They go out, they go to the shelter, whatever it might be. They spend time in the shelter. And then what happens? Well, nothing.
Right.
They go back home. They said, that's the last time I'm doing that. I don't care what they tell me. That happened in Louisiana. Before Katrina, about 4 years ago, before that happened, they were warned of a major hurricane coming their way, and they told everyone to evacuate. And it was pretty good, percentage of people evacuated. However, nothing happened. And so Katrina comes along a few years later, and they say, wow, we're not leaving. We're not evacuating. So it's a lesson to be learned. It's a terrible lesson, to find out. I mean, we lost thousands of people as a result of them not getting out of harm's way. So the important point to note is that a lot of people were disrupted. Their lives were disrupted. They moved off the Keys, and they got off and had to evacuate. They came back. I don't want to say their home wasn't damaged because it was damaged before because of Helene, but they didn't see the problems, and they're going, well, we hope they don't become complacent and don't think that the Hurricane Center is just hyping a storm up. We've never had a storm like this where it's come in. We've had it, but you had to go back to 1846. 1846, last time a storm came across the Gulf like that and hit the west coast of Florida.
Wow.
So there's no real data to base a storm surge on that comes from that direction. And everyone's always assumed that a storm that comes from that direction is going to pile a lot of water up on the center and to the right of the center, and it just didn't materialize. They'll look into it. They'll research it. Why didn't it happen? And is this going to be a trend with these big storms that come west to east? But we'll see. There's a lot of always unknowns. People think that, with all the advance in science and AI and everything, that we've got it down pat. No, we don't. They're getting a better handle. The error rate, and we talked about that. Yeah. They said the error rate is getting narrower and narrower when it comes down to how far off they are from the projection of the center.
Well,
but it'll come.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm impressed with is how you can project these storms even before they've developed, like a week and a half in advance, maybe longer.
Right.
I know we've done the live desk where you're talking about it's not there yet. It's going to be there though, or possibly going to be there. And
so with anything, you kind of forecast things based on prior history, and we know that about 60 tropical waves come off the coast of Africa every season. 60. Of those tropical waves, 60, only 10% typically develop into hurricanes. So we watch them, obviously, coming across the Atlantic, these tropical waves, which are just a little change in winds on either side, right? And then eventually that bend takes place, and then you get a cluster of storms. You got to have everything come in the right combination to play to get these tropical systems to develop. But this storm in particular was a very interesting one in that, and think about it, I think it was at 6 a.m. on Wednesday. It was a Category 4 hurricane.
Yeah.
Just had been dropped from a Category 5. And then making landfall on Wednesday night as a Category 3 hurricane.
Right.
And I was talking to someone about this recently, is that when these storms go from a stronger category to a lower category as they make landfall, it's much better than a storm that goes from a Category 2, say, for example, to a Category 3.
Right.
In fact, they say that a Category 2 going to a 3 is actually less intense than a Category 4 going to a 3.
Oh,
so, yeah, it is. And there's all different kinds of combinations there, right, with these storms. We're seeing that satellite loop, and what a scary loop it is, and think about it, just a trough of low pressure coming down changed everything for us. You know, I mean, it broke the storm up, it dispersed its winds. So we were very lucky. I know people say lucky. Heck, we got hit by a
Category
major
3
hurricane.
Right.
You know.
Considering though what you thought it was, what it really could have been, Bob, I'm also curious. I guess if we had to pick an iconic image right now of Milton, it's Tropicana. You know, that image has been plastered everywhere. What are your thoughts about what happened in St. Petersburg?
Yeah, and you know it's interesting. If you don't know Tropicana, the home of the Rays, right? They play baseball there. A lot of people have been there for other events, and and it's been standing there. You know, you've always kind of looked at it and go, wow, it looks like a big umbrella about to take off.
Right.
So my thoughts were, wow, oh my, and it did hit the southern end. Look at it, just ripped it off. Right. I mean, if there was anything to help them get a new stadium, that's it. You know what I mean?
And this is the image that's being kind of blasted around the world right now when they think about Milton.
Right. And you know what was surprising? When I saw the video, there was a news story prior to this, I think a day out or maybe a day and a half out. They were staging those cots in the middle of the field for the FPL or whatever, the electric workers, the line crews. And I thought to myself, I don't know about that. Because you know, that's going to be a place, but I realized what they were saying. They didn't have them there.
No, they didn't, right.
You know, before the storm. But they were doing, they're planning, pre-planning. So after the storm puts all the power out, then the crews would drive into Pinellas County, restore the power, and then instead of driving so far away, they could stay right there. And overnight, they wouldn't be in harm's way, obviously, because the storm had passed, right? So, but it's a crazy situation to see images like that.
And you know, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, but the top wind gust there was 1 mile below what we saw at Sarasota, right? Wasn't it 101
I think it was 101.
Right.
Yeah, here's the thing with the wind gust, too. I got to let people know that, is that the wind gusts are recorded by anemometers, right? And you may not have an anemometer right where the strongest winds are. So, you know, it could have been higher right there at Tropicana Field. But they got a wind gust recording from an official National Weather Service anemometer, which are typically placed at 33 feet above the surface.
Right.
And you know, it may have not been right there where the strongest winds are.
Right.
And that's kind of interesting too, is that when storms make their way through into the land, in order to really document it as a Category 2 or 3 or whatever, they got to have a ground truth. They have to have ground truth, because when they're doing those, you know, estimates out there in the Gulf of Mexico, and they're dropping these dropsondes, they're called, and there's these rockets that shoot out of the belly of the plane. Those go down, a parachute opens up, and it kind of not floats, but it stays elevated until it reaches the surface of the water. At the same time, it's radioing up data, right? Well, as it goes down there, it radios up the data, and then eventually it says, okay, these are the wind speeds, this is the pressure, this is this. And when they get the wind speed at 10,000 feet, you know, flying around, they have to drop it about, I think it's, I'm going to say 20%. So if they measure the wind at 10,000 feet and it's 100 miles an hour, then they estimate the ground wind to be 80 miles an hour, just based on the fact that, you know, the winds are higher, less friction at that level. So the estimation of those winds cannot be, you know, exactly accurate as the ground winds are occurring, but they do the best they can. And then they confirm it with ground stations. Like Venice Pier, they have a ground station there that measured, and it got wiped out. I mean, they're not reporting anymore, but it's all very interesting, the whole world of hurricanes. You know, they fly into them. They got these new things now, sail drones. Have you heard of the sail drones?
No, I have not.
Sail drones, it's like a sailboat. It's big. I mean, it's not a huge sailboat, but, you know, it's a good size. And on that sailboat, they have, you know, the little sail, and they push it out there and release it out ahead of the storm. And then it goes in.
Fascinating.
They have a camera on it. You can actually go to it, and it's streamed, so you can actually watch what's going on in the middle of the storm.
And you know, people are so interested in that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But the northern part of where the landfall usually is, it's more wind damage. Is that correct?
Northeast quadrant.
Northeast quadrant. And that's kind of St. Pete, Tampa, when landfall was made on Siesta, right? So they're north.
So, I mean, if you kind of position yourself and you think, okay, here's the center of the storm, right? And if it makes landfall into Sarasota, the northeast quadrant now is down in Venice, right? I mean, that's the northeast quadrant. This is the northwest quadrant.
Showed them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just.
Look, Bob.
Yeah, there's a Hurricane Hunter aircraft right there.
Yeah, I saw a video, speaking of which, I saw a video of them going through it when it was, 160 miles per hour. They're just bouncing around.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's it, the northeast quadrant in the direction of motion. Now, Rick, you're right in that it was moving this way, and then it kind of went like this and then turned in. So the northeast quadrant was anywhere from the center, which would have been, say, in Braden southward. And that's where the strongest surge was. Down in Venice, you saw some pictures down there, the sand covering some of the hotels. And we're going to do more on that, I think, as we go through the recovery.
We're seeing it right now.
There's the eye right there as we see the review of the eye going in, as meteorologist Leslie Lacey is kind of going through this as we're talking about it. And there's the backside, bringing, the dry winds and the fast winds really on the backside of this storm. They weren't the northeast quadrant. They were strong, early on, but it became really the strongest winds were on the southeast quadrant and the southern half of the storm. And that's when everything hit, that's when everything got crazy, right?
I'll tell you what, it is just fascinating. The dynamics of each and every hurricane out there, or tropical storm, how it's made up.
If you bring that up, that's true, Rick, because I told this to someone today on a post. I said, every one of these storms has a unique personality, just like their name. And you can't compare a storm and make judgments based on something you've been through in the past, because they're all going to be different.
Right.
I mean, they're all going to be different. Right. This one is going to have bigger winds in the northeast quadrant. This one's going to have more in the left quadrant. You can see some of the damage and flooding associated with Siesta Key right there.
Siesta, okay.
I talked to a resident, or at least through my daughter, who lives on Siesta Key, and they were very happy. It's hard to believe.
Right.
After a hurricane, they were very happy.
And landfall.
Because when they left, they thought they'd already been through Helene.
Right.
And when they left, they thought it's over.
Right.
And it certainly could have been with a major hurricane.
Yeah.
I think most of us were anticipating ground zero.
Did you see, you've seen video of what happened in Fort Myers when Ian went ashore.
Yeah, that's what we were expecting.
There was hardly anything left. Yeah. That kind of surge will just take the homes right off the foundation there. So, kind of an interesting storm. It was a historic storm.
Yeah. One of a kind.
Yeah.
Ben, do we have footage of St. Armand's and Little Key? Yeah, so, we know, Bob, of course, St. Armand's is prone to flooding, but when you look at that footage that Sarasota police shot, and we're going to try and pull that up for you, you just ache for those businesses.
They had what, Debbie?
No, they had mid-June.
Right.
When we had what, 20 inches of rain?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that wasn't even a named storm.
Right. It was a little tropical disturbance.
But then, of course, Helene. And St. Armand's just continues to get pounded as well.
And I heard Michaela talking and doing her story. You guys were debriefing her. I don't know who it was, but and she was saying how everyone's so positive, and she was saying that about her coverage up in South Carolina too.
Yeah.
And I thought about that. It is kind of strange, and it takes a natural disaster or some kind of big problem to bring people together. And I think you see that a lot, but we'd like to see it, without a natural disaster.
Right.
But it is helpful to know that you got people to help you, and neighbors to help you and check on you and everything else.
Yeah, and you've been doing this 40 years. How many hurricanes have you seen? And how does this one rank in the 40 years you've been doing this?
This is by far the biggest storm I've ever experienced on the ground. This is by far the biggest storm. Charlie was a worrisome storm too, but I didn't have the family at the time. You know what I mean? And that's a big deal.
Yeah.
It really is.
I didn't own a home at the time.
Right.
That's a big deal. It's easy when you don't have a lot of persons in your lives that are going to be in harm's way.
Right.
But anyway, that was a big deal. Charlie was a big deal. Although Charlie was a small storm, it still made landfall with 145 mile-an-hour winds, stronger than this one. But it was down south. It was tightly compact, and the winds weren't that far. There's St. Armand's right there. Look at that.
How do you think this flooding compares to Helene, Bob?
In terms of the freshwater flooding, and that's mostly what that is, although they did get some surge there, Helene was a more devastating storm, I think, to this area.
Yeah, I mean, because, well, I'm glad you said that, because looking at, you know, these aerials, it looks so dire.
Yeah, well, the whole area underwater.
Yeah.
And of course, all that goes into these businesses, these restaurants too.
And we're coming up on peak season.
You know what? My heart goes out to these people.
Yeah.
Because look what happened. They're cleaning up. They're getting ready. They're getting motivated. They're on Siesta Key. I'm hearing stories that some of these businesses, you know, and it turns out about 60% of the businesses, small businesses, I think that's the number. 60% after a major hurricane don't survive.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
This is these are people's lives, their livelihood.
Yeah, and you bring that up. I got an email from a gentleman on mysuncoast.com. He said, you know, we're not doing. He'd like to see a story done about all the people. Think about it. You're young here. Maybe you got family here. And you got a job at one of the establishments out there. You've been out of work for how long?
Yeah.
And you got to pay how much money for rent?
Right.
You got to pay for your car. And who knows, you may have lost your car. Who knows, right?
And this is supposed to be the season where they're actually supposed to be boosting up.
Right, it starts to pick up,
money,
and they're counting on, they're banking on it.
Yeah.
So that's a story we'll be, you know, covering in the future about that too, and we feel for them. And obviously the business owners we feel for too, but what about the people that, you know, do the dishes and take the food out and do everything else out there? So
the real backbone.
It's going to be an interesting recovery. You know, you can visually take care of everything, but there's still a lot of scars left behind.
Right. You know, something else, Bob, I wanted to ask you about is, you know, we know that hurricane season, we still have some more time left, and some people don't want to hear anything about it. And then on the flip side, you've got a kind of a hysteria, and people are starting to say there's another hurricane coming, and you're fact-checking them very, very quickly.
You know, with the advent of the internet, everyone has access to the same data we have.
Yeah.
It's in its raw form, but
who analyzes that data is so important.
Right, that's exactly right. It's like me looking at an X-ray, you know. And that arm's broken right there. We're going to do this. So you've got to be careful on the internet. You know, there was talk at one point they're going to take the models off the internet because, you know, too many people are looking at just one model and going, wow, that's coming right here, and they go somewhere else and they get hit.
Right.
But they can't do that because you got to have that resource available for everyone. But education is the key.
Right.
You know, education is key. So if you listen to people, you know, there's all different kinds of models, and a lot of people don't realize how many models there are. I mean, we're talking over 100 different forecast models that are run to figure out where this storm is going.
Right.
And this is the Titan radar review right there. Look at all the rain on the north end.
My goodness.
But yeah, the modeling data is getting better, and I always tell people that when AI figures it all out, and there's already a model called AI.
Of course there is.
And it's European. It's called the European, you know, we have the European model, and now there's a European AI.
Yeah.
And it actually outperformed the regular one with Helene.
Yeah.
It was that more accurate. So it's figuring it out because it's called hindsight forecasting. Eventually, they'll figure out why it moved into Sarasota. And they'll say, why did it move it? Because this wind at 200 millibars. Here's another video here. This is Helene.
DeLand.
Okay.
So that's north of us.
Rescues. Yeah, a lot of rescues going on.
DeLand, that's Polk County, I believe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And this became the big issue, right, Bob? They were spared from storm surge, but my goodness, the flooding.
Yeah, I mean, in really 16, 17, 18 inches of rainfall in just a few. We saw it, right, with our flood event with Debbie.
Right.
And, you know, we're going to find out more about why these rains are coming down so much in terms of the amount. It really amazes me, and I know it's kind of off subject, but I talked to Rick about it and explained to him about a Hunga Tunga. And
Hunga Tunga.
Hunga Tunga,
yeah. Catchy name.
I will not forget this name. Okay.
Yeah, Hunga Tunga in South.
Almost every night I hear about the Hunga Tunga.
The Hunga Tunga.
The Southwest Pacific, I believe it was in 2022, underwater volcano erupted. And normally when volcanoes erupt, they send ash up, right?
Yeah.
And that blocks the sunlight and everything. This one was so powerful, so strong, get this, that it actually released 50,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools of water into the stratosphere, something that's never been documented. Now, if you don't think that's going to have some sort of impact on something, you know, whether it be down the road. So I'm not saying it's a correlation, but they have to study that. They're going to study that.
Yeah.
Because these recent rains, I remember Fort Lauderdale a few years ago getting, you know, 23 inches of rain. It wasn't even a tropical storm.
They're underwater.
Yeah. So anyway, there's a lot going on in science, and there's always change, and I think these modeling techniques that they're using now are becoming more accurate,
Right.
but they're never going to be perfect.
Yeah, like the Saharan dust, I know we've talked about that a lot too, where for a time it was keeping these hurricanes kind of
at bay, yeah.
from being created or creating.
It creates dry air.
So a lot of factors that go into whether or not we get these hurricanes.
So the Saharan dust is a big deal, you're right, and that's normally the season for that is in June and July, and then by the time July is over, the Saharan dust is no longer. So Leslie Lacey pointing out that this is now a post-tropical cyclone, meaning the National Hurricane Center they issued their last advisory on it at 5 o'clock.
We're looking at Saharan dust.
The coast of, the Saharan dust is not there.
Yeah.
Not much. There's a little bit. You see it just a little bit off there to the left in the Caribbean, but it's really weakening. You'll see it continue to push, and then kind of dissipate right there.
Yeah, it could have used a whole lot more of that last couple of weeks, right? The Saharan dust.
Okay, yeah, so tonight is a night where a lot of people are going to be spending it without, they did last night, beginning 10 o'clock. They're going to be spending the night without
What a welcome sight. Everybody loves this site, right, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, I saw it after Charlie driving down to cover some of that in Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. You see the Herculean relief effort, not just by FPL, but I'm talking about all these.
I saw National Guardsmen out there.
National Guardsmen,
today.
church-based programs, the Baptist relief. I can't remember Hurricane Relief. They were so nice and kind to us. I mean, they're just passing out food. They know people were hurting, so and they have an unbelievable organization that helps out with people that need it, and there's going to be a lot of people that need it.
Yeah, one of them, I think, Samaritan's Purse already reaching. They were here for Debbie, and then we know that they've reached out, just in case something devastating had happened here, because they were going to help as well too.
American
so you're
Red
right.
Cross.
Yeah.
So that's called again what?
Samaritan's Purse
Samaritan's
was one.
Purse,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. And then the Red Cross, I saw just quickly right before we came on air that they're actually working on doing kind of like a reunification phone bank for people that are looking for family members or loved ones, and they're going to try and be the medium for that.
And so many great organizations doing such important work, especially following a hurricane.
Right, absolutely, and they're doubling work because they're still dealing with North Carolina. I mean, there's still a lot of resources up there that people need, and they're working there. So it's been a busy last few weeks with. Helene, and then before that, even Debbie, and the poor people that in east of I-75 that were flooded, even west of I-75. So there it is. They're the names of the season, and I got to tell you, I was thinking, okay, those forecasters made a mistake this year. And as soon as I thought that, boom, 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 they all started developing, and I think, as I said earlier, I wouldn't be surprised to get to Patty.
Right, but once again, no need for this online hysteria being made by some, because you're not saying these are hurricanes.
Right, and the thing is that the internet is a. I mean, you've got to. They're going to teach classes how to realize what's truth and what isn't.
Right.
They're going to have to, right? I mean, when they show an individual deterministic model right on our coast, and that's all you see, you're going, oh my, but. The little system that's developing in the Western Caribbean, possibly next week, it shows that that's a favorite area late in the season.
Right.
That's the one area that got us in 1944 on October 19th. Again, we talk about 1944. This is the only time we had a landfalling hurricane documented major into Sarasota. This is now the second one.
Yes, very rare.
This is the second one. Yeah, So revisited every 60 years or 70 years, I guess. And that, we don't get hit very much, so realize that. And if you prepare properly, you can get by and rebuild and be, again, a vibrant community. We saw that in 2004 when Charlie hit Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, and they came back stronger than ever after that storm.
Right.
And I think we're going to do that here as well.
It is a community building experience, no doubt about that. I do have one final question, Bob. I know you were talking about it. We had such a lull in terms of no activity for a couple of months.
Yeah, a month and a half.
And then boom, here we go.
Yeah. It's like someone flipped a switch on and boom, there we go. And now it looks like more like August or September than it does mid-October. And FPL is working through the night.
Yeah, can we get that graphic back up, guys?
Yeah, FPL is going to be working through the night. They're not stopping. I see the FPL working through the night to restore
we just
power.
had some power outage numbers, and they were going down, Bob.
Yeah, we're getting them now right here.
There it is.
So yeah, they're going down. They were as high as what, 3.5 million at one point at the height.
Yeah.
And now it's going down.
They're working. They're working hard to get it done.
And they're saying that they're working through the night to restore the power. So you got to give it out to the linemen who are leaving their families too, to take care of getting people's power back.
And they're always here ahead of time, sitting here waiting, and then
stage.
afterwards, they're here for sometimes what, a week, 2 weeks, a couple of weeks sometimes.
Yeah. Depending on the storm, it's usually going to be about 5 or 6 days prior to the arrival of the winds, because they don't want to stage somewhere and then the storm shift and come at them. Right. So they're pretty smart at when they're going to stage and where they're going to stage.
Right.
They know the storm, for example, with accuracy is going to go to the Big Bend area. They're certainly not going to put the units there. They'll sometimes stage right here in Sarasota at Robarts Arena.
Right.
Or the fairgrounds of Sarasota County.
Actually, to an example of how quickly they work, one woman emailed me last night to tell me, you know what, she lost power around like 10 p.m. And then by 12:40, she said her power was back.
Wow.
And so she particularly
that
made it
was
a
in the
point
Meadows.
to email us because she said, I just really want to thank FPL.
Yes, and I want to let people know this too, that you may get your power back on.
Right.
And then hour later, it goes off.
Yeah.
So they work in grids.
Yeah.
And they turn it on because they repaired a line,
Yeah.
let's say, right? And they go, okay, we got that line fixed, that's great.
Yeah.
But we got to get this other line, and
Right.
we can't be working on hot lines. So they
Right.
turn it off.
Right.
And they fix that line, and they turn it back on. Okay, we got that fixed, that's good.
Yeah.
And so you're going to get this periodic change in power, your power services as they go through their procedure.
For this woman, though, this morning she checked in again and she said she still had power.
That's great.
Yeah.
And I know cable, internet, and phone service, it's a problem for a lot of folks
It's
right
still
now.
being disrupted.
That's why we're here.
That's right, man.
Good point.
Internet, man. Yeah, so we're looking at the review of the radar there. This is look at the bottom side. It doesn't even have any rain on it. I mean, you don't see that normally, and that's because of that dry air. And that's where the winds were able to really pick up behind it because there was no frictional effects of the storms around the center of that, south of the center of that storm as it made landfall. So, I mean, I could go on for about 3 hours talking about hurricanes, I swear.
Well, we're all so fascinated.
Yeah, I have learned so much just by listening to Bob.
The one thing you haven't learned is the Hunga Tonga, too.
I'm starting to learn about that.
So, I got my job here in 1985.
Okay.
Working for ABC7 at the time was WXLT-TV, Channel 40. And
sometimes people still call it Channel 40.
I just had someone do it the other day. In fact, yesterday, at a store I stopped to get some snacks before we started going to our long run. He said, Jeff Weiser, you're a local, I know you. Anyway, 85, there was a storm called Hurricane Elena. It was a Category 3 just off the coast of Sarasota.
Okay.
When I say just off the coast, I mean more than 100 miles off the coast.
Okay.
And they didn't have a meteorologist at the station at the time, right?
Wow.
So they had weather people.
How different things were.
Yeah, they had weather people. And they were selling the station at the time. They were trying to sell it for $40 million. But it's interesting to note, it happened on Memorial Day weekend. It was several hundred miles off the coast, and the National Hurricane Center was putting out, they didn't have the sophistication they do now, obviously.
Right.
But they put out these little tickers that says, okay, the storm is this position, it's moving toward the west. It looks like we're going to be okay here along the west coast. Well, this main weather person, it was Labor Day weekend. She wasn't coming in.
Yeah.
So she said, no, I'm not coming in.
Oh, jeez.
And so a reporter.
You could do that back then.
A reporter.
Nowadays.
Yeah, you're right. A reporter said, I'll do it. And she just came out of college. And she was,
oh boy,
very ambitious, right?
Okay.
And she read it at 11 o'clock news on a Saturday. She said, the storm is moving out west, it's going to Texas. Well, that's what it said.
Right.
And then what they used to do is they re-air the same newscast at 2 o'clock for the people who were working, late at night and they want to catch the news.
Right.
And they put new commercials in too, obviously making more money. So at 2 o'clock, it's a new advisory, right?
Yeah.
The advisory usually comes at 2. And the new advisory said, Elena has stopped and it looks like it may be heading back toward the west coast of Florida. Well, the station played the 11 o'clock newscast and it said, Elena's heading to Texas.
Oh dear.
And then you turn on the Tampa stations, it said evacuations are being issued for Longboat Key and the barrier islands as Elena is heading to the east now. And
Crazy.
Yeah, FCC got a hold of that, and they found out about it. That's putting lives in danger.
Absolutely.
And they told the owner, and they said, listen, you need to hire a meteorologist.
Right.
And what the owner thought was, I need to hire a meteorologist just out of college and pay him very little.
And that was you
And
40 years ago.
I'm here, so.
That's amazing. Yeah, I have to compliment you. I hear it all the time on the street that people will turn to you just because they trust you so much, and we're just so grateful to have you here. We really are.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
And it's embarrassing sometimes you get comments, but you just keep doing your job. And we had Leslie Lacey. I think Leslie did a great job.
The whole team. The whole team.
John and Mike. I mean, it works well. And we have a philosophy here, right? We're here to prepare you, not scare you, and let you know the facts. I always say you never should hype a storm up, right?
No.
I mean, you're already scared.
There's no fear mongering.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And I guess I hear that from other people, but I've been in this business so long that when I'm doing the hurricane updates, I never get to see those other guys doing that.
Right,
you know,
right,
I mean,
right.
I watch them, so I don't think they do a lot of hyping up, I guess. And so I tell people, stay local, and we'll always be here for you. I mean, that's, we're your local station. We say it a lot, but we are.
I get it. We're a local station, so my bias is with local stations. But I have to tell you, we were watching, the national meteorologists, and I'm sure they do great jobs. But there is something about a Florida local meteorologist when they're talking about hurricanes
in your neighborhood.
Right.
Yeah.
It has to be them. You can't really watch the networks for it.
Right.
It has to be your local meteorologist.
In my seminar, I say that. I said, listen, you can watch them when the storm's impacting other places.
Right.
I mean,
snowstorm maybe.
But if a hurricane's going to Texas, you don't have to be too concerned about it. Right. But when it's coming your way, and I always say the national media and the national news and whatever weather, they have to sell a lot of soap.
Yeah, they do.
And they have to sell a lot of soap to people in North Dakota.
They do.
So if you're just kind of having it's going to be you're watching that because it's not impacting you. It's not going to impact you. So it's more exciting, right?
Right.
You can see adrenaline rolling. So whenever a storm is threatening, and you bring up an excellent point, stay local. And I'm not saying you didn't watch us. I'm just saying stay local.
Right, right. I mean, we respect the networks for what they do, but I really felt when it came to Milton coverage, if you wanted real information, life-saving information, I don't think you were turning to them.
Right.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't. And I tell people that in the things.
Even in our makeshift location here too, right?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. Information is crucial. I talked to someone about that too.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the look is.
Right.
As long as you're getting the accurate information when it comes to these life-threatening situations, it's important that even though we had to move out of our location because we want the safety of the employees and everything else, it's important to know that even though the look isn't that snappy, I was looking for that. I'm looking for that stinger split and showcase and everything else with all the graphics. When it comes down to it, it doesn't matter. The information matters, right?
It is, and it was really pertinent information that you guys were giving.
And you guys do. I mean, you guys had to sit up here and break the news to the people, let them know what was going on, and give them valuable information.
But I mean, Rick might be the anomaly here, but the general stereotype amongst people who do broadcast is we're not STEM people, right?
Yeah,
okay. I mean, I went to Boston University, and I went to the College of Communications, and the shorthand is COM, but the joke was that it stood for College of Optional Math.
That's funny.
Yeah, everybody around BU knew that. But what our viewers need to know is our meteorologists, these are the STEM people. So much science and math goes into
I was
this,
just gonna say,
so you can't have imitators.
You're right. No, I always feel smarter whenever I'm talking about it. I really do. I'm being serious. I learned so much, and again, we're just grateful.
And so we understand people are so fascinated and they want to do what you guys do, but they have to realize just the amount of knowledge that goes into this, STEM knowledge that I don't have for sure.
It's funny you mentioned that because I was talking to my neighbor today, and he was pumping out water of his house because it flooded in his backyard. He's pumping it out, and he goes,
yeah, you guys, we watched you guys the whole night and whatever, yada.
Yeah.
And he goes, I couldn't watch the other things anymore, the other places, and go on the internet anymore because it's just information overload. You know how you see it? Okay, I already know that. See, you still watching.
And sometimes you don't know if it's accurate, too.
Well, yeah, and he brought that up. He goes, I'm never going to this page, he called it, and I won't say whose page.
Sure, yeah.
But he goes, that just scared the living daylights out of me.
Right.
And it just scared the living daylights out of me, so. He's not going to do that. You know, we're storm weary now. We got Leslie Lacey now joining us. Leslie.
Joining the crew here, man. Closing time.
I've been going on forever.
Hour,
we
right?
need Leslie coming here.
Leslie.
A beer distribution center.
And, you know, our viewers are so attached to you guys. You know, they really love you guys. And I think people need to know Leslie travels far to get to us. And was
not
doing
only that, during the storm, and she'll tell you the story.
Right.
She had worries. I mean, she was here and
Yeah,
she
I was
had
concerned very much.
Yeah, she was where they were getting that heavy rainfall and big winds, and it's tough looking at that data when you know
It
you
is.
got here.
And then especially when you're in a Cat 5 building and you feel the shake or you hear the windows, and I'm like, well, gosh, I'm in a really big structure, my little house.
Yeah.
And you know, normally I always say don't leave your pets behind if you evacuate, but I wasn't evacuating. You know, I was just going to work to cover the storm. But it is, you know, about an hour and 15-minute drive. I live in Tampa, and so you know, driving. I ended up after the storm settled down, and I watched the radar. I guess I left. It was probably about 3:30 in the morning, and so I was actually on the roads before they cleaned them up. Yeah. So I got to see firsthand just how much debris, and I counted large 6 snapped trees, but I mean there were numerous snapped trees while I was going through, and I would probably say, as far as I-75 is concerned, that Bradenton had the worst amount of debris from foliage and from trees on 75.
Right.
I mean, I also ran into a little bit more in the Riverview area.
Right.
You know, and of course coming out of Sarasota, but there were also. This is why we tell you not to get on the road.
Yeah.
Okay, this is why we tell you not to get on the road. I got on the road because I had to get back to my cats.
Yeah, that's right. Cumulus Kitty.
Cumulus Kitty, yes. And one of my cats is diabetic.
That'll be back. That'll be returning soon enough.
Cats are funny. They're not like dogs. Dogs are they're pack animals.
Right.
So you bring a dog here, it's like, oh, Karen, you're my best friend. Oh, Rick, you know, let me play. Everybody, let's have a party together. And the cats are territorial animals. The cats are like, I'm out of my territory and I hate everybody. You know, and unless you bring unless you bring my house here or everybody comes back to my house, it takes them a while because they're territorial animals. They're not pack animals.
Now, it's funny you're talking about pets. Is that I know a lot of people that have their pets with them. The pets had anxiety that they can sense it too, right?
It's your anxiety, and they certainly know something's happening. I know mine did too.
Yeah, and so I didn't. So I made that decision. It was the hardest decision whether to leave my kids. You know, and you know, it was like Leslie's choice. You know, do I leave the kids or my pet with my cat?
That'll be a new special, Leslie's choice.
And I was like, the whole time I was here, I was like, I should have brought them. They were fine. But they were, you know, one of them is sick. He's got diabetes, so I thought he'd be too nervous. But when I got back, now this is fascinating. We talk about gusts.
Right.
And you can, this is crazy. I left one thing on my lawn. I put everything in my pool, any kind of projectiles. I was actually starting to build a fence. Everything went in the pool so they won't be used as missiles, right?
Right.
And I'm trying to protect my neighbors and being a conscientious neighbor. But I did forget to bring in a little garbage can, and it was like this big. It's the kind you buy at Home Depot, very light.
Right.
I'm telling you, this thing weighs like a pound or 2. So we've got down trees on my street. I've got foliage snapped. All kinds of things are snapped.
And we were worried about flooding for you.
Yes, my garage did flood.
Yes.
It did flood. But then I got back and I'm like, what the heck? I thought it was a joke, like my neighbor's it's sitting right there in the same spot. You can actually just push it over. But it's just like crazy how the winds can turn around and just take out something completely.
It's like laminar boundary layer flow around there. It just didn't mess with it because it was too close to the wall or something. Kind of interesting there. I don't know if you can see them. I got my socks on right here.
The hurricane socks.
Oh, we're doing that right now?
Yeah. I'm not going to do the headstand, but these are Dorian socks. That's a radar image or satellite enhanced image on my sock right there.
Well, Rick, you might as well show your socks too if you want.
Nothing to look at there. Trust me.
Wait, they're going to zoom in. This is getting to the time where we're
Okay, there it is.
So
We're going to zoom in
there's Dorian. That's enhanced satellite imagery of, get this, Dorian, Category 5 hurricane, stayed over the Bahamas. You think we had it bad?
Yeah.
For 2.5 days as a Category 5.
Oh, the rain, right?
Rain. I mean, think about what we experienced for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Picture of Dorian
Picture
sock.
that.
2 days.
48 hours.
Oof.
Hearing that sound for 48 hours. I interviewed a couple from Sarasota that actually went through that storm.
Oh, boy.
And they had video of it. They were crawling because the rooms were collapsing in their hotel. They were crawling along the balcony to get into another room because that room was being destroyed.
Unbelievable. Are you sure you want to be wearing those socks?
Well, I mean, you know.
Who gave them to you?
It was after this.
Somebody gave you this.
That's a good question.
Yeah,
exactly. I think it was a viewer. I do headstands on Fridays. And you can see my bad socks. You can see my leg. They said they needed better socks. So I've gotten theme socks over the years. So. And
You know what this tells me? To the core, you are a meteorologist.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably get some Milton
Both
socks
of you.
coming up.
No, nothing that affected us. But yeah, you think about hurricanes in general and the naming system of it.
Yeah.
I've always thought of this irony is that my birthday is November 30th, which is the end of hurricane season.
Oh, wow.
The first name.
Born to be.
The first
Born to
named
be, yeah.
storm, a male storm, was Bob, and that was
Was
my name,
it?
Bob.
And we had Leslie this year too.
Oh, we had Leslie.
Yeah.
It's spelled a little different. And we've had Leslie's before, but they're usually, they putter out.
This
You know,
Leslie is
they're
a bit fiercer.
Yeah, they're not, you know.
Leslie actually got to be a big storm. It was a very,
did.
very intense storm.
Yeah.
It was a major hurricane.
Yeah, it was
I
a
still think she's fiercer.
But she didn't harm anyone.
Right.
That's what I like about Leslie.
This Leslie was a tease out there. I mean, she was like, big storm, gonna, you know, and then nothing, you know, kind of. But she's still hanging out. She's still hanging out,
Oh,
you know.
yeah.
She's still out there as a fish storm, just, you know, bothering the
Guys, I
marine
have to
life.
say, I mean, talking about the speed of the storms, I was worried about Joyce, and then I turned around and you guys were talking. I was like, what happened to Joyce?
Yeah.
Right?
What happened to Kirk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was doing the same thing.
Right.
Because we're focused on so many other aspects of these storms here. That
Yeah.
I don't care about those out there right now. I'm focused on
these, and now I got to figure where are we now? Okay, we're here.
Yeah.
And we got 3 more to go.
And Helene actually flooded the garage, the side of the garage in my garage. So I went, did the responsible thing. I took action and I bought a sub pump. Well,
Very
I didn't think
nice.
well, the power went out. So I'm sure it started, but we have no power. So then it stopped, and then that's when it flooded again. I think it was working okay, and the camera systems. But you know, you just do what you have to do,
yeah.
and you get out of town. If you have to get out of town, you come back to it and deal with it then.
Yeah.
Florida living.
Yeah, it can be very costly too for a lot of folks. Florida strong, yes. Suncoast strong, Florida strong, yeah.
That's right. A lot of people are suffering, you know, all the way from Helene up in the Big Bend area and throughout North Carolina, all the way down here now, even in the East Coast. And it has been horrendous in terms of late season storms. And I think
we have to think about those folks, you know, and obviously everyone's got to. I mean, I've got to cut down a tree and fix a shed. And,
Yeah, you got to build another shed.
And that's small compared to what some of these people have to go through, you know.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
some
devastating.
people lost their lives on it. A lot of people lost their lives on it in North
That's right.
Carolina,
That's
on the
right.
East Coast. I mean, so you put things in perspective. One thing I do know that I'd rather deal with hurricanes than I would with
tornadoes.
I mean, really, that was so frightening, and I don't even think we've begun to even see the damage from these tornadoes.
What is it, like dozens of tornadoes that had popped up from this?
Yeah, at least, yeah.
Most of the warnings are really up to the east.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And it's along the east coast.
Well, most of the actual verification of tornadoes were the east, because we get a lot of these false positives, so to speak. You know,
Right.
you see the rotation, but it never makes it to the ground. These were not false positives. These
Right.
were
Yeah.
positively intense tornadoes.
Very
along the east coast
unusual
of Florida.
for our
And
area.
Rick and I were saying we completely understand now when the tornado warning pops up why you guys stay with it from beginning to end. You know, if it's extended 3 times, you're there for all of the extensions because it can be that
dangerous.
Oh, yeah. If you get an opportunity to ever cover some of the Oklahoma or Kansas, I went up and did the aftermath of the Moore tornado.
One of the worst tornadoes ever, yes.
It literally looked like a debris field. Like you didn't even know that a house was there. And I can't even emphasize that enough. I can't even sort of describe. And I can describe, Andrew, I can describe what happens after a hurricane. But when you go out to a couple of acres or several acres, and there's just nothing but little shards of metal, and that's where houses were. I mean, that Moore tornado was unbelievable.
It was a huge wedge tornado that actually picked up a car.
Right.
Weather Channel personnel that were chasing the tornado.
Yeah.
They brought the car up. I think there were 4 people in it. It turned around, beat it up, and then it set it down, and they were lucky to survive. I think it's Mike Slidell, who was a meteorologist with the Weather Channel.
Yeah.
But my point is with tornadoes, ours down here are typically very weak.
Right.
EF0s, EF1s.
Right. Not what you saw last night.
No, those were. We'll wait for the estimate.
Right.
They're EF3s, 4s. I don't think they're 5s. But you see EF5s up there in the Midwest, and a lot of times you don't get much warning.
Right.
10 minutes is a good warning time for a big tornado.
Yeah.
How much warning do we have here?
Right.
36 hours. We get 36 hours to get out of harm's way and
Yeah.
take care of business.
Yeah.
So we can prepare better for these than you can a tornado. You know what I mean?
Right.
And getting back to the car, that was one of the things I was so nervous about last night when this thing was rolling through. I thought, was I going to pick up the car and just toss it around?
Right.
But I think all the cars here were just fine.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, a Category 3 storm could have done that. Okay, it may be Category 3, but Category 3 all the way around the eye wall.
Yeah.
You would have had that kind of. I was worried about it too. Believe
me.
Yeah. I was going to park mine in a parking parking garage.
And I saw some trees on vehicles when I was heading home too. So that I was talking to Summer about that earlier, and I try to never ever park by light poles, trees.
Right.
Yeah. You got to be smart.
Yeah.
You got to be smart, man.
Yeah, there was. What was interesting about I-75 too when I drove home is there were layers of dirt. There were layers of dirt, and so and they were swaths. It would just come in and just be maybe say 30 yards wide.
Right.
And just a complete layer of dirt with all kinds of debris and a lot of metal. The signs were crumbled up. So I didn't go more than 35, 40 miles per hour.
Yeah.
I think I saw 20 cars out there on my trip from here to Tampa. There wasn't a lot of people, and most of them were semi-trucks. So I figured, well, they're going in front of me. But I had to weave around.
They're going to knock anything out that may be a problem.
I was watching the cars in front of me.
Right. That's an important point to make, too, is that, we're going to be without power. A lot of these people are going to be without power for a while. They're getting them back on, and they're doing a pretty good job of it. That doesn't mean they're going to get them all taken care of. And that means the lights are going to be without, some of the streets. And I got to tell you, I'm serious. It was dangerous driving in those intersections. I heard Summer talking about it. She wanted to make sure she had eye contact with everyone.
Right.
I mean, it's probably one of the most dangerous aspects of the whole storm.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm serious. You go to a big intersection and you see cars go by and you go, "This is supposed to be a 4-way stop, buddy."
Right.
But no, some people, they in your mind, you get used to driving to work.
Right.
You get used to driving to a place. You get used to a light. And in fact, you can go through the motions of getting to work and you don't even remember it.
Yeah,
driving,
that's true. That's true. You
But
kind of zone out.
Right.
Yeah, driving here tonight, it's almost pitch black because no stores have the lights. A lot of power outages. So be careful out there as you're driving around because it's extra darker than usual.
We've been chatting for a long time here, and I got to tell you about lights. I showed a graphic earlier. I can't pull it up, but someone sent it to me. It's a heck of a hack. What it is, you take a gallon of chugged water, right? Those plastic jugs that look like a jug. And if you ever seen those lights that you put on your head, because you can't, it's a band. It's got a light here. It's an LED light. It's not a helmet. It's just a band, like a headband.
Okay.
Right.
And what the miners have.
Yeah. So I've never heard this before. I've heard a lot of things, right? How to prepare yourself and how to survive a hurricane. So what they did is they take that light, that basic band, and you put it around the jug of water, but you face the light inland to the water.
Okay.
And so what it does, it disperses the light because the water droplets are sending that light in all different directions. So it lit up the entire room. So you don't get a flashlight that's kind of directed. I thought
That's quite brilliant.
Yeah.
That's what we're calling hacks these days, right,
Yeah.
Rob?
Just when you thought you've seen it all, right?
A hurricane hack
Yeah.
from Bob Harrigan.
A Harrigan hurricane hack.
Hurricane.
Brought to you by.
Right?
Yeah, it's in the big pictures. That's okay, Leslie. Leslie's always on top of things. That's what's nice about our weather team. We're always working together to get you the information that you need to prepare yourself.
Yeah, a really phenomenal teamwork between them, for sure.
Amazing. In front of the camera, behind the scenes, the crew has just been unbelievable here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite an experience. You think about it. We're all spending the night together in a building with.
It feels so much closer to each other.
Yeah.
We should, of course, talk about all the people you don't see on camera.
Yes, absolutely correct.
Maybe we could bring some of them out here.
You guys want to say hi?
The Angel, Ben, Orlando.
I wanted to give us something just to look forward to, so I put up the 7-day forecast.
All right,
okay.
Wonderful.
Look at this, looking pretty good, guys. And we got some cooler, drier air coming in. But look at those temperatures. Look at the end of that.
Nice.
Seeing then back in the 70s. That is thanks to a cold front that's going to be coming in. So.
Wow.
But we're still in hurricane season.
No.
So, yeah, we're still there. We're going to get this front that comes in, cools us off. But overall, the dew points are dropping, so it's not going to feel as humid. And really, I put this up because I wanted to give everyone, an opportunity to look at the weather, because I know they're going to be outside. They're going to be cleaning up. They're going to be, getting out debris from the yards, and of course, we've got all our linemen out there. It's still going to feel warm, but it's just not going to feel as oppressive as what we've been seeing. The dew points are a bit lower in the 60s and teetering around the low 70s versus 78, 79, where it just feels completely oppressive. So some good news ahead for the next 7 days for our crews, and for those of you who still have to, continue to work and to clean up your houses, your structures, and get things together. We're looking at a bit of a break here from Mother Nature, which is well needed.
Unbelievable today how calm and sunny it was. It was like a hurricane never even happened.
No, but Leslie brings up a great point. I mean, let's face it, we all got to do some cleaning up. Most of us have to clean up something, right? It's right. This is the time, and I brought this up last night. The storm's tough. Winds are tough, and it's scary. But what's even more scarier is that most people that get hurt and injured and possibly even die are after the storm has moved through.
There was a warning last night, I think it was from Charlotte County, a warning about using chainsaws.
The chainsaws, I have one. I'm going to be using one to cut some of the tree. I'm not going to cut it all, it's too big, but chainsaws, getting on your roof, I'm going to have to do that. I think I can do it.
Well,
Be careful.
before this storm, that's what a lot of hospitals were responding to. People falling off their ladders.
Preparation.
Yes.
Preparation.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, putting those metal shutters up.
Yeah.
They tell you to wear steel boot shoes, boots, whatever. Because you drop one of those, you slice your toe off. And I guarantee you they had some people that had that happen, their fingers cut or whatever it may be. And the emergency response after a major disaster like this, it goes up higher and higher. And the emergency room is packed full of people that have gotten some sort of injury before and after. They can't do it during because they can't get out.
Right.
You mentioned chainsaws, and one of the things that people tend to do is, they can get tired and they keep on going.
Right.
And they just forget how incredibly dangerous a chainsaw is. I mean, you can let your finger off the trigger, it's still going to go, but if it just touches you, it's going to do a lot of damage. If it just touches you. And
that's what they say, to wear gloves, long sleeve shirt, long pants, and boots when you're doing a chainsaw.
Is that what you will be doing?
Yeah, I will. And it's tough. And thankfully, it's going to be cool, like you just showed, Leslie, because normally you're doing that in the heat of the summer when more hurricanes are around, right? August, September. But you have to do it. You got to do it because just a little bit of a touch of that is going to cause you trouble.
Really bad. You can maim yourself really bad. But also, they'll tend to
go places.
You'll go places with the chain. You just get it up there. It's not too far away, or you get on a ladder situation, and that's when you really want to call in a professional.
Yeah.
You don't want to mess around with chainsaws because there's some really, really bad accidents can happen.
And a couple other points to that is that you got that right. You've got carbon monoxide poisoning because of generators.
Right.
I would not be surprised to see that, unfortunately.
And you got to keep it away from a window. People forget.
Window, any kind of air intake.
Push it away from the house. It can't just be right outside the house.
Let the exhaust
Yeah.
blow out away from your home as opposed to into your home. And on top of that, don't keep it too close to the windows and don't put it in your garage. A lot of people, what they'll do is they'll put it in their garage because they think no one's going to steal it.
Right.
It's not a good idea. So those are the two main things. But the other thing is getting on your roof, putting tarps up. Make sure that if you get up there and you put the tarps up, if you can't do it, have someone else do it.
Yeah,
that knows what they're
please,
doing.
yeah.
And
Usually your insurance company also, when I had a roof issue from storm damage, they'll have somebody come out there and do
Right.
that before anything is even done, or you know, whether it's like there wasn't even a charge. I mean, I don't know, all insurances are different, but sometimes they'll just be like, we will come out, we will, before we assess, we'll just stop the damage from getting worse, and they'll put that tarp out. So that's something you might.
The Baptist organization I was mentioning earlier,
Right,
I think of the exact name, Florida Baptist Recovery Services. They'll do it for free. They were doing it for free after Ian moved through.
Yeah, a lot of good folks out there that not taking advantage of people, but helping any way they
the
can.
volunteers,
Yeah.
obviously, getting up there and doing that. So, yeah, those are a few things with a lot more tips we can give you. And as Leslie said, exhaustion comes into play. Take frequent breaks. It's a very stressful time for a lot of people.
Yeah,
They're dealing with so much right now. I mean, that stress has got to be mile high for some of those people on the island. You know, they've gone through two things right now.
Yeah, and actually in Volusia County, the sheriff confirmed that one of the deaths was somebody who had a heart attack doing preparations.
You talk about that all the time, too.
I got a pie chart that shows that.
Yeah.
And heart attacks is like a quarter of that.
Yeah.
Because it's so stressful. You know,
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
And such high anxiety.
Yeah.
That's why you got to sometimes, you know, before the storm, turn off the internet. You know, I mean, quit looking at this stuff. You already know. You can
We can't quit, you guys.
No, I'm talking about, you know, those social media posts that show the storm.
Right.
I mean, you've seen it 18 times. It stresses me out.
Right.
So I said, I'm not going to look at it. I'll get into our weather computer, look at it, and give it the real deal.
Yeah.
You know, because in reality, that just causes higher anxiety. Every time you see a picture or an image of a forecast model that shows a hurricane over the top of you, how many times you got to see it?
Right.
I mean, you already know something's coming, but I'm preparing for it.
Now, for you and Leslie, you've been going full speed ahead, hour after hour after. Is it like an adrenaline thing?
Yes, John, Mike Bozier and John Scalzi as well, the four of us. But it is, you get into it.
Because you know you have to.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to do it for the people. I always say,
Yeah.
you got to do it for the people.
Yeah.
Otherwise we wouldn't do this.
I was over there, you know, getting really tired until I got talking about hurricanes.
Right.
And tropical systems. Not that I like them, but a lot of people want to know, can we blow them up? Can we get rid of it?
Right.
Because, you know, let's figure out a way to dissipate them. They're too massive for one. You can possibly diminish them somewhat.
Yeah.
5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour, it makes a little difference. Some people had the suggestion, let's bomb them. Let's throw a nuclear bomb into. Well, the fallout's going to be worse.
Yeah. Right.
But at least people are thinking about it. And in reality, if you don't have hurricanes, it would be so hot down here. You think it's hot now? So they're here to disperse energy, excessive heat.
So in a way, it's not a bad thing.
It's the circle of life.
It is,
right?
I mean, so, but my
Not to get a Lion King on you.
My point is this: is that you know, it would be better if we could direct them. If we could, it would be better if we could direct them. If we could direct them, that would be great.
Okay, we're gonna do a little battery swap out. Is that what's happening?
No, I think.
Okay. Just gotta hold it still.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tyler.
No, we're doing talk back.
We really, I really cannot thank our crew here.
I just said the same thing.
You know, I wish our viewers could see them.
Well, I can tell you about what happened. They brought ABC7 over to a building.
Yes.
That wasn't ready for a television set.
No.
It's a beer distribution building.
It is.
Right?
This is a great conference room here, and it's a ballroom too. Kind of. I've done auctions here. Like I was telling someone, I did a bingo. I was a bingo caller here for charitable organizations. You know, this is a great place, great facility. But to bring a television station and put it on there, I know it was kind of a slow process at the beginning, but we learned, and I think, as I said, we made it. The engineers and the production people made it so that the information was getting out there and it wasn't distracting.
Right, and then of course our producers. I wish you guys could see it because those are pretty great visuals.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Come on
we
out
do
here,
not
guys.
have
Come on out.
Teleprompters.
Can you walk in front
Yeah, we don't have.
We already saw them a bunch of times when the set was being set up.
That's
you could
true.
see
They
them
were all
back
the way
there.
in the back. They're being
I
shy.
spoke to you guys when you were sleeping over in the corner.
But that's exactly what I mean. We don't have scripts. We don't have a teleprompter here, and so they're writing on these whiteboards. They're handing us these slips.
It's old school newscast in television before
Yeah.
IFBs.
Yeah, and constantly cranking out new content, because it's not in this head of mine.
I know all of us have been doing this a long time. I don't think I've ever had to experience something like this. A makeshift television station at a beer distribution facility.
In the intensity with the hurricane, where we're kind of, in the midst of it, it was much different elsewhere. I mean, we hunkered down, but we were able to still keep everybody, aware and informed of what was going on, and we were thinking we were in a safe building.
And we have been staying away from the beer, by the way.
Well, speaking of that, you know what they do here, and John Saputo, who is the owner and CEO, whatever, president.
Eagle Distribution.
But he wants to say Budweiser. Okay, just remember that. But anyway, he and his organization here get together after a natural disaster, and they did it for Helene up in North Carolina. They use the same cans. They make it white with dark, lettering, water. So they put water in all these cans, and they donate that water to the relief sites.
Which we know was
Wonderful.
Essential in North Carolina. They were not getting water.
Yeah, I'm not, just sucking up to them to get some beer, but I'm just saying that's a good thing. That's a good thing that they do, and they do it quite a bit. Yeah.
No, we're grateful that we've had this facility, though. What would it have been like if we were in our studio during the height of the hurricane?
Yeah,
our main studio.
I would like to have had a camera there with a speaker though to record it to see what it was like.
Right.
Because at one point I was thinking, I think we're going to make it, and the building did survive, and we'll be there, I think, broadcasting tomorrow morning from the studio.
Yes.
So you'll see us if you have cable and if you have television power back.
It started leaking, right? I mean, that was an issue, right?
Yeah. So that was kind of concerning, and really all we lost were a couple of satellite dishes and a fence. A metal gated fence went down.
And that fence likes to go.
Yeah, for other reasons than a hurricane. Yeah, for other reasons than a hurricane.
We're building it sturdier, though.
Many people run into the fence. Yes.
Yes.
But this is an interesting engineering, and I got to tell you, we're a corporation here. We're the Gray Media Corporation. If you don't know it, we have over 100 television stations across the country.
Yeah.
And this, I think, is a real test of what can be done if something happens that's bad.
Yeah, we have a crew here right now from different stations across a couple of different markets helping out.
I believe it's from Tallahassee,
Gainesville, and
WCJB, Tallahassee. That's Gainesville. That's Gainesville.
Yeah, Georgia. Someone's from Georgia.
And Georgia as well.
Columbus, Georgia. Yep, absolutely.
And it's reciprocal too. We help out folks when they need it.
Because our Jordan Litwiller and Michaela Redmond, they were in South Carolina. Those two have not stopped.
Right.
Constant Helene coverage, went to South Carolina, and now jumping into this.
So
Xavier,
Xavier has been phenomenal.
He's in Tallahassee right now. Yeah, absolutely.
Sports director, and he's up there. And
we got Bailey Stripling, who's up in Dade City in Florida. They're running the digital world. They're probably watching right now, and many other people too. I mean, we're not here just to congratulate us. We're just telling you what we're doing here, and what we do is we make sure that we get the information to you.
Right.
Otherwise, if we didn't plan and pre-plan that, we couldn't have got the information to the people out there. So.
Yeah, and I mean, our viewers are our family, and I think it's important that we introduce them to the entire family.
Right.
This doesn't happen without all of this.
Yeah.
It's off camera.
Yeah.
And I have to mention the interest. I did mention it briefly last night. The interest on a worldwide scale with the storm. I had talked with a couple of radio stations in Australia.
Yeah, I had a guy from a television station from Ireland that wanted an update. And I realized why they called, what time they called, because it was at their 6 o'clock newscast. They're 5 hours difference, and
this was Australia. It was a whole day ahead.
Right. Oh yeah.
Ireland called because they knew this was a beer distribution center. That's how the Irish came. There was, and we've had a couple stories. Remember what was that? Was it the storm? I think it was an M name storm. went so close up to Ireland. It was a couple of years
Oh,
ago.
yeah.
And it was late in the season too. It was really late in the season. You know, so we're not out of hurricane season. We can still have these late storms that come through.
I also think, you know, I mean, this is me, I don't know for a fact, but I just think, you know, the international interest has to be with how beautiful this area is.
Yes,
And
that's
come
exactly,
from
they
all
come,
around the
yeah.
world. Right, they all know it.
They vacation here.
Right, right.
I was fearful that the makeup of the beaches, it was going to be changed forever. Now I'm feeling much better about it.
Yes, it is still going to change because of
a little bit,
Helene.
sure.
But it could have been much, much worse.
Yeah.
I mean, there could have been pretty much wiped off the face as far as any kind of buildings and structures.
We really got lucky. And you mentioned this, we all talked about the dry air and just coming in and making it a pretty unique hurricane. It didn't look like your typical hurricane, and we just really were fortunate. We were fortunate with the storm surge. We got a lot of rain, a lot of flooding in some areas, but as Bob said, it could have been much more. It could have been catastrophic.
Oh, yeah.
But we have plenty of damage.
Oh, yeah.
We do, and I mean, you guys, you know, we're talking about this, the dirty side of the storm and what to expect, but I was really shocked at how scary that was compared to the time at landfall.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know, at landfall, I thought, oh, no big deal,
Yeah,
and then those
yeah.
two gusts came in.
You can never let your guard down in these
Right,
storms, man. It's like, okay, what tricks are you going to throw at me now? And that's what they do. I mean, these things that you never expected, expect them
Well,
because
the backside was the scary.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable.
It really was.
Completely different.
Yeah, I mean, it's all because of that trough of low pressure that came. You can see it kind of beating up right there, and then it kind of dispersed its winds and brought them right into our coast as we go through this 24-hour loop here. There it is. Boom. Looks. Oh, whoa! What happened there? And you know what I mean? It didn't look symmetrical when it made landfall, and that's kind of an interesting thing. People at home, once again, if I can still elaborate on certain things.
Please do.
Because information is crucial, right?
It is.
And we have to, you got to get in that mindset. These people are going with no air conditioning tonight, although you probably don't need it, but it's still going to be different, right?
Thank goodness the temperatures are low.
Yeah. And the candle usage, do not use candles. I see that all the time with fires. And I'm trying to touch on everything, you know.
Yeah. Remember your phone's flashlight, too.
Yeah,
You can always recharge it in your car.
Right.
And a lot of folks without phone service too, still.
Oh, yeah.
And especially closer to the Siesta Key area.
Yeah, and if you got a phone, smartphone, a lot of us do, download Gas Buddy, you know, I mean, find out what stations have gas.
Right.
Yeah.
So people are, I'm down to a quarter tank now, you know. I've been doing a lot of driving, you know, and I'm down to a quarter tank.
Those reporters from Gainesville were saying, actually, on their drive down, they had to hit up 4 gas stations before they finally found one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they said long lines too. We're even waiting.
Yeah, I saw that tonight coming in here.
Yeah.
Whatever gas stations
And they
were
said it was
still open. Long lines out there.
I think it took them double their travel time to get here because it's bumper to bumper.
They said it normally takes 2 hours and 45 minutes or something. And it took like 5 hours.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Everybody coming back into town.
That's what they were saying.
Yes, that were evacuated. So you've got the mass influx of people who are coming back.
Right.
But that was one thing I have to say I'm really proud of our area. I'm proud of many Floridians because I felt like a lot of people really understood, especially just off the heels of Helene, that they needed to evacuate for this, and they did. You know, and I think we noticed a change in traffic. We noticed a change in just in people and in general, and you can see it with people coming back in. So you did the right thing. You know, even if you come back, your place is okay. You did the right thing because there's a good opportunity that it may not have been.
Right.
You know.
Well, I think with all the storms we've had, people are finally having it sink in that when a storm like this comes and we have to evacuate, we need to evacuate.
Was it the largest evacuation ever for Florida?
Bob might know.
Floyd was the largest evacuation for the state of Florida. I don't think this one surpassed it. I think what happened is a lot of people already left from Helene. There weren't a lot of vacationers. Remember, you have to remember that.
Right.
I was surprised at the lack of cars on the roadway. You know, a day before when the evacuation. I go, wow. I would think they'd be all jam packed. The thing is, all the vacationers that would normally have been there on the beaches, thousands and thousands of them, were not there.
Right.
Because it's all shut down. You know, on the
And they
beaches.
start coming in now normally, right?
Right.
Yeah, we're starting to get into season. We're moving closer to our
Well,
I
hopefully.
wonder if it will be affected.
There's Tropicana
Yeah.
right
I
there.
mean, Leslie, we know you're a big sports fan. I mean, this is really
I always
crazy.
loved the Trop. I was one of the few. I know there was a lot of, you know.
Not happy with it. Not happy with it. Yeah.
People, I struggle to use the right word
Yeah.
for it, but I enjoyed it. I loved petting the little manta rays, or excuse me, they were manta rays, weren't they? Or no, manta rays are the big ones. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
But little stingrays, I hope that
Stingrays,
they're
yeah.
okay. I don't know if they evacuated them, but you know they have the stingray tank right there.
Angel's laughing.
But the big question, you think they'll repair it? Because I know there's talk about this new stadium, right?
Well, that's the $1 million question.
Yeah, that is $1 million question. Why repair
We'll
something
find out
that you're
soon
gonna
enough.
tear down?
Yeah.
Or maybe they're going to use it as something else.
And is this correct? Tampa Bay, the Buck Stadium flooding there? Is that right?
Ray J?
I had heard
Right.
from some people that happened, and I live right beside there.
Right.
So that's one of the reasons. And when I was with Bob, I was looking at the rain totals, the accumulation, and part of my area did flood. At least my house. You know, and look, you can see all the down power wires around. Yeah.
I think I went by. I went by that. You see, they put the cones out.
Yeah.
With
Yeah, it looks like business there.
All the way down. You know, because those lights are hanging all the way down to where you could hit them.
Yeah, well, the trooper was saying, what is crazy, just in Sarasota County alone, 70% of these were out. But because it's so important and they're one of their highest priorities, by tomorrow they were going to have 70% back on.
Oh, that's
Oh,
great.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's really good news. I also think it's really important for people to understand that Bob kind of went into this. It made landfall technically as a Category 3.
Right.
But when you look at the winds, it was really, this was so intense, but really this was more like a Category 1.
Right.
Okay? So just think about that. This really wasn't like a 3. And it's when we say 1, 2, 3, it's exponential. So
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
just double, it's much more than that.
The damage is exponentially stronger. So a 1, you know, you're talking 75 mile an hour up to 90. And this was, and they're going to look at this because the highest winds I saw sustained were 85 miles an hour. I mean, there may be more, and then there's more to come and more to follow, but 85 mile an hour sustained.
A lot less than the 130, 140.
130, yeah. And the gusts were as high as 100 to 110. I've never seen a gust that high in my life.
Here's a question I have for you guys. You know, when we were talking about EMTs and ambulances, they were talking about the 45 mile per hour sustained. Why is that? What happens at that level?
At that point, cars can be moved. I mean, and trees can be coming down. And so if you put paramedics out there or, you know, whomever, firefighters, you risk that equipment getting hurt from a tree falling or the actual person being distracted or, you know, driving your car, you know, someone may run into you at that point.
Skyway is actually 40 miles per hour. It's sustained 40 miles per hour.
Right.
So why do you do it? You do it because you want to keep those vehicles and that personnel available after the storm when you need them the most.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. And then should we get back to that flooding video? You guys want to
there's
replay that?
obviously still a lot of flooding out there.
Yeah.
And in terms of the bridges, have we heard anything about bridges reopening? Because I know the bridge inspectors were going to be out there checking out. Yeah, but I know all these other bridges.
Oh, Hastings. Hastings, okay.
Oh, Hastings? Okay. That's what this is?
Normally you wouldn't be hearing us ask the producer or director's questions because they'd be in our ear called an IFB, but I think this has been the best 2 days of my life not having to hear them in my ear. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, we love listening to them, hearing them in our ear. Yes.
Well, I had to play a game of charades with our producer Angel. And I couldn't figure it out, and he finally had to shout it out because I was like, "A boat, a bus? What are you trying to tell me how to?"
And also, they're scribbling notes. You're trying to figure out what they're
it's
scribbling.
back old school, man.
But they do have good handwriting, though.
And Benny says he tries. Yeah, you know what? I was able to read it actually much better than my handwriting.
Right.
I have a question about the wobble. Were you shocked at the wobble up until landfall? Because
no, they do that all the time. And if you go back at history and look at the line of a major hurricane, you'll see it goes like this, and then there's a little bit that, and there's a little bit that, and there's a little bit that. The centrifugal force of a hurricane, and it isn't symmetrical around the entire thing as far as the wind speeds go. So if you have a 150 mile an hour storm and the winds aren't 150 all the way around it, right? Around the entire eye.
Right.
So you got some that's a little less, some that's maybe a little more, and so that creates a again, a little bit of a shift, a little bit of a wobble, if you will, centrifugal force that causes things to move a different direction. It's only temporary. It's only for maybe an hour or two, and that's what we saw. But
another interesting thing about this hurricane, when you look at the monitor here, look at the intensity in front of it, as you can see at the satellite view, ahead of the hurricane. So we had a lot of intense storms, a lot of intense just right in front, which was kind of different to see.
yeah, I noticed that too. Absolutely. You see some of that magenta or purple out ahead of it, and you'll see that little blob there. I said, I've never seen that before in a hurricane. What is this? It's almost like another little one trying to start. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
There are almost 2 eye walls too, right?
There are. It's called concentric eye wall. It's called eye wall replacement. And so, and I mentioned this last night, and the best way to describe it is when, oh, there we go. Where is this now? Clearwater?
That's Clearwater, okay.
Wow, look at that water.
I mean, look how, we missed that by what, 20 miles, 30 miles? I mean,
which is so interesting because, when you watch the Tampa Bay stations, they were all talking about the storm surge, and, and then they were saying, okay, we're going to be okay. And then this BAM came in, which obviously wasn't the storm surge, but now they're dealing with these flooding issues.
Yeah.
Just
gives you a little ideas, like I said, it'll throw you some curveballs that you don't know.
Right.
So,
of course, Tampa Bay, to my understanding, they really avoided catastrophe, right?
But there was still some heavy flooding in areas that are just not, like you mentioned, Ray J, and that in West Tampa, this is the area we're talking about, and in more of the west area of West Tampa, town and country. I showed you that video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there were
cars. It looked like our big flood, that we had, where all the cars are driving through it, and they're not going to make it.
There's an auto zone there. There's all these different businesses, and they're just, the whole thing was going up to the whole amount of water up to the businesses, not just in the streets. It was just everywhere.
And what about Bay Shore? I know that typically floods there in Tampa.
Bay Shore floods all the time.
Yeah.
Hence the name.
Yeah. I think I remember seeing a video though at first when the winds were coming out of the northeast. It was emptying out,
Yeah,
and
it did pull out.
Yeah.
There was a lot of the, and that happened. I believe that was with Irma. Where we could actually walk over to Davis Island because all the water was sucked out.
Yeah. I know we don't have this video, but speaking of wild videos, and usually when there's an alligator and flooding or hurricanes, I always think it's fake.
Right.
But this one actually came from Fort Myers Sanitation Department. Right where the floodwaters are gushing, there's an alligator that attacks a tire.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's floating on by or whatever. It's just sitting right there.
I wish we had that video.
I'm going to have to show it to you guys. Our EP John's pointing at me because I kept showing him that video. Wild.
That is
the
wild.
thing. I mean, this being Florida, of course, there has to be a gator story, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man.
But this morning I had, I guess, taken 2 turtles off the road. Because, but you see that a lot too, because I guess they get discombobulated.
Out of their element, and they get displaced.
So we know that obviously as humans and friends, we know what our friends, but just nature itself. There's a lot of wildlife out there that suffers.
Yes.
It changes their environment. If it doesn't kill them, if they do survive, a lot of creatures have a home environment, just like we have a home environment, and so they get displaced, and then they're in dangerous territories. It really disrupts the whole ecosystem in the area for the time that it comes in, the aftermath of it. It's a sad situation.
I've always wondered how some of these animals survive this, because they're out there right in the middle of 100, 120 mile per hour winds. And they're tiny animals sometimes. How do they survive?
They figured it out. I mean, you know what I mean? It's called survival of the fittest there.
Right.
And it's ingrained in their DNA, right? So they do all sorts of things. Birds actually have been caught in the eye of a hurricane, where the hurricane starts, right? It's in its developing stages, and the hurricane starts, and then the eye forms, and they get trapped in there, and they actually fly with the eye. But it's dangerous. They can't land on the surface because the waves are too big of that hurricane. But they've actually had radar pictures showing the eye of the storm as it nears the coast.
That is wild.
And they see the reflectivity of birds inside the eye of the hurricane. And how do they get out? Well, the hurricane has to make landfall, right? And so then eye gets disruptive, And so they kind of take off. Somebody just pointed out too that, I don't know if you guys noticed, but you haven't seen a whole lot of birds prior to the arrival of this hurricane.
No.
I'm going to try to do some research on that, but they're instinctively maybe intuitive to know that there's a storm coming based on pressure drops or whatever it is and fly out of the area.
Although you guys should come to my dock. They're on that dock right before
Maybe they've all gone
and on
to
it
Karen's
right
dock. Yeah.
after.
Yeah.
Sometimes dogs get a little bit funny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We were talking about that.
But I also think that dogs are sensitive to their owner's emotions.
Right.
So if they feel maybe that
what you're
the
saying.
owner's getting a little bit
Anxiety,
nervous,
yeah.
the dog we feel it too.
You know, and kudos to all the different counties here on the Suncoast. They
Oh,
were so
yeah.
mindful of people and their pets, knowing
yeah.
they did not want to go without their pets. So the shelters, almost all of them, were really accommodating.
You know when that started was after Hurricane Andrew, the push to have pets in shelters.
Right.
Hurricane Andrew, they had to euthanize, I think, over 100,000 dogs and cats. Yeah. So, you know, and people would, they find all these pets, they kind of get them together and so people could, you know, pick their pet up.
Right.
Some of them didn't have collars on. They didn't have the chips as frequent as they do now.
So their owners didn't even know where they were.
And they couldn't even pick them up. If they went to a shelter for the ones, the lost and found of the animals, if they went to and they saw their pet and they called the pet's name and the pet came up to them, if they didn't have a recent picture or if they didn't have some sort of identification, they couldn't give the pet to that person. Those are the stories we heard. Yeah.
Okay, well now we know they're extremely accommodating. They understand that people will not separate without their pets.
Right.
Yeah, their family.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We have to give kudos, though, to all the emergency management officials. I just think they handle this so well, just from my perspective. And
accommodating to the newscast, you know, they know that they work with the media to get the message out. You know,
I'm just saying in general.
I mean,
evacuations. The whole gamut.
Absolutely. The whole gamut was there, and I think it's important that's why they do that. That's why they're emergency managers, because they know that they should be available to the people. There's we'll talk about this here one more time, and then we're going to take a break and take Brigham's package here in a little bit. But I want to show you this. This is the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. I don't know if this is Miss Piggy or Kermit. I'm not sure which one that is, but it flies into the center of the storm, and it flies at 10,000 feet. It flies at 10,000 feet because they want to be able to correct.
Well, you've been in one of those things.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Been in two of them. P-3 Orion and a C-130.
Did you get sick?
No, but the camera operator, the Todd Holderud, he didn't take his Dramamine, and he got sick. So I ended up being the photographer and the reporter at the same time. But yeah, it moves up and down, back and forth, all around. And we got in the eye. We penetrated the eye 6 times. We flew for 12 hours into Hurricane Bertha in 1996, and it was a crazy ride, crazy ride. And then we flew into Hurricane Ivan back in 2004.
Right.
What was the wind speed during these?
It was a Category 5 hurricane. The day before, it went down to I think 45-mile-an-hour storm when I flew into that. Bertha was a Category 3 when we flew into it. And I say I was just a passenger. You know, they strap you in, and you go for it.
I can't imagine the turbulence though. Jeez.
You know, that's the thing people don't realize. The turbulence isn't that bad. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because in a hurricane that's already developed, the winds are going like this.
Yeah.
And so all you got to do is fly into it. When a hurricane's developing or when it makes landfall, that airflow gets disrupted, so it's up and down. That's when you run into turbulence, when it hits land. But when it's out in the sea, everything's pretty uniform. There's not a lot of turbulence yet.
Is this how the birds are surviving?
Yeah. Okay. It's not a lot up and down. But it was fun. Didn't take the Dramamine, and it was a very interesting experience to know what they do inside that plane and they know what they do to get that information.
I saw one of the pilots talking, I forget where it was, but he said Milton, it was by far the worst he's been in.
Oh, I bet it was when it was going in close to us. You know, and maybe when it was a 5, I'm not sure. I'd like to find out when he said that was the best. They've never lost a plane. They've been flying in these things for 30, 40 years. So
unbelievable.
Yeah, you would think that they would, but they haven't.
and knock on wood that they don't, but more and more it's becoming drones.
Yeah.
So they're going to take the human element out of it pretty soon.
I wouldn't like to see that.
Yeah, they're going to. Well, the drones can fly further, longer, without loss of life, the potential thereof, and they can fly at all different levels of the storm. Whereas the hurricane hunters are pretty limited to 10,000 feet.
Makes sense.
Right. So they can get more data at more levels of the atmosphere, which will give a better accuracy rating.
Okay, well, do you guys want to check in on Brigham? And
I do. I want to see what these guys have been doing. They've been working all day.
It's a large.
Earlier today.
A large fallen tree, and we'll find out more with Brigham.
Okay.
Hey, this is Brigham Harris reporting in East Manatee County. It is the morning after Milton. We're taking a look at some of the damage in East Bradenton, particularly at the concession. Here you can see a massive tree unearthed, uprooted by the very strong winds that we had here last night. In the other direction, same thing. And going down Lindrick Lane, which is the main road out here, it's all the same story. Massive trees knocked over because of the wind. In fact, the reason I'm showing you this particular spot right here, this is the exit or the entrance to the concession. Trying to leave, I was stopped by a resident who told me there's so many trees down, the exit or entrance is completely blocked on this side. The fire department is on their way here to try to cut it up and free that exit or entrance. Luckily, there is another way in and out on Lindrick Lane, so people are going to be able to get in and out of the community here. But really, this paints probably the best picture of the status right now of East Bradenton. I don't want to speculate, but I thought we were maybe in the eye of the storm for a minute. Things got really, really calm, and then once we got into that west-southwest wall, everything started to pick back up in a much more violent way than when we first felt like we were possibly in the eye wall. And so things are looking okay out here. Lots of folks still trying to assess the damage. Everyone, it seems, is out. I haven't seen catastrophic damage or structural damage to some of these homes, but there are a whole lot of trees knocked over, some of them knocked into folks' mailboxes, which has caused damage there. There's no doubt going to be some cars that saw damage because of this wind. A little bit of flooding out here, but not a lot. We're going to continue to assess Manatee County, Sarasota counties, but at least up here where we felt like the storm went right over us, the main damage that we're seeing right now is because of the wind and some of the downed trees, but we'll keep you updated. Stay with us all throughout the afternoon. We're going to track and assess the damage caused by Hurricane Milton. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that is the scene up and down the entire Suncoast, but not only the Suncoast, throughout most parts of Florida too.
Oh, all over, yeah, and not just the Suncoast, and also down power lines, and of course a lot of destruction, a lot of homes and a lot of businesses that have been, torn apart by this.
Terrible timing too, because this is when they were really going to make their money.
Yeah, right.
And I know we're getting ready to wrap up here. What do you think, interested in hearing your perspective, what is the headline of Milton, the final headline of Milton?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Oh, I think goodbye and get lost. I think that's what the headline should be.
I like it.
Traveling out, but it's going to be a retired storm.
Yeah.
This is a historic storm for the Suncoast area. We've never had anything like this come into our area. Bob has been here, decades, 39,
a couple of years,
40 years now. And you've certainly never seen a hurricane in this area like that.
No one has.
No.
In 94. My headline is, it could have been worse.
That's a good headline.
I like that headline too, because that lets people remember.
Milton, I guess.
But Milton will go down in the history books. They're going to retire this storm, so we'll have to think of another M name.
Well, so it's not like Michael and the one before it.
Right.
And Helene is going to be retired as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
So back-to-back storms being retired. That's unprecedented.
Debbie, I think Debbie will probably.
It's going to be it'll be questionable on Debbie.
You think so? It was a tropical storm too, right? Well, it would be hurricane. Us, our area.
I mean, the Big Bend area did get smacked by a major hurricane, but they don't retire all major hurricanes. It has to do a lot with how many deaths occur and how devastating they are.
In terms of cost, right? I mean, you look at Katrina, that's the costliest hurricane ever to hit the United States, and that was over $100 billion. It's hard to say that, $100 billion damage.
Tomorrow, of course, is going to be an interesting day because I believe you're going to try and go on the field, right?
In the field, yeah, and there's a lot of lessons and stories to be told there in the field.
Yeah, I think a lot of us will be out in the field tomorrow, and just it's going to be interesting in seeing what people are saying, what they're feeling, what they're thinking.
Yeah, because today we got the images, the first few images, but we haven't heard from the people impacted. I think that might really be coming in tomorrow and the days after. And that's what we really want to hear about.
You think this day is kind of a shock day, right? You're just trying to get, people are trying to get through it. And then I think tomorrow they'll have the emotional stories that'll be occurring that people have. I'm starting to hear them already from people.
Right, the worker, not just the business owner, but the servers at the restaurants who have no job.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a long process, and there will be many stories, to come from this. And I don't know, it's just weird, right? To have that kind of damage out on the islands and then have a major hurricane hit afterward.
Yeah. Damage from Milton, what are we talking cost-wise?
I was trying to figure that out. It's hard to assess, but I'm pretty good at that. I usually get it pretty.
He's a betting man.
Numbers guy.
Yeah. I would say that as far as damage goes, that Helene's going to be more costly. That's probably going to go down and rival Katrina. This one,
billions,
over $100 billion, because of what happened in North Carolina too. The structural damage, the cost of that, and this one I would say definitely is going to be in the $30-40 billion range. I don't know, but that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, I'm trying to flip through my notes because when we spoke with Holmes Beach mayor, she was giving us some numbers. I'm having trouble finding it, but she said 98% of businesses took on floodwaters during Helene. And so the dollar amount was huge. And Longboat Key, the fire chief, had given us some big numbers on property damage as well from Helene.
Yeah, and I know you're always concerned about that. How do you pay for it? Yeah, you hope FEMA comes in to help. And
they do.
Sorry, Leslie. I just wanted to push that point with FEMA where they were saying actually you have to make two separate applications, one from Helene and one for Milton, because they thought a lot of people were going to try to group it into one, and the FEMA director said don't do that. Do two separate ones, and it was really important that you date them separately when you're listing your damages as well
That's
too.
important information. Yeah.
Right.
A lot of people don't realize this, but you get the initial check, right? That's to get through the expenses of food and survival.
Usually like $750.
Subsistence, okay. But then later, there's more money available for other things, for your home and everything else. But they're looking just for subsistence, for people who can buy food. You know what I mean? So anyway, FEMA is a excellent organization that takes care of people in need.
Yeah, doing good work. And before we say goodnight, I think we have one more story from Michaela. Is that? Yeah. Let's see what Michaela has for us with this new story.
That we came across a downed power line and we had to maneuver around it. It's actually right down the street here, but thankfully we've seen fire crews out and they actually got that downed power line out of the way, which is reassuring to see people out working, getting the job done, and obviously picking up the pieces left behind by Hurricane Milton. But this is the site for many of the roads here in Sarasota. There's just debris lining everything. Many businesses with their windows and doors still boarded up. You have street signs that have been totally knocked over. So again, it's still a scary situation out here. And of course, if you don't have to be out on the roads, don't, because there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to get these roads and streets back to normal. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC7, your local station.
We are so grateful for our reporters being out there too. I know we've been in here for God knows how long, but they've been out there too.
And I got to say, we're so grateful to the viewers that trust us and watch us during these events. And the comments they've been sending, it really warms my heart. I see them. like I said, they're really quite nice.
And you know, in a sense, because we have that share it tab on mysuncoast.com, they kind of are our reporters too, a little bit.
Especially right after.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love getting pictures and videos, and we encourage you to send it in on that mysuncoast.com on the share it tab. And it's just, it really brings you to us and us to you. We'd love to put that on the show.
Yeah, yeah.
And we have seen some unbelievable images from our viewers.
Today, for example, from John Saputo, Rick, I don't know if you saw it, but we had the video of golf, what is it? I'm so tired. It's Golfwind Marina, right there by Salty Dog on New Pass.
Oh, the boats.
The boats.
Oh, gosh, how many boats? Were like 20 boats all crashed into
It's one of those pictures you see in a history book of a storm, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so compelling. All these boats laying on top of each other.
Wow.
They're total, you know what I mean? Total.
Well, that's an image of a powerful hurricane like this. That's what you think of, imagery such as that, you know.
You know, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the pass that was reopened from Helene. It was a midnight pass.
Yeah, I heard it reopened again.
It
did.
No, but then it closed after Helene went through. It closed again.
Oh, it did close.
Oh, yeah,
it wasn't open that much, but now
they went out there with shovels trying to keep it from closing after Helene. They did. They wanted to open that badly.
Yeah.
But then it did close, and now I understand that it opened up a little bit.
It's flowing very well. Yeah. No, I think I saw a drone footage of it, and it looks much more open than it was before.
We were actually talking to our friend Mike Holderness earlier, and he was talking about that. In terms of Midnight Pass, is that something he was under the impression that helped us in terms of the hurricane, where it wasn't as damaging because of a storm surge?
The water was able to get out.
Yeah, is that kind of a realistic?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have more exits for the water once it gets on. So that makes sense, obviously. But you know, the barrier islands, people don't realize the barrier islands are just that. They're the barrier islands that protect the mainland. That's what that's why they call them the barrier islands. And we're trying to control them, but they're usually in a state of flux. They're always moving. They're always shifting. And as humans, and we want to be out there on the nice beaches. We kind of put the rebutments up and the walls up around it to kind of control that, but it's very difficult to control it. Midnight Pass opened up with Mother Nature.
Yes.
I mean, Mother
Twice.
Nature.
Now, right? So, is it a sign? That's the big question.
And Leslie and Bob, how concerned are you of this potential hurricane that's maybe a week or two away, possibly?
It's far away.
Is there a concern?
One of the models.
I never worry about those.
Okay.
I mean, I say I never worry about them this far out. You know what I mean? Because I'd be worried every time we see a storm, pretty much. As we learned with this one, just near the Yucatan Peninsula, how different the path changed and the cone changed. So, yes, that's it.
Hey, Ben, come on over.
There's Ben, one of our producers.
Look, there's our Ben. Finally.
All right, there's Ben. Ben has been directing. You've seen him on The View a couple times too. He does the movie reviews and everything else.
Film connoisseur.
We call him Blockbuster Ben. He's also a director.
I don't normally read the scripts, that's all
I think you should do it.
That's all we have time for. Thank you for joining us. We're online streaming, and we will be back at 4 a.m. on ABC7. So what they've done is they've gotten the internet back. We're going to test it and try it tomorrow. So we'll be back at 4 a.m.
Back at home.
And then at our studio right there on 10th Street. And we'll be looking forward to seeing you there with all the crew in the morning. The morning crew will be there. And
thanks for staying with us online.
I'm trying to read what this. Oh, yeah. What was this saying? Oh, yeah. I want to thank John Saputo, Gold Coast Eagle Distributorship, Budweiser, who likes me to say, for letting us, I mean, you wouldn't believe a business like this letting us take over this great facility right here.
You guys got 20 seconds. You want to show
Yes,
up?
come on in. Come on in.
One, two,
Angel coming.
Taylor.
No, come closer.
Get everybody in there.
All right.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Boy, there's Orlando. He's over there. Watch you.
Jordan's sore nose let out a fiery sneeze, so Dad grabbed Puffs Plus lotion to soothe her with ease. Puffs Plus lotion is gentle on sensitive skin and locks in moisture to provide soothing relief. A nose in need deserves Puffs indeed. America's #1 lotion.